Chapter 1. Rebirth in '95, merging with the pinnacle of the great Shark's talent. The new book Basketball Conqueror has been released. At 6 in the morning, United States, Washington, Georgetown University, indoor basketball arena. In the stands, a despondent youth gazes blankly at the ceiling of the arena. His name is Lin Hong, a freshman international student at Georgetown University. Before his soul transmigrated, he was an ardent admirer of centers. At that time, he was fervently typing away on his keyboard, engaging in heated debates with proponents of the small ball era on online forums, battling fiercely. Even when sparks flew from his keyboard, he found himself outmatched, nearly succumbing to the relentless critiques from fans of a certain player. Unable to sleep through the night, he decided to clear his mind with a visit to McDonald's, where he fortuitously encountered a blonde beauty for a chat. They shared a few drinks together, and the lady appeared exceptionally enchanting. As their conversation flowed, an impulse struck him, but given the crowd, they could only seek refuge in a cozy spot to enjoy the air conditioning. This was a good girl who toiled day and night, relying solely on her skills and strength to earn a living. What was wrong with him taking care of her business? Surely, he couldn't let a good opportunity slip by. 1,000 words omitted here. 3 minutes later, Lin Hong closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and his life faded into twilight. However, he had no regrets. Life is rarely kind, and at a mere 70 years, 10 years of youth, a decade of frailty, and another 50 years to divide into day and night, one is left with only 25 years of true vitality. Subtracting from this the storms and tribulations of life, how many good days remain for a person? If one does not seize the moment to enjoy life, when the time comes to stand again, it may be too late to seek joy. What a pity. Thus, Lin Hong found himself transmigrated into a mischievous spirit. Damn it, how did I inexplicably return in 1995? Fortunately, before I kicked the bucket, I had already formatted my phone. At least I left my innocence behind on Earth. Lin Hong smirked in relief. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the preliminary selection for the Georgetown University basketball team, activating the most powerful center system in history. System activation successful. Based on the host's skill characteristics, reward granted. Pinnacle Great Shark 80 talent ability. Would you like to merge? Pinnacle Great Shark 80. No. Lin Hong decisively refused, for no one could predict whether this would cause a commotion, leading to him being dissected by the authorities. He forcefully suppressed his excitement, taking a deep breath. I have arrived. He jogged into the restroom, locked the door, and after confirming thrice, chose to proceed with the merger. Boom! A deluge of information surged forth, akin to rays of sunlight. It traversed incessantly through his mind. In the next moment, his head felt as if it would explode, and Lin Hong immediately clutched his head, curling up painfully on the floor. With his eyes tightly shut, he occasionally let out groans of anguish. After what felt like dozens of breaths, he finally absorbed all the information, letting out a long sigh. What bliss, what comfort! It was intoxicating and liberating. In this cold world, only the system could offer him a glimmer of warmth. Wiping away the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, Lin Hong quietly reflected on the slick sensation in his palms. That was far too painful for a first time. A wealth of NBA knowledge flooded into his mind, including the skills and experiences of the Pinnacle Great Shark. Dunks, blocks, post-ups, hook shots, and more. Also, the art of trash talk. At that moment, Lin Hong suddenly felt an illusion. He seemed to have become a master of trash talk. If there's a Joe, choose Joe. If not, choose Shark. This statement holds no fault. The essence of the Pinnacle Great Shark's playing style could be encapsulated in 2 words. Simple, brutal. An absolute weapon in the paint. Open the attributes panel, Lin Hong murmured. Name, Lin Hong. Age, 18. Physical data, height 215 cm. Weight 125 kilograms. Wingspan 232 centimeters. Vertical jump 0.83 m. Bench press 180 kilograms. Basic ability values, maximum 100. Strength 86. Speed 74. 3.9. Mid-range 20. Inside 86. Post-play 79. Dunking 86. Ball handling 65. Passing 50. Stealing 18. Blocking 78. Defense 74. Rebounding 81. Free throw 45. Stability 70. In other words, Lin Hong now possessed the terrifying physical talent and experience of Pinnacle Great Shark 80. Having just transmigrated, he had begun with the full-level physical talent of the Great Shark at 80%, and Lin Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how delightful!" On Earth, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a high-quality man in the eyes of wealthy women. Ding! Detected that the host has registered for the team selection system task is being dispatched. Please check. A task? Lin Hong shook his head, decisively entering the system panel to review the new task. Current phase task. Lead Georgetown University to seize the NCAA championship. Task rewards. 1. Full-level pinnacle great shark talent and experience. 2. Pinnacle Olajuwon's dream shake. Full-level pinnacle great shark talent. Wouldn't that allow him to dominate the NBA paint? Pinnacle Olajuwon's dream shake. My goodness. With the dream shake, he would no longer be a brutish player. Instead, he would become a maestro on the court, exhibiting finesse in his footwork and skills. Truly, this is the strongest center system in history. As for leading Georgetown University to clinch the NCAA championship, that had always been Lin Hong's ambition. If he lacked the confidence to navigate the NCAA arena with 80% of the pinnacle great shark's abilities, he might as well ascend to the heavens and depart this world. Current phase task. When the NCAA championship enter the NBA, a dream spanning 2 lifetimes, previously unattainable. Now it was within reach. Lin Hong suddenly felt that his transmigration was not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, he now had the opportunity to pursue his dream of an NBA championship. Upon entering the NBA, fame, wealth, and beautiful women awaited. The wealthy would eventually find their match, while the less fortunate could only bear witness. People are forged through adversity. Shaking his head, Lin Hong cast aside his chaotic thoughts. First, let's warm up and adapt. Stepping onto the court, Lin Hong took a deep breath. Boom! He dribbled the ball, darting toward the basket like lightning. Just a step inside the free throw line, he suddenly propelled himself off the ground. A towering silhouette soared into the air. His massive frame unfolded perfectly in midair. Reaching the apex, he slammed the ball down into the hoop with the force of a mountain pressing down. Clang! The rim shook violently as he pulled down the hoop, causing the entire basketball structure to sway side to side. Swift, domineering. Lin Hong's movements were fluid and graceful, a seamless display of skill. Standing nearby, Thompson's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. What? Was Lin Hong's strength truly this terrifying? And those dribbling maneuvers just now were as agile as a guard. Whoosh! A beautiful day commenced with a thunderous dunk. Lin Hong exhaled, turning around to find the team's head coach, John Thompson, staring in astonishment. Coach! Lin Hong paused, bending down to pick up the basketball from the floor. His massive hand grasped the ball like a suction cup, holding it firmly. One-handed, effortlessly. Lin Hong, as he observed the tall, youthful boy smiling before him, Thompson snapped back to reality. Good. You arrived quite early. Mainly because I couldn't sleep, so I decided to come to the gym to practice, Lin Hong spoke candidly. Having been transmigrated for several days, he still felt a bit disoriented. Well, more practice is never a bad thing. Show your best in the upcoming game. He gave Lin Hong's arm a hearty pat, causing Thompson's hand to tingle. What the? That was incredibly solid. A glimmer of insight flashed in Thompson's eyes as he swiftly entered the coach's office. He pulled out a stack of documents and circled Lin Hong's name. A ferocious dunk, imposing, robust muscles, visible physical talent, a proactive training attitude. Moreover, the team is in dire need of a reliable guardian for the paint. A confluence of circumstances has come together. Lin Hong had early on made it onto the list of key players under the scrutiny of John Thompson. At 9 in the morning, the gymnasium was bustling with activity, alive with excitement. The players vying for a spot on the school team were already eager, poised with anticipation and insatiable hunger. At this moment, a player clad in a black hoodie approached head coach John Thompson, hands stuffed in his pockets, his eyes heavy with sleep. Coach, how do you find this year's crop of rookies? He inquired. Are there any promising talents worth nurturing? Head coach John Thompson shot a disapproving glare at his prized pupil and shook his head. It's too soon to tell. His feelings toward this unruly yet exceptionally gifted disciple were mixed, a blend of admiration and exasperation. From the likes of the formidable Patrick Ewing to the towering Dikembe Mutombo and the legendary Alonzo Mourning, Georgetown University was renowned as a cradle for centers. In contrast, Allen Iverson, with a checkered past during high school, found many universities turning their backs on him, with only Georgetown daring to extend an olive branch. Defying the naysayers, he took the slender Iverson under his wing, envisioning him as a cornerstone of the team. Of course, Iverson did not disappoint during his rookie season. He averaged 20.4 points, propelling Georgetown University into the NCAA Elite Eight. Looking at these cocky rookies, I can't help but reflect on my own self from last year, Iverson mused, casting a glance at the newcomers with a sense of nostalgia. At this time last year, he had boldly proclaimed during his recruitment, "I will lead Georgetown back to the pinnacle of the NCAA championship." Yet, the reality was a mere entry into the top 8, a humbling return. The memory of his former audacity left Iverson with a singular thought. What a sheer embarrassment. Chapter 2. The team tryouts, a dazzling double dunk. Answer? Just as Iverson's mind wandered, a familiar yet foreign term jolted him back to the present. Curiosity piqued. He turned his gaze toward the newcomer registration area. What he saw left him momentarily speechless. A tall, fair-skinned Asian with black hair. A towering physique, elongated arms, and robust muscles presented an exaggerated physicality that made Lin Hong appear almost beastly. "Oh my gosh, this guy's lower body is astonishingly muscular," Iverson exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the evident physical prowess of the young man before him. Though he had encountered players with long limbs before, he had never seen an individual from the East with such a remarkable combination of length and strength. A pleasant surprise? Perhaps this rookie might truly bring me some delight. With that thought, Iverson's lips curled into a smile as he made his way toward the registration desk. He picked up the registration form and scrutinized the details of the towering individual. Lin Hong, 18 years old, a player from the Middle Kingdom, a freshman international student at Georgetown University, standing at 2.15 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.32 meters and a standing reach of 2.87 meters, an exceptional prospect for the paint. A glimmer of hope flashed in Iverson's eyes as he recognized the team's weakness in the post position might finally see some fortification this year. "Coach," John Thompson gestured to the side. "Lin, allow me to introduce you to our star core, Allen Iverson." Is this truly the answer? Following Thompson's gaze, Lin Hong found himself staring at the defiant yet intriguing Iverson. The impoverished Iverson appeared remarkably clean at this moment. He wore no earrings, no ostentatious gold chains, nor any adornments, far removed from the persona he would later embody. "Lin Hong." "Yes, Lin Hong," came a reply. Their eyes met, but no further words were exchanged. Iverson smiled lightly before turning to take a seat on the bench, while Lin Hong joined the other hopefuls at the center of the gym to listen to the teachings of head coach John Thompson. "Young men, lend me your ears. You are not yet members of the Georgetown team." Thompson's voice resonated powerfully, commanding attention. "At best, you have merely taken half a step forward. Do not even think about lounging by the water cooler or waving towels. In short, to stand out in the scrimmages and advance to the practice squad, then to the second team, and ultimately the first team, is the path you must tread to earn a chance to step onto the court. Survival of the fittest. If one wishes to play, they must seize opportunities through their performance." After surveying the players, Thompson turned to assistant Craig Esherick and said, "Craig, keep a close eye on that young man named Lin Hong. Our front court is in dire need of reinforcement. Jerome and Cauley Stein are significantly undersized, and once again, we face an uphill battle against Wake Forest." In the previous NCAA tournament, the super rookie Iverson had led the Georgetown team into the Elite Eight with unstoppable momentum, only to be unceremoniously defeated by the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, led by Tim Duncan. The root of the issue lay in the team's beleaguered twin towers, Jerome Williams and Cauley Stein, who were utterly overwhelmed in the paint and continuously targeted by Duncan. Strengthening the front court was an urgent necessity. However, Thompson was acutely aware that this strategy amounted to selecting the tallest among the short. The end result would merely be slightly taller short players. Truly promising talents had long been snatched up by other elite schools upon their high school graduation. Enhancing the interior strength? Craig seemed to have an epiphany, releasing a heavy sigh. If only we could unearth a monstrous center, our roster's deficiencies would be addressed. Are you referring to Shaq? Don't hold your breath. Such a beast is beyond our aspirations, Thompson replied, shaking his head with a sigh. As long as Lin Hong exhibited above-average rim protection capabilities in the upcoming scrimmages, John Thompson would not hesitate to grant this mysterious youth from the East a rotational position. The selection process commenced. To expedite matters, the team trials employed a single elimination format. John Thompson stood at the sidelines, chin in hand, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Hong. Craig was taken aback by this unexpected focus. What extraordinary power does this towering figure from the East possess, that even the esteemed strategist Thompson, who is usually unflappable, finds himself in eager anticipation? Can he truly unleash a tempest within the paint, standing resolute against two adversaries? Or perhaps he is capable of commanding the paint with an iron fist? Craig shook his head in uncertainty. Regardless of either scenario, he found it hard to believe. As far as he knew, the basketball scene in the Middle Kingdom had yet to establish a formal professional league. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee's whistle, the first match of the trial training officially commenced. Lin Hong undoubtedly approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. Opposing him was a black center, standing at 2.06 meters tall. Although slightly shorter, he was robustly built, with a dark and formidable presence. Their eyes met, and it was clear, this was a tough adversary. The jump ball commenced. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, and at the pinnacle of its ascent, Lin Hong leaped with all his might. With a deft flick, he tapped the ball to his team's point guard, while the black center had just begun his ascent, still airborne. Damn! The speed of this guy's reaction and vertical leap was astonishing. The center was momentarily taken aback, cursing under his breath. The point guard swiftly advanced past half-court, arriving at the three-point line without hesitation, launching a beautifully executed three-point shot. The essence of this match was not about teamwork, but rather an individual selection trial. In this makeshift team, who cared about coordination? Even in the absence of opportunities, one must strive to create them. Showcasing oneself was paramount. Alas, this exquisite jump shot from the arc ricocheted off the rim. Beneath the basket, two opposing interior players had already established their positions, anticipating the rebound. Their awareness of the game was commendable, prompting a nod of approval from the assistant coach on the sidelines, who promptly noted it on the statistics sheet. Boom. However, before the coaching staff could finish their notes, Lin Hong soared from behind the two opposing players, leaping high to seize the ball with both hands and unleashed a thunderous dunk. The sheer force of his slam caused the basketball hoop to tilt precariously downward. It was a spectacular follow-up dunk over two defenders. The action left Craig momentarily stunned. This was precisely what he had described earlier, a display of dominance. And it was executed with such ferocity. After a considerable pause, Craig finally regained his composure. Chapter 3. Steady? A sprint from the paint to the three-point line for a block. He passed the ball to his teammate, but this offensive attempt also fell short. Time to return to the defensive end. Lin Hong extended his long arms, standing resolutely within the restricted area, perhaps wary of Lin Hong's defensive reach. The opponents continuously roamed along the three-point line, employing vigorous ball movement and screens to seek shooting opportunities. After numerous cuts, the opposing shooting guard, utilizing his teammate's screen, successfully slipped along the baseline, reaching the corner beyond the three-point arc, where he discovered a clear chance to shoot. What a splendid opportunity! It was my turn to shine. Taking a small step forward, I adjusted my shooting stance and unleashed a breathtaking three-pointer. Although I noticed Lin Hong charging towards me from the paint like a ravenous tiger, he was still a good 3 meters away, a distance ample enough for me to execute my shot. This distance, and he dares to think he can defend me? How naive! A smirk of mockery curled at the corners of my mouth. Yet, in the next moment, that smile froze. Lin Hong surged forth like a flash of yellow lightning, charging with fervor. Bang! The basketball, still ascending and spinning, was abruptly halted as Lin Hong's massive hand grasped it with authority. My heavens, a rejection? Moments ago, he executed a breathtaking alley-oop over two defenders, and now he performed an astonishing block, truly ferocious. But wait, that isn't the crux of the matter. Did you not observe? He sprinted from the paint to the three-point line to execute that block. His speed is simply astounding. It's utterly ludicrous. Can someone elucidate this? Is he truly a center? Silence. For Lin and his teammates are about to launch an offensive. This 3-meter leap, showcasing both velocity and power, is utterly mesmerizing. Before the opposing guard, transfixed by Lin Hong's divine presence, could gather his thoughts, he found himself questioning his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? Standing beyond the three-point arc. How could I be blocked by this towering giant from the Middle Kingdom? As the bewildered guard pondered these philosophical dilemmas, Lin Hong fiercely propelled the ball to his own guard. Hey, mate, let's initiate a fast break. As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Hong's long strides propelled him toward the front court with astonishing speed. The spectators were rendered speechless by this remarkable display. A robust figure standing at 2 meters and 15 centimeters, he zipped past with remarkable agility. His velocity was reminiscent of a heavy-duty truck flooring the accelerator. Fortunately, his teammate possessed an astute basketball IQ. He swiftly grasped Lin Hong's intentions and promptly advanced the dribble, all while keenly monitoring Lin's movements. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Hong pointing skyward, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon him. With a powerful flick of his right hand, he executed a beautiful pass. The basketball tracing an elegant arc through the air, landing precisely above the rim. With a swift pivot, Lin Hong evaded the defender in front of him and launched himself off the ground with a powerful push. In the next heartbeat, a resounding thud echoed as the spinning basketball was forcefully slammed through the hoop. It was an explosive two-handed dunk. Upon landing, Lin Hong clenched his fists and let out a triumphant roar. Such a display of athletic prowess seemed incongruous coming from a tall, handsome figure with yellow skin and black hair, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief. Guarding the rim, ruthlessly blocking shots, a double alley-oop. Craig was once again left in a daze. Could it really be this extraordinary? Whatever he conceived, Lin Hong seemed to bring to fruition. Offense and defense melded seamlessly, showcasing a dazzling performance akin to mercury flowing, a striking display of sheer dominance. Lin Hong's extraordinary physical gifts were on full display, unmistakably evident. After this breathtaking exhibition, he intriguingly glanced at the imposing center, Jahidi White. According to the well-worn narrative tropes of novels, the protagonist often attracts ridicule. It was only a matter of time before someone would emerge to provoke him. Where was the challenger? Where were the taunts? Had he miscalculated? Just then, a piercing voice of provocation rang in his ears. Here it was, the moment had arrived. Hey, you big oaf, boomed Jahidi White, his dark skin and deeply lined face betraying his mocking demeanor. Which country do you hail from? The land of cherry blossoms or the land of kimchi? It makes no difference. Both are merely discarded trash. I hail from the Celestial Empire. Lin Hong suddenly raised his head, anger flashing in his eyes. The black man thrives on showcasing himself, particularly in the realms where he excels. Lin Hong understood in his heart that the astonishing block he had just executed had left the robust center feeling utterly humiliated. Although he had anticipated this moment, the reality of it unfolding still left Lin Hong with an undeniable sense of displeasure. The smile that once adorned his face vanished abruptly, and he resembled a bloodthirsty beast, coldly fixating on his opponent. The basketball in his grasp was nearly crushed under the pressure of his grip. You will soon pay the price for your insolence, big guy, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Lin Hong coldly remarked, I am a man of my word. If I say I will block you, I will indeed block you. After spewing his trash talk, he provocatively shook his finger. Damn it, you arrogant fool. Do you really think so highly of yourself? The burly black man glared at Lin Hong with disdain, his voice rising in anger. The players present at the selection were taken aback. This seemingly simple and sturdy center from the Middle Kingdom surprisingly exhibited such a fiery temperament. Witnessing this confrontation, Thompson broke into a smile, halting assistant coach Craig, who was about to intervene. Hold on, Craig. This kid from the Middle Kingdom has quite the personality and spirit. To be honest, I would rather not have a player with talents akin to Shaq, playing like a timid child. I am eager to see what this intriguing fellow will showcase next. Beep. The opposing team was at the baseline. The shooting guard attempted to break through, but, after a series of ineffective maneuvers, was stripped of the ball by Lin Hong's teammate. The teammate advanced the ball to the three-point line, utilizing Lin Hong's screen to execute a sudden mid-range jumper. Clang. The basketball struck the edge of the rim and soared high into the air. The black center, White, along with their power forward, instinctively positioned themselves to seize the rebound. As the ball descended, it seemed destined to be snatched away by that large black hand. Just then, a figure descended from above. Lin Hong forcefully snatched the rebound from atop White's head. Then, with the weight of Mount Tai, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom. A thunderous two-handed dunk that resonated with power. Lin Hong hung from the rim with both hands, suddenly pulling down before releasing. Buzzing. The deformed hoop instantly rebounded, causing the basketball frame to sway violently, as if on the verge of collapse. It emitted a series of piercing buzzing sounds, seemingly chastising Lin Hong for his brutish act. The first to bear the brunt was the African-American center, White, who was sent flying out of the court as if struck by a truck, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Lin Hong looked down from a position of superiority, casting a disdainful glance at the disheveled White, and contemptuously shook his finger. A sneak attack from behind? Such tactics hardly demonstrate any true skill. In a fit of exasperation, White audibly uttered such bitter words. Lin Hong scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already crumbled. I was unwilling to concede. Those who ambushed from behind were nothing but cowards. If you possess the courage, confront me head-on. The robust center, panting heavily, had eyes that burned with intensity, his forehead glistening with sweat. His naturally dark complexion appeared even more lustrous at that moment. I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be utterly ineffectual. Lin Hong let out a mocking scoff before swiftly turning to resume his defensive stance. Chapter 4. A face full of blood. Remove him, next. Damn it. White cursed as he rose, sprinting after his baseline serve. He never anticipated being humiliated by that yellow-skinned monkey. He vowed to reclaim his dignity. As the defender brought the ball forward, White maneuvered himself into position near Lin Hong, securing his spot. Almost immediately, his teammate shouted, demanding the ball. Pass me that damn basketball. I'm going to annihilate this sissy. Swish. Perhaps intimidated by White's ferocity, the White defender instinctively bounced the ball towards him. Kid, after you ambushed me earlier, I must retaliate. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. Go back to your petty games. We are the true masters of basketball. Upon receiving the ball, White incessantly spewed trash talk. However, it was merely a few repetitive phrases, and Lin Hong remained unfazed. When it comes to verbal sparring, O'Neal undoubtedly excelled. White, feeling the pressure, leaned against Lin Hong and suddenly launched into action. Bam! The intense clash of bodies echoed throughout the court. With a forceful shove, White expected to move Lin Hong, yet he stood firm. Bam! Another collision, yet Lin Hong remained unyielding. Bam! After a third attempt, White found himself in an awkward predicament. Utterly flustered, he had not anticipated the sheer strength of the towering defender from the Celestial Empire. Lin Hong's lips curled into a faint smile as he languidly remarked, "Hey, big fellow, why are you as soft as tissue paper? I've given you a chance, yet you proved to be utterly useless." Silence. In an effort to salvage his dignity, White resolved to continue his aggressive play. I refuse to be defeated. This time, he summoned all his strength, channeling an ancient power within him. With a fierce roar, he launched himself backward with tremendous force. In the next moment, Lin Hong swiftly darted to the right. Thud. Caught off guard, White lost his balance and fell backward onto the ground. Lin Hong rushed forward to retrieve the basketball that had fallen to the ground and sprinted toward the opponent's hoop. In a seamless motion, he executed a skillful behind-the-back dribble to evade the opposing small forward, penetrating deep within the three-point line. As the rival power forward charged in to obstruct him, Lin Hong effortlessly pivoted on the spot, eluding his defender and arriving beneath the opponent's basket. In the next instant, he soared into the air, leaping with tremendous force, as if to set the sky ablaze. His head nearly aligned with the rim, and even his outstretched arm, clutching the ball, surpassed the height of the hoop. Bang! Lin Hong grasped the basket with one hand and suddenly yanked it. Buzz! The piercing sound of the basket rebounding reverberated through the scene once more. Simple yet forceful, Lin Hong's consecutive dunks epitomized the essence of violent aesthetics. Observing Lin Hong, who seemed to cradle the center of gravity like a moon, the expression on the face of the black center, White, shifted dramatically as he stubbornly positioned himself once more for the ball. Damn it, are you a monster? He thought, refusing to succumb to this fate. Enduring a series of humiliating antics at Lin Hong's hands, a surge of resentment brewed within him, compelling him to reclaim his dignity. However, the overwhelming strength displayed by Lin Hong moments earlier had evidently shaken his confidence. He was left with no choice but to execute a difficult, yet more cautious turnaround hook shot. Yet, his seemingly confident attempt was swiftly thwarted as Lin Hong, already prepared, swatted it down with a resounding clap. Bang! Ah! Two cries of anguish echoed in succession. The basketball struck White's robust face squarely. Oh, damn it, shit. White fell to the ground, hands covering his face, cursing incessantly. Lin Hong rushed forward with a smile to retrieve the ball, effortlessly passing it to his somewhat bewildered teammate in the front court. With a thud, the basketball soared towards his teammate, who instinctively caught it and smoothly executed a layup for the score. Suddenly, the sound of the whistle pierced the air. Lin Hong turned around to see White, the African-American center he had just knocked down, with blood streaming from his nose. He acknowledged that this player was indeed more skilled than the other substitutes, though his talent was not particularly abundant. A scarcity of talent often signifies inexperience. The team doctor stood nearby, examining White with a grave expression. My God, what just transpired? Poor White, bleeding from his nose, had to be carried off the court on a stretcher. One could only hope he would be all right. Judging by his condition, it seemed he might have suffered a mild concussion, which would certainly keep him sidelined. Off he went. Next, as the transition between offense and defense occurred, Lin Hong executed a thunderous block against the opposing small forward's layup. His dominance was palpable on both ends of the court. In the subsequent sequences, the opponents, who had repeatedly faltered on both offense and defense, wilted like frostbitten eggplants, questioning their very existence. They lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. To them, Lin Hong's prowess was on an entirely different plane. This man was nothing short of a monster. Who would dare provoke such a beast? Were they simply tired of living? Allen Iverson, who had unknowingly wandered to the sidelines, was left in stunned disbelief by Lin Hong's brutal display. John, witnessing the exceedingly ruthless scenes unfolding on the court, felt a pang of sympathy. Assistant coach Craig could hardly bear to watch. The coaching staff, including head coach Thompson, could no longer tolerate the spectacle. What was supposed to be a rookie selection match had devolved into a gruesome massacre. Lin Hong completely dominated both the offensive and defensive ends. Meanwhile, Lin Hong's teammates were exuberantly animated, as if under the influence of an invigorating elixir, each one fervently expressing their enthusiasm and unleashing their myriad skills. Their defensive efforts intensified, rendering it exceedingly challenging for the opponents to secure comfortable shooting opportunities. The incessant clanging of missed shots resonated throughout the basketball arena. For Lin Hong's adversaries, the 10 minutes of gameplay felt like an agonizing eternity. By halftime, the 5 opposing players appeared utterly despondent, devoid of spirit, resembling mere shells of their former selves. To hell with basketball dreams. Pass me the ball. I wish to go home. This elimination match concluded abruptly, having barely traversed a single half. They conceded defeat. The referee, smiling, approached Lin Hong and declared, "The opponents have surrendered. There is no need to continue the second half. You all advance to the next round." Such ease. Lin Hong was somewhat taken aback, a faint smile gracing his lips. I haven't even broken a sweat. To be honest, he truly had not perspired. Upon receiving the individual statistics, his teammates, who had secured an easy victory, were filled with mixed emotions, their gazes towards Lin Hong a blend of envy and adoration. Throughout the first half, Lin Hong had almost single-handedly accounted for the majority of the team's scoring, with an impressive contribution of 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 blocks within just 10 minutes. It was evident that had the opponents not altered their offensive strategy out of caution, refraining from attacking the paint, the outcome might have been even more remarkable. Lin Hong is undoubtedly capable of achieving a remarkable triple-double of 25 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists. What is most astonishing is that he did it without even breaking a sweat. Lin Hong's teammates experienced firsthand the joy of an effortless victory. In the second round of the elimination tournament, Lin's teammates reclined with even greater ease, indulging without restraint. As formidable beasts roamed the court, everyone retreated. Following a brutal massacre, Lin Hong's opponents surrendered prematurely, laying down their arms. Their spirits shattered. The notion of continuing the game threatened to shatter their basketball dreams. Vivid images of violent dunks and bloody blocks were etched indelibly in the minds of all present, lingering for an extended period. Chapter 5. Sharpening the Blade. Aiming for the Massachusetts Minutemen. Hey, have you heard? Our team has acquired a beast in the paint this year. I know. That kid snatched 15 rebounds and blocked 10 shots in just 10 minutes. And let us not forget, he scored over 20 points. Rumor has it that this monstrous newcomer from the Celestial Empire has left his opponents in a state of despair. As time passed, Lin Hong's legend grew increasingly ludicrous on the campus of Georgetown University. Curious students flocked to the basketball arena, eager to witness the Celestial Empire's monster wreak havoc on the hoops. This might be the most attended freshman selection event in the history of Georgetown's team. Even the debut of last year's Rookie of the Year, Allen Iverson, did not attract such an exaggerated crowd. I just saw someone sobbing in the corner. Watched him dunk over an opponent, and he made it look so effortless. Savage. He can block even with another player in the way. Here it comes again, hanging on to someone, still managing a thunderous dunk. Simply unbelievable. Cheers and applause resonated throughout the arena. The spectators momentarily lost their senses, as if witnessing an NBA superstar dominating an amateur court. In a series of astonishments, Lin Hong's ferocious performance captivated all rivals, securing him the top spot in the selection tournament without contest. Congratulations, Lin. Coach John Thompson strode purposefully to Lin Hong. You are now an official member of the team. Official member? The crowd erupted in astonishment. A freshman, on his very first day, elevated to a formal player. The last to achieve this was none other than last year's prodigy, Allen Iverson. Who is Iverson? A dual champion in football and basketball from Virginia. The nation's finest guard, a true basketball star. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Hong's performance today eclipsed even Iverson's ferocity. Thus, promoting him to a formal player within a day is entirely justified. Starting tomorrow, you will train daily with Allen. Coach Thompson cast a knowing glance at Iverson and continued. Before the new season begins, we have a warm-up match to play. I will ensure you have ample time to showcase your abilities. This game will closely resemble the NCAA championship level. I hope you do not disappoint me. Lin, your opponent will be Marcus. Are you confident? Iverson teased with a smile. Of course. Before the NCAA national championship commences, Georgetown University, part of the Big East Conference, must distinguish itself in the conference tournament. The Big East comprises 12 teams. Rich in prestigious history. The formidable trio of Georgetown, St. John's, and Syracuse dominated the 1980s and 1990s. After the mid-90s, the University of Connecticut's Huskies nearly ruled the entire conference, boasting superstar guard Ray Allen. UConn is undoubtedly among the favorites for this year's Big East Championship. Likewise, Georgetown, with Allen Iverson, stands as a serious contender. Other teams, like the Louisville Cardinals featuring Malik Walker and the Villanova Wildcats with Corey Kittles, are also formidable and eager for glory. A true man born in this world cannot remain subdued for long. In summary, this year's Big East Championship carries significant weight. Recently, Coach John Thompson received invitations from various teams across other conferences, but he hesitated until now, finally arriving at a decision. The University of Massachusetts. Even a fool can see that UMass comes with malicious intent, hoping to exploit the weak interior, using the lone hero Iverson to elevate Marcus Camby's draft prospects. However, Coach Thompson remains unfazed. When it comes to rookie talent, does Georgetown not have Lin Hong? In terms of extraordinary talent, Thompson does not believe Lin will be outshone by Marcus Camby. Will this warm-up match be Lin's moment to shine? Or will he merely serve as a stepping stone for Marcus? His anticipation began to swell. The following morning, at Georgetown University's gymnasium, it was training day for the Hoyas. All right, gentlemen, gather around. I am thrilled to introduce our new member, Lin Hong, Coach John Thompson announced, clapping his hands before the players. Lin hails from the Celestial Empire and is our only freshman promoted to a formal player this year. As the words left his lips, the players of Georgetown's team turned their attention to the towering figure of Lin Hong. Oh wow, is this the one who dominated all the freshmen? I heard his nickname is the Celestial Bulldozer. Absolutely. I remember that day he sent big guy Jahidi into a concussion. Haha, Jerome, I think if you stood before Lin, you might just end up being the one getting bullied. I'm terrified, as if you wouldn't be the one to cry. Ocellus, look at Lin's muscular arms. They're thicker than your thighs. As they scrutinized Lin Hong's physical prowess, the players of Georgetown's team were left in awe, particularly Jerome Williams and Ocellus Harrington. The team's two interior players exchanged glances, their emotions a mix of relief, excitement, and schadenfreude. Their expressions shifted through relief, exhilaration, and a hint of concern for their own positions. Last season, the duo had been thoroughly outmatched by Tim Duncan of Wake Forest in the NCAA championship, leading to Georgetown's unfortunate exit in the quarterfinals. This year, however, the team has finally acquired a legitimate big man. At the very least, when facing Tim Duncan, they would not be the only ones overwhelmed. Hey, Lin, I'm Jerome, pleased to meet you. Hi, Lin, I'm Ocellus, great to meet you. The two giants exchanged excited handshakes. As other players buzzed with conversation, the team leader, Iverson, approached Lin with a smile. Lin, welcome to the Hoyas. From this moment forth, I implore you to exert every effort for the team's championship aspirations. Iverson and Lin Hong have crossed paths before. The explosive performance Lin Hong displayed during the rookie report yesterday remains vividly etched in Iverson's memory. With the height and strength of a center, coupled with the exceptional athletic prowess of a forward, he is undoubtedly worthy of deep camaraderie. On the first day of officially joining the team, everything unfolded smoothly, after all. With Coach Thompson's endorsement and the backing of team leader Iverson, no one dared to openly cause trouble for Lin Hong. Had it been an ordinary freshman, he would likely be busy assisting the seasoned veterans with pranks or running errands for burgers by now. Gentlemen, let us pause for a moment. After a morning of training, Coach Thompson clapped his hands to gather the players. Listen closely, next Saturday, we will travel to the University of Massachusetts for a friendly exhibition match. Yes, you heard correctly. Against the militia led by Marcus. Although this is merely a trivial warm-up, I will not accept defeat. Let us refrain from uttering any nonsense about friendship taking precedence over competition. Given our past grievances, we have but one option when we meet, to decisively trample them into oblivion. Chapter 6. The Human Bulldozer of the Paint. The afternoon was dedicated to shooting practice. As the echoes of the ball clanging against the rim reverberated through the court, Thompson instinctively cradled his head in frustration. Upon reviewing the statistical report, he nearly choked on his own disbelief. Lin Hong's shooting accuracy is truly appalling. Lin, it is imperative that you take this seriously. Free throws represent a pivotal scoring method for centers. If your free throw percentage remains at its current dismal level, it may be necessary to contemplate a rigorous training regimen. As the esteemed mentor of legendary centers such as Patrick Ewing and Dikembe Mutombo, Thompson has long discerned Lin Hong's vulnerabilities. Despite Lin's dominance in the paint, where he seems unstoppable, he exhibits significant deficiencies in mid-range shooting and free-throw execution that are frankly difficult to watch. Lin Hong's lips twitched as he confidently patted his chest and declared, "No, coach, I am still improving. Look, I made 4 out of 10 shots this time. My shooting percentage is over 50, a tangible advancement. 4 out of 10? What a significant improvement. Where do you find the audacity?" Thompson felt an overwhelming urge to drag this seemingly harmless yet unabashed Lin Hong out and give him a thorough thrashing. "All right, you need to sink 200 free throws first, so I can witness your progress. Do not slack off. I will have someone keep count." With that, he shot Lin Hong a fierce glare and left without a backward glance. The clanging of iron reverberated incessantly. The crisp sound intrigued Lin Hong. But this novelty faded within minutes, as human beings inevitably grow weary of repetition. Even when faced with a stunning beauty, studying every aspect of her allure, one may eventually tire of it. There exists a saying, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. This encapsulates the essence of human nature, especially for men, who often find prolonged engagement with many things tiresome. "Craig, what are your thoughts?" Thompson retreated to the sidelines and engaged in conversation with assistant coach Craig Isherick. Lin's vulnerabilities were evident, his free throw and mid-range shooting. While these weaknesses might not significantly impact typical games, they would prove fatal on the NBA stage. Observing Lin Hong's incessant clangs, Isherick contemplated for a long while. Indeed, it was a critical flaw, necessitating further shooting practice. Thompson nodded in agreement, acknowledging that change would not occur overnight. Thus, they would have to take a different approach, amplifying his strengths to refine him into a formidable force in the paint. For now, that seemed to be their only option. Isherick shrugged. No, Craig. I believe you have yet to grasp my intent. Lin's ambitions extend beyond merely emulating Marcus Camby. He aspires to collaborate with Allen to secure the NCAA championship this year. If not next, Thompson remarked, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of determination. The unknown is the most formidable aspect, and Lin is our Georgetown Hoya's ultimate weapon. Oh, you are so confident? Craig Isherick furrowed his brow at Thompson's assured demeanor. Of course, with a deadly weapon at my disposal, I shall no longer fear lions or tigers. All right, John, I believe I have a clear understanding now. Moments later, assistant coach Isherick summoned the utility player Osceola Harrington for a one-on-one practice session with Lin Hong. Harrington, being the team's starting center, was not a mere pawn to be manipulated and felt quite discontent at being coerced by Isherick to assist the rookie Lin Hong. While a forced partnership may lack sweetness, it certainly quenched a thirst for practice. With a partner to train with, Lin Hong felt a surge of joy. Lin, be cautious. If you wish to challenge me, your skills still require considerable refinement. Harrington, brimming with confidence, positioned himself for an offensive play. He turned his back to Lin Hong, lowering his center of gravity to forcefully drive into him, attempting to overpower the rookie. However, in the next moment, he miscalculated, sensing as if a heavy-duty truck was behind him. Indeed, Lin Hong resembled a bulldozer, pushing Harrington out of the key with sheer force. Harrington gasped, feeling a tightening in his core. "Coach, how am I supposed to play against this?" he thought, on the verge of tears. Lin Hong, on the other hand, could only awkwardly scratch his nose, expressing his own bewilderment. He had hardly exerted himself, yet his teammate was overwhelmed. "Lin, to develop your defensive skills, you must learn restraint. Do not counter Harrington's strength, or this training will be futile." Assistant coach Isherick, sweating profusely, had not anticipated Harrington to be so easily overpowered and could only impose restrictions on Lin Hong in a moment of desperation. "Oh, very well. This strength is challenging to control. I shall endeavor to temper it." Lin Hong nodded in agreement. Harrington, feeling helpless, once again held the ball and backed in, suddenly exerting force. This time, however, it was different from before. Lin Hong intentionally restrained a portion of his strength, and in a moment of carelessness, he was unexpectedly pushed back a significant step by Harrington. A splendid opportunity arose. Even a tiger can doze off. Harrington's eyes sparkled with realization as he swiftly pivoted, preparing for a hook shot. He was aware that this was a prime chance to score. However, at the very moment Harrington turned and shot, the smile on his face faltered. Despite being pushed back a step, Lin Hong's footwork remained agile. He steadied himself with his right leg and then, with a sudden burst of power from both legs, extended his arm and soared towards Harrington like a spring. "What the?" Indeed, this colossal beast from the Celestial Empire can fly. Bam! Lin Hong delivered a resounding block, leaving the coach in disbelief. Coach, Lin is not human. He is a devil. Harrington, feeling wronged, nearly burst into tears, contemplating quitting in frustration. Let Jerome, that loudmouth, take my place. Stop right there, Osala. Assistant coach Shaq, perspiring profusely, had intended for Harrington to hone his skills against Lin Hong in the paint. Little did he know, Harrington was utterly ineffective. Jerome, come here. You and Osala will defend Lin together. What? Coach, please spare me. Harrington was on the verge of tears. You must be joking, me and Osala together? The summoned Jerome Williams thought he misheard. Indeed, you two must work together, but stay within the paint, no screens or picks. And you must shoot within 2 meters of Lin. Shaq then turned to Lin, instructing him, and you, Lin, remember the old rule. You cannot overpower Osala in the post. Be gentle on his backdoor. Damn it, coach, stop insulting me. Jerome, let's go. Harrington wiped the sweat from his brow and, alongside his teammate Williams, prepared for a battle to defend their dignity. This time, Lin faced considerable pressure. Although Harrington and Williams were also limited to shooting within 2 meters without teammates, he had to guard against 2 opponents, which was an immense challenge. However, Harrington and Williams were under equal pressure. Despite the 2-on-1 situation, Lin's height and wingspan dominated them both. The 2-meter defensive distance was swiftly negated by his extraordinary reach, allowing him to block with ease. 10 minutes later, both Harrington and Williams hung their heads in despair, their spirits crushed. They had taken over 20 shots but managed to score merely 5, all while being blocked 6 times. Their performance was astonishingly dismal. Of course, under Shaq's imposed limitations, if Williams and Harrington had the freedom to create space, even Lin would struggle to keep pace. Chapter 7. The unspoken secret between a group of gloomy men and Lin Hong. Damn, this guy is like a beast. Williams was exasperated. Jerome, accept your fate. Let's just lie down and quietly endure Lin's onslaught. Harrington, seemingly resigned, opened his arms. The 10 minutes of defensive training had left the team's center Harrington and power forward Williams in tears. During the following offensive drills, Williams quietly withdrew, leaving Harrington to face Lin Hong alone. Harrington protested vehemently to assistant coach Shaq, but it was in vain. The outcome was predictable. Lin, like a human battering ram, left the dark-faced Harrington in disarray. Once again, Harrington's teammates witnessed Lin's terrifying prowess. In his presence, Harrington stood no chance. Oh, well done. Osala, you've improved. This time you only took a small step back. Nice, Osala, you were so close to blocking Lin. I have faith in you. My God, Osala, you were fantastic. You are my idol. Amidst elaborate encouragement from his teammates, Harrington could no longer endure the humiliation and turned to assistant coach Shaq, shouting, Coach, I can't take it anymore. Do as you please. Huh, all right, just wait a moment. Where has everyone gone? Shaq, noticing the emptiness behind him, was taken aback. I can't possibly go in myself. Can I? Seeing Lin, whose eyes glowed with intensity, Shaq trembled in fear and executed a strategic retreat. If he didn't run now, he might truly become non-existent. Sighing, the training continued in an orderly fashion. Aside from his still lackluster free throw performance, Lin's skills earned the recognition of all his teammates, successfully integrating into the team, becoming an undeniable force. Lin, tomorrow you will be matched against Marcus Camby. Why aren't you the slightest bit anxious? During a break, Harrington interjected. Nervous? Lin, what is there to be nervous about? Williams glanced at Lin, who was vigorously lifting weights, and remarked, with Lin and Allen on our side, what is there to fear? Osala, if anyone should be nervous, it's our opponent, Marcus himself. Come on, I've never played a match before. Don't think you can put me on a pedestal. Lin Hong waved his hand with a smile. Hey, Lin, be confident. Tomorrow, treat Marcus as if he were O'Sullivan. I assure you, you will bring him to his knees. Begging for mercy, O'Sullivan Harrington felt as though he had received 1,000 critical hits. Thank you for your words. Williams wore a beaming smile, while Harrington inwardly grumbled in frustration. Shut up, Jerome. And you, Lin, do not slack off. Keep practicing. The warm-up match is tomorrow, and our time is limited. Hurry up. Lin, serve the ball without delay. Embrace yourself for the judgment of justice. Come on, my friends, let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Gentlemen, ease up on the torment. From 6 in the evening until 11 at night, a haunting wail of despair echoed from a corner of the Georgetown University gymnasium. Poor Lin Hong had barely a moment to eat dinner before being dragged onto the court, relentlessly pursued and tormented by his ferocious teammates, again and again. Regardless of who it was, a group of burly men with stern faces gleamed with excitement, relentlessly targeting him. They employed every tactic imaginable, grappling, sneaky maneuvers, and verbal jabs, leaving him utterly beleaguered throughout the night. Ultimately, as Lin Hong's cries and pleas for mercy filled the air, the group of fierce men finally revealed satisfied smiles, allowing him a reprieve as they retired, content and fulfilled. Lin, 5-star service, and tomorrow night, the training continues. Haha. Come on, who fears whom, you old trickster. Lin Hong felt a profound sense of despair. He understood that this was not love. He was reluctant to bestow all his essence upon them. A young man venturing into the world must learn to safeguard himself. Damn it, Lin Hong truly wished to slap himself. What was he thinking engaging in such a reckless challenge? He was not merely challenging one, but a multitude. The following morning at 8 o'clock, once everyone had gathered, Coach Thompson commenced his address. Lin, you are the unequivocal linchpin of this exhibition match. Although it was merely a warm-up, John Thompson adhered to the principle of prioritizing the development of his teammates. Notably, several starting players, led by Allen Iverson, were absent from the starting lineup. Ultimately, Coach Thompson specifically called upon Lin Hong. Lin, the responsibility of securing victory rests upon your shoulders. Coach, you can count on me. Lin Hong, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and proclaimed, if we don't win by a double-digit margin in the warm-up match, consider it a loss. Not winning by a double-digit margin means defeat. The entire team was left in astonishment, their faces reflecting a sense of disbelief. Lin is exceedingly confident. While words may be spoken and disruptions may arise, let us not trivialize Marcus Camby. After all, he is undoubtedly a frontrunner for this year's #1 draft pick. Like attracts like. Allen Iverson certainly appreciates Lin Hong's audacious demeanor. Marcus Camby, the most anticipated prospect of this year's draft, stands as Tim Duncan's primary rival. The formidable Camby is indeed capable of contesting with Duncan, perhaps even surpassing him in prowess. Just how formidable is Camby? His draft rankings once eclipsed those of both Duncan and Iverson, placing him at the pinnacle of draft predictions. Camby's leadership of the University of Massachusetts against the relatively weaker Georgetown University is akin to a prehistoric behemoth. Of course, that was before Lin Hong's arrival. Now, Georgetown boasts a formidable presence in the paint. Chapter 8. Crimson Skeleton, you shall not tarnish my resolve. 15 minutes later, after Lin Hong and his party of over 20 had everything in order, they boarded the Team S exclusive bus heading to the University of Massachusetts. The journey was bumpy, and they finally arrived at the university at 4 in the afternoon. Hey, gentlemen, let us perk up. We have a tough battle ahead. At the front of the bus, a young American woman with a cropped top, a single ponytail, and striking curves, her blonde hair and blue eyes shining, held up 2 pink pom-poms, exuding a blend of maturity and youthful charm. Beside her were 4 similarly dressed, alluring ladies. It was a pity, though, lacking in prominence both front and back. With a comically small A-cup. Clearly, these 5 young women were the cheerleaders for the team. However, these ladies were not to be underestimated. Chris, I suggest you blow them a kiss. It will surely invigorate them, making them fierce and spirited. Lin Hong cast a glance at his teammates, shrugged his shoulders, and jested. Upon hearing this, Christina broke into a smile, playfully twirling a lock of her hair, her eyes sparkling. Lin, among the entire team, you possess the most spirit. Will you be able to conquer Massachusetts today and emerge as the bravest knight? Lin Hong raised an eyebrow slightly. Having recently come to appreciate the liberal nature of American women, particularly the Caucasian girl before him, Christina, with her slender physique and long legs, high nose, and cherry-like lips. Christina was indeed captivating as she sat there. The interplay of flesh and fabric upon her form created an exquisite aesthetic. Standing at approximately 1.68 meters, her weight undoubtedly exceeded 100, presenting an overall impression of a pleasantly plump figure. She was the type of woman who, upon first glance, made one realize that rising from bed at home was simply not an option. Her gentle voice resembled delicate hands that could soothe the soul, offering solace to all sorrows, especially as she playfully flirted with him, casting flirtatious glances that left Lin Hong utterly overwhelmed. I believe I can, at the very least, outshine their school's superstar Marcus Camby, he thought. Yes, my knight, we shall cheer for you. Christina, with her pristine long legs crossed, showcased her perfect figure and boldly winked at Lin Hong, completely unfazed by the mocking gazes of those around her. What was happening? A new sensation, indeed. Lin Hong concluded that the young girl might have developed feelings for him. However, it was inconceivable for Lin Hong to meet his demise by hanging from a tree. After all, he had traversed realms. How could he suffer such an embarrassing fate? He still had a life of indulgence and revelry to enjoy. Observing the alluring glimmer in her eyes, her striking figure, and her exquisitely flawless features, complemented by the headphones draped around her neck, which conveyed a delightful blend of innocence and a hint of maturity, Lin Hong subtly shifted his posture. Ah, foreign enchantress. Do not dare to disrupt my resolve, he thought. The oceanic stallion can only affect the swiftness of my blade. Lin Hong cast a cold glance at the tumultuous scene before him, resolutely turning away and silently reciting mantras in his heart. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the temple gates swung open, adorned with an array of candles, red candles gleaming vibrantly, white candles shining with purity. The candles held by brothers and sisters alike were far too numerous to grasp with just one hand. Ah, no, that's not right. Let us start again. A woman at 30 is undoubtedly a treasure, possessing the wisdom to navigate life's complexities with grace. She is adept at both charm and playfulness, effortlessly transitioning from the elegance of a grand hall to the nurturing warmth of a kitchen. She embodies grace and allure, captivating and enchanting me. Fear not the youthful maidens, but rather the formidable sisters who have reached the age of 30. Alas, I find myself drifting further and further away from my thoughts. Lin Hong took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult within his heart. It is widely acknowledged that cheerleaders often succumb to the whims of infatuation, frequently engaging in frivolous escapades that inevitably reveal their folly, thus compounding their own troubles. How could a mere chicken ever be worthy of a phoenix? I, Lin Hong, embody that very phoenix. Accept the bitter truth. No matter your beauty, I remain the man you cannot possess. Huh. To think you would use lips nourished by the broth simmered from my ribs to caress another man's toothpick is utterly preposterous. Do not be deceived by her fair complexion. The darker aspects must still prevail, for she has weathered storms and savored the formidable prowess of the Black Mamba. However, in this world, there exist two irresistible temptations: free indulgence and discounts, particularly those that are deeply slashed. In any case, a man must guard himself while venturing into the world. Do not allow the atomic bomb to be unleashed upon the shores of Lake Baikal, causing a deluge to ensue. After a brief moment of preparation, Tom silently slipped into the hour of 6 in the evening, entering the Massachusetts University Sports Arena through the exclusive Players' Tunnel. Lin Hong and his companions proceeded to the locker room to don their uniforms. Meanwhile, the cheerleading squad had already taken their positions on the court, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. As the home DJ announced the introduction, the Georgetown Stunners, led by Allen Iverson and Lin Hong, emerged in succession from the Players' Tunnel. Upon stepping into the arena, a dazzling light and a tsunami of sound enveloped him, leaving Lin Hong momentarily dazed. Good heavens, are there really so many people? The Massachusetts University Sports Arena, capable of accommodating over 10,000, was now a sea of white, with countless students fervently waving flags in support of their team. The sheer energy of the atmosphere was exhilarating, igniting a rush of adrenaline. Lin Hong was astonished. He had never witnessed such an imposing spectacle in reality. Jerome, do NCAA matches truly attract such a multitude of spectators? This scene seems rather extraordinary, considering today is merely a routine exhibition game. How could it resemble an NBA playoff? Lin Hong was astonished. A rough estimate suggested that at least 7,000 or 8,000 spectators were present. It is only when one stands on the court that one can truly appreciate the overwhelming sound and cheers that erupt from the home fans. Such a phenomenon is profoundly moving. This is what is known as home court advantage. In such circumstances, one must possess a resilient heart to perform at one's usual level. I recall that the total student body at the University of Massachusetts is just over 10,000. How could such a mundane exhibition match attract such a crowd? It's simply outrageous. Yet, it makes perfect sense. For this year, the University of Massachusetts boasts a superstar player. Jerome Williams remarked casually as he walked alongside, before Marcus joined. The University of Massachusetts had always been a perennial underdog, failing to qualify for the NCAA championships. However, ever since Marcus became part of the team, they have transformed into formidable contenders for the NCAA championship title. Williams suddenly turned to Lin Hong and said, "Lin, if you can outshine Marcus in this game, believe me, for our next home match, there will be many who come specifically to watch you play. Oh, then I must put on an outstanding performance. Watch as I dominate Marcus." The third overall pick, Lin Hong confidently declared. Williams, with a look of curiosity, asked, "Lin, why are you so certain that Marcus will be the third pick?" Lin replied. Because the first overall pick next year has nothing to do with him. Alan and I have already made our reservations. Lin Hong confidently snapped his fingers, causing Williams to stumble momentarily, nearly twisting his waist. What had he heard? Lin Hongming is set to participate in the talent show next year? Surely, he must have misheard. Lin, are you truly going to take part in the auditions? Williams felt a sudden pang of sorrow, uncertain as to why his heart ached. Of course. Lin Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Lin, I cannot bear to part with you. Leave. Lin, do we have enmity? No. Is there resentment? None either. Then why do you always disdain me? Too ugly, a visual assault. Ha ha ha. Osira Harrington laughed heartily, revealing a brilliant smile. Williams, struck as if by lightning, fell into despair. The entire team exhibited a disparity in appearance, with Lin Hong standing out as the most qualified anomaly among them. His nose was chiseled, and his brows arched like swords. 3 parts rebellious, 3 parts disdainful, 4 parts indifferent, coupled with a sharply defined, handsome face that made the hearts of men quiver. Now, let us welcome our superstar, Marcus Camby. Oh, Marcus, my valiant knight. Today is your time to shine. Suddenly, a wave of thunderous applause erupted from the court, overwhelming the sound of the DJ and engulfing Lin Hong and the others in an instant. Lin Hong turned to look at the other passage upon hearing the sound. There emerged a spirited young man clad in jersey number 21, sporting an ultra-short mohawk, who seemed to glide out of the player's tunnel like a superstar. As he ran, he enthusiastically waved his arms at the fans in the stands, and with each of his movements, the resounding roar of the crowd surged to an even greater crescendo. Deafening. Marcus Camby. Lin Hong immediately recognized this 1996 second overall pick, the rugged man of the Ming tribe. Of course, at this moment, Marcus Camby has yet to tattoo the 2 Chinese characters of the Ming tribe on his right arm. Such is the treatment afforded to superstars. Observing Camby, who dons the number 32 jersey and is surrounded by adoring fans, Osira Harrington, standing beside Lin Hong, remarked with a look of envy. The cheers are resounding. One wonders if they will still be able to smile once the game commences. Lin Hong meticulously scrutinized his greatest adversary of the evening. Unlike others, his attention was primarily drawn to Marcus Camby's physique. Although the circumference of one's arms does not solely signify strength, it can certainly reveal certain insights. Camby's arms, while not particularly robust, were comparable in girth to those of his teammate, Jerome Williams. It could be reasonably inferred that his strength was not exceptional, which implied that Lin Hong would possess an undeniable advantage in terms of power during their ensuing confrontations. This match was essentially a foregone conclusion. Chapter 9. A warm-up dunk that crushed the rim. At 6:50 in the evening, the Mullins Center at the University of Massachusetts was already a cacophony of excitement and fervor. The stands were filled with fans clad in the iconic white jerseys of the Massachusetts Minutemen, fervently cheering for their home team. Marcus, dunk it. Here he comes. We want to see a one-handed soaring slam. Oh, here it comes. It's Marcus's thunderous dunk. The home crowd displayed no restraint in their applause and shouts, passionately rallying behind Camby as he executed a powerful dunk in the paint. Ugh, just a power forward, repeating the same few tricks. What's so spectacular about that? Indeed, were those not merely a few ordinary dunks, utterly unremarkable? We had nearly grown weary of Camby's dunks after witnessing them countless times in recent days. The Georgetown players, who were almost overlooked by the raucous crowd, began their warm-up on their side of the court. Jerome Williams disdainfully sauntered over to Lin Hong. Lin, let this bunch of bumpkins from Massachusetts witness what a real dunk looks like. Just as Williams had proclaimed, Lin Hong, this peculiar creature of the Celestial Empire, frequently engages in acts of violent domination, elevating their perspective to unprecedented heights. Even the unremarkable moves of Marcus Camby do not escape their scrutiny. It is time to enlighten these sheltered Massachusetts fans. Jerome lofts the ball into the air near the free throw line. Lin Hong harbored the same intention. In the art of warfare, the greatest strategy lies in winning the heart. Without the slightest inclination to remove his jacket, Lin Hong strode directly to the three-point line. Upon seeing this quintessential Asian visage, the Massachusetts fans couldn't help but smirk slightly. It is widely acknowledged that Asians generally possess a weaker physique, making little impact in the fiercely competitive realm of basketball. In the next moment, as his teammate Williams launched the ball into the air, Lin Hong's long legs exaggeratedly propelled him forward. With 2 large strides, he reached the free throw line, then took a small step back. The monstrous athlete from the Middle Kingdom soared into the air. With arms whirling, he executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk from just inside the free throw line, bombarding the hoop. Crash. Boom. In the previous moment, fans were still entranced by Marcus Camby's dazzling dunks. In the next instant, a series of thunderous sounds jolted everyone awake, drawing all eyes to the warm-up court of Georgetown University. Bang! Under the overwhelming force of Lin Hong's explosive dunk, the backboard of the Mullins Center at the University of Massachusetts shattered instantly, leaving the entire audience in a state of bewilderment. Lin Hong forcefully yanked, causing the basketball hoop to emit a series of excruciatingly painful sounds before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The timer promptly struck Lin on the head, but fortunately, he dodged just in time, escaping unscathed. A towering figure at 15 meters, this giant from the Middle Kingdom was indeed terrifying. Not only did he shatter the backboard, but he also toppled the entire hoop. Glass shards littered the ground, and the once functional basketball hoop lay in ruins, a testament to the calamity that had just unfolded. In that moment, the Massachusetts fans in the stands were left in utter shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. What on earth? Are you joking? Unbelievable. Oh my God. Did I just witness that? Is this even humanly possible? Is that Asian giant some kind of humanoid dinosaur? He shattered the backboard, brought down the hoop. I recall the basketball hoop was just replaced last year. The players of the Massachusetts Minutemen were left bewildered. Renowned for his spectacular dunks, Marcus Camby was known for his aesthetic flair on the court. However, Georgetown had just unleashed a game-changing move. In the first warm-up dunk, Lin Hong obliterated the backboard and toppled the hoop. This display of dominance was ruthless, a true psychological blow. Was it truly the work of that Asian giant? During the warm-up, Marcus Camby paused his actions and turned to his teammates, questioning, "This can't be real, can it?" Judging by the expressions around him, it appeared that it indeed was. Camby, feeling a sense of despondency, found little motivation to perform. Meanwhile, on the Georgetown side, Williams and Harrington, emerging from their brief stupor, exchanged knowing glances and rose to the occasion, ready to engage in banter. Haha. O'Shea, the quality of the backboards in Massachusetts is abysmal. Just from this, we Georgetown players are leagues ahead, leaving them far behind. Look at these unsophisticated folks. It's quite amusing, though somewhat cruel. One could not deny that Lin Hong had executed a spectacular feat. It was a refreshing change. Even the formidable Marcus would struggle to shatter a backboard, let alone topple a hoop. Indeed, they had almost been stunned themselves by Lin's explosive performance. Fortunately, he was on their side. For such an explosive display, all they needed to do was stand by, wave their towels, and cheer. Due to the shattered backboard and damaged hoop, the game had to be postponed by an hour. Head coach John Thompson, with a stern expression, reprimanded Lin Hong for his violent actions. After all, this was the territory of the University of Massachusetts, and there was no need for excessive force. Should the crowd become incensed, it was uncertain whether the Georgetown team would be able to exit the arena unscathed. "Coach, I truly did not mean to." Lin Hong was at a loss for words, wishing to weep but finding no tears. "Do you think I would believe you?" Thompson shot a fierce glare at Lin Hong. No, Coach. I genuinely believe Lin did nothing wrong. It was the opponent after all. There was no need for leniency. In a critical moment, Iverson decisively stepped forward to defend Lin Hong. Leniency? That is inconceivable. When dealing with foes, one must strike with full force, delivering lethal blows at every turn. Lin Hong responded to Iverson with a smile, saying, "Alan, you truly understand me." He then opened his arms, intending to embrace his good buddy Iverson. "Get lost." Iverson grimaced, visibly disgusted, and stepped aside. After encountering such a setback, Lin Hong sheepishly touched his nose. Turning his head, he noticed Williams and the others retreating a few steps, their expressions resembling that of encountering an alien. "What on earth is wrong with you all?" Lin Hong inquired with a hint of confusion. The group engaged in a playful shoving match, ultimately resulting in the unfortunate Harrington being pushed to the forefront by the combined efforts of several individuals. Stumbling forward, Harrington managed a nervous chuckle and remarked, "Hee. It's nothing much, just a bit startled." Lin Hong finally realized that his earlier actions had caused a misunderstanding, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He then inquired, "Do you all believe I did that intentionally?" The group responded with murmurs of agreement, nodding in unison. After exchanging glances, they collectively shook their heads again, uttering a few more murmurs. What a bunch of jesters. Lin Hong's eyes twitched, caught in a mix of bewilderment and amusement at their antics, prompting him to dismiss them entirely. In light of the unforeseen circumstances, the staff from Massachusetts could only hastily set up a reinforced basketball hoop. However, the quality of this backboard was undeniably exceptional, boasting impressive anti-explosion attributes. Meanwhile, On the Massachusetts bench, the once fervent players found their spirits dampened. Head coach John Calipari furrowed his brow, surveying the scattered shards of glass. His expression shifting as he ultimately shook his head in resignation. The opposition is formidable and clearly not here for pleasantries. Marcus, although this is merely a preseason warm-up. Several scouts are present in the stands, so I expect you to give your utmost in securing this game. Rest assured, coach, I shall not falter, Marcus Camby asserted confidently, thumping his chest. Though that Georgetown kid gave us quite a scare during warm-ups, this is not a dunk contest. Shattering the backboard will not earn extra points. Only leave the scouts with a notion of brutality. With that, Camby shifted his gaze to the opposite end of the court, locking eyes with a mysterious figure. Sensing something, Lin Hong abruptly lifted his head. Their eyes met in a silent standoff, neither willing to back down. The air seemed thick with tension, as if charged with the scent of gunpowder. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 10. A collision of titans. A dominant display against the second overall pick. After a prolonged wait, the Georgetown University Hoyas faced off against the University of Massachusetts Minutemen, marking the official commencement of the match. On Georgetown's side, key players Allen Iverson, Williams, and Harrington were absent, not listed in the active roster for this game, as the warm-up primarily aimed to hone the skills of the newcomer, Lin Hong. Conversely, Massachusetts seemed ignited by Lin Hong's explosive dunk, with their core player, Marcus Camby, prominently featured in the starting lineup. It was evident to all that they intended to deliver Lin Hong an unforgettable lesson. The game commenced. Lin Hong faced off against Marcus Camby for the jump ball. As they approached the center of the court, Camby shook his shoulders, flashed a grin, and provocatively whispered into Lin Hong's ear, "Youngster, do not assume that damaging the backboard grants you any significance. I have long seen through your despicable tricks. Brace yourself for the wrath from Massachusetts." Lin Hong positioned himself firmly, lowering his center of gravity, and defiantly retorted, "Although Massachusetts has produced exceptional talents like Julius, I believe you fall short by more than a mere 10,000 miles. What did you say?" Camby exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he demanded, "Dare to repeat that?" Lin Hong leaned in closely, nearly touching Camby's forehead, unfazed as he retorted fiercely, "Are your ears deaf? Raise them and listen carefully. I shall reluctantly repeat myself." At that moment, he resembled a master of trash talk, deliberately exposing others' vulnerabilities. Even before the jump ball commenced, both teams were already at loggerheads. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The spectators, reveling in the unfolding drama, began to stir up excitement, taken aback by the intensity of this warm-up match. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced through the tension, promptly issuing a warning to both players. Lin Hong spread his hands, presenting an appearance that was utterly innocuous. The game resumed with a jump ball. The referee elevated the ball high into the air. Lin Hong sprang upwards as if equipped with springs beneath his feet, his reaction time significantly outpacing that of his opponent, Camby. Nevertheless, Camby's leap was commendable as well. The two engaged in a fierce collision in midair. The impact of Lin Hong is evidently far superior to that of Camby. He was the first to touch the basketball, redirecting it back into the hands of his teammates. Camby seldom falters during jump balls, yet this time, he succumbed to Lin Hong. Remarkably, Marcus, who boasted the highest success rate for jump balls in the league last season, was defeated by Georgetown. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Georgetown University initiated the first offensive play, before the Massachusetts players could position themselves. A whirlwind of yellow swept across the court. Having just landed, Lin Hong sprinted forward with great strides towards the front court. The two forwards from Massachusetts stood there, utterly bewildered, as if struck by lightning. "Watford, what is this maneuver? A center charging into the front court?" At center speed, even if he made a run for it, it would be futile. However, Lin Hong's pace exceeded everyone's expectations. By the time the Massachusetts players managed to recover, Lin Hong had already surged into the paint. "Shit. What are you waiting for? Pass the ball." Thompson, the head coach of the Georgetown team, shouted in frustration at the ball-handling guard. "All right." The guard quickly regained his focus, exerting all his strength to propel the ball forward. The basketball soared through the air like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc bang. Although the pass was somewhat outrageous, Lin Hong's long arms and large hands enabled him to contort his body and secure the ball firmly. Facing an unguarded paint area, Lin Hong soared high into the air, performing an astonishing slam dunk. With the forceful impact of his hands, coupled with his athletic prowess, the rim shook visibly. Had Lin not descended swiftly, the newly installed hoop in Massachusetts would likely have faced a similar fate, once again toppled by his might. What a splendid dunk! On the bench, Iverson, clad in a stylish hooded sweatshirt, leaped up, exuberantly waving his arms. "Lin, That's how you do it. Dominate them. It wasn't just Iverson. Jerome Williams and Osella Harrington, the dynamic duo from Georgetown, were equally spirited, synchronously waving their towels in a display of camaraderie. The opening play by Lin Hong was utterly uplifting. In stark contrast, the fans from Massachusetts appeared as though their very fates had been grasped by an invisible hand. Rendered voiceless once again. Following Lin Hong's emphatic slam that shattered the backboard, their confidence took yet another blow. How absurd is it that the center initiated a fast break immediately after the jump ball, outpacing even the guards? This is truly preposterous. On the court, Marcus Camby was equally astonished, swallowing hard in disbelief. Although he was a formidable contender for the first overall pick, he had never encountered a heavyweight akin to a small forward in terms of sprinting speed. Calm down, gentlemen. The game has only just begun. After a brief moment of distraction, the core of the team, seasoned in high-stakes scenarios, Marcus Camby shook off the thoughts and began to rally his teammates. In a world so vast, there are always one or two exceptionally gifted athletes towering above the rest. To rejuvenate the waning spirits of the home crowd, Camby felt compelled to deliver a thunderous dunk over that unfamiliar face across the court. The game resumed. The Massachusetts point guard advanced the ball with keen awareness, seamlessly passing it to the team's cornerstone, Marcus Camby, faced with the Georgetown defender. A simple probing step accompanied by a deceptive shooting fake allowed Marcus to shake off his defender and charge into the paint with determination. Here he comes. Marcus is poised to dunk over that Asian center. It's said he hails from the Celestial Empire. The poor fellow is destined to become Marcus's backdrop. Take them down. Marcus, the hero of Massachusetts. As Camby barreled into the lane with the ball, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. They rose to their feet, holding their breath in anticipation of the impending cheer. Lin Hong discerned Camby's intentions immediately. It seemed this fellow was indeed intent on making a statement right from the outset. Observing Camby, veins bulging and charging aggressively towards the basket, a faint smile crept across Lin Hong's lips. Lin Hong stood firmly in the penalty area, arms outstretched, poised for action. While other players might opt to pass and regroup, the gifted Marcus Camby, a proud representative of the golden generation of '96, was not one to entertain such notions. Passing? Unthinkable. Only a powerful dunk could atone for past grievances. With a resounding thud, the crowd held its breath in anticipation. Camby cast a provocative glance at Lin Hong before leaping into the air, seizing the ball within the 3-second zone. Defying Lin Hong's defense, he soared with a fiery determination, aimed at obliterating the rim. The sheer height of his jump, the explosive speed, the visual spectacle, and his unwavering momentum escalated the home crowd's excitement to a fever pitch. Here it comes. In the face of Camby's formidable assault, Lin Hong's gaze sharpened, and he stood his ground, launching himself into the air. Wow! Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, with a remarkable wingspan of 2.32 meters, Lin Hong forcefully restrained the basketball that Marcus Camby was about to slam into the hoop. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce confrontation midair, colliding with a thunderous sound. In the next moment, Lin Hong straightened his waist and forcefully pressed the basketball downward. The collision caused Camby, whose balance had been compromised, to helplessly release his grip. Subsequently, he plummeted to the ground like a heavy brick, crashing down with a resounding thud. The floor emitted a deep, resonant sound, and the spectators at the sidelines heard it distinctly, their hearts instantly sinking, rising to their throats. Lin Hong sneered, curling his lips. When a person possesses the strength to overcome cunning, no amount of effort from the opponent can resolve the issue. It is akin to certain special moments. As long as one is strong enough, there is no need to change one's stance to soften the approach. One can maintain a single posture, and no one can withstand it. Chapter 11. Unreasonable. The unsolvable bulldozer tactic. Wow. The home fans at the Mullen Sports Center widened their eyes, erupting into exclamations. Some fans, unable to bear the sight, quickly covered their eyes, silently praying for Camby. Meanwhile, the fallen Camby wore a bewildered expression. What just happened? How did I end up on the ground? Seeing that Camby remained down, the referee at the baseline hurried over, raising 2 fingers to assess. Marcus, how many fingers do you see? With a sigh of relief, Camby shook his head and finally focused on the digits. 2. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. He had not suffered a concussion. The referee also exhaled, relieved. Observing Camby still seated on the ground, Lin Hong extended a friendly hand. Marcus, you can't just stay down like this. Camby's expression darkened instantly, completely disregarding Lin Hong's goodwill. To him, Lin Hong's wry smile seemed to mock his vulnerability. The fans in the stands sighed in relief. My goodness, Marcus was actually dunked on. Unbelievable. Even Marcus couldn't dunk over that guy? Who was this giant that had emerged? As they watched their star, Marcus Camby, being decisively outmatched, the Massachusetts fans were expressions of distress. They sensed an unusual foreboding, a sinister premonition rising within them. Could it be that the Massachusetts Minutemen's first warm-up match of the new season was destined for defeat? It was simply unacceptable. In contrast, the Georgetown bench was engulfed in a sea of jubilation. Lin's block was utterly ruthless. Jerome Williams exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, "This is unimaginable." That was Marcus Camby. And he just got blocked by Lin? Terrifying. Osella Harrington, dissatisfied with his description, quickly corrected him. "Jerome, let me remind you, that was a rejection." Lin stood like a mountain, firmly obstructing Marcus's dunk and even sending him sprawling. Iverson nodded with amusement. Clearly, Marcus was very confident in his dunk. Completely unaware of the monstrosity he was up against, they struggled to believe what had just transpired. On the court, Camby's teammates rushed over to lift the furious Marcus Camby. "Marcus, are you all right? Buddy, you were just ambushed. Just retaliate in the next play. He can't defend against your mid-range shot." Massachusetts guard White patted Camby's back, offering encouragement. The game continued. Massachusetts' offense faltered again. After bringing the ball past half-court, the Georgetown guard utilized Lin Hong's screen to shake off his defender and took a mid-range jumper. Under the basket, Marcus Camby had already established position, arms wide, firmly blocking his defender behind him. Duong. The ball rimmed around the hoop before flying out. Bouncing down towards Camby's head, Camby accurately anticipated the ball's descent, attempting to secure the rebound, when suddenly, he heard a furious roar. "The rebound is mine." In the next instant, a colossal figure surged from behind. No need to inquire. This giant was Lin Hong, leaping from the back. Although Lin Hong jumped a moment later than Camby, his explosive power was astonishing, ascending rapidly to reach the pinnacle first, grabbing the ball with a half-extended arm in midair. Lin Hong had no intention of landing. Instead, he rode on Camby and forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. The rim vibrated violently with the force of the dunk, resonating with a buzzing sound. As the basketball rebounded heavily off the ground, Camby stumbled forward, a comical sight, with consecutive setbacks on both ends. The Massachusetts team appeared to lose their rhythm, their offense once again bouncing off the rim. Lin Hong steadily secured the rebound in the backcourt. The guard advanced the ball across the half-court line, engaging in a pick-and-roll collaboration with him. Bam! Marcus Camby collided with Lin Hong, spewing a torrent of trash talk. Teammates swiftly descended, drawing defenders inward. Marcus Camby charged in fiercely, employing an aggressive, dogged defense against Lin Hong. Observing this, the two guards from Georgetown University promptly spread out, positioning themselves in ambush at the corners beyond the three-point line. With a low center of gravity, Marcus Camby pressed his arm against Lin Hong's lower back, baring his teeth in a taunting manner. "Rookie, go back to your homeland. This is a stage for tough men. You shall not score another point over me." Marcus Camby, infuriated and humiliated, unleashed a stream of increasingly vile insults. "Do you think that by hurling trash talk, you can defend against me? Ignorant fool." Lin Hong furrowed his brows, and the flicker of guilt within him dissipated in an instant. "Marcus, in the face of overwhelming power, you are but a feeble insect attempting to stop a chariot." Bang! Lin Hong initiated his dribble, clearly incensed by the antics of that outrageous scoundrel. Lin Hong propelled himself backward with his posterior, forcefully nudging his opponent toward the 3-second zone beneath the basket. Then, with a ferocious pivot, he grasped the ball with both hands and soared into the air for a thunderous slam. Boom! A display of unyielding aggression, an overwhelming and brutal dunk. Lin Hong forcefully collided with Marcus Camby, who was attempting to draw an offensive foul, sending him tumbling out of bounds. After completing the dunk, he deliberately yanked the hoop, causing the entire basketball apparatus to tremble violently. The score stood at 6-0. Subsequently, Massachusetts' mid-range shot fell short once again. Georgetown's offense resumed, employing the familiar pick-and-roll strategy. Lin Hong, positioned at the free-throw line, once again executed a back-to-the-basket isolation against Marcus Camby. Bang! Lin Hong began to dribble once more. Marcus Camby gritted his teeth, applying his utmost strength with his taut muscles, confronting such a stubborn opponent. Lin Hong's approach has always been straightforward and forceful, employing violence to counter violence. He clears the path with a bulldozer, relentlessly crushing his way to the basket. Bang! 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 Lin Hong forcefully collided backwards, swiftly arriving at the 3-second area beneath the basket. Bang! Another powerful and forceful charge. Camby felt his legs weaken, stumbling backwards a significant step. This is not good. White. The Massachusetts guard poised for help defense, shouted and immediately abandoned his assignment to converge upon Lin Hong. Camby, unwilling to concede, quickly rebounded and leaped into the air. Attempting to block the shot, Lin Hong turned suddenly, rising like a bamboo shoot from the dry ground. With both hands clutching the ball, he forcefully slammed it into the hoop. Employing a brazen style reminiscent of a rogue, he executed a two-handed dunk over Marcus Camby once again. 8 o'clock. Marcus. Before the sheer force of my prowess, your once proud defense crumbles like delicate paper, serving only as a backdrop for my dunk, rendering you utterly insignificant in my eyes. Lin Hong shook his finger at the dejected Marcus Camby, exclaiming the words that echoed with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 12. The Terrifying Beast of the Celestial Empire. The Massachusetts team held possession. Point guard White, with determination, passed the ball to Camby as they crossed half-court. Camby, positioned on the wing, turned his back against Lin Hong, attempting to assert his strength in a back-to-the-basket move. However, this was not a wise offensive choice. The commentator, with fervor, described Camby dribbling the ball behind him. With a thud, Camby lowered his shoulder to exert force, yet Lin Hong stood his ground, unyielding. Another thud resonated as Camby, undeterred, continued his aggression. But Lin Hong remained as steadfast as a mountain. Oh no, Camby cursed in frustration, realizing the futility of his efforts. Witnessing this, Jerome Williams, the emotional leader of Georgetown, shouted excitedly, "O'Sullivan, rally the crowd." Huh? What should I shout? Harrington, taken aback, momentarily failed to grasp Williams' intent. You fool, just shout Lin's name. Oh, I see. Understanding his teammate's message, Harrington leapt to his feet, turning to rally the cheerleaders, waving his arms, and fervently chanting Lin Hong's name, Lin Hong. Lin Hong. The cheerleaders' enthusiasm swayed the previously uncertain Massachusetts fans, who now passionately supported Lin Hong, their admiration for his stunning performance against Camby magnified in that moment. They cast aside their reservations, joining in the fervent chant. No fan could resist the allure of a true warrior on the court, and Lin Hong epitomized that ideal. Hearing the raucous cheers from the sidelines, Lin Hong felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Meanwhile, Camby, unable to overpower Lin, resorted to a feigned maneuver, attempting a jump shot. Whoosh! Just as he released the ball with confidence, Lin Hong bent his knees and leapt skyward, reaching an astonishing height. With a mighty swat, he sent the ball soaring out of bounds, his powerful muscles colliding with Camby once more. Another emphatic block, filled with exhilaration. Lin Hong tore at his jersey and pounded his chest, exuding an aura of fierce determination. A blood block. Lin had once again thwarted Camby. Though Camby attempted to rely on skill rather than strength, no amount of finesse could mitigate the threat posed by Lin Hong's extraordinary leaping ability. Lin Hong's explosive speed and vertical leap were nothing short of terrifying. One could almost see the shadow of Shaquille O'Neal in that moment. In the next play, Lin Hong intercepted the ball, disregarding the bewildered Camby, and surged forward in a fast break. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he dribbled the ball with remarkable speed, charging down the court like a human tank, reminiscent of a point guard's finesse. Quickly, retreat. Stop him. The Massachusetts coach, Calipari, could no longer remain seated. He shouted at his players from the sidelines, "Don't let that giant execute a fast break." Despite acknowledging Lin Hong's elite speed among centers, he remained confident that no center could outrun a forward. Calipari believed that with full-speed defense and, if necessary, a foul, they could thwart Lin Hong's scoring opportunity. Yet, it seemed he had overlooked something. As the Massachusetts forwards sprinted back at full throttle, they suddenly lowered their heads, abandoning their pursuit. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Hong crossed half-court with only a few dribbles, and then, without hesitation, made a powerful leap. With a couple of long strides, he reached the free-throw line and soared into the air. With arms extended, he unleashed a thunderous dunk. The rim reverberated with a resounding echo. The staff members, anxious for the newly installed rim, held their breath as they watched it tremble and groan under the impact. But as they observed the violently shaking and creaking rim, they could only gasp, feeling a pang of sympathy for the basketball hoop. The playing style of Lin Hong is undeniably ferocious. "Oh, Lin, look at what you've done again." The teammates on the Georgetown court rushed to Lin Hong's side, passionately bumping chests with him. The excitement of the game is palpable, stirring the youthful spirits of those players. "Lin, you are truly a beast. Do all players from the Celestial Empire play like you? Hey, brother, do you practice the martial arts of your homeland? Perhaps you could teach me sometime." The substitutes from Georgetown gazed at Lin Hong with fervent admiration, their minds igniting with a whimsical yet plausible thought. Could it be that the Celestial Empire is indeed a breeding ground for physical marvels? Or perhaps Lin truly possesses the skills of a martial artist? Coach, this year, we are destined to claim the Big East Championship. On the bench, Iverson embraced head coach John Thompson, grinning. With Lin, the championship is undoubtedly within our grasp. Indeed, with Lin, Marcus Camby and Ray Allen will no longer pose a challenge. Jerome Williams excitedly added, even the formidable Tim Duncan of Wake Forest will have to reckon with Lin. After many years, Georgetown has finally produced another interior powerhouse. Osella Harrington beamed, grinning widely. Lin will become the nightmare of all NCAA coaches, except for our coach John. However, lads, do not rejoice too soon. Head coach John Thompson shook his head, tempering their enthusiasm. This is merely a warm-up match, lacking any real significance. Coach, I beg to differ. Lin's talent is evident. Utterly unstoppable. Iverson glanced at Lin Hong, confidence brimming. Marcus will be the ultimate litmus test. Just wait and see. The game continued. Georgetown University set up a zone defense, successfully thwarting another wave of attacks. The guard dribbled towards the top of the arc, signaling for Lin Hong to come over for a screen. Lin Hong mentioned the three-point line, and after receiving a solid screen, he pivoted and drove towards the basket. Marcus Camby immediately pursued him, while the Georgetown guard executed a bounce pass back to Lin Hong, who was now under the basket. White, who had been guarding the Georgetown guard, swiftly shifted to contest Lin Hong, but alas, a mismatch had occurred. Lin Hong's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he swiftly backed down the diminutive Massachusetts guard. White, the Georgetown power forward, understanding the cue, darted from the baseline to the right side beyond the three-point line, aiming to draw the Massachusetts forward away. The intention was unmistakable, to create space for Lin Hong to exploit his mismatch against White. Bang! Lin Hong dribbled the ball and collided backward, causing White to retreat 2 substantial steps, seemingly on the verge of being knocked over. However, with his nimble footwork, he swiftly charged forward and forcefully braced against Lin Hong's waist. Bang! 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 Lin Hong, like a bulldozer, crashed backward and dribbled into the 3-second zone. He aimed to overpower the smaller Massachusetts guard with sheer force. Suddenly, Camby, realizing the impending danger, shouted in alarm and immediately abandoned his defensive duties to double-team Lin. Just as he was about to reach Lin, the latter pivoted sharply, protecting the ball, and leaped into the air. With a resounding bang, he slammed the basketball into the hoop. The impact sent Massachusetts guard White careening out of bounds, crashing to the floor and sliding until he collided with the advertising board. Chapter 13, The Small Stature, The Great Energy. Foul. White cursed angrily. Camby and his teammates rushed over to help him up. Are you all right? Camby asked with concern. White, his face dark as coal, shook his dizzy head and gasped for breath, frustratedly replying, Marcus, I'm fine, but that guy is incredibly strong. I felt like I was hit by a truck. It was absurd. How could a player from the East possess such extraordinary talent? Camby firmly patted White on the shoulder, declaring, I will avenge you. Watch how I teach that arrogant fellow a lesson. Having witnessed his teammates' humiliation, Camby was consumed with fury. Rising swiftly from the ground, he prepared to confront Lin Hong, having reached his limit after being humiliated throughout the game. He could tolerate being blocked once or twice, but now that his teammate had also suffered, his patience was exhausted. With red eyes and clenched fists, he charged at Lin, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd. Camby sought revenge, determined to retaliate against the towering player who had brought him such disgrace. Observing this from the sidelines, Georgetown coach John Thompson gasped, fully aware that a punch from these inside warriors could lead to dire consequences. He was about to alert Lin when the ensuing scene made him chuckle unexpectedly. Standing on the sidelines, Iverson charged forward like an enraged lion. Despite his small stature, he unleashed immense energy, using his long arms and impressive strength to seize Camby from behind, executing a perfect takedown. The floor shook with the impact. Brotherhood. No one harms a teammate in Iverson's presence, not even the Almighty. In that moment, Thompson felt a surge of pride. His team was united, embodying the very essence of the roster he had always desired. The roar of the crowd drew Lin's attention. He turned to see Camby sprawled on the floor, groaning. While Iverson rose slowly, a warm feeling surged within Lin. Alan, thank you. Lin, don't misunderstand. I told you I would have your back. Besides, I'm the only one who can pick on my little brother. Iverson shot Camby a fierce glare on the floor. Despite Camby being a rising star, Iverson dismissed him entirely. Lin chuckled softly, thinking, what a cocky fellow. Who would have imagined that this usually light-hearted little guy possessed such fierce passion within? Camby, lying on the ground, felt utterly dejected, resembling a clown. Especially upon encountering Iverson's disdainful gaze, he was overwhelmed with self-doubt. How could the game have changed so drastically in such a short time? The imposing Chinese player and the ferocious little guard were simply outrageous. The small and mighty duo was nothing short of astonishing. Since it was a warm-up game, this minor clash didn't stir up much controversy. However, had it occurred 20 years later, it would have been a different story altogether. The tension on the court intensified, hinting at the potential for chaos. Timeout. Calipari could no longer remain seated and immediately shouted for a pause. If he didn't tee, Lin would likely put his prized pupil into a state of despair. Meanwhile, the spectators buzzed with conversation. The previously tilted scale favoring Camby gradually began to level out, with some even shifting their support. Lin had shattered the stereotypical perceptions of Asian players. With 5 successful shots, all dunks, he had accounted for the entirety of his team's points, amassing an astounding 10 points. 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Georgetown's strategy was straightforward. Give the ball to Lin, who would penetrate the entire Massachusetts defense. To put it bluntly, Lin's height, wingspan, athleticism, and strength completely overpowered Camby. Their matchup was a one-sided onslaught, with Camby being thoroughly dominated, at least for the time being. The ESPN commentators were animated, eloquently analyzing the situation. They regarded Lin's performance against Camby as utterly dominating, excelling on both offense and defense. Lin, you are frighteningly strong. Upon returning to the bench, Jerome Williams and Osella Harrington rushed to Lin's side, waving their towels excitedly. Lin, haha, you nearly made Marcus go into depression. Of course. He.S. not even in the same league. Playing against him was a breeze. I reckon even college Shaq wouldn't have been as ruthless as Lin. Meanwhile, on the Massachusetts bench, the atmosphere had grown tense. Head coach John Calipari observed the visibly frustrated Camby, reprimanding him sternly. Marcus, you need to calm down. Camby's expression was one of despair. He knew he had not performed well. Regardless of how patient his coach was, he would not let it slide. He feared not the reprimand but the disappointment of someone who had nurtured his talent. Coach, I'm sorry for disappointing you, Camby admitted, his head hung low, resembling a chastised child awaiting parental disapproval. Marcus, you should indeed apologize, but not to me. It's to yourself. Calipari's expression turned grave as he sternly questioned. Do you honestly believe that with your recent performance, any NBA team would select you as the first overall pick? I can unequivocally assure you, they will not. Your abysmal performance is a complete dereliction of your future. Although Calipari's tone was somewhat brusque, he felt it necessary to firmly admonish the towering African-American player. Upon hearing Calipari's words, Camby felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, drenched in cold sweat. Growing up in a slum, he harbored grand aspirations of entering the NBA, securing a lucrative contract, and transforming his family's dire circumstances. However, the coach's remarks struck him like a thunderbolt, instilling a sense of despair within him. At that moment, he was utterly at a loss for words, his head hung low, too afraid to meet Calipari's gaze. With a dismal record of 0 for 3, scoring 0 points, securing 0 rebounds, 0 assists, and 0 blocks, his offensive and defensive efforts were utterly atrocious. The expression on Camby's face had frozen in shock. It was only then that he realized the extent of his dreadful performance, akin to a pile of refuse. Chapter 14. Leave the sorrow to oneself? Camby angrily slams the fire hydrant. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. In the ensuing plays, Massachusetts executed a splendid series of passes and cuts, finally breaking their scoring drought. Their offense became increasingly fluid, showcasing the prowess expected of a formidable team. However, on the defensive end, they remained unable to contain the relentless force of Lin Hong in the paint. Massachusetts' defense was as fragile as paper, easily breached by Lin, who proved to be an overwhelming presence. Beep. The halftime whistle sounded. The score settled at 38-25, with Georgetown leading Massachusetts by 13 points. The players on Georgetown's bench were visibly elated. Who was the most dazzling figure on the court? Undoubtedly, it was Lin Hong. In the first half, Lin played for 14 minutes, amassing an impressive 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 blocks. He soared and glided, seemingly omnipotent. He suppressed Marcus Camby to the extent that the latter could not muster an ounce of defiance. Notably, all of Lin Hong's points came from dunks, boasting an extraordinary shooting percentage of 100. As for his assists being 0, did it truly matter? It was utterly inconsequential. Anyone who witnessed Lin's explosive performance on both ends of the court would instinctively overlook this trivial issue. A flaw does not overshadow a gem. In contrast, on the Massachusetts side, following the timeout, their offense finally showed signs of life. After all, There was only one Lin Hong, and the rest were merely ordinary substitutes, incapable of withstanding Massachusetts' onslaught. From the bench, Coach Calipari maintained his usual composure, succinctly summarizing the issues on both ends of the court. In his view, the team faced only two primary problems today. First, they failed to contain Lin Hong defensively. Second, their offense was easily influenced by Lin, resulting in erratic shooting. Calipari, a legendary NCAA coach, was astute in his observations, pinpointing the issues with clarity and precision. However, was it truly feasible to restrain Lin Hong's offensive prowess? It might indeed be possible. The NCAA often employs zone defense, which does not enforce a defensive 3-second violation but does impose an offensive 3-second rule. Therefore, the offensive team cannot linger in the paint for more than 3 seconds. In other words, as long as they deploy sufficient defensive resources in the key. Could they not hope to limit Lin Hong's scoring? But was it necessary? Not at all. This was merely a regular preseason warm-up match, where victory or defeat held little significance. Calipari deemed it unnecessary. The essence of a warm-up match lies in refining team dynamics and identifying issues early on, many of which had already been laid bare in the first half. The team's core player, Marcus Camby, displayed a singular offensive approach, lacking the hard skills to penetrate formidable defenses. Meanwhile, the guard, White, was slender and ineffective in physical confrontations, failing to drive to the basket when it mattered most. Consequently, the objectives of the warm-up match had been achieved. Furthermore, Coach Calipari had not left empty-handed. "Marcus, do you now realize how ruthless the competition is?" He approached the silent Camby, patting his shoulder. "Son, stagnation leads to regression. New talents continually emerge. In the presence of genius, your past honors and achievements hold no value. From this moment forward, Lin Hong shall be your whetstone on the path to greatness." In Calipari's eyes, the team's defeat at the hands of Lin Hong was not necessarily a misfortune. Should Marcus Camby rise to the occasion, fueled by shame, and dedicate himself to training, he would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. While Lin Hong may presently dominate the court, Camby still possessed ample time for growth. Who will emerge stronger in the future? That remains uncertain. Witnessing this touching scene between mentor and protege, the guard, Deron White, felt as though he had been struck by a million arrows. His emotions a tumultuous mix. There was a sentiment he was unsure whether to voice. Indeed, human sorrow does not resonate universally. Compassion is often reserved for others. He too had suffered at Lin Hong's hands. Why did the coach not come to console him? Sensing White's resentful gaze, Calipari realized he had perhaps been somewhat biased. After patting Camby on the back, he walked directly to White and began his motivational speech. A similar scene unfolded once more. A good coach is one who can craft a fine broth of encouragement. As halftime came to a close, the second half of the match could be succinctly summarized in a few phrases: a relentless onslaught, shots flowing freely, a valiant counterattack, yet still ineffectual. Ultimately, Georgetown triumphed without breaking a sweat, defeating Massachusetts with a resounding score of 79-59, a margin of 20 points. Leaving no doubt as to the outcome of this warm-up match, Lin Hong delivered a magnificent performance, amassing a remarkable tally of 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 8 blocks, narrowly missing a triple-double. However, despite his prowess reminiscent of the peak talent of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, Lin's free throw shooting was rather disheartening, as he converted merely 5 out of 12 attempts. Bravo, Lin! On the sidelines, Jerome Williams and Osala Harrington, brimming with joy, rushed over to celebrate with Lin, exchanging exuberant shoulder bumps. Meanwhile, their teammates on the bench leaped onto the court, either playfully shoving Lin, affectionately ruffling his hair, or patting his back and posterior, all expressing their jubilance and congratulations. Head coach Thompson promptly approached Lin, offering a celebratory high five. "Lin, it is with great pleasure that I officially announce, as the head coach of the team, that you will be our starting center for the upcoming season. With the stature of a center, explosive power, an impressive wingspan, refined technical skills, and a calm, astute mind, Lin is poised for greatness." Lin Hong is precisely the ideal center talent envisioned by head coach John Thompson. "Lin, congratulations." Allen Iverson approached, extending his right hand with a smile. "You fulfilled the boast you made before the game, indeed defeating Massachusetts by a double-digit margin." "Allen, I have always been a man of my word." Lin Hong responded with a triumphant clap. "Just watch, I promise to secure this year's NCAA championship, and I will undoubtedly deliver." He chuckled, adding, "If Jerome had uttered those words, I would have surely scoffed." Iverson shrugged, playfully mocking his teammate Jerome Williams. However, In the next moment, his smile vanished, replaced by a resolute tone. But if those words come from you, Lin, I have no reason to doubt. I was not surprised by Lin's performance. Yet, the sorrow and joy of humanity do not resonate with one another. Marcus Camby merely found them exceedingly noisy. Beneath the basket, he stood with his hands on his hips, his gaze vacant as he observed the Georgetown team's exuberant celebrations. He was acutely aware that a considerable portion of the day's top plays revolved around him. Nevertheless, he remained merely a backdrop to Lin Hong's brilliance. Throughout the match, he was relentlessly dominated by that rookie giant, leaving Camby feeling frustrated and stifled. His statistics were passable, tallying 20 points and 10 rebounds. However, most of these figures were accrued while Lin was off the court, against other players. In direct confrontations with Lin, he embarrassingly managed only 3 out of 12 attempts, suffering multiple humiliating blocks from Lin. Reflecting on these degrading experiences, Camby trudged into the player's tunnel with a sullen expression. Congratulating Lin on his team's victory was beyond his capacity for magnanimity. Damn it, that rookie, damn the congratulations. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, culminating in a furious punch against a nearby fire hydrant. Crash. Oh, shoot, my hand is bleeding. Camby's right hand was immediately a gruesome sight, gushing with blood. Chapter 15 Post-Match Interview. A statement that stirred the waters. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, was interviewed at the sidelines. He smiled and shrugged. As you can see, Lin's talent is unparalleled. Even the contemporaneous Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would likely pale in comparison. Coach Thompson, are you serious? Upon hearing Thompson's remarks, the reporters were in disbelief. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, inferior to Lin Hong? Goodness, what a revelation. You certainly dare to speak such words. Are you sure? This is merely a preseason game, isn't it? No. I am quite serious, Thompson asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering. In terms of Hakeem and Kareem's performances in the NCAA, I believe they do not compare to the impact Lin Hong has made on me. Of course, I am not targeting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. After a brief pause, John Thompson made another astonishing declaration. I merely wish to state that no center in NCAA history has matched Lin's performance today. The future of Lin is boundless. With a nonchalant dismissal of this bold statement, John Thompson turned gracefully, leaving the reporters in a state of bewilderment. To be candid, Thompson delivered this remark with remarkable ease. Yet, it reverberated in the journalists' minds like a thunderclap. Had such words escaped the lips of an ordinary individual, they would undoubtedly be perceived as mere sensationalism. However, spoken by the illustrious NCAA coach John Thompson, it is inconceivable that he would tarnish his own reputation with baseless claims. The substance of his assertion is undeniably substantial. Due to the innate sensitivity of news, Thompson's words graced the front page of the Boston Herald the following day. Who is Lin Hong? Who is Lin Hong? Upon entering the NCAA section, the Boston Herald devoted a substantial portion of its page to a detailed account of yesterday's game. A previously unknown rookie center from the East suddenly emerged, eclipsing the much-favored Marcus Camby. Do not misunderstand. This is to be taken literally. He astonishingly recorded 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 8 blocks, nearly achieving a triple-double. Such news is surely more captivating than Allen Iverson or Tim Duncan leading their teams to victory, is it not? The Boston Herald's foresight proved accurate. Their publication quickly sold out as eager citizens rushed to purchase it. In contrast to Georgetown's victory over Massachusetts, which was without Iverson, public interest was predominantly drawn to Lin Hong, the Eastern Giant. The Washington Post's NCAA preview section also granted Lin Hong a prominent spot, boldly headlining the ascending Eastern Giant. In other words, Lin Hong has become a sensation across the nation. But let's not be naive. This is merely a preseason exhibition match between NCAA teams. In Connecticut, at the University of Connecticut's basketball arena, Ray Allen, you might find it hard to believe, but you are not the focal point of today's news. Teammates chuckled as they handed Ray Allen a newspaper. It seems we have a monster emerging from our conference. I have no interest in such trivial news. Ray Allen took the newspaper from his teammate, glancing at it before casually tossing it aside onto the bench. You know, I never concern myself with opponents. My sole focus is to secure this year's NCAA championship. So, the so-called monster? Who cares? Just as he finished speaking, Ray Allen pretended to be indifferent, casting a fleeting glance at the newspaper's headline, his gaze locking onto Lin Hong's name. All right. Perhaps he is somewhat intrigued by this center from the East who has stolen his spotlight. With the new season on the horizon as two teams from the Big East, they are destined to face each other twice. Therefore, you might just show this giant a thing or two. On the campus of Georgetown University, While casually flipping through the latest edition of the Washington Post, Allen Iverson, dressed in trendy hip-hop attire, stifled a yawn and strolled into the gym. Tiptoeing to casually drape his arm around Lin Hong's neck. Lin, they say you are one of the top 10 most anticipated superstars of this season. Each year. Prior to the NCAA season, major media outlets predict their top 10 most anticipated superstars. For instance, Sports Illustrated, the most influential sports magazine in the United States, has named Georgetown star Allen Iverson as its most anticipated college player, although Tim Duncan is widely recognized as the strongest collegiate player. His unassuming style of play and modest demeanor are far less provocative than the flamboyant and proud Iverson. As for the latest rookie rankings, Tim Duncan remains firmly in the top spot, with his teammate Allen Iverson in second place. The third position belongs to the recently defeated Marcus Camby. Lin Hong, however, does not even appear on this list. The most anticipated top 10 rookies of the new season include Vince Carter from North Carolina in first place, Stephon Marbury from Georgia Tech in second, and Sharif Abdur-Rahim from California in third. The subsequent names on the list include Antoine Jamison from Massachusetts, among others. Those featured on this list are all renowned high school prodigies. Thus, Lin Hong's absence from Sports Illustrated's most anticipated top 10 rookies is conspicuous. Of course, it is not only Sports Illustrated. Other mainstream media in the United States have also failed to include Lin Hong in their NCAA rookie rankings for the new season. Only the discerning Washington Post has granted Lin Hong a place at the tail end of their most anticipated top 10 rookies. Damn, these blind fools. Jerome Williams angrily struck his fist against the wall. Jerome, those superficial experts were never reliable to begin with. There is no need to become enraged over their errors. Lin Hong's lips curled into a faint smile, and then he abruptly shifted the topic. Thus, I only find time to peruse the newspaper when I am in the restroom. There is no other intention. I merely find the content of the paper to be akin to a pile of dog excrement. Iverson's lips twitched as he casually tossed aside the Sports Illustrated. Lin, the new season is about to commence, and our Hong-Lin duo will soon create a sensation across the entire nation. In his perspective, Lin Hong, this colossal figure from the East, was bound to stir an unprecedented upheaval within the realm of American basketball. What kind of splendid expressions would those media outlets, caught off guard, display on their faces at that moment? A hue of white mingled with red, the red tinged with black, dark and unblemished, a hint of green, a splash of blue, and a touch of purple. Just the thought of it nearly sent Iverson into fits of laughter. What duo? Lin Hong managed to suppress his annoyance and inquired. The combination of you and me shall be christened Hong-Elian. This new season, the entire NCAA will undoubtedly be conquered by the Hong-Elian duo, Iverson exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Repeatedly uttering the name Hong-Elian, Lin Hong nearly fainted at the mention of Red Will combination. Such an unappealing name leaves one utterly speechless. It immediately conjured images of crimson wheels. It would be better to call it the DeLin combination. Alas, I too am quite inept at naming. Lin Hong was overwhelmed with goosebumps, shivering at the very thought. Observing Lin Hong's silence, Iverson assumed he was lost in contemplation about the future of Hong-Luan, which only brightened his own smile. In the United States, in North Carolina, at Wake Forest University, the head coach of the Flying Devils, Dave Odom, handed a newspaper to Duncan. Tim, this is Lin Hong. He dominated Marcus Camby in the warm-up game. It was merely an inconsequential exhibition match, hardly indicative of anything substantial. The boy from St. Croix received the newspaper expressionlessly, glancing at it before returning to his dazed demeanor. If he maintained such performance throughout the season, then he would truly deserve my attention. After 3 seasons in the NCAA, Tim Duncan had witnessed countless prodigies, some who rose like comets only to fall abruptly. Only those who consistently shone brightly and maintained an exceptional standard were deemed true geniuses in his eyes. Allen Iverson from Georgetown was one of them. As for this Lin Hong, would he be a fleeting moment of brilliance or a lasting legacy? Time would reveal the truth. And time, indeed, was Duncan's most effective tool for assessing a player's caliber. Chapter 16, The Eastern Giant Shark, Stirring Up the Waters 2-2. In Washington at Georgetown University's Verizon Center, which could accommodate over 20,000 fans, the arena was already bustling with excitement for the upcoming match against St. John's Red Storm, the first opponent in the Big East Conference tournament. Prior to the game, media reporters eager to stir the pot promptly interviewed St. John's star center, Hamilton. Hey, Giddens. Any special plans for your opponent Lin Hong in your first match? Who? That tall freshman from the East? Sorry, no special plans. Hamilton chuckled, feigning indifference. The reporter, sensing an opportunity, pressed on. Oh, but I hear he dominated Marcus Camby in the warm-up game. Are you ready for the challenge? Hamilton appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, saying, Lin Hong? Sorry, I haven't heard of him. Dominating Marcus? That's probably just a rumor. However, I am somewhat looking forward to matching up with him. The cunning reporter then approached another core player of the Red Storm, Lopez. Lin Hong? The so-called Eastern Beast rookie? Lopez replied, I mean, no disrespect to Coach John, but they made a terrible decision. You ask what challenge he brings? Honestly, while we may struggle to contain Allen's onslaught to secure victory, I don't believe this rookie Lin Hong poses any real threat. Inside, we have the exceptionally gifted Giddens. He'll teach that rookie just how brutal the NCAA can be. Lopez scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by the hype surrounding such a rookie. As the provocative reporter relayed the brash comments from St. John's two key players to Lin Hong, he sought to ignite a sensational spectacle. Lin Hong did not erupt in fury. Instead, he responded with a humorous quip, I shall ensure that their disdain bears consequences, transforming them from the Red Storm into mere red sludge. After this brief interlude, both teams commenced their warm-up exercises, with everyone eagerly anticipating the dazzling performances of Iverson and Lin Hong in this match. The sole exception was the opponent from Georgetown, the St. John's University Red Storm. Head coach Frashchili, clutching a tactical board, rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed in concentration, under the scrutinizing gaze of all present. He took a marker and emphatically circled Iverson's name, declaring, Listen up, I want you to keep a close watch on this defiant individual. Ravi, Daniel, you know what to do. The two players, called out by their coach, exchanged a knowing glance before nodding resolutely. They understood all too well that relying on a single player would be insufficient to contain the penetrating prowess of Iverson. However, if they collaborated, even someone as formidable as Iverson could be brought down from his pedestal and the magic would be lost. The pre-game warm-up concluded. Lin Hong strides alongside Iverson toward the center court. Oh, it appears Georgetown has unveiled an entirely new starting lineup. Let me see. This young talent hailing from the Celestial Empire is named Lin Hong. It is rumored that he scored a staggering 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 8 blocks in a scrimmage against the University of Massachusetts. As the commentator peruses the data at hand, a look of unrestrained astonishment crosses his face. I have faith in Lin. He is undoubtedly prepared to clinch victory. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, emphasized during a pre-game interview that the team resolutely rejects any form of upset. His emphatic declaration elicited an enthusiastic cheer from the Georgetown faithful. However, a sense of apprehension began to stir among some of the fans. The name Lin Hong has been ringing in their ears incessantly over the past couple of days. Yet, without having participated in a single official match, he is set to start? This seems exceedingly audacious. Lin, let them witness your prowess shortly. Iverson chuckled and gave Lin Hong a playful pat on the backside. Just like in Massachusetts, Lin Hong let out a hearty laugh, casually tearing off his outer pants and tossing them aside before striding onto the court. Goodness, the smell is overwhelming, Illington exclaimed as he pulled off the pungent pants from his head and disdainfully discarded them onto the vacant seat beside him. Lin, this isn't over between us. The Georgetown starting lineup featured Allen Iverson, Jerome Williams, Victor Page, utility player number 1, and Lin Hong. The St. John's Red Storm starting lineup included Lopez, Daniel, Ravi, utility player number 2, and Hamilton. As Lin Hong stepped onto the court, the players of St. John's Red Storm finally caught a glimpse of the true identity of this enigmatic Eastern rookie. The jump ball between Lin Hong and center Hamilton. Hey, buddy. I heard you scored an astounding 40 points in the warm-up match. That's impressive. I truly envy you for having the opportunity to play in such a game, unlike me, who hasn't stepped onto the court for even a minute. As Lin Hong approached the center line of the court, that fellow sauntered over with a cheeky grin and exchanged a few jibes. Damn it. The smirking Hamilton before me somehow exuded an irresistible urge to be confronted. Birds of a feather flock together. He truly is a fitting senior to archetype. Lin Hong shook his arms to relax his muscles and cast a cold glance at him, hoping that after the match, he would still be able to smile so brilliantly. What? Hamilton asked in astonishment. Lin Hong paid him no heed, instead positioning himself on one side of the center circle, assuming a ready stance in preparation for the jump ball. Beep. The referee tossed the basketball into the air. Lin Hong leaped into the air with a powerful push of his foot, effortlessly redirecting the ball back into Peggy's hands. Peggy then passed the ball to Iverson. Lin Hong swiftly shook off the bewildered Hamilton and strode forward with purpose. He noticed a clear path for a fast break ahead. Iverson released the ball from his hands, and the rapidly advancing Lin Hong effortlessly caught the soaring basketball. Like a tank, he charged forward, taking off with 2 powerful strides from the free throw line. The Crimson Storm was left with only Lopez hastily approaching to impede him. Bang! Beep! Beep! Lin Hong felt a sudden chill beneath him as he soared above Lopez's head, narrowly grazing his forehead before executing a thunderous dunk. Oh my God! A death-defying dunk? How utterly ferocious! Not only was the commentator left in a state of disbelief, but the fans of Georgetown were also rendered speechless. Magnificent! Splendid! Well executed! The arena erupted with resounding applause and cheers. Lin, that was an exquisite dunk. Iverson leapt forward to exchange an exuberant high-five with Lin Hong, only to belatedly realize he may have revealed something about himself. Lin, could you not keep your hand a tad lower? Well, wasn't I just giving you the chance to showcase your vertical leap? Do I need to provide you with opportunities? Iverson shot Lin Hong a disdainful glance. I can't believe I fell for your tricks. Lin Hong smiled and shrugged, stepping up to the free throw line, poised to execute his shot. Hamilton and Ravi stood on either side, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they regarded Lin Hong, who was preparing to shoot. Having lost the jump ball to Lin Hong, Hamilton was momentarily taken aback. It was precisely this moment of distraction that afforded Georgetown the opportunity for a fast break. Filled with regret, Hamilton chastised himself for underestimating his opponent, which allowed Lin Hong to exploit the gap. This kid dares to ambush me? Just wait until I focus a little more. You won't stand a chance, Hamilton reassured himself silently. Lin Hong's wrist flicked, and he immediately sensed that the ball was in jeopardy. The previous thunderous dunk had left his arms' muscles somewhat taut, rendering his free throw motion a bit stiff. Clang! Indeed, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Near the baseline, Hamilton and Levy positioned themselves like sentinels, blocking the opponent behind them. However, sensing the futility of the shot, Lin Hong launched himself forward from the free throw line in a powerful leap. Just as the basketball was about to be intercepted by Hamilton's hands, a pair of large hands appeared above his head. Lin Hong forcefully seized the offensive rebound from above Hamilton and his companions. In the next moment, as he landed, Lin Hong propelled himself off the ground once more. Boom! His robust physique, explosive strength, and the collision of muscles sent the 2 individuals beside him sprawling aside with sheer force. Bang! Lin Hong's second jump was as swift as lightning, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. This 2-handed dunk resembled the iconic powerful slam of the great white shark depicted in posters, clean, decisive, and utterly unstoppable. Chapter 17, A Fierce Block, Dominating Hamilton. The emerging Lin Hong charged forth, piercing through the Red Storm's defense with relentless aggression. Everyone anticipated that this freshman debut would be a slow burn, expecting him to remain inconspicuous for a while. Who could have imagined Lin Hong's ferocity? Right from the start, he unleashed a torrent of offensive and defensive prowess upon the Red Storm, creating an explosive spectacle. A powerful dunk led to a foul. Though he missed the subsequent free throw, he secured the offensive rebound and completed another dunk. In just one possession, Lin Hong achieved a remarkable 2-2. He showcased to all the spectators what true aesthetic violence in basketball looks like. The arena erupted once more with thunderous applause and cheers. Evidently, Lin Hong's brutal and domineering style of play delivers a potent visual impact, resonating deeply with the fans. My goodness, what did we just witness? A frenzied beast, wreaking havoc in the Red Storm's paint. Lin Hong, the interior force hailing from the Celestial Empire, has brutally illustrated the essence of violent basketball. Such a formidable performance undoubtedly earns him a rightful place among the top 10 most anticipated freshmen of the year. Without him, the list would be incomplete. The commentators shouted with fervent enthusiasm. Lin Hong turned to Hamilton, Ravi, and the others, spreading his hands in a gesture of apology. With a slight smirk and a shrug, he remarked, I must confess, it is my fault. I assumed your prowess was formidable, so I exerted myself to the utmost. I was utterly unprepared for your defense to crumble as easily as tissue paper. Lin Hong coldly uttered a remark before turning away. Had he been humiliated? Hamilton and Lopez instantly blushed with anger. Subduing, pass me the ball later. I shall teach that arrogant rookie a lesson. Hamilton gritted his teeth in fury. Lopez shrugged and nodded in agreement. All right. Upon returning to the backcourt, Lin Hong naturally accepted the flattery from his teammates, such as Iverson and Williams. Lin, well done. Hey. Lin, you made the big fool eat dirt. Lin, you were like a ferocious beast, a bulldozer in the paint. The Red Storm launched an offensive. Guard Ravi brought the ball forward, and the just embarrassed Hamilton immediately positioned himself to block Lin Hong and reached out for the ball. You think you can take me one-on-one? Lin Hong chuckled. As the ball was lofted towards him, Lin Hong suddenly exerted force at his waist. Hamilton, the center of the Red Storm, was caught off guard and nearly fumbled the catch. Unable to contain himself, he muttered under his breath, "Oh, for heaven's sake, you dirty little man." "Heh, do you think you're Shaq?" Lin Hong sarcastically remarked that he had inherited the talent of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal to break through him solely with brute force. Aside from the great shark, no one else could manage it. However, Hamilton seemed to be stubbornly determined, akin to a bull charging ahead. Bang! The robust Hamilton attempted to back down while dribbling, forcefully colliding backward. To the astonishment of the entire arena, Lin Hong remained as steadfast as a tree stump, utterly unmoved. He resolutely withstood Hamilton's onslaught. For a moment, Hamilton found himself in a daze. Goodness, was he backing down against an immovable mountain? He simply could not budge him. On the sidelines, the cheers from Georgetown fans grew increasingly fervent. Hamilton's forceful attempt against Lin Hong not only failed to penetrate the paint, but instead saw him gradually pushed away from the key. With over half of the 35-second shot clock already consumed, Hamilton finally regained his composure after realizing he could not displace Lin Hong. He passed the ball back to Lopez and immediately moved to set a screen, descending for a follow-up. At least he demonstrated some semblance of wit. Lin Hong raised an eyebrow and immediately surged towards the paint. This fellow intended to engage Lopez in an alley-oop. The basketball was lofted from Lopez's hands, tracing a graceful arc towards the hoop. In mid-stride, Hamilton suddenly planted his foot and leaped towards the basket. The referee on the baseline, witnessing the spectacle, instinctively raised two fingers to signal a potential two-point score. Just as Hamilton bent down, ready to unleash a two-handed slam, a massive yellow hand forcefully pressed down upon the basketball. Get in there." Seeing Lin Hong's sudden appearance, Hamilton steeled himself, exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate bid to complete the dunk. Yet, despite the bulging veins on his arms, the ball remained stubbornly suspended in midair, unmoving. Bang! The two collided midair with full force. The immense power and momentum caused Hamilton to lose his balance, landing awkwardly on the ground. Lin Hong, on the other hand, fared much better. Although he stumbled slightly upon landing, he remained remarkably steady. The outcome of this confrontation was unequivocal. The Georgetown fans erupted in a frenzy, fervently cheering for Lin Hong. Pointing to his own nose while gazing at the fallen Hamilton, Lin Hong exuded an air of dominance. "This is my territory. Who the hell allowed you to attempt an alley-oop? Remember, where I stand, it's a no-fly zone. Anyone who dares to trespass will be met with rejection." Meanwhile, Iverson, fortunate to recover the loose ball, darted forward with lightning speed. The connection between Williams and Iverson during fast breaks had long been recognized as Georgetown's signature move. However, in recent years, Williams had noticeably bulked up, resulting in a decline in speed and a significant reduction in effectiveness. Moreover, the Red Storm's defensive response was timely. Lopez firmly held his ground against Williams, while Lavi positioned himself, attempting to draw an offensive foul by obstructing Iverson's path. The connection between Iverson and Williams was effectively stymied, thwarted before it could even begin. Suddenly, a colossal force surged into the paint, resembling a swiftly moving mountain. Due to his massive stature, an invisible wave seemed to ripple in his wake. It was none other than Lin Hong, the last player to initiate movement yet the first to reach the basket. Iverson's eyes lit up. Since the Iverson-Williams connection had been extinguished, he would switch to the Iverson-Lin connection. Without hesitation, Iverson flicked his arm, sending the ball hurtling towards the basket with the precision of a cannonball. Lin Hong understood instantly. His feet, akin to springs, compressed rapidly before propelling him upward. His body elongated swiftly, and his head aligned perfectly. In midair, he folded and retracted. Boom! The explosive force reverberated, causing the rim of the hoop to buzz and visibly tilt slightly. Lin Hong's powerful two-handed slam unexpectedly bent the rim. The sharp-eyed referee, akin to a level, promptly called for a timeout. The staff had no choice but to attend to the repairs of the hoop. The score on the court stands at 6 o'clock. Lin Hong made his appearance for less than a minute. He first scored a 2-2, followed by a remarkable defensive block against Hamilton. He then executed a ferocious shark dunk, skewing the rim in the process. Lin Hong's explosive performance on both offense and defense left the entire audience in a state of exhilaration, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Wow, I am utterly enamored with this player. He is brimming with talent. This individual is nothing short of a monster, with such remarkable abilities. Georgetown's hopes of clinching the NCAA championship this year appear bright. Not only is he strikingly handsome and physically robust, but his aggressive playing style captivates me. Incredible! He is even more dashing than Allen. Chapter 18. The Tiger Leopard Tank, a foot that shatters the grip of a basketball shoe. The match continues. Just moments ago, Lin Hong dominated the interior with his imposing presence. Now, it is Iverson's turn to transform into a masterful thief, effortlessly snatching the basketball from Hamilton's grasp. As Hamilton watches Iverson's swift figure speed past, he is left in despair, gazing skyward with tearful eyes. Why must I be the one injured again? However, what Hamilton sees above is not the heavens, but rather an enormous shadow that eclipses the light. Whoosh! It is a colossal flash of yellow lightning. The Georgetown fans rise in unison, holding their breath in anticipation. The connection is made, and the Verizon Center once again witnesses a spectacle. Under their watchful gaze, Iverson forcefully slams the ball against the backboard. Bang! The basketball strikes the board and rebounds at lightning speed. In the next moment, Lin Hong arrived in a flurry, halting abruptly at the free throw line, akin to a heavy tank coming to a sudden stop at full speed. His feet left behind two long skid marks on the floor, and astonishingly, the cleats on his right foot were crushed under the force of his stomp. This remarkable sight captivated the attention of everyone present. The sheer force exerted by Lin Hong not only created distinct break marks on the surface but also resulted in the destruction of his cleats, a testament to the terrifying power he possessed. While it is not uncommon for shoes to break due to various factors such as quality, duration of use, and degree of wear, it was evident that Lin Hong was wearing a brand new pair. Thus, all aforementioned factors were rendered irrelevant, leaving only one undeniable truth. Lin Hong forcefully crushed his sneakers. However, despite the damage to his footwear, which reduced his leap height, it did not in the slightest diminish his ability to execute an impressive alley-oop. Boom! The thunderous dunk reverberated through the rim, sending it buzzing. Beep! John Thompson felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and quickly called for a timeout. The Georgetown fans in the stands covered their mouths, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Could it be that Georgetown's Eastern giant, having yet to shine in the NCAA, was on the verge of an untimely downfall? Everyone held their breath in hope. After examination by the school physician, it turned out to be merely a false alarm. Lin Hong suffered no significant injuries. He replaced his broken hooks and returned to the field. The next defensive possession belonged to Georgetown. Lin Hong positioned himself firmly in the low post, signaling for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, the ball handler Iverson delivered the pass. There was no other reason but trust. Oh no, does this guy intend to take me on alone? Upon seeing Lin Hong calling for the ball, Hamilton first displayed a hint of panic, quickly replaced by a smirk, for his teammate had already arrived to double team. 1-on-1. I cannot hope to match you. But 2-on-1. I refuse to believe I cannot thwart you. However, Lin Hong did not take these considerations into account. Instead, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful drive against Hamilton, lowering his center of gravity to fully display his brute strength. His explosive lower body power overwhelmed Hamilton, who could only withstand the onslaught for 3 seconds before being forced to retreat. Seizing this moment, Lin Hong leaped into the air, cradling the ball with both hands, and prepared to slam it into the basket with all his might. Anticipating Lin Hong's intentions, the defending Napier leapt ahead, intending to block him forcefully. Get out of my way. Lin Hong's furious roar nearly stunned his opponent. He barreled into Napier and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. The deafening impact of the dunk reverberated through the arena, causing the rim to buzz ominously. Nearby cameramen instinctively recoiled, genuinely concerned that the basketball hoop at the Verizon Center could not withstand Lin Hong's ferocious assault and might collapse under the pressure. After all, Lin Hong has a criminal record. Despite Napier's failed block, resulting in a foul as he clutched Lin Hong's arm, he could not impede Lin Hong's advance. Oh my goodness! How is it possible for him to withstand 2 opposing players in the paint and still dunk the ball? Is this fellow a deity? It's utterly astonishing. If he continues to perform at this level, I cannot fathom who could possibly stand in his way. Lin Hong stepped up to the free throw line. However, his free throw percentage was rather disheartening. During regular practice, he barely managed to reach 50. This time, his performance remained predictably unstable. With a resounding clang, the ball veered off course, circling the rim before bouncing away. Just as Hamilton and Napier prepared to secure the rebound, a sudden roar erupted behind them, causing their eardrums to throb painfully, as if a C4 explosive had detonated nearby. Get the hell out of my way. Lin Hong, standing at the free throw line, took a powerful stride, propelling himself into the air. His already remarkable vertical leap, combined with his extraordinary wingspan of 232 centimeters, allowed him to reclaim the ball with force. In a swift motion, he launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. The ball effortlessly found its mark. In one remarkable play, Georgetown scored a 2-3. Witnessing this, Not only the audience in the stands, but even the players of the St. John's Red Storm were left in a state of shock. Is this guy a freak? This is utterly unfair. Don't panic. It's our turn to attack now. Let's show them what we've got. I refuse to believe they can keep this up. After being repeatedly dominated, Hamilton of the St. John's Red Storm wore an expression dark as thunder, his eyes glinting with menace. Lowering his center of gravity, he appeared ready to attempt a low-post isolation against Lin Hong, unleashing a torrent of colorful trash talk. Fool, I could crush you with just one hand. Lin Hong, overwhelmed by the harsh words, could not contain his emotions as the essence of the national treasure erupted forth. Although Hamilton was oblivious to the meaning of the term fool, he could discern from the tone that it was far from a compliment. He dribbled the ball to the outskirts of the paint, exerting every ounce of strength to thrust it against Lin Hong, who was trailing behind him. Swiftly, he pivoted to the left, and in that fleeting moment of rotation, his left elbow discreetly collided with the lower side of Lin Hong's ribcage. An elbow strike? A sneaky tactic? The potential for significant harm and profound insult was evident. Yet, the movement was subtle and barely perceptible, so much so that the linesman failed to notice the slightest irregularity. Lin Hong felt a sharp pain in his waist, gasping in surprise and instinctively bending down. Seizing this moment, Hamilton leaped gracefully, executing a shooting motion. Damn it! Is this how you play dirty? Lin Hong was thoroughly enraged. Enduring excruciating pain as he leaped into action, his large hands sweeping through the air like a fan. A thunderous roar erupted from him, stunning everyone present. You bastard, die. Although his jump was slightly delayed and the pain in his waist diminished his elevation, Lin Hong's extraordinary wingspan was still sufficient to send his opponent flying. Fool. Upon witnessing Lin Hong's successful ruse, Hamilton's lips curled into a victorious smirk. He did not shoot the ball. Instead, he passed it back to the cutting Lopez. It was over. Defensive lapses had occurred. His teammates had already given up, for Lin Hong had been drawn out, leaving the paint utterly unguarded. They were still some distance from the key. Not only was there no chance to block the opponent's score, but even drawing a foul seemed impossible. The reach was too great. Upon receiving the ball, Lopez wasted no time and stepped up for a layup. It seemed as though everyone could foresee the outcome. Yet, Lin Hong refused to relent. Get away from me. In a furious display, even after being faked out by his opponent, he leaped again as soon as his feet touched the ground. A terrifying hand, veins bulging, swung out with fury, forcefully slapping the ascending basketball against the backboard. A jaw-dropping block. Iverson, quick on the uptake, snatched the rebound and cradled it in his arms. In an instant, the atmosphere exploded. What a combination! That monster from the Celestial Empire had surged once more. Who could have imagined that a towering figure of 2.15 meters could outpace guards in a fast break? It was absurd. Centers were competing with guards for their roles. No wonder some referred to Lin as a monster from the East. He was a beast beyond beasts. Monsters at least had Ultraman to contend with, but who could stop Lin Hong? No one could stand in his way. St. John's defensive system was as impenetrable as a fortress. However, the explosive combination of Iverson and Lin Hong, an inside-outside dynamo, operated like a machine gun, relentlessly tearing through St. John's defense. Time and again, they transformed the opposing defense into a sieve. Chapter 19. Turning the tables, who isn't a drama queen? Georgetown flourished both inside and out, advancing with unstoppable momentum. St. John's attempted a counterattack, but it was futile. Even his head coach Versilli called multiple timeouts in an effort to disrupt Georgetown's offensive rhythm. The tide of the game remained unaltered. The point differential continued to widen, leaving no glimmer of hope. With resistance rendered impossible, they opted to surrender. In the second half, St. John's starting five languished on the bench. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, observed this scene with growing disinterest. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively, pulling Lin Hong and Iverson from the game prematurely. Scanning the court, he found that St. John's lacked any capable player. His strategy had become irrelevant. The enemy had fallen without even a fight, truly a solitary pursuit of victory. Ultimately, amidst a jubilant atmosphere, Georgetown triumphed effortlessly, securing their first victory of the new season with a resounding 30-point margin against the St. John's Red Storm. Iverson, with ease, concluded the half with an impressive 16 points and 8 assists, nearly achieving a double-double. Lin Hong dominated the paint with an impressive tally of 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. The seamless connections between Iverson and Lin nearly left the Georgetown fans in tears of joy. Many seasoned fans couldn't help but reflect wistfully. What a splendid time in college. Allen's performance was as thrilling as ever, his speed truly remarkable. However, let us not forget the towering giant from the East. This year, Who else but us will claim the Big East Conference Championship? Our sights are firmly set on the NCAA Championship. The Georgetown fans in attendance have already begun to dream and speculate about the team's performance in the upcoming season. Big East Conference champions, NCAA Championship? Excuse me. Georgetown intends to seize them all. In the post-game interview, reporters swiftly approached Allen Iverson for his thoughts. Yet before the questions could be posed, Iverson preemptively interjected, playfully gesturing towards the bashful giant beside him. Hold on, folks. I believe the one deserving of this interview is that big guy over there. With that, Iverson waved towards Lin Hong. Lin, come here. They're looking for you. Upon hearing Iverson's call, Lin paused for a brief moment, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes before he sauntered over. Iverson leaned in close to Lin and whispered, listen, my friend, I'm feeling quite disheartened. These fickle reporters, I approached them willingly, and they completely ignored me, only wanting to interview you. It stings, truly. I see their true colors now. A pack of ungrateful wolves. Shaking his head, Iverson lamented like a scorned lover, indignantly denouncing the unscrupulous journalists. He then gave Lin a hearty pat on the shoulder. Lin, take revenge for me, and give these dogs a proper welcome. After relaying his sentiments to Lin Hong, Iverson picked up his water cup and, with a mock look of grievance, waved at the reporters. All right, the main event has arrived. I'll just step aside for him. Love can truly fade. Let me depart in sorrow. Don't follow me. I am unworthy. With this parting remark, Iverson turned on his heel and vanished into the players' tunnel. A post-game interview? Not a chance. Why engage in such trivialities when one can seek solace in a therapist or play cards instead? The reporters stood there, dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. What just transpired? They were present yet felt as though they had missed a grand spectacle, such as the eccentricity of a genius, free-spirited and devoid of logic. However, they were accustomed to it. If one could anticipate a genius's intentions, they would cease to be a genius. Lin Hong, regaining their composure. The reporters directed the microphone towards him. Congratulations on securing your first victory of the season. How does it feel to start in your first game and lead your team to triumph? Lead the team to victory? Goodness, this is a trap. Lin Hong displayed an expression of utter harmlessness as he remarked, I believe it is quite good. The sensation of contributing to the team's victory is truly delightful. However, this achievement is not solely mine. The greatest credit belongs to Allen. Lin Hong responded with poise and precision, leaving no opportunity for the reporter to exploit. For the next 2 minutes, the reporter relentlessly attempted to entrap him, yet Lin deftly evaded each inquiry, engaging in a verbal duel that resembled a dance of blades. In several exchanges, the journalist found herself unable to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, she drew a conclusion. This colossal entity of the celestial empire exhibited a blend of robustness and subtlety, far from the demeanor of a novice. From the outset, he demonstrated the finesse of a Tai Chi master. Superficially, it seemed he had divulged much, yet upon deeper contemplation, it appeared he had revealed nothing at all. Listening to his words was akin to hearing an entire discourse without grasping its essence. As the final question emerged, the reporter prepared to concede. Might it be convenient to disclose what Allen whispered to you just before his departure? To suggest that it was inconvenient would be an understatement. Lin Hong nodded slightly, wearing an expression that seemed innocuous. It's nothing much. He merely remarked that you all are a bunch of fools. I'm not the one insulting you. That's just what he said. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Who are you trying to fool? The colossal beast of this nation is indeed quite sinister. Observing the bewildered reporters before him, as if struck by lightning, a mischievous smile flickered at the corner of Lin Hong's mouth. He rose and departed without a second thought. Allen Iverson believed he had outsmarted Lin Hong on a second level. In reality, Lin Hong was operating in a different stratosphere altogether. With the same maneuver, Lin Hong mastered the art of poise effortlessly. Furthermore, he hadn't lied at all. Iverson had indeed said just that. Upon exiting the arena, Lin Hong was immediately surrounded by a throng of adoring fans. Scanning the crowd, he noticed an array of girls vying for his attention. Among them were predominantly Central Asian girls, followed by Caucasian girls, and of course, a few striking black beauties. The Asian girls offered shy glances, timidly presenting their notebooks for Lin Hong's autograph. In contrast, the Caucasian girls were bold and direct, not only requesting signatures on their chests but also slipping him little notes. The black beauties were unstoppable, charging in with fervor, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Ah, what a stark contrast. A forcibly plucked fruit may not be sweet, yet it quenches thirst. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lin Hong returned to his dormitory, clutching a handful of notes, relieved to have navigated the encounter unscathed. Lin Hong wiped the perspiration from his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. Ultimately, he remained true to his convictions and missed out on a dark forest. At that moment, he began to comprehend why NBA players are often inundated with responsibilities yet seem listless. The clouds drifted leisurely, and the boat swayed gently. "Oh, take me to the summit, that I may behold her smile once more. Ah, the young lady is fierce as a tiger." In such an environment, resisting the temptations of the outside world proves to be quite arduous. When boys venture into the world, they must learn to safeguard themselves. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Hong's previous responses held no value for the reporters. Rather, it was his final statement that brimming with explosive potential. What does it matter to face some backlash? With a captivating point, one could even compel others to kneel and call him father. 5 minutes later, local media outlets such as Washington Television and the Washington Post bestowed upon Allen Iverson a brand new label, an arrogant genius with a dismissive attitude, a peculiar character, and a troubled youth. Could he bear the banner of Georgetown's revival? The following morning, yawning and bleary-eyed, Iverson strolled into the gym, musing over the headlines of the newspaper in his hands. "Hey, fellows, who concocted this rumor and crafted this new persona for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a playful smile danced at the corners of his mouth. The other Georgetown players, including Osella Harrington, stood in silence, observing with wide eyes, mouths agape, collectively choosing not to respond. Silence is golden. After a prolonged pause without a reply, Iverson looked up to find his teammates stepping back in unison, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost. "What is wrong with you all? Speak up," Iverson inquired, puzzled. The group murmured in agreement, nodding in unison. And after exchanging glances, they responded with hesitant shakes of their heads. "A bunch of clowns." Iverson's eyes twitched, caught between laughter and exasperation as they bewildered him. "If you don't speak soon, I shall be vexed." The group playfully nudged each other, ultimately retreating a couple of steps, leaving the tall and awkward Lin Hong standing alone. "Lin, did you truly say these words?" Iverson pointed at the newspaper and approached Lin Hong, saying, "Alan told me that you all are a bunch of fools." Lin Hong did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, "Aaron, did you enjoy the party last night?" "Well, it was somewhat entertaining. Those girls were quite wild. But wait, what party are we discussing?" Iverson, quick to react and realizing he had revealed too much, attempted to lighten the mood. "Lin, we are currently discussing the matter of the report." "Indeed, isn't that what you said to me just before you left?" Lin Hong shrugged and vividly reenacted Iverson's departure speech. "Right, Alan, I did not have the freedom to express myself. It was a smear against one's reputation." Iverson was momentarily rendered speechless. Had he not, in fact, uttered such words himself? Yet, even if he had, Lin Hong could not dare to voice it openly. "All right. You win. After all, I do not mind acquiring yet another title." Iverson conceded, casually tossing the newspaper aside. "Is the issue genius? At least it is a genius. And that sounds rather prestigious. Is that it? Is this the conclusion?" The crowd stood in astonishment, thoroughly convinced. Perhaps only magic could conquer magic. Chapter 20. Fortuitous misfortune. How many dollars does one soul-stirring step yield? Meanwhile, the incident of Lin Hong's basketball shoes being crushed has, under the influence of certain behind-the-scenes orchestrators, begun to escalate. The notion that sneakers can be so easily destroyed is simply astounding. To think that one could rupture a shoe while playing basketball is truly unprecedented. Hilariously, Lin Hong's expression of existential doubt is utterly amusing. How absurd that the expensive sneakers from the brand could be so shoddy. There must be a significant quality issue at play. I intend to return the shoes. The public discourse continues to intensify, gaining momentum as it sweeps across the front pages of various publications within mere hours. Meanwhile, in Portland, Oregon, at Nike's headquarters, a gathering of senior executives convenes in a conference room, their expressions grave. President Phil Knight, upon receiving an urgent call from the marketing department, realizes the gravity of the situation and promptly summons the company's top brass for a meeting. In the center of the room, Knight, exuding authority, rhythmically taps his fingers on the table. "I believe I understand the situation. Now, I would like to hear your thoughts." "I'll go first," declares Kevin Thomas, the product manager, stepping forward. "Let's be straightforward. Offer him a hush payment and have him issue a statement declaring that the issue is not related to the quality of the shoes." "That approach is futile," counters John Schneider, the marketing manager, shaking his head. "The public is not naive. They won't be easily deceived. However," he suggests, "if managed adeptly, we might turn this situation around and even emerge more successful than before." Knight pauses, lifting his gaze with piercing intensity. Continue. Let us sign Lin Hong and appoint him as the chief experience officer for our sneakers, Schneider proposes. This plan is unfeasible, interjects another executive. I've reviewed his profile. He is merely an obscure college freshman, not worthy of such a grand approach. Moreover, NCAA players cannot sign endorsement deals. Schneider, unfazed, responds, I hold the opposite view. First and foremost, he is a prodigious talent. How can we possibly deem that incompatible? It is a perfect match. Secondly, while his current fame may be limited, his potential is boundless, as evidenced by his debut performance. There is far more value in supporting him during challenging times than simply celebrating his successes. As for your concerns, we can reach an agreement to endorse him only after he enters the NBA. We must secure him before Reebok catches wind of this. Knight nods, visibly intrigued. The others, upon hearing this proposal, find it appealing as well. After all, Lin Hong's talent is glaringly evident. Even without this incident, it would merely be a matter of time before he became a sought-after spokesperson. Mr. President, the stock price has crashed, suddenly exclaims a nearby secretary. In the conference room, everyone is struck with disbelief. The company's stock had been steadily rising. How could it suddenly collapse? Such an anomaly surely indicates underlying issues. Everyone immediately checks their computers. 5 minutes later, President Knight slowly raises his head, exhaling deeply. I anticipated this situation would negatively impact the company, but I did not foresee it happening so swiftly. Very well, let us proceed with your proposal. Knight decisively concludes, I await your good news. In Washington, D.C., at Georgetown University, Lin Hong was seated on the bench, taking a moment to rest when suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Hong? This is he. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am John, the manager of the Hook field. After introducing himself, John Schneider proceeded to explain his purpose. Hook? A sneaker endorsement? You are seeking me? Lin Hong felt as if thunder rumbled overhead, utterly incredulous. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. 20 minutes later, at the Starbucks located at the entrance of Georgetown University, Lin Hong encountered the weary travelers led by Mr. John Schneider. What happened? He inquired. Mr. Schneider, could you elaborate? A few minutes later, Lin Hong finally grasped the situation. As a result, he felt somewhat embarrassed. There was certainly no issue with the quality of the sneakers, however, given his explosive power at that moment. It was likely that any brand of footwear would have succumbed. He had not contemplated the consequences. Unaware that his forceful kick would ultimately cause a meltdown in the value of the stocks of Mr. Schneider's company, Lin Hong felt somewhat embarrassed. This incident was truly unexpected. Moreover, NCAA players are prohibited from endorsing products. I will clarify this for you during the next interview. Schneider was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Lin Hong's demeanor. After all, they were genuinely here to offer financial support. Yet, Lin Hong's refusal left him utterly perplexed. Lin Hong repeatedly declined. Yet Schneider was so anxious that beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He did not anticipate that the youthful lad before him would exhibit such composure. Mr. Lin, rules are immutable, but people are dynamic. There will always be feasible methods that align with the regulations. Furthermore, even if this incident had not occurred, we intended to invite you as our spokesperson after your draft next year. Your identity not only aligns with our company's image, but also aids us in penetrating the market in the Celestial Empire. He reiterated that the sneaker mishap was merely a catalyst. Lin Hong continued to shake his head. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tap, tap. Schneider's fingers lightly drummed on the table, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he smiled and said, Do not be hasty in your rejection. We can offer a higher price. Lin Hong opened his mouth, realizing that the other party had clearly misunderstood his intentions. A misunderstanding had led to such a bizarre scene. One person frantically shaking his head while the other persistently raised the price. The wealthy bidder was indeed so audacious. There was no turning back. Lin Hong clenched his teeth. Enough is enough. Who does he look down upon? In the afternoon, right here, we shall deliberate further. It is not that he lacks principles, but rather that the other party has offered far too much. The following morning, a piece of news quietly ascended to the front pages of major newspapers, swiftly igniting widespread attention. Specially appointed product experience expert of Guzzi, the Eastern behemoth, Lin Hong. As soon as this news broke, it almost instantaneously dominated various print media. Guzzi's reverse strategy was truly a stroke of genius. Yesterday, upon viewing the news, I thought Guzzi's stock had hit a wall, leading me to believe they were on a downward spiral. To my astonishment, they swiftly secured Lin Hong. I am quite curious about the endorsement fee. Given Lin Hong's current fame, it surely cannot be exorbitant. This move is genuinely inspired. It is remarkable. One cannot help but admire it. Lin Hong trampled on Guzzi, yet Guzzi promptly snatched him up. Will we now have to keep an eye on Guzzi when purchasing sneakers? Absolutely. The sneakers that Lin Hong cannot trample upon must possess formidable anti-explosion attributes. Goodness, Nike stock is starting to soar. In Portland, Oregon, a group of Nike executives gathered in the conference room, holding their breaths, anxiously fixated on the stock market before them. President, the stock price has risen. A secretary struggled to suppress her excitement. Well, that is good news. Securing an agreement with Lin Hong has indeed proven to be the right decision. John, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time. John, your contribution cannot be overstated. In the face of the myriad of praises, marketing manager John Schneider smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. Just standard procedure. This is nothing extraordinary. Georgetown University. Lin Hong had just completed his daily training. Before he could even settle down, he was pulled to a corner by Jerome Williams and a few others. Stealing glances around as though they were up to no good, they finally whispered, Lin, is the news true? Has Guzzi really invited you to be their spokesperson? Lin Hong rolled his eyes, then remarked, how is that even possible? College students are not permitted to endorse, you know that. With a scoff, he added, come on, just share the price. Hurry. Give me a string of numbers to plunge me into despair. William's eyes sparkled with excitement as he playfully hooked his arm around Lin Hong's neck. Lin Hong chuckled and shrugged. For the secrets of fate are not to be revealed. Damn it, there must be some under-the-table dealings. I'm utterly envious. Harrington exclaimed as he pounded his forehead. My wild guess is that it won't be less than 2 million. Williams stated with unwavering confidence. Iverson shook his head, suggesting, it shouldn't be that high. Lin has just played one game, lacking substantial credibility. I reckon it might be just over 1 million. You lack vision. Peggy scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. Iverson was instantly filled with an urge to silence her. With a fierce glare, he commanded, speak plainly. Oh, Peggy complied, raising 3 fingers. I hereby declare that if Lin's endorsement fee is less than 3 million, I will cover all the food expenses for this month. Lin Hong, damn it. What a remarkably accurate guess. Chapter 21. Thompson, the Extraordinary Prophet. United States, Washington, Verizon Center. The second day of the Big East Conference Tournament. Georgetown is set to host Connecticut. Unlike the previous match, the live commentary for this game features professional commentators from ESPN. It is noteworthy that ordinary tournaments rarely attract the attention of ESPN. However, the matchup between Connecticut and Georgetown is an exception. Without a doubt, Georgetown is Connecticut's most formidable opponent this season. Similarly, if Allen wishes to aid Georgetown in seizing the Big East Championship before entering the NBA, they must triumph over Connecticut. Prior to the game, the two commentators engage in a pre-match analysis. The greatest challenge on Connecticut's path to the championship is undoubtedly Georgetown, bolstered by the dynamic duo of Iverson and Lin Hong. Meanwhile, Iverson will transition to the NBA following this season. In his final season, helping Georgetown claim the title necessitates overcoming the obstacle that is Connecticut. Both teams possess compelling reasons to conquer one another. Thus, this match has been heralded by the media as a preliminary preview of the Big East Championship. During the pregame interview segment, Eskimo guard Dorian Schaefer confidently asserts, last year, Georgetown was no match for us, and the same holds true this year. What? Are you referring to that giant from the Middle Kingdom? Please. That joke is far from amusing. They may have gained a newcomer from the East, but we have Travis. Clearly. Schaefer believes that while Lin Hong has been impressive in recent games, the Eskimos' interior presence is fortified by Travis Knight. Controlling a freshman player should be a straightforward task, right? If we aspire to win the championship, we must conquer our opponents today. Meanwhile, before the Georgetown bench, head coach John Thompson gathers the players, stating, listen up, gentlemen. Our roster this season is exceptionally complete. However, this is merely a superficial assessment. We have yet to be tested by formidable teams. So I need you to win this game. Upon uttering these words, Coach John Thompson's gaze rests upon Iverson and Lin Hong. The team's advancement hinges on the prowess of these two young stars. Connecticut, the alma mater of Ray Allen. In Lin Hong's recollection, Ray Allen was selected for the All-American first team in his final college season and received the Big East Player of the Year award. This indicates that at this juncture, Ray Allen was already beginning to shine. Dorian Schaefer, an outstanding guard with exceptional scoring ability, was selected 7th overall in the second round of the 1996 draft by the Los Angeles Clippers but did not enter the NBA. Travis Knight, a young center from the All-American high school team. He was drafted as the 29th pick in the first round of 1996 by the Chicago Bulls and secured a championship in 2000. In other words, Connecticut boasts 3 players of genuine NBA caliber, including a key player like Ray Allen, who possesses lottery pick-level talent. The strength of Connecticut is indisputable. They are formidable contenders for the Big East Championship. John Thompson begins to inspire his team, declaring, "Kids, this is a tough battle. But it is also the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of our training." Elite? I thrive on elite competition. Ray Allen? So what? Lin Hong, however, is rather indifferent to the three-point king. Allen, the test for our pairing with Eileen has arrived. Lin Hong stretched lazily, his long arm draping casually over Iverson's shoulder. Since we both go by Allen, let's show the world which Allen reigns supreme. The fact that the typically defiant Iverson wore such a serious expression speaks volumes about the strength of Connecticut. Indeed, as a venerable team in the Big East Conference, Connecticut has elevated its prowess this season. Ray Allen has even ascended to the top 3 in the latest rookie rankings, coupled with point guards Doran Sheffel and Travis Knight. The team boasts 3 players of NBA caliber, rendering Connecticut's roster exceptionally formidable and flawless. Undoubtedly, their ambition this year is to seize the NCAA National Championship. As the pregame warm-up commenced, the atmosphere was electrified by the commentators. Ladies and gentlemen, the major highlight of this match is the duel between Georgetown's twin stars, Iverson and Lin Hong, against Eskimo Ray Allen and Knight. Today, Lin Hong from the Middle Kingdom faces a monumental challenge. Will he be able to sustain his explosive performance from the previous game? Let us await the outcome. Oh my, can you guess what we just witnessed? The commentator's voice suddenly soared, as if caught in a vice. A thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by waves of astonished gasps and excited shouts. Lin Hong, practicing his free throws, turned to see the equally bewildered Williams and Harrington, who stood there with a look of utter confusion, their hands raised in a gesture of disbelief. Lin Hong scanned the surrounding crowd of fans, noticing their collective gaze directed towards the players' tunnel. Curiosity piqued, he too looked up to see a tall figure approaching. It was none other than Dikembe Mutombo, the legendary center from Georgetown University. As he made his entrance, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the audience, akin to the roar of a tempest. Amidst the cacophony, Mutombo immediately made his way over to embrace his former mentor, John Thompson. "Coach, I heard the team has acquired another exceptional center, reputed to be the strongest in the league this year. Indeed, he is remarkably talented." With a slight tilt of his head, Mutombo squinted, his gaze settling on Lin Hong. "Who is warming up? Is that the fellow? The one named Lin?" "Yes, Dikembe, Lin is outstanding. His physical prowess is the finest I have ever witnessed," replied Thompson, who then turned his attention to Lin with a proud smile. "You may find it hard to believe, but I have a strong premonition that Lin's future accomplishments may surpass all of yours." "We? Me? Alonzo? Patrick? Oh, really?" Quite evidently, Thompson's words left Mutombo astounded. While he could accept such praise for himself, the thought of Lin surpassing Patrick, a widely recognized titan among the league's elite centers, was indeed remarkable. Could Lin Hong potentially surpass the 4 great centers? How is that even conceivable? Certainly, but it is merely my intuition. John Thompson chuckled and shrugged. If he were to encounter a severe injury, or if he did not make significant technical advancements, then disregard my statement. In Coach Thompson's view, Lin Hong possesses extraordinary physical gifts and remarkable athleticism. Throughout his extensive coaching career, he has never witnessed a center with such a physique displaying the agility of a guard. The waters are too deep, he cannot grasp it. Therefore, to even suggest surpassing one of the 4 great centers, such as Ewing, is a conservative estimate from Thompson. However, who knows what the future holds? Whether Lin Hong can develop a commendable shooting ability and evade the scourge of significant injuries are crucial determinants of his future accomplishments. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the words of his esteemed mentor, Thompson, have undoubtedly elevated Mutombo's expectations. He is genuinely eager to witness what kind of statistics he can deliver in this spotlight contest, especially considering his college mentor's assertion that he could potentially reach, or even surpass, the legendary Patrick. Chapter 22. A grounded windmill? No, a rim-rattling dunk. "Lin, are you feeling anxious?" asked the team's point guard, Victor Page. With a smile amidst the overwhelming cheers from the stands, Lin Hong's performance largely determines Georgetown's ceiling for the new season. As the team's point guard, Victor Page could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. "Victor, why should I be nervous?" Lin Hong replied with a smile, "Given my skills and physical prowess, do you truly believe I have any reason to feel anxious? Furthermore, there is no need for you to feel tense either. Your task is quite straightforward. Merely advance the ball to the front and pass it to Allen and me." Lin Hong instinctively reached out to ruffle Victor Page's hair. Standing at a modest height of 185 centimeters, Victor's intelligence was clearly visible as Lin lowered his gaze slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin playfully tousled his hair again, finding the texture rather pleasant. It was no wonder that during his time with the Spurs, Duncan had a penchant for bestowing blessings upon the likes of Ginobili and Parker. The sensation of a celestial hand caressing one's crown was indeed irresistible. Ah, Lin, you are right. With such skill and talent on display, there is absolutely no need for anxiety. Page inhaled deeply, reminding himself that as a player solely responsible for ball control, there was nothing to fret about. With this thought, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, and a knowing smile graced his face. How about this? I shall demonstrate a windmill dunk for everyone. Lin Hong suddenly spoke, a playful smile gracing his lips. A windmill dunk? Surely not. Lin, you must be joking. Is it truly a windmill dunk? AI Worsen and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by incredulity. Executing a windmill dunk demands not only exceptional vertical leap but also remarkable body coordination. For someone towering at 215 centimeters, accomplishing a windmill dunk presents a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, no one doubted Lin Hong's ability to execute such a feat in an instant. AI Worsen and the others craned their necks, their gazes intensely fixed on Lin Hong, eagerly anticipating his windmill dunk. This intriguing scene did not escape the notice of the commentators present. Lin, are you about to showcase a dunk? Indeed, it appears so. Just look at the expressions of anticipation on Alan and Jerome's faces. They are undoubtedly waiting for his performance. Haha, indeed, after all. He is the one known for shattering backboards. Who wouldn't he be eager to see? The two commentators jested, their laughter echoing the excitement in the air. Lin Hong, poised at the free throw line, took two decisive strides before bending his knees sharply. In the restricted area, he raised his right hand with fervor. Iverson, Williams, and others had already lifted their hands, holding their breath, their eyes fixed in anticipation, ready to erupt into applause. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, and the moment that followed, Lin Hong appeared to be momentarily frozen, his feet firmly anchored to the ground, devoid of any intention to leap. Instead, his right hand, clutching the ball, swung gracefully in the air. Naturally, it didn't even graze the rim, a solitary display of futility. After a prolonged wait, this was what we were presented with. Such a theatrical outcome left Iverson and the others in disbelief, their defenses crumbling. You've bested me, they conceded. It seemed to be nothing more than an elaborate windmill, eliciting laughter. Lin, you've nearly made me regurgitate the donuts I devoured last night, one joked. Your dunk deserves a perfect score. Another chimed in, the jest alleviating the tension among teammates. Just as everyone thought the moment had passed, Lin Hong clapped his hands once more. With a suddenly serious demeanor, he declared, the jesting is over. This time, I am truly going to dunk. The excitement escalated. One could hardly afford to blink. He strode once again to the top of the arc, preparing for the dunk. Iverson, Jerome, and others felt a jolt of apprehension, their lips twitching. Was the spectacle about to unfold? Would it still be a mere windmill? Could he possibly be jesting again? Iverson scoffed, yet his body betrayed him. Fixated intently on Lin's impending windmill dunk. Whoosh! Lin Hong hurled the ball towards the backboard, his feet suddenly accelerating beneath him. With the agility of a spring, he surged forward, leaping with remarkable force just inside the free throw line. His head aligned with the rim, he soared into the air, catching the ball with both hands and positioning it behind his head. Drawing upon his strength, he stretched like a drawn bowstring. In a magnificent C-shaped two-handed dunk, he emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. In the next instant, a faint buzzing sound escalated into a deafening crack. The backboard shattered abruptly. The fractures spread across its surface like a spider's web, rapidly enveloping the entirety of the backboard. A moment later, with a resounding crash, the backboard exploded into countless shards of glass, cascading down like snowflakes around Lin Hong. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Driven by instinct, Lin Hong, still suspended from the rim, exerted tremendous force, ripping the entire hoop down. The backboard lay in ruins, the rim severed. This was the embodiment of a violent dunk fueled by the unparalleled strength of a peak athlete. A profound silence enveloped the arena. At the moment the backboard shattered and the rim was wrenched down, every spectator in the stands widened their eyes in astonishment, engulfed in a wave of disbelief. In the following second, applause, cheers, shouts, and screams surged forth like an avalanche. Lin Hong's explosive slam dunk ignited the entire audience, elevating the already fervent atmosphere of the arena to new heights of exhilaration. It was simply astounding. With a single dunk, He not only shattered the backboard but also wrenched down the rim. What an extraordinary display of physical prowess. Remarkably, it seemed he had not even exerted his full strength. How terrifying. My goodness. Lin obliterated the backboard. He tore down the rim. Jerome Williams clasped his head with both hands, his face a canvas of disbelief, yet unmistakably marked by visible envy. Lin, you are truly a force of nature. Allen Iverson shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance towards Knight across the court. Unbelievable. On the Connecticut bench, head coach Jim Calhoun gaped, his expression one of incredulity, muttering to himself, to slam dunk and rip down the rim. What sort of sorcery is this? How on earth did he accomplish that? Knight, the Connecticut center, maintained an outward calm, yet tumultuous wave surged within him. A fleeting glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes, his lips trembled slightly as he thought, what kind of beast is this? Even if the rim's quality isn't particularly robust, it shouldn't be that fragile, should it? Or perhaps the ferocity of his dunk is simply overwhelming. After a considerable pause, the audience slowly regained their composure from the shock of Lin Hong's dunk. Observing the chaos strewn across the floor, Georgetown head coach John Thompson was visibly agitated. Veins bulging on his forehead, his mind a whirlwind, blood pressure soaring. He immediately bellowed at Lin, Lin, you reckless individual. I see you're itching for trouble. Your practice has been sufficient. After the game, you will stay back for extra training. Lin Hong awkwardly touched his nose, his eyes darting as he tentatively inquired, Coach, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Believe you? I would trust a fool before I trust you. Chapter 23. On flopping, I am a professional. Beep. Even before the match commenced, a backboard was shattered, leaving the referee with no choice but to delay the game by half an hour. Staff rushed to clear the glass shards and replace the basketball hoop. However, this unforeseen interlude granted the spectators ample opportunity to relive the explosive moment in their minds. Well, are you kidding me? Jerome Williams exclaimed, his mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Just like during the game against Massachusetts, Lin had once again shattered a piece of the backboard. Indeed, his strength was unparalleled, his dunks ferociously dominant. Yet, suddenly recalling something, Iverson wore a mocking expression. Unable to suppress a chuckle as he teased, that was your own backboard. Is it normal for someone to destroy their own equipment? On the Connecticut bench, Ray Allen shook his head repeatedly, thinking, he is a monster. The memory of the shattered backboard and the scattering shards of glass left him in a state of disbelief. Head coach Jim Calhoun wore a serious expression. With Lin Hong and Allen, an inside-outside duo, Georgetown was poised to make an astounding statement this year. Unmatched speed, ferocious power, astonishing vertical leap, and an extraordinary wingspan, Lin Hong's talent was simply unimaginable. It was an obvious gift from the heavens. If Allen was the chosen one sent by fate, then Lin Hong was the prodigy dispatched from the cosmos. I once believed Allen to be the cornerstone of Georgetown's resurgence, only to be pleasantly surprised by Lin. How delightful. From this day forth, I declare myself a devoted fan of Lin Hong. Amidst the crowd's rapt attention, Lin Hong captured countless admirers with a dunk that shattered the backboard. The much-anticipated showdown between the two stars now had an additional focal point, Lin Hong. Not only the fans but also several scouts were intrigued. Indeed, with Iverson and Ray Allen as the top prospects, scouts were abundant. Soon enough, the new basketball hoop was installed. Boom. Amid the fervent cheers of the home crowd, the match was set to commence. Jump ball. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Lin Hongru sprang up as if equipped with springs beneath his feet, his reaction speed far surpassing that of his opponent, Travis Knight. The disparity was strikingly evident. Lin Hong effortlessly won the jump ball, returning it to Iverson. After bringing the ball across half court, Iverson directly lobbed it to Lin Hong, who had successfully positioned himself in the paint. Opposing him was Knight, who had lost the jump and was seething with frustration. Lin Hong understood that these flimsy pieces of paper were the most susceptible to being blown away. Bang! Lin Ming propelled himself backward, initiating a clash of strength. Seizing the opportunity while Knight staggered from the impact, Lin pivoted on his right foot and executed a sweeping arc with his left, feigning a shot at the basket. Observing Lin's apparent intent to shoot, Knight immediately lunged forward to contest the attempt. In the next moment, after deftly evading Knight, Lin advanced a step into the paint. With an explosive leap reminiscent of a bamboo shoot emerging from the ground, he seized the ball and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The resounding impact echoed through the arena, the movement fluid and commanding, culminating in a fierce slam. 2 o'clock. A splendid display of teamwork, Georgetown, playing on their home turf, orchestrated by Allen's precise passing, witnessed Lin's emphatic dunk beneath the rim. The commentator on the sidelines animatedly relayed the unfolding drama to the audience. As Lin opened the scoring, A female fan in the stands radiated a unique brilliance in her eyes. Connecticut's offense commenced. Thump, thump, thump. At the top of the arc, Ray Allen faced Georgetown's guard. Page, methodically dribbling the ball, while Knight, executing an off-ball screen, sprinted toward the basket. Was it a cut to the rim? Or a lob? A simple movement from Knight drew Lin's defensive focus, creating an opening for Ray Allen. In a decisive moment against Iverson, Ray elevated and released a clean three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the net, splashing through the rim. Swish. A flawless hit. 3-2, Connecticut surged ahead by a point. Ray Allen remained impassive, akin to a cold-blooded assassin with unparalleled precision. The possession shifted. Iverson brought the ball up the court. Lin Hong executed a familiar pick-and-roll strategy with precision. Iverson surged forward, penetrating the defense, prompting the lanky defender Naylor to hastily step up for support. The robust guard, Dorian Schaefer, resembling a young bull, immediately rushed to switch onto Lin Hong, creating a mismatch with the smaller defender. Iverson deftly passed the ball back into Lin Hong's hands. Lin Hong faced off against the considerably shorter Dorian Schaefer, who stood nearly a head and a half below him. It was a case of mismatched singles. Hey, rookie. I heard you shone brightly yesterday, leaving many humbled, but here, you won't gain even an inch of advantage. The robust and fiercely defensive Dorian Schaefer, akin to a warrior, forcefully pressed his forearm against Lin Hong's lower back, fearlessly hurling taunts. I've heard you referred to as the enhanced version of O'Neal. Today, I shall test your mettle and see if your reputation holds any weight. Lin Hong, known for responding to any taunt with a decisive play, was ready. Bang. Lin Hong initiated his dribble. CFA'er gritted his teeth, bracing himself with taut muscles, unleashing all his strength to confront this diminutive yet formidable opponent. Lin Hong's style of play has always been straightforward and forceful, advancing relentlessly and responding to violence with violence. Bang, bang. Lin Hong forcefully collided backward, swiftly arriving at the 3-second zone beneath the basket. Bang. Another powerful back-to-back confrontation ensued. CFA stumbled backward, taking a significant step away, unwilling to concede. He quickly sprang into the air, attempting to execute a block. Lin Hong swiftly pivoted, soaring into the air. With both hands grasping the ball, he forcefully slammed it into the hoop. 4-3. In the next moment, the exuberant Lin Hong yanked down on the rim with fervor, his legs thrashing wildly in midair. A piercing scream erupted as CFA'er tumbled to the ground, seemingly propelled out of bounds. Lin Hong's playstyle is exceedingly brutal. The rim, rebounding forcefully, sways incessantly, emitting a resonating hum. The basketball hoop trembles violently, as if it were sifting grain on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierces the air. The referee glances at the fallen Dorian Schaefer, who clutches his chest, groaning and slow to rise, then narrows his eyes at the exuberant Lin Hong, who is celebrating with raised arms and fervent shouts. Without hesitation, the referee blows his whistle, issuing Lin Hong a technical foul. What on earth? I didn't even touch him. He flew 3 meters away by himself. Clearly, that was a theatrical fall. Is it merely because my dunk looked impressive? This is absurd. What happened to home court advantage? Have you been bribed? Despite his inner turmoil, Lin Hong raises his hands in feigned innocence, blinking at the referee in an attempt to escape accountability. Never before has such audacity been witnessed. The referee's lips twitch, his heart racing, as he prepares to issue another technical foul until Lin Hong pleads for mercy, finally relenting. Yet, the sharp glare he casts seems to communicate, I have my eye on you, young man. Dorian Schaefer, finally rising with a grin, dusts off his pants and smirks at Lin Hong, shrugging as if to say, when it comes to flopping, I am a professional. As the victim of Lin Hong's dunk, Schaefer smiles as he steps to the free throw line and calmly sinks the shot. The score reads 5-4, with Connecticut reclaiming a 1-point lead. Chapter 24. The Twin Dragons dance with the pig. Knight faces military training. Come on, man. The commentator exclaims, applauding as Lin Hong wreaks havoc inside the paint, effortlessly scoring. Ray Allen launches surprise shots from the perimeter, and Dorian Schaefer, unwilling to be overshadowed, performs an Oscar-worthy flop, showcasing their talents. The match is both thrilling and fiercely competitive. Indeed, another commentator nods, then continues, however, in tonight's hidden contest for the top draft pick, Allen Iverson seems to be a mere spectator. Just then, Georgetown launches a fast break, with Iverson weaving through defenders, penetrating the paint while ignoring Knight's defense. He propels himself into the air, then boom. With ferocity, he slams the basketball into the hoop. In the next round, he executes a graceful layup, declaring to the audience that he is the one endowed with superior talent. The rightful candidate for this year's top pick. Well, it's utterly insane. At the outset, Lin Hong and Allen Iverson display their extraordinary abilities, engaging in relentless offense to rally support for Georgetown. Yet, Ray Allen remains expressionless, methodically nailing jump shots with the help of his teammates. This match is truly captivating. The fans in the stands are stirred with excitement. Meanwhile, as if hearing the crowd's unspoken rallying cry, the next play unfolds. When Iverson receives the ball at the top of the arc, Knight steps forward to confront him. "Come on, Allen. Tonight there can only be one victor. Our matchup is inevitable, but I will show no mercy. This victory is mine," Knight declares with palpable intensity. "Oh," Iverson responds, his expression devoid of emotion, a mere acknowledgement. Little does he realize that this nonchalant reply deeply insults Knight. "What? After all I said, you respond with just a no? How dismissive." Knight glares, his anger igniting. Yet, while he is consumed by his inner thoughts, Iverson remains unfazed. Here it comes. With a soft grunt, Iverson executes a crossover dribble, switching the ball to his right hand and accelerating forward. Knight's eyes sharpen as he rushes to meet him, and the two bodies collide fiercely. Bang! The heavy impact does not displace Knight, but Iverson drives into the paint, pushing Knight aside. Swish! A low scoop shot ensues, and although Knight attempts to block it, Iverson's core strength is formidable. He evades Knight's grasp and watches the ball glide past him. Swish! Iverson nails the layup. "Oh my gosh!" the commentator exclaims, covering his head and squinting with excitement. Against Knight, Iverson not only excels in scoring, but also holds his ground in their battle of strength. This is absolutely wild. Iverson is merely a guard, and Knight is the formidable center of Connecticut. Their power is evenly matched. Iverson's core strength is astonishing. Another commentator chuckles heartily. After all, he is the top pick prospect. It's no surprise he can stand up to Knight. Wow. Iverson's direct confrontation with Knight ignites the fervor of Georgetown's fans, who cheer and raise their arms in jubilation. Knight narrows his eyes, brimming with competitive spirit, but now it's his turn. He backs into Lin Hong, employing shoulder fakes and an array of deceptive moves. Unfortunately for Knight, Lin Hong remains unfazed, providing ample physical resistance that leaves Knight feeling uncomfortable. Bang! Ha! Knight exhales forcefully. Seeing that Lin Hong is not fooled, he dribbles while explosively lunging toward the basket. Knight seeks contact, unleashing even greater strength than before, leading to a fierce collision. Bang! Lin Hong was caught off guard as he was unexpectedly knocked back a step by the explosive surge of Knight's small universe. Had he taken gunpowder? Lin Hong advanced steadily, refusing to yield an inch, exerting a formidable force in their confrontation, while maintaining his arms elevated, never pressing down. Amidst the intense physical struggle, Nate quickly maneuvered to the reasonable collision zone, executing a sweeping right-hand hook shot. Whoosh! The basketball soared in a perfect arc, yet before it could touch the rim, it began its descent. What? How could this happen? Nate was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. An airball, completely off. Under Lin Hong's relentless defensive pressure, Nate remarkably missed the hook shot, an absurdity. This was a complete failure to generate power. The commentator quipped. In terms of physical confrontation, Lin Hong had utterly overwhelmed Nate, leaving him with insufficient strength to maintain a proper hook shot. Wow, by the water cooler, Acela Harrington exclaimed with a smile, it's the same familiar formula. Lin's formidable arms and defensive range are simply unparalleled, impenetrable. On the court, Iverson snatched the basketball and quickly initiated a fast break, yet Connecticut's defense responded promptly, thwarting Iverson's attempt to score. He was forced to retreat. Whoosh! Iverson executed a one-on-one breakthrough, penetrating the key, but faced with support defense. He seized the opportunity to deliver a behind-the-back pass to Lin Hong, who was trailing at the free throw line. Whoosh! Lin Hong accelerated towards the basket, but Knight immediately closed in, resulting in another fierce collision between their bodies. Bang! In this clash, Lin Hong managed to push Knight back over a meter. Humph! Knight grunted softly, yet he attempted to stick to Lin like an unyielding adhesive, exclaiming, I barely exerted my full strength just now, in terms of power. I am by no means inferior to you. How intimidating. A clumsy player with a penchant for boasting. Lin Hong laughed unkindly, his eyes narrowing slightly. He shifted his weight downward, subtly lowering his shoulders, and charged forward once more. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as their muscles clashed. Nate was unceremoniously toppled by Lin Hong, landing squarely on the ground. I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you have already fallen. Lin Hong cast a cold glance at his opponent, and amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, he executed a powerful dunk. The arena fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of cheers moments later. The fans raised their arms in jubilation, their thunderous roars nearly lifting the roof off the venue. On the Georgetown bench, Osella Harrington sighed, his face reflecting disbelief. Having just witnessed Allen's overpowering play, now Lin had sent Knight sprawling. What a dismal turn of events for him. Knight, bewildered, questioned the source of this extraordinary strength. How could he have been so easily vanquished? Sitting on the court floor, he was engulfed in confusion. As if a stampede of wild horses had charged through his mind, his face a canvas of unanswered questions, utterly incredulous. Yet, the harsh reality remained. It took several minutes for Knight to regain his composure and come to the stark realization that Lin Hong's prowess was far superior to his own. He had to approach this with utmost seriousness. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed by Lin Hong's speed, leaping ability, and wingspan, his offensive efforts thwarted at every turn. Whenever he faced Lin, his attacks faltered, resulting in a series of missed shots, blocked attempts, and stolen possessions. The commentator on the sidelines wore an expression of disbelief. Where had the once mighty Knight, capable of soaring through the air and commanding the game, disappeared to? Had Lin Hong clipped his wings? Such was the brutality of the sport. His partner shrugged. Noting that Knight's offensive game relied heavily on finesse, and now that his innate talents were being suppressed, he was left with nothing. Chapter 25. This is my house. Allen Iverson decisively faked out Ray Allen. As Connecticut initiated their offense, point guard Ricky Moore advanced the ball past half-court. He executed a bounce pass to Ray Allen stationed on the wing. Confronting Iverson, Allen wasted no time, driving toward the free throw line, momentarily leaving Iverson behind. He launched a jump shot from the arc, the ball arcing beautifully through the air, a shot that seemed practically guaranteed to succeed. However, just before the basketball reached its apex suddenly, Lin Hong emerged from the sidelines, delivering a powerful volleyball-style block that sent the basketball soaring into the substitute bench. Oh. Amidst the astonished gasps of the spectators, Lin Hong swiftly turned his gaze towards the stands, locking eyes with the tall, dark figure. Their glances met, and a smile crept across Lin Hong's lips, implying that the younger generation continually surpasses the older, a testament to the relentless waves of progress. In the realm of shot blocking, Lin Hong was by no means inferior to the veteran, Uncle Mu. This little fellow possesses quite the intrigue, Uncle Mu chuckled, shaking his finger playfully. Renowned for his shot blocking and defensive prowess, he was undoubtedly a formidable presence in the current league. During his tenure at Georgetown, he recorded an impressive 12 blocks in a single game, setting a franchise record. In the 1994-95 season, he was honored as the league's best defensive player. As an established figure in the league, he could easily discern that Lin Hong's blocking and defensive skills could secure him a place among the elite in the NBA. Is this indeed the promising newcomer his mentor had anticipated? Yet, Mu Mutombo remained skeptical, believing that Lin Hong's potential was likely to align closely with his own. As for surpassing the legendary Patrick Ewing's innate talent, Lin Hong has yet to reveal his prowess. Jim Calhoun, the head coach of Connecticut and rightly acclaimed as the NCAA Coach of the Year, swiftly adapted his strategy following Lin Hong's impressive volleyball-style block. Ray Allen momentarily paused at the free throw line, feigning an inward cut, then unexpectedly darted in a reverse motion to throw off the defender's balance. He sidestepped to the left, positioning himself just beyond the 45-degree arc for a three-pointer. Observing that Peja had lost his mark, Iverson attempted to assist defensively, but was met with a solid screen from the ever-prepared Knight. As soon as Ray Allen settled into position, his teammate Ricky Moore's pass arrived. With eyes fixed on the basket, he rose fluidly, executing a textbook shooting motion. The moment the ball left his hands, Ray Allen sensed its success. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. The shot indeed did not disappoint him. Ray Allen triumphantly clenched his fist, releasing the exhilaration within. As the transition commenced, Georgetown's offense unfolded. Iverson leisurely dribbled across the court, once again facing a double team on Lin Hong. The ball found its way to Peja, stationed at the 45-degree mark beyond the arc. Without hesitation, Peja launched a three-pointer. Noticing the shot's trajectory appeared somewhat flat, Lin Hong pivoted and sprinted towards the basket. Clang! The three-pointer ricocheted off the rim, sailing directly towards Connecticut's center, Knight, standing nearly eye-to-eye with Lin Hong. Knight flashed a victorious smile upon seeing only a significantly shorter forward in front of him. The rebound was assured. In that instant, however, a flash of yellow surged from behind Knight, extending a right arm with lightning speed. The basketball, descending right above Knight's head, was forcefully snatched away. Knight's smile abruptly vanished, as if a cooked duck had taken flight. After seizing the offensive rebound, Lin Hong wasted no time. Using his right foot as a pivot, he spun into the key. As the imposing forward, Kirk King, lunged towards him, Lin Hong leapt off the ground with explosive power. In midair, following an intense physical confrontation with Kirk King, Lin Hong subtly switched the basketball from his right to his left hand. With a powerful thrust, he slammed the ball into the hoop, executing a stunning one-handed dunk. Connecticut's offense resumed. Ray Allen stationed himself outside the right three-point line. Ricky Moore signaled his teammates to initiate a horn play, as both post players moved to create space. Using their robust physiques to forcefully clear a path past Iverson before driving towards the interior, Lin Hong swiftly retracted, while Williams hastily sought out Ray Allen. Bang! Center Knight once again shielded Ray Allen from the pursuing Williams. In the right corner, Ray Allen found himself wide open once more. Simultaneously, Ricky Moore, driving into the paint and drawing defensive attention, promptly delivered the ball. Upon receiving it, Ray Allen adopted the same shooting posture, exhibiting his innate sharpshooter's instinct. He rose for the shot, a textbook shooting form. The basketball soared, tracing a magnificent arc. Swish. The ball effortlessly threaded through the net. Positioning, receiving, shooting, scoring. A seamless execution. Consecutive three-pointers. Well done. Splendid, Ray. Coach Jim Calhoun nodded in satisfaction. Agile movement, a composed mind, and exceptional shooting prowess all heralded Ray Allen's potential to become the all-time three-point king. In the ensuing possession, the ball finally found its way into Allen Iverson's hands. With Ray Allen on fire, he voluntarily switched defense, relentlessly shadowing Iverson and leaving him no room to penetrate. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Hong prepared to set a screen. Yet Iverson waved him off, signaling his teammates to create space as he intended to take on his opponent one-on-one. Ray Allen, lowering his center of gravity and extending his arms, braced himself for the challenge. Iverson executed a crossover dribble, switching the ball to his right hand, lowering his shoulder and center of gravity before suddenly accelerating with a deceptive move towards the right. Ray Allen remained steadfast, his feet firmly planted on the ground, not budging. This could only mean he was lured into the trap. With this thought, Iverson approached Allen, exposing the ball tantalizingly close. Without hesitation, Ray Allen reached out, attempting to snatch it away. In a split second, Iverson performed a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly transferring the ball to his left hand while forcing himself into a half-step advantage. However, he refrained from advancing recklessly. Suddenly, he executed a step-back crossover, creating the illusion of a jump shot. Indeed, Ray Allen was finally deceived by the dazzling display of dribbling. Now was the moment. Iverson swiftly dribbled behind his back to his right hand and, before Ray Allen could react, unleashed a spectacular low-to-the-ground crossover. The basketball danced in Iverson's hands like a butterfly gliding through flowers, graceful, effortless, and exquisitely elegant. What a move. The rugged Jerome Williams stood at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, staring in awe, his astonishment palpable. Bang! A heavy thud echoed. Ray Allen, having lost his balance from Iverson's maneuvers, found his feet entangled and fell flat before Iverson. The butterfly had indeed flitted through the flowers. Ray Allen was taken down. A smile crept across Iverson's face as he dashed past the fallen Allen, the path ahead clear. Connecticut's center, Nate, had already been drawn to the corner by Lin Hong. Unable to intervene, Iverson soared high, executing a one-handed slam dunk. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. What a stunning breakthrough. This one-on-one display was fiercely executed. The dribbling utterly magnificent, truly the work of Allen. The atmosphere on Georgetown's bench transformed, with the lively Othello Harrington instinctively rising to his feet, dancing with fervor, towel in hand. Exuding energy, the Georgetown fans rose in unison, cheering. This was the chosen one in their hearts. This play seemed to ignite Iverson's offensive fervor. In the next sequence, Connecticut advanced on offense. As Ray Allen brought the ball up, his pass to Nate was intercepted by the quick-witted Peja. Without hesitation, Peja launched a quarterback-style long pass to the already sprinting Iverson. Like a cheetah, Iverson darted to the basket, leaping over Ricky Moore's defense. Crash! Iverson roared as he emphatically dunked over Ricky Moore. Upon landing, he flexed his powerful biceps for the camera, exclaiming, "This is my house." Iverson raised his arms high, waving them up and down, fervently rallying the fans' emotions. Chapter 26, Offense is the Best Defense, and the skies began to pour three-pointers. Georgetown's offense flowed like mercury, exhilarating and endlessly captivating. Iverson crossed half-court, executing a crossover to shake off his defender, charging into the paint, and tossing the ball towards the side of the rim. It was an alley-oop. In the 3-second area, Nate lowered his center of gravity, bracing for an interception. As the basketball approached, he leapt decisively to try and block it. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Hong soared from behind, utilizing his unparalleled speed and height advantage to overpower Nate. Not only did he slam the ball through the hoop with force, but he also sent Nate tumbling to the ground. Holy shit. Nate was once again toppled. His physique was no match for Lin. No one could stop him. Lin was more ferocious than a monster. They couldn't contain Allen, nor could they contain Lin. Victory was assured today. The enthusiasm of the Georgetown fans was ignited by Lin Hong's alley-oop dunk, an ankle-breaking, volleyball-style block, and alley-oop slam. The thrilling performance of Georgetown's twin stars continued to unfold. Georgetown advanced on offense. Iverson brought the ball forward. Lin Hong, after setting a screen for him, swiftly rolled towards the basket. Upon noticing that the opposing power forward had been drawn out by Williams, Iverson promptly returned the ball with a lob to Lin Hong, who was confronted by Knight's outstretched hand attempting to block his path. After receiving the pass, Lin Hong did not take an immediate shot. Instead, he executed a calculated backing maneuver after dribbling the ball. Caught off balance, Knight was sent sprawling to the ground under the overwhelming force of Lin's play. Thud. After being knocked down, Knight, propelled by inertia, slid out of bounds, finding himself utterly alone before him. Lin Hong did not delay any further. With a spring-like compression of his legs, he propelled himself forward with great force. A resounding crash echoed as his powerful hand struck down with tremendous force. His playing style was fierce and unrelenting, exhibiting utmost dominance. As the first half of the game concluded, Georgetown led Connecticut by a substantial margin of 17 points. With a score of 58-41, Allen Iverson had been on the court for 15 minutes and 20 seconds, effortlessly showcasing his offensive prowess. He scored 14 points and provided 9 assists with remarkable ease, shooting 5 out of 8 from the field and 4 out of 6 from the free throw line. This clearly illustrates that if he had a dependable teammate, Iverson was certainly capable of facilitating play. After all, when victory can be achieved with ease, why should one resort to solitary efforts? And Lin Hong was indeed that reliable teammate. Lin Hong played for 16 minutes, achieving an astounding record of 28 points with 12 successful shots out of 12 attempts, alongside 15 rebounds and 10 blocks. He accomplished a remarkable triple-double of 28-15-10 at halftime. In the illustrious history of Georgetown, only 2 players have ever recorded a triple-double with blocks in a single game: the textbook center Patrick Ewing and the towering Dikembe Mutombo from Africa. Today, Lin Hong has become the 3rd player to achieve this feat. Mutombo, known as a blocking machine, once recorded 12 blocks in a single game, setting a Georgetown record. By halftime, Lin had already amassed 10 blocks, and everyone believed that this record would soon be shattered in the second half. After Lin's arrival, Georgetown truly underwent a transformation. During the halftime break, the commentator glanced at the statistics in astonishment, declaring that Georgetown's twin stars were flourishing, leading by 17 points. Connecticut's strength had not only remained intact compared to last season, but it had even improved. Yet, against the prowess of Georgetown's twin stars, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Following their victory over Connecticut, who could possibly hinder Georgetown's progress in the Big East? I believe no one. In the locker rooms during halftime, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. Last season, the 2 teams were evenly matched, but no one anticipated that this season would present such a lopsided scenario. Merely a half had passed, and Connecticut was trailing Georgetown by 17 points. In Georgetown's locker room, players were laughing and joking, engaged in lively conversation. Lin, after scoring a triple-double in just one half, how do you feel? Jerome Williams playfully held an empty bottle as a microphone, cheerfully interviewing Lin Hong. Relaxing with a massage, Lin did not even look up and casually replied, "How do I feel? It's no different from usual, nothing has changed. But that's 28-15-10. This is no game. Aren't you even a little excited?" Jerome, I will break various records in the future, so I don't see any reason to be overly excited. Such statistics aren't particularly uncommon, are they? Williams's lips twitched in disbelief. Harrington chimed in with a laugh. Hey, Jerome, do you think Lin is as ineffective as you? Achieving those stats is as easy for him as eating or drinking. Who would be concerned about their feelings while drinking water? Haha. I guess Lin enjoys the experience of dismantling his opponents more. Meanwhile, in Connecticut's locker room, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Head coach Jim Calhoun racked his brain for a solution, as time was running short for Connecticut. If they could not narrow the gap early on, they would surely face defeat. Jim understood the issues with Connecticut's interior defense, but he was helpless in the face of it. Nate was not the type of strong, robust center capable of containing Lin Hong, which was no surprise. Ricky Moore's shooting was inconsistent, fluctuating between on and off. Georgetown's dual offensive strategy had early on put Connecticut, who had a perceived advantage, in a difficult position. Jim Calhoun furrowed his brow, casting a glance at his protege Ray Allen, pausing for a moment. Ray maintained his usual calm demeanor, exhibiting unwavering composure. A wild thought surged in Jim's mind. If they couldn't stop them, they should simply go on the offensive. Gritting his teeth, Jim made his decision. An unconventional approach. Offense is the best defense. Allen, in the second half, you will take charge of our offense, relentlessly attacking their basket. In short, your sole task is to shoot them down. Understood. Ray Allen responded emphatically, feeling a bit anxious himself. Let me remind you. As long as it's within the rules of basketball, you can use any means necessary to score. If we can stifle their other options and double-team Lin, while also showcasing our skills, we can turn the tide. Coach Jim Calhoun pinned all hopes of a comeback on his protege Ray Allen. As the second half commenced, Connecticut launched their offense. Under Jim Calhoun's directive, everyone worked to create shooting space for Ray Allen. On the first play, Ray failed to find an immediate shooting opportunity and returned the ball to Moore. Let's try again. On the second attempt, Ray found a small opening, but center Nate could not fend off the relentless Iverson. Iverson closed in, preventing Ray from taking the shot, forcing him to pass back to Moore. Moore remained calm. In NCAA, the offensive clock allowed for a generous 35 seconds. On the third attempt, Ray received the ball just outside the three-point line, yet still couldn't find a clear shot. Time was running out, and everyone awaited Ray's next move. Connecticut's bench, including Coach Jim Calhoun, felt the pressure mounting. Iverson was defending Ray closely, pushing him hard. After a few tentative steps, Ray lowered his head to create space for his jump, pushing off the ground and leaning back for a three-pointer. This shot will not go in. Although Iverson was momentarily moved aside, he managed to leap high. Ray did his utmost to elevate his release point. In the end, Ray successfully released the ball. With a resounding clap, Iverson grazed Ray's wrist, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Beep. Swish. Just as the referee's whistle blew, the basketball swooped into the net. A three-point play. Ray not only scored 3 points, but also earned an additional free throw. The score was now 58-45. Connecticut had successfully scored 4 points, narrowing the gap to 13 points. Chapter 27. The icy shooter emerges. Ray Allen's explosive performance. Defense. Ray Allen showed no signs of celebration, maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor. There was no hint of urgency in his eyes, nor any joy in scoring. He resembled an emotionless machine, fueled solely by a desire for victory and an almost mechanical precision in shooting. Georgetown initiated their offense. Ray and Sheffer double-teamed on the front court. Peggy first engaged Ray, then immediately dribbled to find a breakthrough opportunity. Ray's abilities rendered him unperturbed by such confrontations. Peggy's attempts to break through were thwarted repeatedly, and under Ray's tight defense, he quickly became flustered. With perfect timing, Ray seized an opportunity for a daring steal, his fingertips grazing the basketball, causing it to slip from Peggy's control. Ray dove to regain possession, dribbling as he rose to his feet. Iverson and Page's attempts to intercept failed to dislodge the ball from Ray Allen's grasp. Once in control, Allen promptly passed to his teammate, Sheffer, to initiate an advance. Oh, what do I see? Ray Allen has intercepted Page's dribble. Connecticut is poised for a resurgence. However, one cannot help but wonder if Ray Allen's performance is somewhat belated. The commentator was left astounded by Allen's relentless pursuit of the ball. The Connecticut bench erupted in exuberant cheers. Sheffer brought the ball forward. Allen, Sheffer, and Knight executed a series of intricate give-and-go screens. From the left side, at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, Allen once again maneuvered into position to receive a pass, creating an opportunity for a shot. Without a moment's hesitation, and with Iverson's interference looming, he launched a shot from just over a meter beyond the arc. His shooting form remained unchanged and impeccable. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. The score narrowed to 58-48, a mere 10-point deficit. Oh, the three-point sharpshooter has arrived. Magnificent, precise, and unyielding. Ray Allen's shooting stance was remarkably textbook in its perfection. Ray Allen. The commentators' fervent shouts filled the arena. Since the beginning of the second half, Allen has single-handedly accounted for all of the team's offensive plays, executing each one flawlessly. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, furrowed his brow, yet refrained from calling a timeout. As the play transitioned, Georgetown initiated their offensive strategy. After Lin Hong set a screen for Iverson, he charged towards the basket with great determination. Nate immediately moved in to provide defensive support. However, This time, Nate had learned his lesson and refrained from a forceful confrontation. Instead, he timed his approach perfectly as Lin Hong raised his hand, suddenly closing in. In the next moment, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he dramatically flew backward. At that instant, Nate resembled a master thespian, rolling on the ground while clutching his head. What on earth is happening here? Lin Hong gazed at the astonishing performance of Nate, utterly bewildered. Am I being set up for a scam? My friend, you have truly overplayed your role. Lin Hong's lips twitched uncontrollably. Although he had watched numerous compilation videos of dramatic falls before his journey through time, featuring the likes of the acclaimed actor Valerio, the best defender smart, in the notorious Beverly, he never anticipated that he would experience such a moment himself. Beep, beep, beep. Perhaps in a bid to maintain the suspense of the game, the referee unhesitatingly called an offensive foul on Lin Hong. Upon hearing the whistle, Knight instantly revitalized. Springing up from the ground, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hong, adorned with a mocking smile. Lin Hong shrugged indifferently. However, Knight's shameless antics sent a clear signal to Georgetown. Connecticut had no intention of conceding the match. Even when on the brink of defeat, they refused to surrender. It appeared that in their desperate pursuit of points, they were willing to resort to any means necessary. Lin Hong sighed inwardly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since you have chosen not to surrender, we shall continue to press until you concede. The ball was in Connecticut's backcourt. Ray Allen raised his hand and initiated a swift counterattack. Nate launched a long pass, but the force was excessive. Allen leaped high, barely managing to catch the ball before landing. In a moment of slight imbalance, on the verge of tumbling out of bounds, he decisively sprang up for a jump shot. Swish. The basketball sailed smoothly through the net. 51-58, a 7-point deficit. Timeout. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, unhesitatingly called for a pause. A surge of 10-0 had left him feeling a tinge of trepidation. Oh yes. Splendid. The gap is now reduced to just 7 points. This wave of offensive fervor had ignited the aspirations of Connecticut's fans and bench alike. Through sheer personal prowess and core strength, Ray Allen had thrust the ball into the net. Lying on the ground, Allen did not rise immediately, instead waiting for his teammates to assist him. Moore and Nate rushed over, filled with excitement, to help him up. Ray, well done. That was magnificent. Both had slightly reddened eyes. Initially, they believed the match was slipping away, but Allen's remarkable play had rekindled the suspense of the game. With such timing and a mere 7-point gap, it could be said that both teams were back on even footing. They were utterly thrilled. On Connecticut's bench, Ray Allen basked in the adoration and cheers of his teammates. A hero in the spotlight. Meanwhile, the commentators fervently heightened the atmosphere. Who would have imagined that Ray Allen would unleash his killer instinct in the second half? He consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, restoring the suspense of the match. This vividly illustrated that as long as time remains, there lies a chance for an unexpected turnaround. The basketball court is never devoid of miracles and lone heroes. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Georgetown's offense began. Ray Allen and Sheffer continued to apply intense pressure at the front. From leading by 17 points to being chased down to a mere 7, Iverson now faced immense pressure. Utilizing Lin Hong's screen, Iverson successfully advanced the ball past half-court. This time, he did not wait for his teammates to position themselves. Instead, he executed a dazzling change of direction and charged past his defender. Confronted with Nate's defense, Iverson boldly attacked. Nate raised his hands high, matching Iverson's intensity. Bang. Whistle. In the end, Nate could not resist and fouled, forcing Iverson to take the shot. The basketball danced on the rim for a moment before rolling out. Missing the opportunity for a potential 3-point play, Iverson shook his head in frustration. Observing Iverson's forceful drive, the commentator remarked, Allen's explosiveness is undoubtedly the strongest in the NCAA. Standing at the free throw line under tremendous pressure, Iverson had an impressive free throw percentage of 78. While he may not have made both, at least one should have been guaranteed. Yet, astonishingly, he missed both. 58-51, still a 7-point gap. Connecticut's offense commenced. Likewise, Georgetown maintained an aggressive full-court press. As the game approached its critical juncture, no one would hold back. After a difficult advance, Moore initiated a movement for Ray Allen. Every Connecticut player was working to create opportunities for Allen. He maneuvered from the right corner, gliding along the baseline, then sprinted towards the left corner, looping around to find his teammate Sheffer for support. As Allen prepared to catch the ball, he found no opening. He had no choice but to keep moving, brushing past center Nate, who effectively blocked Iverson and Page's pursuit. Allen seized an extraordinary shooting opportunity. As he received the pass, he executed the shot. The rhythm was perfect, and his form was immaculate. The basketball soared through the air, while Allen maintained his shooting posture, retreating to defend. He had no intention of contesting for the offensive rebound. 1. He could not out-jump, and 2. It was unnecessary. This was the confidence of the three-point king, Ray Allen. Witnessing his premature celebration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Swish. The sound of the ball netting ignited yet another eruption of cheers from the audience. After all, who does not relish the tale of a solitary hero? 58-54, a 4-point gap. Chapter 28, a flash of inspiration, a dunk through the legs. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, no longer hesitated and decisively called a timeout. I will emphasize 2 points. First, enhance our defense with double teaming. We must stifle Allen, this external threat. Second, play methodically and hand the ball to our most reliable options, striving to draw fouls beneath the basket. Coach Thompson's resolute directives undoubtedly provided Georgetown with a much-needed boost, calming the frayed nerves of his players. By neutralizing the opponent's perimeter threat and ensuring their own offensive efficiency, Georgetown's chances of victory appeared significantly brighter than those of Connecticut. As the timeout concluded, Georgetown was expected to alter their defensive strategy, focusing intently on neutralizing Ray Allen's outside scoring prowess. The commentary resumed with prophetic fervor. Georgetown's offense commenced. Lin Hong swiftly advanced to the front court, subsequently positioning himself low, effectively sealing off Knight, and raised his hands to signal for the ball. Allen Iverson, holding the ball on the perimeter, hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to pass. Did this fellow intend to take me on single-handedly once more? Upon noticing Lin Hong's request for the ball, Knight initially appeared taken aback, quickly followed by a smirk, as his teammate was already en route to provide assistance. As the basketball was received, Lin Hong commenced his post-up, exerting force with his shoulders. Knight lowered his center of gravity, equally intensifying his physical resistance. Every muscle in his body, even his brows, was engaged, yet he was as futile as a man is attempting to stop a chariot. 1 step, 2 steps. Bam! He was utterly unable to withstand Lin Hong's relentless onslaught, forced to retreat continuously. With sufficient depth established before his opponent could converge, Lin Hong suddenly pivoted, disregarding Knight before launching into a two-handed dunk that nearly grazed the rim. The speed of his leap and the sheer power of his lower body caught Knight off guard, leaving him with no choice but to instinctively reach out in an attempt to grasp him. Crash! As Lin Hong executed a powerful dunk, the linesman blew his whistle. The 2 points were deemed valid, and he was awarded a bonus free throw. This moment perfectly showcased Lin Hong's formidable strength, even as Knight committed a foul. He could not halt Lin's momentum. To speak candidly, I observed the shadow of Shaquille O'Neal in this play. In the Verizon Center in Washington, D.C., the commentator made an astonishing remark. On the court, after fruitlessly arguing with the referee, Knight positioned himself at the left of the free throw line, silently praying for Lin's shot to miss. But clang! It seemed divine intervention occurred as Lin's free throw ricocheted off the rim. Knight felt a surge of glee, ready to leap and secure the defensive rebound. However, in the next instant, he was dumbfounded. A long arm swooped in before him, deftly tipping the ball into the basket. Wow, was that Lin again? My goodness, had he not just been at the free throw line? Despite missing the free throw, Lin had already soared near the rim and snatched the ball before Knight could react. This tip-in revealed Lin's innate agility. His failure to score from the free throw line might stem from a lack of control over his upper body strength. Nonetheless, the outcome was flawless. Instead of a 2-1, it turned into a 2-2. That was a splendid 4-point play. Coach, you must diligently correct Lin Hong's free throw technique. Georgetown's head coach, Thompson, shot a resigned glance at Lin and turned to Mutombo, saying, "This guy's hands are enormous and his strength is immense. It's indeed challenging to improve his free throw skills." That holds true. Mutombo shrugged, half jokingly and half seriously, stating, however, "I believe he doesn't need to perfect his free throws. If opponents don't double-team him, he could score 60 points even without free throws." In Mutombo's eyes, Lin Hong's ideal model was the great Shaquille O'Neal, equally robust and utterly unstoppable. The only differences were Lin's superior athleticism and more proactive defensive awareness. Coach Thompson sighed heavily. "Dikembe, this guy will undoubtedly be a lethal weapon in the future. The task of teaching him free throws falls to you." "Coach, that won't do. I have no time for that. Besides, with my barely 70 free throw shooting percentage, how could I possibly teach him?" Mutombo immediately declined, shaking his head vigorously. The idea of him becoming Lin Hong's free throw coach was ludicrous. "However, I do have a suitable candidate, Rick Barry, that master of the underhand free throw technique." Wow. Just as the two were conversing, an uproar erupted from the stands. They exchanged bewildered glances and turned to inquire with a nearby player. It turned out Ray Allen was unable to create space beyond the three-point line. Knight had no choice but to back down Lin Hong from the free throw line. With little time left on the shot clock, Knight took a hesitant step forward and hurriedly tossed the basketball towards the hoop. The arc was low. Even if he managed to release it, it would likely clang off the rim. However, as Knight lunged forward, Lin Hong leaped high into the air. Smack! The basketball Knight had just thrown was met head-on by the soaring Lin Hong. The ball struck the backboard and rebounded back into Knight's hands. For a moment, Knight was stunned, but then joy flooded him, and he quickly executed a rapid little hook shot. Yet, just as he released it, Lin Hong soared again, his long arm sweeping through the air, sending the ball flying once more. Lin Hong's block was precise, the basketball landing perfectly in the hands of Page-Eye at the top of the arc. However, Connecticut, shaken by Georgetown's swift counterattack, swiftly regrouped for defense. Page-Eye secured the ball and passed it to Iverson. Lin Hong sprinted forward with great agility, swiftly advancing towards the basket. Simultaneously, the basketball in Iverson's hands soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, reaching its destination in an instant. Wow! A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd as the towering figure of Lin Hong, standing at an impressive 7 feet, faced Knight, who had his arms outstretched and legs wide in defense. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. With a deft maneuver, he struck the ground, allowing the basketball to pass through Knight's legs. Whoosh! A chill ran beneath Knight's waist, prompting him to instinctively clamp his legs together, yet the ball was swifter, darting behind him. Bewildered, he turned his head, only to witness Lin Hong maneuvering around him to retrieve the ball, charging directly towards the restricted area beneath the hoop. And then, with a sudden surge, he leaped into the air. Crash! Lin Hong grasped the ball with both hands, executing the iconic two-handed slam dunk reminiscent of the great white shark. Lin Hong forcefully grasped the rim, his voice booming as he swung his legs in exhilaration. You cannot possibly defend against me. You are as feeble as a flock of sheep. As he sprinted back, Lin Hong deliberately passed by Knight, hurling taunts in his direction. Damn it, this guy actually tried to play me for a fool. With a display of sheer dominance, he executed a powerful slam dunk. In just one play, Lin Hong not only delivered 2 resounding blocks on defense, but also maneuvered through Knight's legs for a two-handed dunk. The crowd was left in astonishment. Was that previous move merely a fleeting moment of brilliance? If it were not, that would be truly extraordinary. It could only be a stroke of luck. If he could master the ball-handling skills of a guard, he would indeed be a formidable force. Lin Hong's seemingly harmless smile left the fans increasingly bewildered. They were astonished to discover that every offensive and defensive move he made was filled with intrigue. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hong had captivated yet another wave of admirers. Before the Connecticut bench, head coach Jim Calhoun wore a grave expression. At the onset of the second half, Ray Allen adeptly utilized his strengths to gradually shift the momentum of the game. However, as Ray Allen found himself closely guarded, severing his connection with teammates, and with Lin Hong exerting his influence on both offense and defense within the paint, the game's dynamics shifted once more. The point differential reverted to 13, prompting Jim Calhoun to call for a timeout during a dead ball situation. Have you thought of a solution? He inquired as the players returned to the bench. Heads hung low. With a wry smile, he asked Ray Allen, Ray, how do you think we should contain Lin Hong? It seems rather challenging, doesn't it? After careful contemplation, Ray Allen could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 29, The Death Dunk, a Definitive Conclusion. On the Connecticut bench, Ray Allen sat with a towel draped over his head, his eyes devoid of life, suddenly feeling an overwhelming fatigue. After a 10-0 run at the start of the second half, he had still believed in the possibility of a comeback. Yet now, following Lin Hong's explosive resurgence on both ends of the court, he finally grasped the meaning of despair cloaked in hope. He also began to understand why Knight had worn a sorrowful mask throughout the match, perpetually melancholic. Who could withstand a talent of Lin Hong's caliber? Even if they possessed skill, the pressure was immense. Adjusting the tempo, Jim Calhoun encouraged his dejected players, bite down hard. Let us strive to reduce the deficit to single digits. Let us go. After a moment of silence, observing the dispirited team, Jim Calhoun let out a heavy sigh and issued his ultimate directive. He marked the number 66, Lin Hong's jersey number, prominently on the tactical board. Your ultimate mission is to prevent Lin Hong from scoring 40 points. The game continued. Lin Hong altered his offensive strategy, proactively engaging in high pick-and-roll plays with Iverson. Previously, he predominantly relied on overpowering his opponents in the paint, but now he has unexpectedly transformed into a voracious scorer, executing acrobatic aerial maneuvers. This shift rendered Connecticut's double-team strategy utterly ineffective. Lin Hong's agile maneuvers, complemented by his alluring floaters, relentlessly assailed the Connecticut defense, leaving it in tatters. As the defensive line crumbled under Lin Hong's onslaught, the offense struggled, with Ray Allen facing staunch opposition that drastically diminished his shooting percentage. The towering duo of Nate and Kirk King, confronted by Lin Hong's defense, resembled defenseless children, repeatedly failing to convert their attempts. Seizing the opportunity, Georgetown unleashed a surge, scoring 9-4, extending their lead to a commanding 19 points. Connecticut, however, persevered with grit. On the court, Lin Hong sprinted alongside Iverson, his speed leaving Nate stranded at the baseline. Kirk King charged toward Lin Hong, yet bang! In the midst of the physical tussle, Lin Hong deftly maneuvered, forcing his way past Kirk King's obstruction. Simultaneously, Iverson found himself cornered by Ray Allen and Sheffer at the three-point line, yet without hesitation. He delivered a precise bounce pass to the sprinting Lin Hong. Only the opposing guard, Ricky Moore, remained in the paint. Lin Hong, with the ball in hand, accelerated forward. Standing resolutely at the edge of the restricted area was Moore, towering at 188 meters, his expression one of unwavering determination, his body taut as he instinctively protected himself. He appeared to be pleading for reassurance. Lin Hong, charging forward with the ferocity of a heavy tank, moved at such a speed that sudden changes in direction were utterly impossible. The baseline referee had already signaled for an offensive foul. The arrow was drawn, and there was no turning back. With no avenue for retreat, the only option was to confront head-on. Lin Hong no longer hesitated. His gaze was solely fixed on the hoop. He accelerated. With a powerful push off the ground, his feet struck the floor just a meter in front of Moore. The floor offered immense propulsion beneath his feet. It was as if springs were installed beneath him, launching him skyward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he soared to the height of Moore's waist, his leap ferocious and unstoppable. In Lin Hong's gaze, there emanated an aura reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending the mountain or a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. This ferocious energy seemed as if it could tear Mo Air apart in an instant. In that moment, Mo Air was utterly paralyzed by this terrifying presence. Instinctively retracting his head and closing his eyes, Lin Hong gracefully spread his legs, gently pushing off the opponent's shoulder, soaring through the air. The basketball in his right hand swung in a wide arc, as if wielding a mighty hammer. Lin Hong's head soared high above the rim, and from a mere foot away, he unleashed a powerful one-handed slam into the basket. The resounding clang echoed throughout the arena, causing the hoop to tremble violently. The entire basketball structure quaked under the sheer force of Lin Hong's thunderous dunk. In that moment, silence enveloped the Verizon Center. A profound stillness settling over the crowd of nearly 10,000 spectators, who were rendered utterly speechless. All eyes were riveted upon the towering figure clad in the blue and white jersey adorned with the number 66, as if they had collectively lost their ability to articulate. Entranced by the sheer shock of the moment, the baseline referee, wide-eyed, momentarily forgot to officiate, as time seemed to stand still. Several seconds passed before the commentator, snapping back to reality, erupted in an astonished roar. "Holy cow! Unbelievable! Are you kidding me?" These familiar exclamations tumbled forth, echoing in a loop. His mind muddled and unable to conjure any other words to encapsulate his overwhelming excitement. Perhaps, in his state of astonishment, his brain had simply ceased to function. Moments later, the fans in the stands jolted back to life, erupting into a cacophony of cheers that resembled a roaring tsunami. The death leap. This is the dunk of doom. An astonishing vertical leap. Is he flying? Suddenly, a wave of clarity washed over him, but a chill gripped the back of his head, and his shoulders felt heavy. Mo Air instinctively opened his eyes, bewildered by the raucous celebration around him. Something felt amiss, and as he turned and glanced up at the hoop, he was struck as if by a bolt of lightning. Lin Hong astonishingly hung from the rim, roaring with exhilaration. How did he manage to ascend there? This is utterly absurd. Moore appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, an unsettling thought surged into his mind, instantly filling him with shame and indignation. He has just been subjected to a spectacular dunk. Oh my, truly a posterizing slam. This can only be termed the dunk of death. Lin Hong's remarkable leaping ability and explosive power allowed him to soar over Ricky Moore. This was a contest between an adult and a child. They were simply not on the same level. The two commentators at the sidelines finally regained their composure, yet still, due to the overwhelming shock, their commentary was punctuated by pauses. Lin Hong's extraordinary leap sealed the fate of the match. On the court, Players like Iverson rushed over to high-five him in celebration. Jerome Williams even leaped up, colliding chest with Lin Hong in jubilation. Oh my God! Oh my God! His excitement knew no bounds. Jerome Williams seemed to lose his ability to articulate, his vocabulary suddenly so limited that he nearly caused himself internal injury. Had he possessed even a smidgen of knowledge about the culture of the Celestial Empire, he would not have faced such a verbal drought. A simple awesome could have sufficed. Lin Hong himself felt a surge of luck for achieving such a spectacular dunk, relieved that his opponent was merely a minor guard. Timeout. Jim Calhoun, with a face full of disappointment, shook his head in resignation and called for a timeout. Lin Hong was simply unstoppable, contributing nothing to the opposition's efforts. He resembled a human pile driver, utterly dismantling the competition. Chapter 30. A new record is born. The data maniac from the Celestial Empire. In front of the Connecticut bench, Ray Allen, Ricky Moore, and Dorian Sheffer returned to their seats with heads bowed, their expressions heavy with despair, especially Knight, whose countenance was grave, as if mourning a great loss. The Connecticut center had a dismal performance throughout the game, completely dominated by Lin Hong. By the end of the match, Lin Hong's statistics were explosive, setting a franchise record. In stark contrast, Knight, during his time matched up against Lin Hong, not only failed to score, but could not even secure a single offensive rebound. His performance on both ends of the court was utterly shattered, significantly undermining his confidence. He even contemplated whether he should stay another year in college, delaying his entry into the draft until next year. Head coach Jim Calhoun was preoccupied. Although he had conceded defeat early, witnessing his team's demoralization weighed heavily on him. They arrived with high hopes only to depart in dismay. Boys, do not lose heart. The season has just begun, and we still have opportunities, he encouraged. Though we have lost this game, when we return to our home court, we shall reclaim our honor. Georgetown is not invincible. They too have weaknesses. If they were truly formidable, why did we start the second half with a 10-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 7 points? Thus, they still had a chance. While Allen was indeed formidable, he was not without his countermeasures. At this moment, point guard Dorian Sheffer suddenly raised his head. Coach, what about Lin? Jim Calhoun felt a twitch of irritation, cursing inwardly at the lack of awareness displayed. Organizing his thoughts under the expectant gazes of his team, he maintained his composure and replied, Lin is not to be feared. Given his acrobatic style of play, his stamina has reached its limit. Did you notice his expression after that dunk? He was drenched in sweat, panting like an ailing dog. With such a state, what do you have to fear? Will you fear him? Calhoun's words resonated powerfully, echoing in their ears. Not afraid. Ricky Moore and several other players lifted their heads. Fists clenched, their fighting spirit rekindled. Jim Calhoun nodded in satisfaction. Yes, let us exhibit the spirit we deserve. This year, our goal is the NCAA championship. Championship. Ray Allen leaped up, leading the roar. Real men do not cry. They stand up and face challenges head on. Sheffer and others joined in the fervent shouts. Calhoun finally relaxed slightly, having resolved the morale issue of the team. However, when he glanced around and his eyes fell on Knight, his heart quivered. Although Knight was shouting along, his gaze seemed distant, lost in the sorrow of defeat, unable to escape. Is our starting center in a state of despair? He pondered. But with little time remaining in the timeout, he could not offer further motivation, leaving it for another day. Upon resuming, Connecticut had already conceded defeat, and Georgetown refrained from further aggression, leading both teams to field pure substitute lineups. In a lackluster exchange, time quietly slipped away. The final score was 86-68, marking Georgetown's second consecutive victory to start the season. Iverson scored an impressive 25 points with 13 assists. Lin Hong achieved a record-breaking performance with an astonishing 40 points, 22 rebounds, and 14 blocks. The commentator on the sidelines rose to his feet in awe. If the statistics are accurate, Lin scored 40 points, secured 22 rebounds, and recorded 14 blocks tonight. Despite the illustrious history of Georgetown University, which boasts legendary centers such as Patrick Ewing, Dikembe Mutombo, and Alonzo Mourning, Lin Hong has ascended to a singular pinnacle, becoming the only player in Georgetown's history to achieve 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 blocks in a single game. This feat is unmatched not only in the annals of Georgetown but also in the illustrious history of the NCAA, marking him as the first to attain such remarkable statistics. Perhaps he is a pioneer without a peer, destined to remain unparalleled. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to witness the birth of a new record today. The formidable Lin Hong has surpassed all, establishing himself as a new record holder in the NCAA. This may well signify the continuation of Georgetown's legacy of exceptional centers, with Lin poised to become the next monstrous talent akin to Patrick Ewing. The two commentators, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted as the cheers of the fans at the Verizon Center reverberated throughout the arena. This match transformed into a personal showcase for Lin Hong. Relishing the jubilant accolades from the audience, Lin stepped into the team's locker room. Upon entering, Lin was immediately encircled by a grinning Allen Iverson and others, leaving him feeling cornered. Realizing the impending mischief, he contemplated an escape, but was swiftly restrained on the bench by Jerome Williams and several burly teammates. Lin, surprise. Before he could react, a bucket of icy water cascaded down upon him, leaving him thoroughly drenched. Lin Hong's lips twitched as he said, "Thank you." With a smile on his face, he was inwardly seething. "Congratulations, Lin. You've set a new record for Georgetown. I always knew you had this capability, but I never anticipated it would come so swiftly. How am I supposed to catch up now?" Jerome Williams playfully punched Lin on the chest, while teammates like Osella Harrington offered their verbal congratulations. "This is truly a major asset. One must hold on tightly." "All right, everyone, quiet down," commanded Coach John Thompson, clapping his hands to garner everyone's attention. With a grin, he announced, "Look who I brought for you." No sooner had he spoken than a tall, dark figure, head bowed, slowly entered the locker room. Instantly, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. It was Dikembe Mutombo, the African giant, last season's NBA Defensive Player of the Year and Georgetown University's most illustrious shot blocker. "Hello, handsome fellows. Aren't you going to welcome me? Why the silence upon my arrival? Am I truly that fearsome?" As he stepped into the locker room, Uncle Mute playfully remarked, "Allen, your drive is simply amazing. When will you teach me? Although, I probably won't be able to learn, ha ha ha." "Jerome, put down that ice bucket, raise your hands, and stand against the wall. Perhaps Lin will go easy on you later." "Osella, stop looking at me with those suggestive eyes. I'm feeling bashful." "Victor, you need to eat more. You've become so thin, it seems the team has food isn't up to par." He then pointed at the drenched Lin Hong, saying, "Lin, the new cornerstone of Georgetown. Your performance tonight was splendid, but," Mutombo paused, shaking his finger with mock seriousness, "when it comes to me, you still have a smidgen of distance to cover. Listen, the triple-double with blocks is something I left in the past, so don't get too proud. I'll be waiting for you in the NBA to challenge me." Speaking of triple-doubles with blocks, Hakeem Olajuwon, the all-time leader in blocks, achieved 10 triple-doubles in his career. Uncle Mute follows closely with 10 as well. The second-year rookie Shaquille O'Neal even recorded a terrifying triple-double of 24 points, 28 rebounds, and 15 blocks. Therefore, Lin Hong currently lacks the capital for arrogance. After a brief exchange, before departing, Mutombo leaned in close to Lin's ear and delivered a serious message. "Lin, I eagerly anticipate our first encounter in the NBA. Though I'm your senior, I want to grant you any leniency. As a senior, I present you with a complimentary triple-double feast of blocks." Lin Hong smiled and, mimicking Uncle Mu, shook his finger. "The day is not far off when it arrives. Do not be alarmed by my performance. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the preceding waves forward. No one can be certain whether the latter waves will drown the former on the shore." The two, unwilling to yield, shared a moment of mutual understanding and exchanged a smile. Perhaps this is the essence of the center lineage at Georgetown University. Chapter 31, a streak of 13 consecutive victories, strongly ascending the rookie rankings. The following morning, the much-anticipated showdown between Connecticut and Georgetown showcased Lin Hong's explosive performance, which dominated the headlines of major newspapers. Lin Hong has officially stepped into the public spotlight, becoming a trending topic in the NCAA. In his debut, he achieved an impressive 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks in the first half, followed by an astounding performance of 40 points, 22 rebounds, and 14 blocks in the second game. 2 matches, 2 records. The colossal talent from China is astonishingly formidable. With a physique reminiscent of a beast, Lin Hong excels in both offense and defense, potentially positioning him as the next Shaquille O'Neal or perhaps the next basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain. Alas, Allen Iverson astoundingly delivered a rare 13 assists yesterday. Yet this unusual display went unnoticed by many. My friend, I suggest you revisit the game footage. It will reveal why everyone is so captivated by Lin Hong. Indeed, a singular game with a staggering triple-double of 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 blocks. What does that signify? Such an achievement has never been accomplished in NCAA history. However, Lin Hong has achieved this, and that is truly the most astonishing aspect. Hiss. Lin Hong is akin to a super bulldozer. Haha. I am eagerly anticipating the spectacular display of this unstoppable beast when he brings his talent to the NBA. So am I. Count me in. The 2 consecutive victories are evidently just the beginning of Georgetown University's extraordinary winning streak. They have decisively triumphed over DePaul and the Hunter Magic in both home and away matches. They turned the tables, soundly defeating the Louisville Cardinals. A staggering 36-point annihilation of the Cincinnati Bearcats. During the first half of the tournament, Georgetown has astounded everyone with an overwhelming dominance, averaging a net victory margin of over 25 points against their opponents, achieving a remarkable 13-game winning streak. This stellar start has also set a record for the longest winning streak at the beginning of the Big East Conference. Throughout these 13 games, Allen Iverson has averaged an impressive 25, 6 points, 7, 8 assists, and 5 steals per game. Lin Hong averages an impressive 29 points per game, alongside 16, 8 rebounds, and 5 blocks. He has become the 3rd player in the illustrious history of Georgetown University to consistently contribute over 25 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks per game, following in the footsteps of the legendary Alonzo Mourning and Patrick Ewing. The emergence of this gifted center has once again captured the attention of scouts from various organizations. In the latest edition of ESPN's rookie rankings, Tim Duncan remains firmly at the top, with Allen Iverson closely trailing in 2nd place. Despite being outperformed by Lin Hong in a recent warm-up match, Marcus Camby retains a commendable 3rd position, while the 4th spot is claimed by the sharpshooting Ray Allen from Connecticut. However, the primary focus lies in the latest rookie prediction rankings. Lin Hong, who had never made it onto the rankings, remarkably soared to the 2nd pick in the 2nd round, ultimately securing the 32nd overall position. The evaluations by ESPN are undeniably authoritative. Among the top 40 candidates, those who declare for the draft each year are almost guaranteed to be selected by a team. In other words, as long as Lin Hong avoids significant injuries, he has an exceptional chance of becoming the first player from the Celestial Empire to be chosen in NBA history. It is well known that Yao Ming was selected by the Mavericks in 1999. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, within the office of the Clippers general manager, Elgin Baylor pointed to the newspaper featuring Lin Hong, a freshman prodigy from Georgetown University, akin to Allen Iverson. His extraordinary talent and formidable prowess are evident. If all goes according to plan, he will undoubtedly enter the draft this year, and I believe our Clippers stand a good chance of acquiring him. However, I recall your preference for Lorenzen Wright, so I would like to hear your thoughts. Head coach Bob Weiss, with his eyes narrowed in contemplation, finally spoke. Lin Hong's physical attributes and his dominance in both offense and defense indeed surpass those of Lorenzen Wright. However, he has only participated in 13 exhibition games, which introduces a degree of unpredictability, albeit his talent is conspicuously apparent. On the other hand, Lorenzen Wright had an impressive season last year, achieving 31 double-doubles with remarkable consistency, though his ceiling may not be particularly high. Thus, the question remains, whom should we select? It is still too early to draw conclusions. Indeed, it is a challenging decision. But fortunately, we have ample time to observe Lin Hong's upcoming performances. Nevertheless, Bob Weiss suddenly raised his head. When it comes to our record, we must be meticulous, as this will allow us to turn the tables in the draft and secure a cornerstone for our team. A similar scene unfolded in the office of the 76ers general manager. General Manager Brad Green and head coach John Davis sat attentively, perusing the scouting report. Coach John Davis exclaimed, "Brad, Lin Hong, the freshman from Georgetown, possesses extraordinary physical gifts, bordering on superhuman. In his debut, he achieved 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks in the first half, and in the second game, he exploded with a triple-double of 40 points, 22 rebounds, and 14 blocks. His individual performance is nothing short of spectacular, overpowering his counterpart centers and eclipsing top prospects like Allen Iverson and Ray Allen. It is utterly astonishing. Most importantly, he is merely 18 years old, and his future is limitless. Therefore, if Lin Hong enters the draft, we must secure him. He will be the cornerstone of our franchise." Brad Green pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "But John, what about Allen? Are we not considering him?" "Not considering him? Why not?" John Davis countered, leaving Brad Green momentarily speechless. Without waiting for a response, John Davis added with a smile, "Only children make choices. We certainly want both Lin Hong and Allen Iverson." "Oh?" Brad Green tapped the table, his gaze fixed intently on John Davis. "Are you suggesting?" "Huh." John Davis laughed heartily. "Allen Iverson is definitely a must-have for us. Lin Hong must not concede. Through strategic trades, we could acquire a first-round draft pick, ideally positioned within the lottery selections. In doing so, we would enhance our chances of simultaneously securing Allen Iverson. Thus, Lin Hong and Allen Iverson might both be acquired. Remarkable. Brad Green smiled and gave a thumbs up. If we could secure Lin Hong and Allen Iverson, the team's rebuilding would be deemed complete. Allen Iverson has already announced his intention to enter the draft next year. With Lin Hong's explosive physical attributes and capabilities on both offense and defense, he is certain to make his way into the NBA next year. However, although our team currently sits at the bottom of the league standings, the season has only just begun, and the Grizzlies, Raptors, and Mavericks are hot on our heels. Therefore, for the sake of the team's future, I propose that we embrace a strategy of deliberate underperformance. It would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Brad Green nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand decisively. John, I trust your vision and your judgment. Go ahead and execute your plan. Chapter 32, The Love-Hate Relationship Between Two Centers? Madison Square Garden. The New York Knicks host the Los Angeles Lakers. The reporters on site quickly approached the warming-up Patrick Ewing, inquiring about Lin Hong. Lin? A center? Are you sure it's not Allen? Has Georgetown University produced another potential center this year? Ewing appeared bewildered, clearly not keeping up with his alma mater's affairs. After all, this is the first complete season since Michael Jordan's return, and Ewing's thoughts were solely focused on how to overcome the returning Jordan and secure his first championship. He rarely followed NCAA happenings. Of course, Lin's performance has been remarkable, especially considering he is merely a freshman. Upon hearing the reporter's explanation, Ewing expressed surprise. If given the chance, I would make time to watch their games. I am also quite interested in Allen Iverson. Not only Ewing, but Alonzo Mourning, also an alumnus of Georgetown University, similarly addressed the media prior to the game. He smiled, stating he would find time to witness the matchup between Lin Hong and Iverson. Unlike Ewing and Mourning, the towering Dikembe Mutombo has been closely following the situation at his alma mater since parting ways with Lin Hong. Particularly, he is keenly interested in the center Lin Hong. Sharing a bond as Georgetown's talented centers, he has become a fan of Lin. During their last encounter, he promised Lin a memorable gift once he enters the NBA. In response to media inquiries, Mutombo boldly declared, "This year, Georgetown will surge ahead, unstoppable. By the way, I believe their opponent tomorrow is the Villanova Wildcats. That should be an intriguing match. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend in person. On November 30th in Pennsylvania, at Villanova University, the Pavilion Arena. This venue accommodates 500 spectators for games. Today, the Villanova Wildcats will host the formidable Georgetown Hoyas." Before the match commenced, the stands were nearly filled to capacity, resembling a sea of navy blue and white. The Villanova Wildcats were the champions of the Big East Conference last season, boasting impressive on-paper strength. Shooting guard Corey Kidd Les was last season's Big East MVP, while Alvin Williams showcased exceptional scoring ability. Tim Thomas, a prodigious center, was featured in the All-American high school roster. In other words, the Wildcats also possessed 3 NBA-caliber players, 2 of whom are of lottery pick quality. However, the Wildcats would face the relentless Georgetown Hoyas, who had amassed an impressive 13-game winning streak. The highly touted Allen Iverson, the gifted Lin Hong, along with Jerome Williams and Othella Harrington, made for a formidable lineup. There was no doubt about Georgetown's strength this season. They had the confidence to contend for the championship. Before the Villanova bench, head coach Jay Wright solemnly warned his players, "Listen, guys, we might be facing the toughest battle of the season thus far. Indeed, this is not merely a game, but a war. The top draft prospect? So what? Last year, we trampled them underfoot." Core player Corey Kidd Les scoffed dismissively at the notion of this so-called top prospect. Prospect? I intend to take that title for myself. As for the prodigious center, there are ways to toy with him. Meanwhile, during warm-ups, Lin Hong suddenly heard a mocking voice. Turning around, he confirmed with a glance that he did not recognize the individual. Lin Hong silently turned away, quietly completing a free throw. He had no desire to engage in conversation with the opponent. His gaze was solely fixed on the hoop. "Hey, Lin." Lin Hong executed a low-key free throw. While Tim Thomas boldly approached him, his gaze intensely fixed upon Lin. "Today's victory is undoubtedly mine," Tim Thomas declared with unwavering confidence as he noticed Lin Hong glance in his direction, straightening his posture. Despite Lin Hong being ranked slightly higher than him in the latest NCAA rookie rankings by ESPN, Tim remained resolute in his belief that he could surpass Lin. "I'm not boasting, but had I been born a decade earlier, Even Hakeem Olajuwon would have been relegated to merely the second pick. Just wait, when I retire, I shall be heralded as the paramount center in the NBA. Lin Hong responded to Tim Thomas's provocation with an even more audacious demeanor. He holds unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing that even if Jordan stood before him, he would merely face a barrage of blows. Lin, you are indeed arrogant. I cannot compete with you, Tim Thomas exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration, initially thinking he was already quite ostentatious, only to find Lin Hong's arrogance surpassed his own limits. The legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was of no consequence to him. Words are futile. Basketball has never been about mere talk. It is on the court where true prowess is revealed. I have always prided myself on one virtue. I never boast. Lin Hong smiled shyly, saying, I am, in truth, a person of modesty. You see, the people of the Celestial Empire, have always believed in winning others over with virtue. Tim Thompson was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the unexpected retort. Acknowledging his defeat, he shot Lin Hong a glare before turning away. Upon returning to his half of the court, Tim Thompson received a pass from a teammate and unleashed a powerful slam dunk toward the basket. The arena erupted with deafening cheers, reverberating with excitement. Witnessing the demonstrative display of athleticism, Lin Hong felt an irresistible urge to challenge Thompson to a practice session. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, igniting a fervent passion within. Lin Hong took a deep breath, preparing to rise and execute a powerful dunk. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided against it. After all, damaging the hoop again would only waste precious time. Amidst the cheers and anticipation of the crowd, the much-anticipated match between the Villanova Wildcats and Georgetown officially commenced. Georgetown University, boasting an impressive 13 consecutive victories to start the season, fielded their strongest starting lineup featuring Allen Iverson, Victor Page, and Jerome Williams. Can they triumph over the Villanova Wildcats and preserve their undefeated legacy? Only time will tell. As last season's Big East Conference champions, Villanova is determined to defend their title this season. They presented their starting lineup, Corey Kittles, Marvin Williams, Tim Williams, along with two versatile players. The commentators on-site eloquently discussed the recent performances of both teams. The jump ball between Lin Hong and Tim Thomas. The two approached the center court. As they prepared for the jump, the revitalized Tim Thomas shook his shoulders and provocatively remarked, Lin, although I cannot out-talk you, I assure you that tonight, your team is destined to lose. Lin Hong chuckled as he cast a sidelong glance at this inexperienced yet playful fellow. Tim, there was once a character named Marcus who, much like you, brazenly shouted at me. In the end, I brought him to his knees. I hope that after the match, you will not find yourself in a similar predicament, weeping like a coward and angrily smashing a fire hydrant. Lin Hong shrugged nonchalantly and retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Tim Thomas was instantly infuriated and stepped forward, shouting angrily, You fool, you pathetic rookie, who revels in whining. Lin Hong wasted no time and charged forward. The two men pressed their foreheads together, exchanging a flurry of taunts. To an unsuspecting observer, it might have seemed as though they were enveloped in a tender embrace, whispering their innermost thoughts to one another. Wow. Oh yeah. Tim, well done. The spectators, recognizing this familiar scene, erupted into a cacophony of cheers. The referee, blowing his whistle, rushed in to separate the two. Even before the game had commenced, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. After issuing warnings to both parties, the referee finally signaled for the jump ball. Whoosh! Lin Hong sprang up with the swiftness of a coiled spring, soaring with remarkable speed. Tim Thomas also exerted all his strength to leap into the air. However, in the face of absolute talent, Tim Thomas's efforts proved futile. The basketball, lofted high into the air, was deftly deflected back into Allen Iverson's hands. Chapter 33. Lin Hong. Why do some individuals insist on challenging me with their brute force? The Georgetown team initiated their offensive play. Iverson strolled leisurely, dribbling the ball across the court. Lin Hong positioned himself at a high point, executing a screen and roll maneuver at the arc's apex. Jerome Williams, stationed on the left strong side, immediately grasped the situation and retreated outward. His defender was deftly drawn out to the vicinity of the three-point line. The swift Alvin Williams found himself firmly obstructed behind Lin Hong's robust frame. Iverson executed a swift change of direction, transferring the ball to his right hand as he advanced along the right flank. Tim Thomas, the center for Villanova, promptly rushed over to provide assistance on defense. After providing cover, Lin Hong executed a smooth pivot and charged towards the 3-second zone beneath the basket. Allen Iverson, whose path was obstructed by Tim Thomas, suddenly changed direction and lofted the ball towards the rim. The shooting guard, Kid Els, who was positioned for support under the basket, noticed the basketball soaring overhead and leapt vigorously to intercept it. However, a wave of gasps erupted from the stands. Lin Hong, having surged past Kid Els, propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force. In the very moment the ball landed in Kittle's hands, Lin snatched it away with an assertive maneuver. The impact echoed through the arena. Kid Els could only emit a pained cry, as if struck by a speeding freight truck, and he was unceremoniously sent rolling out of bounds. In the next instant, with a fierce determination, Lin Hong soared through the air, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. The resounding clang echoed as he grasped the rim, unleashing a triumphant roar of victory. The hoop creaked and groaned, seemingly lamenting the ferocity of Lin Hong's display. Such brutality, an overwhelming display of power. Upon landing from his thunderous dunk, Lin Hong did not cast a glance at Kid Els, but instead fixed his gaze upon the opposing center, Tim Thomas, flexing his bicep in a show of dominance. You cannot stop me, nor can you. The paint is mine to command, and this game is dictated by my will. Lin Hong proclaimed with great authority, 2-0. Lin Hong opened the game with a resounding slam dunk, captivating even the home crowd of the Villanova Wildcats. The sheer aesthetic violence of the moment sent adrenaline surging through the veins of all spectators. On the court, a voice arose, "Pass me the ball. I shall humble that rookie." Tim Thomas, unable to bear the sight of his teammate being bullied, approached Kid Les and Williams, declaring, "Let us teach that arrogant novice a lesson." With a shared nod of agreement, the two concurred, eager to deliver a stern reprimand to the presumptuous newcomer. Tim Thomas, embodying the role of the assertive leader, gazed at Lin Hong with a glint of determination in his eyes. The game pressed on, with Villanova's offense in motion. Alvin Williams swiftly maneuvered the ball across the front court, signaling tactical positioning beyond the three-point line, while awaiting Tim Thomas to establish his position in the low post. Suddenly, from the weak side, Tim Thomas surged forward. Lin Hong's lateral speed was quite impressive, swiftly catching up. Tim Thomas positioned himself low, demanding the ball with his back to the defender. Lin Hong secured his left hand against his lower back, his center of gravity sinking. His legs were remarkably powerful, firmly grounded in a stable stance. The two burly men, who had been entangled during the jump ball, had now turned into adversaries, clashing fiercely. However, Tim Thomas's explosive strength and core power could hardly rival that of Lin Hong. The confrontation between the two muscular centers was akin to a deadly duel, a battle of wills. Bang, bang, bang. Tim Thomas began to back down Lin Hong while dribbling. He forcefully thrust his back against him. Aside from a slight lean back of his upper body, Lin Hong's lower body remained utterly unyielding. Am I really so easy to bully? Why must every center attempt to back me down? Lin Hong couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Tim Thomas, on the other hand, was left dumbfounded, feeling quite displeased. To his astonishment, his strength had no effect. With such a forceful impact, the rookie he was defending should have been pushed back. Tim Thomas believed he had been too careless, not applying enough force. Subsequently, after a bounce of the ball, Tim Thomas gathered all his strength and crashed into Lin Hong from behind, even covertly lowering his shoulder while the referee remained oblivious. Bang! The sound of their fierce collision resonated clearly to the spectators on the sidelines. However, Lin Hong remained unmoved. Tim Thomas furrowed his brow, his patience beginning to wane. What kind of swine feed did this rookie consume to possess such formidable strength? After 2 consecutive collisions, this rascal remained as steadfast as a rock. This defies logic. At that moment, Lin Hong, noticing Thomas's growing agitation, seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Tim, strength is not merely a matter of empty boasts. Did you not just claim you would obliterate me? Is this all the power you can muster? TSK, 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 is this what they call a genius high school student? I see nothing but a softie. Manipulating the psyche is Lin Hong's forte. Provoked by Lin Hong's taunt, Tim Thomas immediately turned his head and roared. What the hell did you just say? Lin Hong pressed his elbow against his waist, defiantly retorting with the gun strap clenched between his teeth. I say you play like a spineless shrimp. Damn it, how dare you mock me, oblivious to the consequences. In a fit of rage, Tim Thomas forcefully shoved back. Just at that moment, Lin Hong suddenly sidestepped. Oh, for heaven's sake. Tim Thomas, exerting too much force, immediately lost his balance. Instinctively, his hands flailed towards the air above, cursing as he fell flat onto the floor. The basketball he had been holding had long since rolled away to the side. It's not my fault. I didn't touch you. You toppled on your own. Lin Hong, with an innocent expression, shrugged his shoulders and smiled as he picked up the basketball. Before departing, he playfully tapped his head, offering a friendly reminder. Tim, remember to use your brain when playing. After saying this, Lin Hong glanced at his teammates' positions and, spotting Iverson sprinting down the court, promptly passed him the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Iverson surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the basket. His speed was astonishing, outpacing several defenders. Not even the swiftest Williams could catch up. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he leaped high and executed a one-handed slam dunk. Following his emphatic finish, Iverson placed his hand to his right ear, adopting his signature celebration pose. Georgetown led 4-0. Lin Hong's assist increased by 1, and he secured a steal as well. To his astonishment, Tim Thomas withdrew his chair, displaying a lack of sportsmanship. Tim's previously stern expression darkened further. Having already been humiliated by that insolent rookie, he found himself outmatched once again. At this moment, he felt the overwhelming pressure of both strength and intellect bearing down upon him. Villanova's offense surged forward. Alvin Williams dribbled into the front court. He intended to signal Tim Thomas for a pick, only to notice the opponent positioning himself at the foul line, calling for the ball. "Corey, hand me that damned basketball. I must teach this punk a lesson." Having been embarrassed by Lin Hong moments ago, Tim Thomas resembled a furious fighting cock. Williams, catching sight of the murderous glare in Tim's eyes, promptly tossed him the basketball. Although he recognized Tim's current impulsiveness, he understood the sting of his earlier humiliation. The two faced off once more, engaging in a physical confrontation, muscle colliding with muscle. Yet, just then, the quiet pavilion arena erupted in gasps. Tim Thomas attempted to overpower Lin Hong repeatedly, but after 2 or 3 clashes, he found himself unable to budge him. Reluctantly, he opted for a turnaround jumper. Smack. A breathtaking volleyball-style block. Tim Thomas was left stunned. This was utterly outrageous. Being unable to back him down was already frustrating enough. Now, even his turnaround jumper was thwarted by this rookie's block? It was a forceful volleyball spike of a rejection. The humiliation was profound, and the injury to his pride was even more acute. Tim Thomas stared blankly as the basketball arced through the air, crashing down onto the head of a photographer at the baseline. It was akin to a perfect strike in bowling. 1 hit, 1 fall. Rubbing his sore back, Tim muttered angrily, "Fuck. That damned rookie." He realized that today he had suffered a significant loss of face, relegated once again to the role of a mere backdrop. Cursed be the humiliation that enveloped Tim's heart, lingering like a persistent shadow. Chapter 34. The underdog strikes back. Will Lin Hong be named? A slap sends him flying. Noticing Tim's despondent demeanor, Corey Kidless approached him, patting him on the back in encouragement. "Hey, Tim, don't be disheartened. This Lin fellow seems to have some skill. He was deliberately trying to provoke you. Stay calm now, and watch how I take him down." With Villanova on the offensive, Corey Kidless held the ball, his gaze not lingering on his opponent, Peja, but solely fixated on Lin Hong. Confronted by Peja's defense, Corey immediately signaled for Tim Thomas to set a screen. Subsequently, Corey effortlessly utilized the pick to glide past Peja. However, instead of going for a layup or a mid-range shot, he executed a behind-the-back dribble and retreated to the three-point line, facing Lin Hong directly. This was a classic case of an underdog challenging a giant. Observing Corey Kidless across from him, Lin Hong took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a defensive stance. The underdog versus giant matchup is a common strategy among guards in the NBA, with the legendary Chris Paul being particularly adept at this style. "Ah, you think you can take advantage of my slower footwork and lackluster perimeter defense?" Lin Hong's focus reached its zenith. The opponent was clearly intent on calling him out. With the ball in hand, Corey Kidless displayed an intensely sharp gaze, transforming into a formidable scoring assassin. A typical center might have surrendered to the challenge. But Lin Hong was no ordinary player. Although his speed of movement was not the swiftest, and he risked being outmaneuvered by Corey Kidless, he resolutely decided to make an attempt, striving to thwart Kittle's advances. Lin Hong's defense in the paint can be deemed invincible. However, his one-on-one defense on the perimeter leaves much to be desired. In the moment of their gaze locking, Corey Kidless made his move. With a swift crossover dribble, he darted to Lin Hong's left like a flash of black lightning. The speed was such that Lin Hong merely perceived a fleeting shadow before him. As Corey Kidless broke through from the left, Lin Hong did not shift his center of gravity toward that side. Instead, he opted to retreat, positioning himself closer to the basket. Lin Hong is acutely aware of his current shortcomings, and he understands that if he recklessly attempts to intercept, the only outcome will be to be outmaneuvered by his opponent. Lin Hong's conjecture was remarkably accurate. After making a significant leftward advance, Corey Kidless executed a wide-ranging change of direction, pulling the basketball to his right side. Lin Hong remained utterly unperturbed. Upon witnessing Lin Hong's indifference to his feints, Kidless displayed a flicker of surprise. Indifferent to feints? How intriguing. Corey Kirtles curled his lip and surged in from the right. Observing Lin Hong retreat without a hint of intention to shoot. Even if he were to score, it would not yield the outcome he desired. His aim was to execute a thunderous dunk over Lin Hong beneath the basket. Fueled by this audacious thought, Corey Kirtles charged directly into the paint. Lin Hong's defensive speed was impressive, yet Corey Kidda's swiftness surpassed his own. With the ball at his feet, Kiddas nearly reached the penalty area simultaneously with Lin Hong. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and an audacious idea flashed through Lin Hong's mind. Feign a lapse in defense, pretending to be outmaneuvered by his opponent. The notion ignited a spark of determination within him. After all, his speed fell just short. Thus, he needed to create sufficient separation from Kidders, enough to allow him to recover his defensive position. As Kidders drew ever closer, Lin Hong's gaze remained fixed upon him, poised and waiting for the opportune moment. Just as they were about to converge, Kidders suddenly lowered his center of gravity and executed a swift change of direction. Accelerating with remarkable agility, Lin Hong swiftly moved back a step, while Corey Kidders promptly halted, his feet tapping against the floor as he rapidly retreated. In an instant, he widened the gap between himself and Lin Hong, simultaneously elevating his center of gravity and executing a shooting motion. Lin Hong's eyes widened instantly, and his heart raced with intensity. It has arrived. Lin Hong was utterly convinced that this was merely a feigned shooting attempt. If Corey Kiddles truly intended to shoot, he could have done so right at the free throw line moments ago. I wager that your weapon is devoid of ammunition. Lin Hong shifted slightly, elevating his center of gravity, feigning an attempt to block Corey Kiddles. It was a ruse that worked. A surge of joy filled Corey Kiddles' heart. "I'll dunk over you," he exclaimed. After deftly maneuvering around Lin Hong's center of gravity, he seized the opportunity for a spectacular dunk. Corey accelerated once more, resembling a dark whirlwind as he zipped past Lin Hong, effortlessly gliding like a breeze on a quiet morning street. Upon passing Lin Hong near the baseline, a triumphant Corey Kiddles leapt into the air. With a beaming smile and a powerful twist of his waist, his body spun rapidly in midair. He prepared for an elegant reverse dunk. However, unbeknownst to Corey, as he bent low to slip past Lin Hong, the latter had swiftly pivoted, regaining his balance. "Prepare for my shot." In midair, with his body nearly completing a full 360-degree rotation, Corey Kiddles had yet to finish his sentence when he noticed a large, orange hand blocking his view, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. It obscured his line of sight to the hoop, imposing and insurmountable like a mountain. "No way." A crisp sound echoed across the court. Confusion washed over Corey Kiddles as he turned to see Lin Hong, whose face bore a mocking grin, leaving him utterly baffled. Lin Hong had already been launched into the air. How could he possibly respond? Could it be that his opponent had consistently concealed his speed? I have stated before that the paint is a no-fly zone, strictly prohibiting aerial maneuvers. After forcefully swatting Corey Kiddles' shot to the ground, Lin Hong bellowed from his elevated position. His speed was not superior to that of his adversary. His ability to react stemmed solely from his height, wingspan, experience, and an intellectual advantage. In truth, to block Corey Kiddles, one merely needs to pivot and present a body, then leap. Conversely, Kiddles' dunk required him to glide from the baseline, twisting and executing a reverse slam. One action necessitates minimal movement, merely a body twist, while the other demands traversing 4 to 5 meters. No matter how swift Corey Kiddles may be, he could not evade the grasp of Lin Hong. That monumental block, accompanied by a resounding slap, sent shockwaves through all present. Lin Hong, a formidable center, astonishingly blocked the guard Corey Kiddles in a one-on-one encounter. How could this be possible? A feat that typically eludes even the most skilled NCAA court guards was accomplished by a center? This raised questions in the minds of many, including Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson. The possession remained with Villanova. Corey Kiddles exhibited remarkable mental fortitude and resilience. Although he received a harsh lesson from Lin Hong, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he continued to challenge Lin Hong like a valiant warrior. Observing his opponent's relentless pursuit, Lin Hong rolled his eyes and decisively chose to evade him. What madness! Unless one were utterly irrational, how could a towering center venture out to guard the opposing core guard on the perimeter? The only reason he managed to defend against Corey Kiddles earlier was due to the latter's unfamiliarity with his capabilities. Chapter 35, The Rim, Conquered by You. The game proceeded. With Villanova in possession of the ball, Tim Thomas prepared to inbound from the baseline. Lin Hong stood before him, waving his long arms incessantly to disrupt, while reciting beautiful Chinese phrases, both physically and mentally exerting himself. "Hee, Tim, my brother, you are indeed easier to defend against," he added with a playful tone. "When I block you, I shall use a bit less strength, just to spare your dignity. Engaging in competition with others is an endless source of joy. Seeing Tim Thomas glaring at him in frustration, Lin Hong couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. No anger. Do not act impulsively. Restrain yourself. That damned rookie. Tim Thomas took a deep breath, fighting the urge to unleash his fury upon Lin Hong. Don't overreact. Out of sight, out of mind. He continually reminded himself to remain calm. Keeters, who was being guarded by Peggy, watched as Lin Hong continued to tease Tim Thomas and felt an immediate surge of irritation. He swiftly shoved Peggy aside and charged forward. Tim Thomas seized the opportunity to bounce the ball and pass it to Keeters. As Keeters approached the 3-second area beneath the basket, he caught the ball and took off, evading Jerome Williams' block in midair, executing a one-handed slam dunk. Thud. Upon landing, he rushed over to celebrate with his teammate Tim Thomas by bumping shoulders. The score was now 4-2. Next, Keeters approached Lin Hong, spreading his arms in jest, and said, Lin, it is impossible for you to defend against both me and Tim simultaneously, so you might as well concede. Oh, is that so? I beg to differ. Lin Hong retorted, shaking his head in defiance. He had not anticipated that Keeters, the show-off, would resort to psychological tactics. Lin Hong asserted that he and Iverson constitute the most formidable duo. No, rather, they are the nightmare of NCAA and all other NBA teams. Georgetown's offense. As Iverson advances the ball into the front court, Lin Hong, adhering to convention, elevated to a high position. After executing a screen with him, he swiftly pivoted and made his descent. Upon observing Kid Les being drawn out by Williams, Iverson promptly returned the ball to Lin Hong with a lob pass. Confronted by the approaching Tim Thomas, who extended his hand to obstruct, Lin Hong, instead of releasing a shot immediately after receiving the ball, opted for a calculated and forceful drive. As Tim Thomas, still unsteady within the 3-second area, was caught off guard by this sudden collision, he fell to the ground with a thud. Bang! After being knocked over, Tim Thomas slid a short distance along the floor. In the next moment, Lin Hong wasted no time, propelling himself forcefully off the ground. With a resounding clang, his powerful hands came crashing down. His approach was both formidable and ruthless, efficient in its simplicity. Georgetown scored another point, 6-2. The audience erupted in fervent applause and cheers at this spectacle. John, what are your thoughts on Lin's ferocious style of play? The commentator inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to his partner. The partner responded with a humorous display of flexing his muscles. Well, that's the answer. The commentator chuckled heartily, continuing to jest. Who would have thought that Tim Thomas, such a robust figure, could be so easily toppled by Lin's charge? Those familiar with the statistics would know that Tim is akin to Robert Horry. Though he possesses the physique of a power forward, he is enamored with long-range shooting. Neglecting his physical strength, Lin's talent is unparalleled across the NCAA. His force is simply overwhelming. Perhaps only the Wake Forest Demon Deacons could marginally contend with him. Despite Villanova's 2 towering interior players, Lin's method of play defies conventional logic, yet he consistently finds success. For Lin, the notions of reason and rationale do not apply. His style is brutal and direct, eschewing even the pretense of feints. He bulldozes through the opposing defense, wreaking havoc in the paint. It is evident that possessing a formidable physique is exceedingly advantageous indeed. On the court, the defenders, particularly Kid Els, found themselves at a loss, with their frustrations unspoken. Bang! Lin Hong, devoid of Lin He's trivialities, thrust his ample posterior forward and launched a direct assault. Keetles, significantly lighter than Tim Thomas, was abruptly knocked back a considerable distance by Lin Hong's forceful impact. Subsequently, Lin Hong forcefully leaned against Kid Els, and with a swift turn, he entered the 3-second zone beneath the basket. Crash! Another visually stunning 2-handed slam dunk. In comparison to a one-handed dunk, Lin Hong has a particular fondness for the forceful slam dunks. The basketball hoop sways rhythmically, and the returning rim resonates with a buzzing sound, as if singing a song of conquest to him. Thus, he has been utterly conquered. 8-2. Lin Hong secured all 6 points through spectacular dunks, dominating the paint with ease. Observing Lin's unstoppable prowess, Villanova's head coach Jay Wright furrowed his brow in concern. The formidable duo of Kid Les and Tim Thomas, renowned among the league's elite, found themselves unable to thwart the relentless offensive onslaught of the towering player from the East. Timeout. Coach Jay Wright could no longer contain himself and promptly called for a pause. Remarkably, just 3 minutes into the game, Georgetown had already executed 4 dunks, meaning all 8 of their points stemmed from this explosive display. What an affront to their pride. As the home team, They boasted a natural advantage and were the reigning champions of the Big East Conference from the previous season. However, their anticipated offensive strategy faltered, and instead, they became the recipients of repeated dunks from their opponents. Jay Wright struggled to accept this reality. Villanova could not afford such humiliation. With an ineffective offense and a porous defense, how could they compete? Tim Thomas, head bowed and towel draped over his head, remained silent. Kid Les, noticing this, clapped his hands forcefully. Tim, have you given up? Are we to be labeled as soft? Get your spirits up. Remember how we eliminated them last year. We can turn them into losers again. We cannot falter now. Keitel's words rang loud and clear. After hearing him, Thomas slowly regained his composure. Coach Jay Wright nodded approvingly and began outlining the strategy. Next, I need you to unleash your strongest offense and ensure that Lin Hong pays a steep price. Jay Wright adjusted the offensive tactics for Thomas and Kid Les. Both of you possess commendable mid-range shooting skills. Use that to wear him down. If Lin defends one of you, the other must decisively attack the basket or take the shot. When Lin is drawn away from the paint, Alvin, you charge the rim or take the open shot with conviction. No matter how formidable Lin may be, he is but one person and cannot defend us all. Finally, Coach Jay Wright cast a sharp glance at a burly figure at the end of the bench. Bob, you'll take the court shortly. Keep that giant from the East in check. You understand what I mean. His directive to keep him in check was not merely about defense. It entailed constant provocation to incite the opponent, even resorting to some unsportsmanlike conduct if necessary. Such a tough character, often disliked, is nonetheless essential for a team aspiring for success. Consider the likes of Bruce Bowen, the notorious Spurs provocateur, who left stars like Ray Allen, Nash, Paul, McGrady, Kobe, and Carter crumpled at his feet. Then there was Zaza Pachulia, known for his cunning tactics, and the relentless Patrick Beverley, who effectively neutralized the Iron Man, Russell Westbrook. Additionally, Kelly Olynyk's brutal pulling dislocated Kevin Love as shoulder, while Draymond Green infamously poked LeBron James in the eye. The rising star of the Bucks, Giannis Antetokounmpo, has also seen numerous stars fall victim to his ferocity. Bob understood his mission and nodded gravely, suddenly lifting his head. He pounded his chest and flashed a grin at his teammates. Leave that giant to me. You can count on it. Chapter 36. The 8 Immortals Cross the Sea. Each displaying their skills. As the timeout concluded, Villanova initiated their offense. Point guard Alvin Williams brought the ball across half-court, noticing Lin Hong positioned behind Tim Thomas. He recalled Coach Jay Wright's instructions and quickly passed the ball to Kid Les on the opposite side. Georgetown's power forward, Jerome Williams, sensed the imminent threat. Kid Les, possessing both speed and agility, was a formidable opponent, coupled with an array of offensive maneuvers. With a swift motion, Kid Les executed a series of probing steps, followed by a convincing shot fake that left Jerome Williams, the unsuspecting giant, off balance. In the next moment, Kid Les drove in, releasing the ball towards the basket. Swish. The ball sailed cleanly through the net. Kid Les drew a shooting foul from Jerome Williams, earning an additional free throw. Corey, well done. That's the way to play. Tim Thomas, wrestling with Lin Hong for position, chuckled, Ha. Rookie, you can't contain both of us. Kid Les successfully converted the free throw, completing a 2-1 play. Following the timeout, Villanova narrowed the score to 5-10. Lin Hong furrowed his brows, already comprehending the tactics of Villanova. They sought to create space, with shooters lurking on either side, forcing him to dash back and forth, oblivious to the front and rear. It must be said, this strategy is rather ingenious. It could potentially yield excellent results against typical centers. However, Lin Hong can be likened to a replica of the peak Shaquille O'Neal. But it must be said that their assumptions are rather naive. In the past, the formidable O'Neal faced off against 3 titans in the paint: Sabonis, Shaquille O'Neal, and Gerald Wallace. However, even when confronted with O'Neal's explosive dunks, these 3 behemoths found themselves helpless, resorting to committing fouls in a desperate attempt to bring him down. The fact that one offensive play could simultaneously draw fouls from 3 dominant big men illustrates just how unstoppable peak O'Neal truly was. As Georgetown initiated their offense, Iverson swiftly dribbled down the court, immediately feeding the ball to Lin Hong in the low post. Thomas lowered his center of gravity, fiercely positioning himself to impede Lin's movement. Meanwhile, the agile Bob darted back and forth within the paint, displaying remarkable quickness in his lateral movement. Lin Hong chose to engage in one-on-one play, swiftly rushing in to assist with a double-team defense. Conversely, if Lin Hong opted to pass the ball to Jerome Williams beneath the basket, he could promptly retract his defense. Jerome Williams possessed an inconsistent mid-range shot and exhibited a minimal capacity for autonomous scoring. his points predominantly derived from opportunistic plays or tenaciously contesting for offensive rebounds to secure putbacks. Bang! Lin Hong, with his back to the basket, utilized his robust physique to once again displace Thomas, swiftly pivoting to penetrate the 3-second zone. The formidable defender Bob obstructed his path, while the dislodged Thomas rejoined the fray to double-team him. Confronted by this dual opposition, Lin Hong, whose mid-range shooting was rather modest, had no choice but to pass the ball to Iverson, positioned beyond the three-point line. Thanks to Lin Hong's diversion, Iverson executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly advancing towards the basket. However, under the intense defensive kidders, his layup attempt fell short. Bang! Lin Hong forcefully collided with Thomas and Bob, soaring high into the air. With a commanding leap, he seized the rebound. Upon landing, Lin Hong faced the approaching Thomas with unwavering composure. His legs bent. He propelled himself upward once more. Behind him, Bob gritted his teeth and leapt as well, aiming to block from behind. The two sought to execute a collaborative effort to thwart his dunk. Clang! With both hands, he slammed the ball down, defying Thomas's attempted block. With an impressive wingspan, he had already grazed the basketball. Yet, Lin Hong's core strength was insurmountable. His powerful arms clutched the ball fiercely, forcing it down into the hoop. 12-5. This was a resounding retort to Kittles' earlier strong play against Jerome Williams for a 2-1. Tim, you need to muster a bit more effort, and you'll be able to block me, haha. After Lin Hong executed a thunderous dunk over Thomas, he turned and taunted him with a cutting remark. Such audacity and dominance. The visual impact of that moment was nothing short of staggering. Facing the imposing twin towers of Villanova's interior defense, Lin Hong forcefully maneuvered past both, seizing the rebound with authority. He then confronted two defenders, executing an unstoppable two-handed slam dunk. He resembled a colossal force in the paint, shredding through Villanova's double team with sheer ferocity. Such an uncompromising style of play, a fierce and brutal dominance. Spectacular indeed. Witnessing Lin Hong's unabashed power in the face of two towering defenders left the commentators momentarily speechless. John, Lin Hong's brutal one-on-two maneuvering reminds me of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, exclaimed the commentator, his disbelief evident as he glanced at his partner. Yet, the partner calmly shook his head, asserting, no, Lin Hong has much more to prove. The Shaq could take on 4 opponents at once. The game continued, with Villanova reverting to their previous offensive strategy. Thomas, having been humiliated by Lin Hong's emphatic dunk, was simmering with frustration. Unable to make an impact against Lin Hong, Thomas sought to unleash his anger on a more vulnerable target. Was he avoiding confrontation? No. This was a strategic play akin to the tale of Tianji's horse racing, a tit-for-tat. Thomas set his sights on the defensively weaker Jerome Williams, exploiting him mercilessly. He barreled into Williams, executing a smooth turnaround hook shot. The score read 7-12. Georgetown's offense was up next. Lin Hong was, as usual, preparing to dash towards the basket to secure a rebound. At that moment, Bob, taking advantage of the referee's attention being focused on the ball handler Iverson, suddenly seized Lin Hong's arm and yanked it forcefully. Lin Hong gasped sharply, allowing his body to fall backward. He landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, he had fallen in a controlled manner. Otherwise, caught off guard by Bob's immense strength, his arm would likely have dislocated. At that moment, Bob also stumbled backward due to Lin Hong's maneuver, collapsing to the ground. Sitting there, he spread his arms wide and innocently complained to the referee, "Referee, he fouled me. He brought me down. His actions were too foul." What a twist of fate, the villain accusing first. Lin Hong furrowed his brows, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, as everyone's attention was predominantly focused on the perimeter player Iverson. The referees remained oblivious to the physical altercation that had erupted between the two. After much contemplation, the baseline referee shook his head and signaled with his hand, indicating for the game to proceed. Lin Hong rose to his feet, stretching his arms, relieved to find himself unscathed. In the subsequent rounds, while Bob maintained his defensive stance against Lin Hong, he occasionally resorted to subtle provocations, whispering taunts in his ear. The most insidious of these maneuvers involved pinching at the waist and delivering sharp elbow strikes, reminiscent of the malicious antics of a cunning adversary. These swift, covert actions were difficult for the referee to detect amidst the intensity of the competition. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hong silently scoffed. Was it merely a petty trick? Who among them was incapable of such antics? Thus, as the two engaged once more in their struggle, Lin Hong discreetly struck, delivering a forceful elbow to Bob's chest. "Damn it," Bob muttered under his breath, suppressing his frustration. They wrestled for another 2 minutes. Lin Hong's waist was already bruised with shades of blue and purple. Naturally, Bob was not faring any better. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but if one dares to offend me, they shall face the consequences, no matter the distance. This encapsulated Lin Hong's approach towards his adversaries, an eye for an eye. Bob's subtle infractions were difficult for the referee to discern, and complaining to the officials proved utterly futile. At that moment, Bob once again closed in on defense, seizing the opportunity amidst their entangled positioning. Lin Hong unexpectedly delivered a powerful elbow strike to Bob. As Bob winced in pain, Lin Hong surged towards the basket, leaping high into the air. Upon receiving the pass, he executed a forceful two-handed slam dunk. Bob clutched his chest, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." He then caught up with Lin Hong, saying, "You big fool. Just wait and see." The close-quarters struggle between Lin Hong and Bob was filled with vigorous movements, yet remained within the bounds of propriety. At that moment, Bob was consumed with pent-up frustration, yearning for an outlet. This towering figure had already incurred a technical foul once before. He had hoped that through incessant provocation, he could once again infuriate the giant from the Celestial Empire, prompting another foul. However, to his astonishment, the Chinese behemoth not only remained unperturbed but retaliated with even greater ferocity and subtlety. A sharp pain throbbed in his chest, aggravating his ire. As he observed Lin Hong retreating on defense, a scene replayed in Bob's mind. Just before the timeout, Coach Jay Wright had whispered, "Bob, do you know why I assigned you to guard Lin?" His voice was low and calm, yet carried an icy undertone. Taken aback, Bob glanced at his coach. Noting the chilling gaze directed at him, which stirred a sense of urgency within, he asked, "Coach, do you want me to rough him up a bit?" Before he could finish, Jay Wright decisively interjected, "Teach him a lesson, so he understands that Villanova's home court is not his playground." Bob discreetly turned his head to glance at Lin Hong, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He originally intended to impart a mild lesson to deter Lin, but now, seeing his obstinacy, he resolved that he would not hold back in his harsh tactics. Chapter 37. A single step to dominate. Georgetown's offense. Lin Hong positioned himself beneath the basket and turned around, casting a disdainful glance at Bob, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Grandson, resorting to such unrefined tactics. With that, he brazenly shoved Bob aside once more. "Damn it," Bob exclaimed, feeling the sting in his chest as he staggered and cursed under his breath. Soon, the familiar expression of frustration and vexation, popularized in contemporary online culture, manifested on his face. Immediately afterward, Lin Hong turned swiftly, effortlessly releasing the ball with a graceful throw. In the presence of the towering figure from the Celestial Empire, whose demeanor exuded utter disdain, a tempest of wrath surged within him, overwhelming his reason. Boom! A sinister fire ignited deep within Bob, rapidly ascending to his crown, causing his pupils to constrict sharply and his muscles to tremble slightly. Despite being unable to reach the ball, Bob launched himself forward with unwavering determination. His right hand, poised like a crescent moon, descended mercilessly towards Lin Hong's handsome visage. It was evident that he sought not merely to strike, but to impart a lesson to Lin Hong that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Caught off guard, even as Lin Hong flailed his limbs in the air, he was unable to maintain his balance, plummeting straight down. He crashed violently against the ground. Hovering above, Bob couldn't help but smirk, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Yet, before he could revel in his moment of triumph, the smile on his face abruptly froze. A piercing pain surged from his groin, shooting straight to the crown of his head. He inhaled sharply, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The sheer intensity of his wide-eyed stare threatened to tear the corners of his eyes apart. It felt as if fate had clutched his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering even a single scream. In that instant, he perceived the world around him plunge into silence, as if all color had drained from his vision. The only sensation that remained was an excruciating pain, as if it had seeped into his very bones, a torment that pierced deep into his heart. It dawned on him that this pain was a living, breathing entity. At that moment, Bob resembled a boiled shrimp, hands clutching his groin, writhing in agony upon the floor. Beads of sweat the size of peas erupted from his forehead, his entire being resembling someone who had just been pulled from the depths of water, pale and feeble. In contrast, Lin Hong, having mentally prepared himself, seemed to suffer a heavy fall, yet he gracefully rolled upon landing, dissipating much of the impact. However, he did not rise immediately. As the victim, it would be illogical for him to stand when his opponent was clearly in worse shape. In that moment, it was all about the performance. With that thought in mind, Lin Hong's eyes widened in fury as his head pressed against the floor, his left hand clutching his lower back, while his right hand relentlessly struck the ground. He feigned a grave injury, portraying an agony that seemed unbearable. The likes of Iverson and others quickly gathered around, inquiring about Lin's condition. "Lin, how are you? Is it serious?" "That damn scoundrel, I shall seek vengeance for you." Lin Hong naturally refrained from responding, laboriously gesturing with his hand, as if the agony rendered him speechless. Lin Hong was not entirely unprepared. He understood that Bob, like a rabid dog, would seek revenge with ferocity and might even resort to malicious actions. When he was brought down, seizing the moment, he swiftly directed a powerful kick towards Bob's groin, hitting the mark precisely. Was this action unsportsmanlike? Absolutely. But given that others had already overturned the table and abandoned any sense of honor, should he respond to malice with virtue? Preposterous. Lin Hong does not consider himself to be that great. Such immoral offenders could very well ruin a player's career. Is there still a need for courtesy towards such individuals? Lin Hong felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Bang Bang with a few punches, yet ultimately, reason prevailed. He was merely returning the favor in kind. The oblivious Jerome Williams, consumed by rage, raised his fists, ready to confront someone. However, when his gaze fell upon the figure writhing in agony on the floor, he was taken aback. Confusion flickered in his eyes, and a cascade of questions emerged in his mind. Was this individual merely feigning injury? After all, he had been the one to pull Lin Hong down from the air. How could he appear to be in worse condition than Lin Hong himself? How could he even proceed? Jerome Williams racked his brain, unable to decipher the situation. Meanwhile, many spectators in the stands widened their eyes, covering their mouths in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. On the sidelines, O'Shea Harrington, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and was poised to enter the court to defend Lin Hong. He was, after all, Lin Hong's loyal protector. However, before he could step onto the court, a keen-eyed assistant coach seized him from behind, preventing his entry. At this juncture, any external personnel entering the field would result in a technical foul. Just then, the large screen in the arena displayed a replay, and all spectators witnessed Bob charging directly at Lin Hong's face, inciting a wave of outrage. How dare he? He is a criminal. Can a criminal really participate in a game? He deserves to be locked away. This was clearly an assault, warranting ejection from the game and a lifetime ban. However, when the crowd saw Lin Hong deliver a sudden kick during his descent, striking Bob squarely between the legs, they fell silent, caught between laughter and disbelief. Ouch! Male spectators collectively gasped, feeling a chill in their nether regions. To be honest, they all felt a twinge of pain just watching it. Yet, some fans secretly cheered, exclaiming, "Well done. If I were Lin, I would have done the same. Take that, you scoundrel." Amidst the murmurs, the school physician finally arrived, hastily making his way to assess the injured. "Lin, where do you feel discomfort?" Lin Hong's pain seemed to have alleviated considerably. Nevertheless, he continued to clutch his lower back and spoke slowly. "Oh dear, my elbow, my crown, my lumbar disc, everywhere aches." After the school doctor inquired a few more questions, he finally furrowed his brow and asked, "Lin, are you able to stand?" Stealing a glance at his teammate Bob, who was being supported on the bench, panting heavily, Lin Hong then replied, "Jerome, assist me. I feel much better." Consequently, he was helped to his feet by his comrade. Under the guidance of the team physician, Lin Hong began to gradually move his body. Over time, his suffering appeared to diminish significantly. On the sidelines, the three referees were repeatedly reviewing the footage. It was evident that Bob's malicious foul was indisputable. The referees were now deliberating whether Lin Hong's sudden kick towards Bob before his fall constituted a retaliatory action. The trio scrutinized the replay for an extended period. After much discussion, the head referee rendered the final decision, gesturing to the technical table: flagrant foul of the first degree. 2 free throws and a possession. Upon hearing such a ruling, the players and coaching staff of Villanova expressed their incredulity, each gesturing in disbelief. How could this be? I protest. Bob was also injured. That kick was clearly intentional. Particularly, Thomas was relentless, pursuing the referee with fervent complaints. Goodness, referee, did you not see that action? It was excessively brutal. Such a person should not remain on the court. This is unjust. However, the referees were unmoved by their incessant grumbling, promptly issuing a warning. Should they continue to complain, they would face a technical foul. Chapter 38. Tensions rise. For every villain has their match. Lin Hong sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, not out of despair, but rather to conceal the upward curve of his lips from prying eyes. The team physician advised him to return to the locker room for a thorough examination. However, Lin Hong waved his hand nonchalantly, dismissing the suggestion. No need. I feel absolutely fantastic right now. The physician retorted. Goodness. Just moments ago you were writhing in agony, and now you claim to feel splendid? Who would believe that? His teammates exchanged knowing glances, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts, yet they felt a sense of relief as long as he was unharmed. After all, Lin Hong was the towering pillar of Georgetown's interior defense. Yet, the innocent Jerome Williams remained oblivious to the underlying complexities. With a serious expression, he placed a reassuring hand on Lin Hong's shoulder, declaring, Brother, well done. I shall avenge you. To which Lin Hong internally sighed, Jerome, really, I get it. You just don't understand. Lin Hong, with a resigned roll of his eyes, intended to offer further clarification, but was abruptly shoved to the free throw line by Williams. What a predicament. He found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. He made 1 out of 2 free throws, as his shooting accuracy barely grazed the 50% mark. Georgetown continued to take possession of the ball. Lin Hong once again positioned himself beneath the basket. Regaining his strength, Bob swiftly approached to double-team him. Lin Hong held the ball firmly, leaning against Thomas, yet his gaze was intensely fixed on Bob's eyes. A faint, enigmatic smirk graced his lips. Upon witnessing Lin Hong's malevolent smile, Bob felt a tightening in his chest, a chill ascending from his lower body. The searing pain he had just experienced seemed to resurge, as if it were reaching into the depths of his soul. Instinctively, he clenched his legs together, although he continued to attempt to encircle Lin Hong. His movements had noticeably slowed, lacking the previous ferocity. His heart was laden with trepidation and hesitation. For Lin Hong, however, this posed no challenge. With a resounding crash, he executed a powerful dunk. Lin Hong's 2 free throws, coupled with this 2-pointer, resulted in a total of 3 points in 1 possession. The tension in the game escalated. To ensure safety, Coach John Thompson promptly substituted Lin Hong out. Bob, feeling humiliated, saw Lin Hong exit the court and violently gestured to his teammates to create space, intent on delivering a harsh lesson to Lin's allies. Observing Bob's gesture and the unmistakable malice on his face, Thomas shook his head, abandoning any thought of continuing to box out, and instead sprinted to the corner to create space for his teammates. On the sidelines, Villanova's coach Jay Wright frowned. This was not part of his tactical plan. However, with Bob determined to go one-on-one, he had no choice but to let him proceed. Bob waved his hands, signaling the others to disperse and create room for his solo effort. Soon, only Bob and Williams remained at the top of the arc. Williams spread his legs, lowered his center of gravity, flashed a grin that revealed his white teeth, and pounded the floor, taunting, Come on, you dirty scoundrel. You dare to harm Lin. Bring it on, and see how I deal with you. Bob responded with a cold smile, his expression twisted, then forcefully slapped the basketball with his right hand and charged toward Williams. The sharp sound of his shoes against the floor echoed as Bob barreled into Georgetown's paint with a fierce momentum. He raised his left elbow, swinging it violently, targeting Williams' neck as he approached. Aware of Bob's intentions, Williams cleverly stepped back half a pace, evading Bob's aggressive strike. However, this retreat allowed Bob to break through his defense and charge into the paint. Williams could only sidestep and follow Bob's movements, setting up an opportunity for his teammates to assist. With a disdainful glance at Williams, Bob strode towards the Georgetown key. He leaped high, his right arm drawn back like a taut bowstring, ready to unleash a thunderous dunk. At that moment, Williams also soared into the air, his left hand raised, aiming to block Bob's shot. Yet, Bob had gained a half-step advantage. Even as Williams stretched his arm, he could not reach the basketball, his right hand barely surpassing Bob's head. Nonetheless, Williams showed no intention of retreating. His face contorted in focus, teeth gritted. He locked his eyes on the ball and forcefully swung his right hand down. In the next instant, a sharp slap echoed as Williams' right hand struck Bob's face, producing a loud crack. Bob immediately lost his balance, plummeting to the floor. Williams landed on top of Bob, his right hand swinging down, fingers splayed, forcefully sweeping downwards. In a flash, it seemed his index finger poked Bob in the eye. Bob's body trembled as if struck by lightning, his head thrown back, eyes tightly shut. His expression twisted in agony. Williams, taken aback, hadn't he expected his incidental movement could lead to such consequences. He quickly raised his left hand in a protective gesture, clutching Bob's chest to prevent him from crashing to the ground. After stumbling for 2 steps, Bob fell to his knees, clutching his left eye. His face contorted in extreme pain. His right hand pounded the floor, producing a series of dull thuds. Are you trying to kill someone? Thomas charged over, shoving Williams forcefully while angrily questioning him. Williams raised his hands defensively, retreating a step with an innocent expression, saying, "Hey, man, take it easy. You should see. I didn't mean to. I even protected Bob." "Bullshit. You did that on purpose. I saw everything. There was no way you could block the ball. You were aiming for Bob." Keatles also rushed over, furious. "Hey, calm down, Corey. Jerome isn't that kind of dirty player," Iverson interjected, running over to stand in front of Williams, attempting to mediate. "Exactly. Tim, you need to cool it." Harrington held Thomas back, preventing him from approaching Williams. Thomas's eyes were fixated on Williams as he roughly shoved Harrington aside, roaring, "F. Get out of my way. This isn't your business. I'm going to settle this with that punk." With a jolt, Harrington glared and forcefully pushed Thomas back, coldly stating, "You're getting a bit too bold. Mind your words." Peggy also stepped in, her small frame unwavering as she stood protectively in front of Williams, her eyes narrowing and fists clenching. The benches on both sides erupted in chaos. Witnessing Williams decisively take Bob down, Lin Hong couldn't help but recall their earlier conversation during the timeout. He understood that Williams was acting out for his sake. This guy might be fierce, but he truly had his back. With that thought, Lin Hong sprang to his feet, fists raised, ready to charge onto the court, but was restrained by two teammates grabbing his legs. "Lin, calm down. It's not Jerome who has set a loss here." Just then, the referee blew his whistle and rushed over, intervening to separate the players and barely calming the conflict. Thomas, held back by his teammates, continued to pursue the referee, complaining, "Ref, that was an egregious act of violence. It was a malicious foul. You should eject that thug from the game." The referee shot a disdainful glance at Williams, replying, "Undoubtedly, that was a malicious foul. I will review the replay immediately to determine the severity." Thomas nodded vigorously, "Exactly. That was definitely an intentional foul. It must be addressed." Before Thomas could finish, the referee blew his whistle again, issuing him a technical foul. Thomas was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, with his neck craned and face flushed with anger, he shouted, "You piece of garbage referee. I want to accept this. I did nothing wrong. On what grounds do you give me a tech?" Before he could finish, several teammates covered his mouth and forcibly dragged him away. Chapter 39, Thomas, I feel like I'm back in the game. Once Thomas was pulled away, the situation was brought under control. Iverson and others surrounded Jerome Williams, escorting him back to the bench. Meanwhile, Villanova players gathered around Bob, concern etched on their faces as they watched the team doctor examine his injuries. The referees huddled at the scorer's table, scrutinizing the slow-motion replay from various angles of Williams' foul on Bob. "Bob, this is karma. If you have the guts, try to play dirty again. You won't get away with it. Those who only know how to play dirty will never rise to prominence." "Jerome, well done. You are a true champion. Jerome, Jerome, Jerome." Ultimately, someone began chanting Williams' name, gradually building a resounding wave of support that echoed throughout the arena. On the Georgetown bench, Jerome Williams was momentarily taken aback when he heard someone suddenly call his name, then broke into a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Coach Thompson gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Jerome, I know you stood up for Lin, but be more careful next time. Avoid such reckless moves in the future." "Understood, Coach," Williams replied with a nod, the smugness on his face gradually fading. "Coach, I think Jerome did the right thing. Some people need a harsh lesson, or they never learn," Athela Harrington muttered indignantly. Had his teammates not held him back, he would have gladly thrown a few punches at that bastard. "Jerome, thank you for standing up for me." Lin Hong leaned closer to him and whispered softly, a rare seriousness breaking through his typically carefree smile. Williams covered his mouth with a towel and murmured, "Lin, we are brothers. This is something I must do." After exchanging a glance, both Williams and Lin Hong smiled in unison, understanding each other without the need for words. On the Villanova bench, the players gathered around Bob, who was being examined by the team doctor. Bob had received a blow to his left eye, causing a rupture of capillaries, resulting in bloodshot and swollen eyes. While the sight was alarming, it was not severely detrimental. The doctor inquired once more, "Brooks, can you still see clearly? Do you feel any discomfort or swelling in your left eye?" Bob lifted his head slightly, breathing heavily, and replied in a muffled tone, "It's much better now. But it's still a bit blurry." The doctor nodded and turned to head coach Jay Wright, saying, "Jay, I recommend that Brooks return to the locker room for a thorough examination. He has injured his left eye, and we must proceed with caution." Bob waved his hand in refusal, insisting, "Coach, I feel fine. It's just a little dark in front of me. Perhaps resting for a few minutes will suffice." Jay Wright stroked his chin, squinting thoughtfully for several seconds before shaking his head and stating, "No, Brooks, the tournament is not over yet. We cannot take any risks. So you must return to the locker room for an examination." The furrow in Jay Wright's brow deepened, his expression grim. However, without Bob on the court, who could contend with that towering player from the Celestial Empire? Amid the mounting anticipation, the referee rendered a decision. Williams was charged with a flagrant foul, granting Villanova 2 free throws and possession. As Bob stepped up to the free throw line, he was met with an unexpected chorus of boos. The fans, ever the embodiment of pure sentiment, largely believed that Williams' foul was a justified response to Bob's prior aggressive play. Amid the cacophony of jeers, both of Bob's free throws clanged off the rim. Subsequently, he was substituted out and accompanied by the team doctor into the players' tunnel for further examination in the locker room. Lin Hong remained on the sidelines, resting. Bob's departure due to injury seemed to reignite the fighting spirit of the Villanova players. With the absence of Lin Hong, the formidable force in the paint, Villanova's offense flowed with increasing fluidity, bolstered by 3 prospective NBA lottery picks. Confronted by the twin towers of Williams and Harrington, Cadel's unleashed his offensive prowess, collaborating with Thomas to relentlessly bombard Georgetown's basket. Iverson, unwilling to be outdone, responded emphatically. However, his teammates faltered. Akin to a solitary tree standing against a tempest, a single fist could not withstand the onslaught of 4. The tide of the game shifted dramatically. Georgetown's consecutive penetrations were thwarted, with the perimeter shooting repeatedly clanging off the iron, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage. As the first half approached its final 2 minutes, the score stood at 40-45. Villanova had unleashed a staggering 20-6 run, transforming a 9-point deficit into a 5-point lead. Timeout. Georgetown's head coach, Thompson, wore a grim expression as he immediately called for a pause. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with the performance of Williams and Harrington in the paint. Cadel's and Thomas, with their seamless inside-outside connections, relentlessly penetrated Georgetown's interior defense. Even the guard, Al Williams, effortlessly slashed to the basket time and again. The inadequacy of the defensive barrier erected by Williams and Harrington was glaringly evident. It was not merely porous, but resembled a deserted road at dawn. "Lin, you're up. Go out there and sweat everything away." Meanwhile, Villanova's coach, Jay Wright, experienced a roller coaster of emotions, soaring from the depths to the heights of elation. His team had turned a 10-point deficit into a 5-point lead, a result that filled him with immense satisfaction. "Well done. Your efforts have been remarkable. Now it's crucial to maintain this momentum. We cannot allow them to leave with a victory. We possess the capability to end their winning streak. If it weren't for that monstrous opponent of theirs, we might have already dominated this game." It was evident that Georgetown would once again deploy their imposing big man, so they needed to continue wearing him down with relentless pressure. "Let us go. Victory belongs to us at Villanova." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with Georgetown's offense. Iverson dashed forward, propelling the ball into the front court. In the confrontation between Lin Hong and Thomas, Lin swiftly positioned himself on the weaker left side. "You won't score this time," Thomas exclaimed, his fists tightly clasped together as he forcefully locked onto Lin Hong's lower back. His legs, spread apart, exhibited formidable strength, and his stance was remarkably stable. What a clumsy yet playful fellow. After a brief respite of a few minutes, Lin Hong astonishingly felt invigorated enough to rise once more. Lin Hong was caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, then raised his hand and shouted towards Iverson, "Allen, pass me the ball. This guy Tim claims he intends to lock me down. Goodness, is he truly that arrogant?" Previously, the formidable frontcourt duo he formed with Bob had been utterly dismantled by Lin Hong. Yet now, he dares to provoke Lin Hong with such bravado? Iverson, suppressing his laughter, unhesitatingly lofted the ball towards Lin Hong. "Hey, Tim, do you believe you've regained your prowess? I think it would be more prudent to send you to the bench for some introspection." "What?" Thomas was taken aback by Lin Hong's sudden remark, instinctively blurting out his confusion. However, Lin Hong ceased his prattle and, with the ball in hand, launched himself backward with tremendous force. Thomas, momentarily caught off guard, was nearly toppled by this sudden impact. "Pay attention, don't lose focus. I exerted merely a third of my strength, and yet you are on the brink of falling." In the next moment, Lin Hong relied on him, taking 3 powerful strides with the ball as he surged towards the basket. He leapt high into the air. Bang! With his right hand grasping the ball, he raised it skyward and executed a thunderous one-handed slam dunk. 42-45. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded simultaneously. Thomas committed a foul by pulling a player from behind. Lin Hong cast a cheerful glance at him and stepped up to the free throw line. Thomas rushed forward, eager to engage the referee in a debate, only to be instantly silenced by the referee's piercing glare. Frustration etched on his face. He glared at Lin Hong and exclaimed, "Damn, you treacherous scoundrel, resorting to such despicable tactics." Witnessing Thomas's exasperated expression, Lin Hong couldn't help but break into a broad smile. Chapter 40. The Rebound Enthusiast. Overpowering Kid Els in midair. Clang. Lin Hong's additional foul shot was once again highlighted. Standing under the basket, both Thomas and Kid Els leapt simultaneously. However, Lin Hong, sensing his impending failure, surged forward with great determination, bulldozing past his opponent to claim the offensive rebound with authority. Instead of forcing a shot amidst the crowd, Lin executed a precise bounce pass to the swift-cutting Iverson. Upon receiving the ball, Iverson smoothly converted the opportunity with a graceful floater. The score stood at 44-45. In a single possession, Lin Hong contributed an offensive rebound and an assist. Villanova's offense commenced, with Kid Els positioning himself in the low post on the right side. This time, he faced the more formidable Lin Hong, whose sturdier frame and lower center of gravity rendered Kid Els' previous tactics against Williams ineffective. Left with no options, Kid Els resorted to a step-back fadeaway jumper. Clang. The basketball ricocheted into the hands of his teammate Thomas. Yet, before Thomas could secure the rebound, Lin Hong suddenly dashed up from behind and snatched the ball from his grasp with sheer force. Subsequently, Thomas could only watch as Iverson and Lin Hong sprinted down the court, culminating in an electrifying alley-oop dunk. The score shifted to 46-45, with Georgetown reclaiming the lead. Turning back, Villanova's three-point attempt fell short. Kid Els attempted to box out Lin Hong, allowing the robust and long-armed Thomas to contest for the offensive rebound. However, Kid Els found himself utterly unable to withstand Lin Hong's strength. Lin Hong forcefully breached Kidder's defense, leaping from the free throw line and once again snatching the ball from behind Thomas's head. Following that, Lin Hong executed a long pass to Iverson, instantly igniting a fast break. The pivotal player of Georgetown would surely not squander such a splendid opportunity. He sprinted effortlessly toward the front court, culminating in a magnificent one-man dunk. The score stood at 48-45. Under Lin's leadership, Georgetown launched a resounding 8-0 run. Lin's dominance in the paint was formidable. He bulldozed through, relying solely on his sheer, terrifying strength to seize the rebounds. Remarkably, within less than 15 minutes of play, he had secured 14 rebounds, 8 of which were offensive, despite Villanova's formidable interior presence. The commentator, astounded by Lin Hong's statistics, gasped in disbelief. His partner pointed to the data column, chuckling as he added, "It seems Lin is on track for yet another triple-double today. He already has 6 assists." Lin's imposing presence in the paint was a daunting force, as he consistently seized opportunities for counterattacks following rebounds or blocked shots. With Lin on the court, Georgetown's transition between offense and defense ascended to new heights, rendering even a powerhouse like Villanova somewhat overshadowed. In the arena, after Georgetown's impressive 8-0 run, Jay Wright was compelled to call for a timeout. In merely 2 minutes on the court, Lin Hong halted Villanova. "Marvelous. Ha ha ha. Lin is truly exceptional. Once again, it is Lin. I have utterly fallen for this towering giant from the Middle Kingdom. Do not hinder me for a moment, as I shall seek him out to explore the profound truths of life." Georgetown is in awe. A new monarch has emerged. As Lin Hong approached the bench, a faction of the fans had already shifted their allegiance, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. This exhilarating sensation of being embraced by the crowd was truly intoxicating. During the timeout, the commentary duo resumed their animated discussion. Lin's influence on Georgetown was undeniably profound. The team appeared as 2 distinct entities with his presence and absence. The statistics were irrefutable. Prior to his exit, Georgetown held a 9-point lead over Villanova. Yet, upon his departure, Villanova swiftly mounted a comeback, transforming the 9-point advantage into a 5-point deficit. The commentator glanced at the statistics and continued, noting that just 2 minutes after Lin re-entered the game, he orchestrated an 8-0 run for Georgetown, reclaiming the lead. This exemplified the dominance of a premier center. His partner emphatically concluded, "Watch closely. Lin will plunge Villanova into despair." As the timeout concluded, only 3 minutes remained in the first half. Villanova initiated their offense. Alvin Williams brought the ball forward, allowing Kid Les to engage in isolation. Meanwhile, Thomas grappled with Lin Hong in the paint. Kid Les executed a feigned shot, then drove past Williams. In the next instant, he surged toward the basket, gripping the ball with one hand, soaring to deliver a thunderous dunk. The spectacle was breathtaking, as if he were transcending earthly bounds in a mere heartbeat. Lin Hong released Thomas, swiftly turned, and leaped forward with great force. Bang! Lin Hong's large hand firmly pressed down on the basketball that Kidder was about to slam down. Both of their arms exerted tremendous force. The basketball was deformed under the pressure of their powerful hands. Through this sphere, the two engaged in an aerial contest of strength. "Let me go." Lin Hong let out a furious roar, his left hand exerting tremendous force once more. In the next moment, one could see Kidder's body, which had been ascending, abruptly lose its balance. He fell backward, plummeting to the ground. Instinctively, Kidder released the basketball from his grasp. The photographers on site captured this extraordinarily dramatic scene. After a fierce aerial confrontation, both individuals found themselves in a state of descent. At that instant, time seemed to stand still. Lin Hong loomed above, poised to slam the basketball downwards, his countenance exuding an aura of authority akin to a deity surveying the world beneath him. In stark contrast, Kidder recoiled in astonishment, his face a canvas of bewilderment, shock, and disarray, his hands flailing helplessly as if to defy the relentless pull of gravity and the humiliation inflicted by Lin Hong. The resounding impact echoed as Kidder crashed onto the floor with a thud, a dull, yet unmistakable sound piercing the air. In this fierce clash of prodigious talents, the outcome was unequivocally clear. As he lay on the ground, Kidder rubbed his aching back, grimacing in pain, lamenting the futility of the match. Thud. Soon thereafter, Lin Hong landed heavily. Without the slightest pause, he tossed the ball to the wide-eyed Iverson beyond the three-point line. Then, he sprinted forward, his long legs propelling him ahead. "Hey, Alan, what are you dawdling for? Pass the ball over quickly." As Lin Hong swiftly descended, he turned his head and shouted at Iverson, who was still engrossed in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Kidder lay flat on his back, helplessly watching Lin Hong dash past him, initiating a fast break counterattack. What manner of beast has emerged from nowhere? Has he just thwarted my dunk? How frustrating. Kidder had never felt so constrained on the court. In the past, he had relied on his nimble footwork, towering height, long reach, and exceptional leaping ability to deliver explosive dunks. Moreover, the defensive line he and Thomas had established was often a nightmare for opposing teams, a forbidden zone that many players dared not approach. They dominated the paint with impunity, indulging their whims as if traversing a no-man's land. Yet, with Lin Hong's arrival, both Kidder and Thomas faced an unexpected defeat, experiencing the bitter sensation of being thoroughly outmatched. Powerless to retaliate. Perhaps this is the suppression that comes from the apex of the food chain. The larger fish devours the smaller, and the smaller fish feeds on the shrimp. Lin Hong, a colossal deep-sea shark from the Celestial Empire, feasts indiscriminately. Chapter 41. The Death Dunk, Pavilion Arena. As Iverson advanced with the ball, he tossed it high over the rim. Beneath the basket stood only the guard Alvin Williams. Upon seeing the lightning-fast Lin Hong approaching, Williams hesitated for a moment but ultimately positioned himself in the restricted area, clearly intent on drawing an offensive foul. This was also the strategy devised by head coach Jay Wright, a plan to get Lin Hong ejected. However, when faced with the charging behemoth, he instinctively closed his eyes in panic. Lin Hong's sprint was so swift that it seemed he was on the brink of colliding with Williams. In that moment, the once cacophonous arena fell into an eerie silence. Some timid spectators shielded their eyes with their hands, unable to bear the gruesome sight of Williams being struck down. There was no way to evade the impending impact. The referee had already assumed the posture to signal a foul. In the next instant, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. The beautiful cheerleaders on the sidelines were momentarily stunned, covering their mouths in shock. Within less than a meter in front of Williams, Lin Hong suddenly leaped into the air. Hearing the collective gasp, Williams tightly shut his eyes, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. The suspense of that moment felt interminable and torturous. What? Why had the collision not yet occurred? With a flicker of confusion, Williams slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, his pupils dilated in astonishment. The space before him was utterly vacant, yet a massive shadow loomed above him. An ominous premonition surged through him. In the next heartbeat, Lin Hong soared through the air, spreading his legs and grasping Williams' shoulders, propelling himself directly over him. Bang! Lin Hong forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop, the score now standing at 50-45. The thunderous dunk sent a jolt through Williams' heart. As time seemed to freeze in that very moment, the air appeared to stand still, and the audience was left in stunned disbelief. their expressions a blend of shock and incredulity. Lin Hong, this towering figure of 7 feet, astonishingly soared over Williams to execute a thunderous dunk. After a brief moment of silence, the spectators erupted in fervor. What a slide! Roar, roar, roar. The dunk of death. Oh my God. I have witnessed the dunk of death. It is simply unbelievable. Lin Hong leaped over Williams, completing the dunk of death. The enormous screen hanging above the arena incessantly replayed Lin Hong's magnificent dunk. The venue was filled with a cacophony of thunderous applause and cheers. Many fans sat in stunned silence, hands clasped atop their heads, transfixed by the replay on the big screen. The entire arena was engulfed in a frenzy. On the court, Iverson and his teammate Jerome Williams, invigorated as if electrified, excitedly shouted and rushed toward Lin Hong. Jerome Williams, in a sudden burst, lunged onto Lin Hong's back, catching him off guard and nearly toppling him. Lin Hong initially presumed that Iverson would exhibit some restraint. However, to his astonishment, the latter boldly approached him and unleashed a flurry of punches to his chest, akin to a relentless attack on a punching bag. Meanwhile, the Georgetown cheerleaders sprang to their feet, fervently waving their pom-poms, amplifying the already electric atmosphere within the arena. On the bench, Osella Harrington was also caught up in the excitement, gyrating his hips in a rather comical manner, though the flamboyance of his dance was somewhat eye-watering. The Georgetown fans in the stands could no longer contain their enthusiasm, rising to applaud and even letting slip a few exclamations of excitement. Oh my God, Lin. He soared over Alvin to complete the dunk. Heavens, Lord, Lin's play is astonishing. He just posterized Alvin. Such sentiments echoed throughout the crowd. Ignited by Lin Hong's spectacular slam dunk, the audience erupted into applause, gasps, cheers, and even ecstatic greetings intermingled. Goodness gracious, John. That Lin is like a ferocious shark from the league, utterly merciless, exclaimed the commentator, leaping to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. John, tell me I'm not dreaming. Following his previous leap over Moore, Lin has once again vaulted over Williams to deliver a second chapter of his death-defying dunk. As the replays flashed across the big screen, the commentator was left speechless, nudging his partner in astonishment. His partner, though slightly dazed, nodded solemnly. It's true. Lin just soared over Williams, granting us yet another glimpse of that jaw-dropping dunk. John, I believe the fierce and ruthless Lin no longer needs to exert effort. He could easily overpower all the giants of the NCAA. Alvin Williams, serving as the unfortunate backdrop to Lin's feat, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had merely aimed to draw an offensive foul, yet fate had conspired against him, casting him as a mere footnote in the annals of this monumental dunk. In contrast, Thomas beside him was rather fortunate. Being blocked by Lin Hong would only earn him a spot in the top place, while Williams' leap into history would be marked by shame. The thought of his blunder being replayed for years to come, serving as fodder for fans' discussions, filled Williams with profound embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bob, who had suffered an abrupt injury, came off as the true sage, exceedingly wise in his retreat. As Williams endured the relentless jeers from the crowd, he wished he could simply close his eyes and drift away. However, reality proved to be unforgiving. After Villanova managed to squeeze in a last-second two-pointer, Iverson swiftly advanced past half-court, launching the basketball towards the rim. Not again. Can I just avoid this? Upon spotting Lin Hong barreling towards him, Williams decisively sidestepped, narrowly evading disaster. What the hell, Alvin? What are you doing? Stand your ground. Extend your arms. Draw the offensive foul. The frustration of Coach Jay Wright erupted as he witnessed Williams' panicked retreat, his tactical board crashing down in anger. He had anticipated that Williams would surely draw a foul on Lin, only to be met with cowardice instead. Williams shrugged, palms upturned in innocence as he glanced at Coach Wright, silently communicating that he had done his best. With that behemoth charging at me like a freight train, what if I were to be left incapacitated? Who would care for me then? I haven't even made my fortune yet, he thought to himself, unwilling to risk injury for the sake of pride. As he focused on Lin once more, he observed the basketball Iverson had lofted towards the rim, now firmly grasped by Lin's towering hands. In the next instant, with his head nearly level with the rim, Lin thunderously slammed the ball through the hoop. The rim reverberated with an ear-splitting clang as Lin hung on, his body swaying in midair, executing a powerful C-shaped dunk with sheer force and authority. Amidst the cacophony of the rim's protest and the swaying hoop, Williams instinctively took a couple of steps back, feeling a surge of relief wash over him for his earlier decision to evade. He felt as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Hey, buddy. You just made a wise choice. Lin chuckled, glancing over at Williams after landing. Williams grinned back, responding, "Lin, you understand? I call this tactical retreat. Your impact is tremendous, but I'm not afraid of confrontation. Life is precious, and basketball is merely a facet of it. There is no need for mutual destruction." Hearing Williams' audacious rationalization, Lin could not help but laugh. He had never encountered such shamelessness before. "Brilliant. Should I give you a heads up the next time I dunk on you? If so, I'd appreciate it." Chapter 42, Jaw-Dropping Strategy Unveiled. Timeout. Coach Jay Wright shouted, slamming his tactical board and demanding a pause from the referee. Alvin Williams' recent antics had truly infuriated him. Not only had he failed to draw an offensive foul, but his cowardly retreat at a crucial moment was utterly unacceptable. What vexed him most was seeing Williams, after dodging the challenge, casually engaging in conversation with the opposing players as if nothing had transpired. "This is intolerable." The audience erupted into thunderous applause once more, captivated by the twists and turns of this exhilarating game. They had not anticipated that in just a few short plays, Villanova would find themselves halted yet again. And all of this chaos stemmed from that colossal player from the East, exhibiting sheer brutality on both ends of the court. Before the Georgetown bench, the players who had not taken to the court sprang up in unison, fervently waving their towels and bouncing with exuberance. Osella Harrington seemed to have springs beneath her, leaping into the air with wide eyes and raised hands, her face adorned with an incredulous and comical expression. She repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Meanwhile, head coach John Thompson extended his right hand from the sidelines, beaming as he exchanged high fives with Lin Hong and Iverson, secretly marveling at the thrill of having such talent on his team. "Lin, splendid work," Thompson jested. "How does it feel to soar through the skies? The air up here is refreshing, albeit a tad thin, haha." Lin Hong replied with utmost seriousness, "Ha-ha." Jerome Williams transformed into a large, inquisitive child, playfully pinching Lin Hong's impressive bicep as if to investigate the extraordinary strength concealed within. How could he repeatedly thwart Kittle's relentless dunks with such ease? It was a mystery that left him perplexed. "Hey, Jerome, perhaps you should rein in your enthusiasm and wipe that drool from the corner of your mouth. Countless beautiful ladies here must envy your ability to grasp my formidable bicep." Lin Hong jestingly teased Jerome Williams. Williams dramatically rolled his eyes, feigning anger as he shrugged off Lin Hong's hand, pouting in disdain. "Lin, while you dominate the court, could you please refrain from such narcissism? Ugh, Jerome, speak properly. I'm about to be sick." In stark contrast, the atmosphere on the Villanova bench was notably tense. Head coach Jay Wright stood before Tim Thomas and Bob, his expression grave as he inquired, "Can we contain Lin Hong?" "No." Bob promptly shook his head. Tim Thomas frowned, reluctantly muttering in agreement. "That guy plays too aggressively and is quite sneaky. He is truly difficult to defend." If their strongest combination could not contain Lin Hong, then what hope was there for others? Regardless, this match must be won. Jay Wright shouted with fervor. The honor of the reigning champions could not be trampled. He rose and clapped his hands, gathering all the players together, and conspiratorially declared, "Since we cannot stop Lin Hong, let us target his greatest weakness, free throws. I call it the Hackelen strategy." "What?" The Villanova players were momentarily taken aback, casting bewildered glances at Coach Jay Wright. They had never heard of such a tactic. Lin's talent was exceptional, his formidable strength allowing him to bulldoze through the paint with unstoppable force, which was indeed a source of frustration. Jay Wright shook his head and continued. "However, his free throw percentage is absurdly low. Thus far in this game, he has made only 3 of 8 attempts, making it worth our while to take a risk. Whenever he receives the ball in the low post or secures an offensive rebound, you must foul him immediately. Remember, we cannot allow him to gain momentum or complete his offensive plays easily. We must disrupt his fiery scoring streak and, ideally, provoke him into losing his composure." Finally, Jay Wright took a deep breath, his gaze sharply fixed on Alvin Williams, who was staring at the ground. He coldly reprimanded, "Alvin, considering your cowardly retreat on the court earlier, you won't be playing anymore. Just stay on the safest bench and cheer for your teammates." "Coach, Alvin Williams instinctively raised his head, about to defend himself, but was cut off by Jay Wright's icy tone. "Enough. Your matter is settled. Did everyone else understand? Remember the tactical arrangement. Those who are afraid should not take the court. Go." As the timeout concluded, only 1 minute remained in the first half. Villanova was on offense. As Alvin Williams' substitute, the utility player advanced the ball. Tim Thomas established position in the low post, demanding the ball. The utility player hesitated but ultimately decided to adhere to Coach Jay Wright's predetermined strategy, using a teammate's screen to move to the right side beyond the three-point line, delivering a bounce pass to Kid Les. Facing the tall and lengthy Williams, Keitel's greatest advantages were his speed and footwork. Observing Lin Hong entangled with Tim Thomas, gradually approaching the basket on the left, he opted not to force his way through. Instead, he executed a dribble to create space and took a mid-range shot. The shooting motion was as beautiful as a painting. Upon release, the basketball soared toward the hoop without any pause, smoother than silk. However, clang. Keitel's mid-range shot ricocheted off the rim. Lin Hong boldly collided with Tim Thomas, soaring to seize the rebound with tenacity. Suddenly, an opposing player sprinted forward, yanking at Lin Hong's jersey and attempting to snatch the ball from his grasp, striking his arm in the process. The referee promptly called a foul on the aggressor. Georgetown's backcourt was awarded the ball, and Williams prepared to inbound from the baseline. Iverson executed a swift cut, evading his defender, and received the pass from Williams, ready to charge forward. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Stunned, Iverson halted his momentum, confusion etched across his face as he gazed back at the court. The other Georgetown players were equally bewildered by the unexpected whistle. Following the sound, they discovered that Kid Els had unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Lin Hong from behind. What on earth was happening? Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth, gazing at Kid Els, who was clinging to him, a look of utter bewilderment upon his face. Meanwhile, Kid Els let out a lewd chuckle, his expression brimming with a sense of pride, as if to say, "Look at you, caught off guard, unable to comprehend." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hong finally grasped the situation. Was this a strategy to target him? Oh wait. His name is Lin Hong. It should be a strategy to target Lin. Hush, hush, hush. What on earth is Kid Els doing? Even while committing a foul, he wears a foolish grin. Is he really intending to send Lin to the free throw line? Strange occurrences happen every year, but today seems particularly bizarre, leaving one utterly perplexed. Could it be that a spark has ignited between them? Oh, the thought is too terrifying to ponder. As this unexpected scene unfolded, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the seasoned commentators appeared bewildered, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. It wasn't until they caught sight of Lin Hong's absurdly low free throw percentage that a look of understanding dawned upon them. All I can say is, it's hard to believe. Based on my conjecture, Lin must be facing a free throw strategy. His partner's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This shouldn't be happening. We are still in the preliminary rounds." Unable to fathom it, one could only conclude that Villanova had truly lost their senses. The commentator couldn't help but scoff. As an offensive force akin to the great Shaquille O'Neal, once Lin dismantles Villanova's interior defense, this moment becomes inevitable. With this thought, the commentator suddenly found empathy for head coach Jay Wright and the Villanova team. Georgetown's head coach John Thompson was equally taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. He was well aware of Lin Hong's Achilles heel, his free throw shooting. Yet, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, catching him completely off guard. Chapter 43. Unconventional Tactics, Seizing Every Opportunity. Lin Hong furrowed his brows and gently patted Kid Els on the back, exclaiming in exasperation, "Hey, buddy, you can let go now. Although I am quite charming, I still cannot engage in such an overtly masculine manner." Upon witnessing Kid Els finally release his grip, Lin Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kid Els grinned broadly, like a blooming chrysanthemum, his playful expressions exuding an irresistible mischievousness. He chuckled heartily. Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth and approached the free throw line. As anticipated, he delivered a steady performance, making one of two attempts. The score stood at 53-45. Villanova launched their offense, with Kid Els leveraging Thomas's screen to sink a three-pointer from the left side, just beyond the arc. The score was now 53-48. As possession shifted, Williams had just inbound the ball to Iverson from the baseline when a wave of cheers, applause, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the crowd. "Oh no, please don't come over here." Lin Hong let out a loud shout and dashed forward, skillfully maneuvering across the court. Hot on his heels were three Villanova players, brandishing menacing expressions and leering smiles, converging upon him in an attempt to thwart his progress. After silently lamenting Lin Hong's unfortunate predicament for a brief 2 seconds, Williams surged swiftly into the offensive zone. Just as Iverson passed the ball, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Hong was ultimately thwarted by Villanova's guard, George. In an effort to commit a foul, the veteran displayed remarkable tenacity, executing a dive that allowed him to wrap his arms around Lin Hong's thigh, sliding across the floor for several meters. Goodness, that was incredibly intense. Lin Hong was utterly astounded. These individuals, in their reckless pursuit of self-destruction, seemed willing to sacrifice everything. "I've got him! I've got him!" they exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. Simultaneously, George, the backup guard from Villanova, raised his right hand in exuberance and shouted at the referee, "Referee, I committed a foul. Blow the whistle on me." The referee rolled his eyes, exasperated, before reluctantly blowing his whistle. When faced with Lin Hong's desperate gaze for assistance, he could only shrug helplessly. The implication was unmistakable. Such a scenario had never before occurred in the NCAA, and there were no explicit regulations against it, leaving him powerless to intervene. Lin Hong could only lower his head, shaking it with a sigh. "Hey, my friend, congratulations on successfully committing a foul. However, you should get up. The floor is rather cold." George, feeling a sense of relief, released his grip and then rose to his feet, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "What can I say? Your offensive play was so fierce that had we any means at all, we would not have resorted to such desperate measures." Lin Hong once again approached the free throw line. Clang. The first attempt ricocheted off the rim. Lin Hong took a deep breath, striving to direct his aim towards the hoop. The second free throw. Swish. The basketball echoed as it swished through the net. 1 out of 2 free throws, securing a solitary point. Yet, the smile on Lin Hong's face froze. It was precisely the second throw that went in, leaving no opportunity for a rebound or a putback dunk. Utterly futile. The score stood at 54-48. The final offensive play of the first half. Villanova's attack. Having been repeatedly fouled, Lin Hong was brimming with pent-up frustration, yet found no outlet for it. As he confronted Kidler's three-point attempt, he surged in from the side, leaping forward with determination. Whack! He swatted the basketball out of bounds. Beep, beep, beep. The first half of the game concluded. Lin Hong recorded an impressive stat line of 27 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists, 6 blocks, and 2 steals, nearly achieving a quadruple-double. His shooting accuracy was remarkable, hitting 11 of 13 attempts. However, his free throw performance was dismal, converting only 5 of 12, a rate so poor it elicited laughter from the Villanova bench. Such disgraceful play was met with indignation from Osla Harrington, who erupted in anger from the sidelines. Head coach John Thompson wore a grave expression, choosing silence in response. Villanova unexpectedly employed a strategy to target Lin, catching him slightly off guard. Yet, he was well aware that Lin Hong, the unequivocal star of Georgetown, had a free throw percentage that was indeed abysmal, though it paled in comparison to that of the NBA's Shaquille O'Neal. Lin Hong evidently needs to exert himself much more diligently, consistently engaging in extra practice for free throws. Yet he has not achieved significant progress in the short term. Possessing exceptional talent, he works harder than his peers. Lin Hong is undoubtedly the ideal cornerstone and core of the team. In comparison, his beloved Prot G. Allen Iverson pales in comparison. Today, in facing the defending champions Villanova, he once again demonstrated his remarkably keen insight. With Lin Hong present or absent, Georgetown appears as two entirely different entities, akin to two disparate teams. It can be asserted that Lin Hong singularly upholds Georgetown's defensive framework, as Georgetown, under Lin Hong's leadership, seems poised to widen the gap against Villanova. The latter unexpectedly resorts to a ruthless tactic, targeting Lin. Although such a strategy is undeniably unscrupulous, it proves effective. John Thompson is almost compelled to confront Jay Wright in a fierce altercation. He recognizes that improving free throw performance is not an overnight endeavor. Observing Villanova's relentless assaults on Lin Hong, gradually eroding Georgetown's lead, Thompson finds himself unable to substitute Lin. After all, Lin Hong's defensive prowess remains formidable. As long as he is on the court, Georgetown's paint transforms into an impregnable fortress, steadfast and unyielding. Alas, one can only hope for Lin Hong's free throws to find their mark. Lin Hong shook his head and hurried through the players' tunnel towards the locker room. "Hey Lin, don't fret too much. Villanova can't possibly foul you for the entire second half, can they?" Jerome Williams said, playfully wrapping an arm around Lin's neck as he offered words of comfort. "Jerome, thank you. There's no need to worry about me. I've already devised a strategy. Let me share a little secret with you. I actually come from a genuine background as a guard. Back in the day, my free throw skills were quite precise. It was only after I grew taller and stronger that I transitioned to playing center." Lin Hong spoke with utmost seriousness. suggesting that it would be prudent to take precautionary measures. Upon hearing this, Williams was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I believe. However, his expression betrayed his true sentiments, revealing that he perceived Lin Hong's earnestness as mere nonsense. Whatever happened to the trust that ought to exist between individuals? Lin Hong rolled his eyes, realizing that speaking the truth garnered no belief, so he chose to remain silent. Upon reflection, he understood the skepticism. His extraordinary talent was simply too remarkable for anyone to accept as a result of mere practice. Yet, what Lin Hong spoke was indeed the truth. The great shark had genuinely emerged from a background as a guard. As the second half of the game commenced, the teams switched sides. Villanova initiated their offensive play. Spotting Lin Hong being harassed, Thomas, who had been frustrated for the entire first half, suddenly felt a spark of opportunity. Even if he failed to score, he could always resort to drawing fouls. The strategy of fouling Lin had proven to be remarkably effective. Georgetown's offensive rhythm had been shattered into disarray by the incessant fouls. Villanova seized the ball from Georgetown at the cost of merely 1 point, giving Thomas the confidence he needed to reclaim his presence on the court. "Hey, Corey, pass me that damned basketball. I'm going to take it strong," Thomas said with a grin, winking as he reached out for the ball from the low post on the left side. Lin Hong furrowed his brow, placing a hand firmly on his lower back, remaining as immovable as a mountain, as steadfast as a rock. Bang! Thomas attempted a forceful shot from behind. Yet Lin Hong stood resolute, unyielding. "Damn it! Are your feet glued to the floor, you clumsy rookie? Why won't you budge?" After several unsuccessful attempts to push him aside, Thomas was left with no choice but to resort to a jump shot. Lin Hong bent his legs and leaped high into the air. Although he did not successfully block the shot, he nonetheless disrupted the shooter's line of sight. With a resounding clang, the basketball struck the front of the rim and soared upward. Lin Hong swiftly turned and leaped, snatching the ball from the oblivious Kidder's head. Almost immediately, the determined man returned. Villanova's substitute defender, George, charged at him once more, fiercely gripping Lin Hong's arm. The whistle blew again, signaling a foul. "Damn it! Is this never ending? For heaven's sake, can't you all fight like men, with honor and integrity?" Lin Hong, filled with rage, turned his head and glared fiercely at George. The second half had barely commenced. "And you resort to a hack-a-shack strategy? Are you taking advantage of my poor free throw skills, ruthlessly exploiting my weaknesses?" Time and again, Lin Hong's patience had been thoroughly exhausted. This time, he was truly furious. Chapter 44. The Epic Showdown, Hack-a-Shack Strategy versus Urinal Bowl Free Throws. On the Villanova bench. Upon witnessing the confrontation between Lin Hong and George, head coach Jay Wright could not suppress a grin. This was precisely the desired effect. By provoking Lin Hong through fouls, they could effectively eliminate this interior beast from the game without any significant confrontation. Thus, Villanova's undefeated record could be preserved. Villanova had yet to accumulate enough fouls to grant free throws. Georgetown's offense commenced. Williams initiated the play from the baseline. Iverson dribbled the ball up court. Lin Hong, who was seething with frustration, positioned himself in the low post on the left side, thrusting his rear to shove Thomas aside, reaching out for the ball from Iverson. Iverson lofted the ball high into the air. Bang! Lin Hong leaned back forcefully, executing a seamless right pivot as he entered the painted area beneath the basket. In the next instant, just as he bent his knees, preparing to leap high, George, who was providing support defense, surged forth like a moth to a flame, wrapping his arms around Lin Hong's waist and pulling him down with considerable force. Caught off guard, Lin Hong nearly lost his balance, managing only a one-handed dunk. The basketball struck the inner rim of the hoop, ricocheting back out. What a pity for a splendid 2-1 opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. A shooting foul by George. Lin Hong was granted 2 free throw opportunities. It appears that Villanova is resolutely committed to implementing the strategy of fouling Lin. One must admit, it is a rather underhanded tactic, yet undeniably effective. However, I believe that such strategies, which detract from the enjoyment of the game, should not be employed. The commentators expressed their discontent regarding Villanova's decision to foul Lin Hong at the outset of the second half. His partner shook his head in dismay, remarking that while resorting to such tactics during the most intense moments of a match may be justifiable in the pursuit of victory, initiating this strategy so early in the second half is simply an act of sheer audacity on Villanova's part. The commentator nodded in silent agreement. What was once an exhilarating match has been marred by Villanova's tactics, which have rendered it chaotic and regrettable. From another perspective, one can surmise that Coach J, pushed to the brink of desperation, conceived such a rogue strategy. After all, to counter Lin's equally aggressive style of play, one might feel compelled to resort to similar tactics. The commentator shrugged, expressing his lament. John, if Lin's free throw percentage were even slightly higher, he would possess virtually no weaknesses. In fact, averaging 50 points per game would become as effortless as eating or drinking. Lin Hong once again stood at the free throw line, observing the helpless expression on his face. Kidders and Thomas, stationed beneath the basket, exchanged knowing smiles, their faces brimming with self-satisfaction. After all, there were plenty of fouls to be committed. All they needed to do was interrupt Lin Hong's offensive play. Accepting the ball tossed by the referee, Lin Hong shook his arms, his expression shifting dramatically. The thought of that peculiar free throw stance filled him with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. After much contemplation, he realized that the only way to counter the hack-a-Shaq strategy was to unleash his ultimate technique. In the next moment, under the gazes of all, Lin Hong arched his back, seemingly indulging in some peculiar quirk, and deliberately twisted a few times. What is this posture? It seems oddly familiar. Could it be a bedpan? Upon witnessing Lin Hong's actions, Kidders felt a surge of astonishment, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, causing his heart to race. Yet, recalling that many of the league's super centers, despite altering their free throw stances, still failed miserably, he found some solace. Was it really possible to enhance accuracy simply by adopting a flamboyant new free throw posture? What a joke. Just then, Lin Hong gently patted the basketball, slightly lowering his center of gravity. With both hands cradling the ball, he slowly tossed it from between his legs towards the hoop. If Rick Barry's free throw style can be likened to holding a chamber pot, then Lin Hong's rendition is undoubtedly akin to wielding a larger bucket. The force behind his throw was reminiscent of a colossal catapult, abundant and filling. Oh my goodness, Lin has altered his free throw posture. If memory serves me right, he is employing the legendary star Rick Barry's signature move, the chamber pot. The commentator exclaimed. Indeed, Rick Barry boasted an impressive career free throw percentage of 90%. Let us observe how Lin fares in comparison. Bang! Perhaps Lin Hong exerted too much force with his right shoulder, as the basketball veered left of the hoop and appeared to be flying low. A complete miss. The ball didn't even touch the rim. Kiddles and Thomas, witnessing this comical scene, nearly doubled over in laughter. Haha, pardon the spectacle. Lin Hong awkwardly touched his nose. Fortunately, Thomas was careless and entered the line early, rendering this play invalid. Lin Hong took a deep breath and prepared for his free throw once more. Players positioned themselves on both sides of the basket, ready to contest for the rebound. They were all bracing for the possibility that Lin Hong might miss, including his Georgetown teammate, Williams. Swish! The ball soared through the air. A crisp sound echoed through the arena as it swished through the net. The free throw was flawlessly executed. 56-48. Lin Hong's free throws were remarkably smooth, utterly incongruous with the rough-and-tumble persona one might expect from him. Though his appearance may lack conventional appeal, his skills are undeniably effective. Lin Hong nodded to himself, acknowledging the value of his clandestine practice. What is happening? How did that guy manage to score? Or was it a mere fluke? On the sidelines, Villanova's head coach, Jay Wright, furrowed his brow in astonishment. Was it mere coincidence? Or did Lin Hong possess an unparalleled talent even in the realm of foul shots? No, it couldn't be. Jay Wright refused to accept such a notion. Gritting his teeth, he maintained his strategy of targeting Lin Hong. Nice. Well done. Thompson, standing in front of the Georgetown bench, clenched his fists and waved them energetically, finally feeling the tension ease. Meanwhile, those vying for the rebound under the basket leaped into the air, colliding with one another. In the end, they discovered their efforts were in vain. Turning around, they found Villanova's three-point attempts continued to clang off the rim. On Georgetown's side, Lin Hong continued to dominate against Thomas in the low post. As Lin Hong barreled into the paint, attempting to force a shot, he was once again ferociously yanked down by Alvin Williams, who was determined to redeem himself. Alvin Williams understood all too well that once Lin Hong took flight, any subsequent foul would be futile. More often than not, he would merely become a human ornament on Lin Hong's back, unable to prevent the inevitable dunk. Thus, he seized the moment, yanking Lin Hong's shooting hand down just as he turned to enter the 3-second zone, yet to leave the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul against Alvin Williams for his actions against Lin Hong. He shot a disbelieving glance at the Villanova players, nearly cursing under his breath. Damn it. A perfectly good game was being marred by this bunch of incompetent fools, utterly unbearable to watch. Simultaneously, the referee cast a sympathetic look towards the victim, Lin Hong. He was just a child, after all. Was it truly necessary to resort to such thuggish tactics simply because he had dominated Villanova's interior defense? After a moment of internal lamentation, the referee let out a heavy sigh and jogged to the baseline to administer the free throw. Lin Hong once again approached the free throw line. Having just tasted a brief moment of success, he was now eager to take several more shots. It felt as though he were engaged in his routine practice. Swish. Lin Hong's first free throw swished through the net effortlessly. Thomas's thick, dark eyebrows quivered, nearly causing his jaw to drop in astonishment. Goodness, what on earth is happening? Is this truly the same formidable interior beast from the first half, who allowed himself and his teammates to exploit the situation at will? This must be a ruse. Even Kiddell's, positioned opposite Thomas to vie for the rebound, appeared as if struck by lightning. Instinctively furrowing his brows in disbelief, his face was a portrait of confusion and incredulity. Lin Hong cast a chilling glance at them, inwardly scoffing. Do they truly believe I am at a loss? My free throws during this period have not been practiced in vain. Immediately after, he took his second shot. Swish. It was another flawless hit. 58-48. Lin Hong scored 3 consecutive points, extending the lead to 10 once more. What on earth is happening? Why has Lin's free throw accuracy improved? Villanova's head coach, Jay Wright, paced anxiously along the sidelines, utterly perplexed. How could Lin Hong, with a free throw percentage of merely 40%, return from halftime transformed, achieving 3 successful free throws out of 4 attempts? It was truly bewildering. Chapter 45. The home crowd turned against their team, chanting MVP. The strategy to target Lin was inherently a gamble, betting on his less than 50% free throw success rate. It must be a fluke. Let us try once more. At this moment, Jay Wright resembled a desperate gambler, convinced of his ability to turn the tide. He refrained from calling a timeout as Villanova initiated their offensive play. Thomas, who had suffered in one-on-one encounters against Lin Hong, regained his composure. He passed the ball to Kiddell's at the three-point line in the corner, neglecting to position himself for a rebound, subtly hinting at a tendency to give up. Since the beginning of the game, he had been embroiled in fierce battles beneath the basket with Lin Hong, the monstrous talent from the East, leaving him utterly exhausted and beleaguered. Whether it was fighting for rebounds or executing offensive post plays, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, reduced to a mere backdrop to Lin Hong's performance. Williams, moving sluggishly, afforded Kiddell's a wide-open opportunity for a three-pointer. Fortunately, this time, he made the shot. The score tightened to 58-51, drawing within 7 points once again, further solidifying Coach Jay Wright's resolve to persist with the strategy against Lin. Transitioning to defense, Georgetown initiated their offensive play. Lin Hong swiftly positioned himself at the free throw line. As he settled into his rhythm, he astonishingly sank 2 consecutive flawless free throws. The score shifted to 60-51, extending the lead to 9 points once more. Timeout. The confidence that Jay Wright had painstakingly built was on the brink of collapse, prompting him to bellow for a timeout. Lin Hong approached Thomas and Kidder with a smile, spreading his hands in feigned bewilderment, and exclaimed, "Ah, how peculiar. How did my free throws suddenly become so accurate? Tim, Curry, I regret to inform you that your underhanded tactics have failed. I assure you, it was not my intention." Lin Hong's smile abruptly vanished, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he cast a disdainful glance at the 2 individuals. He coldly remarked, "You were having quite the time just now, weren't you? Next, it will be my turn to deliver a sound thrashing." After stating this, Lin Hong disregarded them entirely and strode purposefully towards the sidelines, where he exchanged celebratory high-fives with the long-waiting coach, John Thompson. Thompson, unable to contain his joy, grinned widely, nearly stretching his mouth to the back of his ears. "Lin, you did it. It's simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Villanova's strategy to thwart Lin has faltered. Let us see what other tricks they have up their sleeves now." The arena erupted once more into thunderous applause. The once soaring behemoth from the East was suddenly dragged into the mire by the unexpected strategy aimed at Lin, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just when it seemed that the suspense had come to an end, Lin Hong managed to turn the tables with his remarkable free throw technique, executing 6 attempts and converting 5, leaving the audience in awe. This towering figure from the East played with an intensity that was truly formidable. "Ha ha ha, John. Didn't you just say what would happen if Lin had free throws? Now he has made 5 out of 6. The commentator exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Truth be told, this match was filled with twists and turns, peaks of excitement that even the commentator did not foresee. Lin Hong, the giant from the East, astonishingly reversed the tide of the game, even countering Jay Wright's rogue tactics, which was nothing short of incredible. It seemed as if this young man was born to prove himself and to challenge others. His partner, deflecting the conversation, chuckled and said, "Did I ever say that? I only mentioned that Lin would surely surpass the great Shark in the future. Just look at how much he has improved his free throws." The commentator sighed. Lin Hong's current template is no longer merely the great Shark. He also embodies Rick Barry. It's simply unimaginable. The partner added with a grin, "Once Lin enters the NBA, he will undoubtedly become a nightmare for other teams. If I were part of any management team, I would start tanking right now to secure that #1 draft pick." On the Georgetown bench, Jerome Williams pursed his thick lips, a swirl of emotions surging within him, and he silently shouted in frustration, "Ah, how can you be so incredible?" Conflicted feelings of annoyance, envy, joy, and admiration flooded through him. Meanwhile, Harrington and Iverson surrounded Lin Hong, incessantly questioning him about how he elevated his free throw performance to such heights, inquiring if there were any special tricks involved. Lin Hong smiled and waved his hand dismissively, for it was merely a matter of familiarity. "Have you ever witnessed the sun in Georgetown at 4 a.m.? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, feeling a sense of awe without fully comprehending. Observing his teammates easily swayed by Lin Hong's casual words, Iverson couldn't help but grimace, disdainfully curling his lip. "Do you really believe Lin's nonsense? It's clearly a fabrication. At 4 a.m. in Georgetown, the sun is nowhere to be seen." "Ah, is that so? Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Alan, some truths are better left unsaid. We can still be friends." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Unfazed, Lin Hong unleashed his unique free throw technique, becoming an unstoppable force on the offensive end, thriving effortlessly. Even when double-teamed, he remained undeterred. Even if he missed, his sheer strength ensured he would easily acquire free throws. Witnessing Lin Hong's sudden and significant improvement in free throw proficiency, Jay Wright felt a pang of anxiety, refraining from further employing the foul strategy against him. The game, at last, transitioned from a sluggish 2G mode to the exhilarating speed of 5G. Lin Hong has always been one to repay grudges. Having previously vowed to deliver a severe beating, he proceeded to unleash his fury. In the ensuing moments, Lin Hong became an unstoppable scoring machine, showcasing his prowess on the offensive end. He executed a thunderous dunk, overpowering Kiddell's with a powerful spin move, soared above the towering duo to snatch the ball for a follow-up dunk, and bulldozed through Williams for an effortless slam. His footwork confounded Thomas, leading to a strong 2-1 play, and he executed a one-handed alley-oop during a fast break, leaving spectators in awe, their hearts racing and adrenaline surging. Standing at the free throw line, Lin Hong displayed remarkable consistency, sinking shot after shot, maintaining a free throw percentage of 70%. On the defensive end, he anchored the paint, remaining steadfast against the relentless challenges posed by Kiddell's and Thomas. The attempts of smaller players to penetrate the defense were thwarted by Lin Hong's long reach, resulting in a barrage of clanging iron. On both ends of the court, Lin Hong once again dominated the game. However, by the final 3 minutes, his stamina had significantly waned, yet the outcome of the match was already determined. The score stood at 86-67, with Georgetown leading Villanova by 19 points. Frustrated, Kiddell's, having exhausted his last ounce of energy, fouled out of the game. Meanwhile, Thomas, who had been thoroughly subdued by Lin Hong, had lost all fighting spirit. Resorting to mere token defense, the game transitioned into garbage time. Georgetown called a timeout, substituting Lin Hong, Iverson, and other key players to rest. Observing Lin Hong's labored breathing and declining efficiency on both ends, Thompson contemplated the situation. The distribution of offensive responsibilities between Iverson and Lin Hong in the upcoming games posed a critical challenge that he must address. As Lin Hong descended from the court, the DJ fervently shouted his name, igniting the atmosphere with fervor. "MVP, MVP, MVP." The home crowd began to rally, rising to their feet in applause and even chanting MVP. In this match against the defending champions of the Great East League, Lin Hong dominated both offensively and defensively. Even when faced with the aggressive tactics aimed at him, he adeptly broke through the defenses. It was clear to all that after this battle, Lin Hong was destined for greatness. With an impressive tally of 48 points, 25 rebounds, 10 assists, 7 blocks, and 3 steals, he achieved a remarkable near quadruple-double. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the fans hailed him as the MVP. Lin Hong stood on the court, head held high, arms outstretched, eyes closed, fully immersed in the adoration of the fans. This is merely the inception of a legend. Chapter 46. Undefeated in the tournament, the grand revival plan of the Lakers patriarch. After triumphing over the formidable opponents of Connecticut and Villanova, Georgetown astonished all with an unstoppable momentum, reigniting their fervent winning streak. With relentless determination, they maintained their momentum throughout, achieving an unparalleled record of 22 consecutive victories in the tournament, advancing to the elimination round as the top seed. According to statistical data, Allen Iverson averaged 8 points, 6 assists, and 5 steals per game, ranking second in scoring, first in assists, and first in steals in the Big East Conference. Lin Hong averages an impressive 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 blocks per game. He stands at the pinnacle of the Atlantic East Conference, leading in scoring, rebounding, and shot blocking. His remarkable average of 5 blocks per game has also set a record for the Atlantic East Conference tournament. Meanwhile, Lin Hong has made history as the first player in the Big East Conference to achieve at least 30 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 blocks in a game. Even legendary centers like Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning find it difficult to measure up to his accomplishments. Moreover, throughout 22 tournament games, Lin Hong recorded 6 triple-doubles featuring blocks, setting a new record for the most triple-doubles with blocks in a single season. Prior to the commencement of the playoffs, the Big East Conference presented Lin Hong with the award for the best player of the season, making him the only player from the Celestial Empire to earn this distinction in the history of the Big East. As the #1 seed in the Big East, Georgetown advanced directly to the quarterfinals. Following the conclusion of the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, the matchups for the quarterfinals were announced, with Georgetown facing the West Virginia Mountaineers. During the tournament phase, Georgetown had previously defeated their opponents twice, winning by a total of 58 points across both games. Thus, the outcome of this matchup seemed predetermined, with Georgetown's victory appearing inevitable. However, this seemingly straightforward game unexpectedly became a focal point of media attention, primarily due to one individual, Jerry West, the legendary star of the West Virginia Mountaineers. West, not only a distinguished alumnus of West Virginia, but also the vice president of basketball operations for the Los Angeles Lakers this season, made his way to Washington and the Verizon Center to witness the quarterfinal clash between his alma mater and Georgetown. Why would he attend such a seemingly unremarkable game? In a pre-game interview, Jerry West shrugged and candidly stated, "I know what you all are thinking, but please don't misunderstand. Today, I am merely an ordinary fan. Both Allen and Lin are undoubtedly lottery-level rookies, but our goal this season is to reach the Western Conference Finals, making it impossible for us to draft either of them." West's intent was clear. The Lakers, seemingly poised for the playoffs, had no plans of tanking this season. Any team that qualifies for the playoffs will possess a draft pick that is unlikely to be a lottery selection. In contrast, both Lin Hong and Allen Iverson are considered lottery-level prospects, making them unattainable for the Lakers under normal circumstances. Notably, Allen Iverson is a leading candidate for the first overall pick of the 1996 draft. It would be rather absurd to expect a playoff team to acquire another first overall pick. West, a seasoned veteran, effectively dismissed the media's inclination to delve deeper into the story with his well-reasoned remarks. However, unbeknownst to them, West had his own calculations in mind. Merely relying on draft picks to secure these 2 young talents would prove futile. Yet, what if he were to acquire draft picks or negotiate trades? Although the Lakers lack a superstar, they possess several valuable potential players, such as the erratic Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, and Vlade Divac. Van Exel, selected 37th overall in the 1993 NBA draft, has become one of the Lakers' key backcourt players this season. Eddie Jones, drafted 10th overall in 1994, earned a spot on the All-Rookie First Team and is often regarded as the successor to Scottie Pippen. Vlade Divac, a towering center at 2.16 meters, could be traded straight up for Kobe Bryant. In the 1994-95 season, Divac averaged 16 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks, making him a noteworthy center. Nevertheless, these 3 players do not align with West's long-term vision. with a wealth of talented rookies emerging in the 1996 draft. Trading these players could pave the way for the acquisition of foundational assets for the team's future. Why not seize the opportunity? More importantly, West's remarks skillfully extricated the Lakers from the competition for rookie acquisitions. The storied franchise, once a powerhouse, must tread carefully, as high-profile actions could provoke hostility from rival teams. In these extraordinary times, prudence and strategic planning away from the public eye are essential for achieving significant success. Indeed, Jerry West's presence today was a direct pursuit of both Iverson and Lin Hong. He sought to ascertain who would be better suited to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Lakers' legacy. Under West's watchful gaze, the quarterfinal match between West Virginia and Georgetown commenced. During the jump ball, Lin Hong decisively claimed the advantage, swiftly directing the ball to Iverson. The Mountaineers lacked a relentless competitor like Kevin Ollie, leaving them to witness Georgetown's classic opening play, a quarterback's long pass followed by an aerial relay, with the connection between Allen and Lin rekindling memories at the Verizon Center. Both Iverson's precise passing and Lin Hong's extraordinary athleticism left West profoundly impressed. On the offensive end, Iverson's ability to penetrate the defense stands unparalleled within the NCAA, and aside from his height and inconsistent shooting, West found no faults. Furthermore, Iverson's formidable drive compensates for any shooting deficiencies he may possess. Lin Hong soared through the paint, executing breathtaking maneuvers with an almost supernatural grace, causing the rim at the Verizon Center to reverberate with each thunderous dunk. His innate talent was palpable, scoring with an effortless dominance that stirred the passions of the spectators, igniting their fervor. Even West couldn't resist the urge to join him on the court. Moreover, Lin's defensive prowess was formidable, as he consistently swatted shots, transforming the area beneath the basket into a no-fly zone. The West Virginia players found themselves utterly intimidated. Their offensive strategies rendered hesitant and indecisive as they faced Lin's imposing presence. By halftime, he had already amassed an impressive 7 blocks. Had the opponents not deliberately sought to avoid his defense, his tally would undoubtedly have surpassed that. Meanwhile, West Virginia struggled with their mid-range shooting, providing Lin with ample opportunities to dominate the boards. As the first half concluded, Iverson elegantly contributed 17 points and 6 assists. Lin Hong executed an astonishing performance, amassing 20 points and 20 rebounds, complemented by 7 blocks. Achieving a colossal double-double of 2020 by halftime is unparalleled in the annals of the Big East Conference. Aside from his somewhat limited offensive repertoire, Jerry West found it challenging to identify any shortcomings in Lin Hong's game. In fact, a singular offensive style is not necessarily a significant flaw. As the saying goes, a single skill can conquer all. If one can effortlessly score through backing down an opponent, why engage in superfluous theatrics? Dominantly bulldozing his way to the basket suffices remarkably well. Nevertheless, the dilemma of choosing between Allen Iverson and Lin Hong has become a delightful quandary for West. He pondered deeply over the evident strengths and weaknesses of these two young talents from Georgetown this year. Iverson, standing at a mere 183 centimeters, perhaps even shorter, is hindered by his height disadvantage. However, his ability to penetrate defenses is unparalleled, allowing him to execute nearly indiscriminate isolations. Lin Hong possesses an extraordinary static talent, athletic prowess, and defensive capability, rivaling even his idol, the legendary Big Shark. However, his offensive repertoire is currently limited to a single powerful dunk. This deficiency, though, can undoubtedly be remedied through diligent practice. The Los Angeles Lakers have a rich history of legendary centers, such as the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain and the skyhook maestro Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It would be a simple matter to invite one of them to mentor Lin Hong and enhance his offensive arsenal. Crucially, no player from the Celestial Empire has yet established a presence in the NBA, rendering Lin Hong's draft stock lower than that of Allen Iverson. Consequently, the likelihood of acquiring him through trade appears more feasible. After a brief period of contemplation, West reached a decision. A grand revival plan began to take shape in silence. Chapter 47. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, the Cardinals' Conspiracy. Meanwhile, in Boston, at the North Shore Garden Arena, the general manager's office buzzed with urgency. The astute and cigar-loving old man received the news without delay. "Kyle, did you say Jerry suddenly went to Washington to watch a game?" Red Auerbach mused, casually resting his legs on the desk while igniting a cigar and exhaling thoughtful smoke rings. If Lin Hong were to glimpse Auerbach's cigar, He might wonder how this imposing figure could indulge in such a habit. Indeed, the newly appointed head coach M.L. Kyle nodded respectfully. He cannot be making such a conspicuous trip to watch a game without ulterior motives. When things deviate from the norm, there is always something amiss. Your greatest adversary often knows you best. Jerry West may have deceived the media and the fans, but he could not fool Auerbach during their playing days. Even when West joined forces with Baylor, he remained under Auerbach's shadow for a decade. I have heard that Georgetown has two exceptionally promising rookies. Auerbach pondered for a moment before abruptly raising his head. Kyle, please locate video footage of those young players. I wish to discern which one Jerry has set his sights upon. As bitter rivals, the Lakers had fallen into a trough in recent years, while the Celtics awaited their resurgence. The talent West coveted must possess remarkable qualities. If that were the case, why not seize the opportunity for themselves? The Lakers could offer something, but the Celtics could match it. Before long, all available information regarding Lin Hong and Iverson was laid before Auerbach. He had already heard of the young guard Iverson, as Georgetown's head coach John Thompson had once been one of his players, surely recommending his prodigy. However, the Celtics currently sought a gifted center. Additionally, the big man from Wake Forest had shown considerable growth in his skills. Thus, Auerbach's gaze shifted from Iverson and settled upon Tim Duncan. Is this the young man named Lin? Auerbach refocused his thoughts on Lin Hong. Indeed, sir, this is Lin. Coach M.L. Kyle replied with respect. According to the scouts' reports, Lin stands at an impressive 2.15 meters taller than Tim. His wingspan measures 2.32 meters, giving him a slight edge in that regard. In terms of strength, Lin holds a significant advantage, with a bench press of an astonishing 180 kilograms, far surpassing Tim. This is vividly demonstrated in his competitive play. Auerbach observed intently. Lin Hong possesses a commendable ball-handling ability and agile footwork beneath the basket. However, in the realm of NCAA competitions, he finds no necessity for such complexities. A straightforward and forceful post-up, followed by a swift turnaround dunk, is sufficient to address the majority of challenges. Indeed, one might be incredulous, but Lin Hong's athletic prowess far surpasses that of Tim. His speed on fast breaks is so remarkable that even guards struggle to keep pace. Is he truly that fast? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Auerbach's eyes. Following the jump ball, Lin Hong often launches into a fast break, surging into the offensive zone with remarkable swiftness. M.L. Kell, without further ado, promptly initiated the video playback, fast-forwarding to the segment showcasing Lin Hong's fast break prowess. After effortlessly defeating his opponent in a jump ball, Lin Hong surged forward with great strides. His speed was astonishing, leaving spectators in awe. Shortly thereafter, Iverson delivered a quarterback-style long pass that traversed the entire court, landing precisely in Lin Hong's hands. Lin Hong stepped beyond the three-point line and executed a flawless jump shot. With two powerful strides, he surged into the paint, leaping gracefully into the air and delivering a thunderous dunk. Auerbach was momentarily taken aback, drawing a comparison to Tim Duncan. Lin Hong's athletic prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of his counterparts. This observation should not be construed as a slight against Duncan, who is famously known as the Flying Devil of Wake Forest, possessing remarkable athletic talent in his own right. However, comparisons must be contextualized. When placed alongside Lin Hong, Duncan indeed finds himself at a disadvantage. In terms of defensive capabilities, Lin's coverage area is comparable to that of Tim Duncan, as both can singularly fortify their team's defensive presence in the paint. Duncan, renowned for his fundamental skills, exhibits remarkable stability in low-post situations. His technical maneuvers, though seemingly unadorned, are executed with exceptional precision, reflecting a return to simplicity and efficiency. Beyond his solid offensive skills, Duncan's defensive prowess is equally commendable. His low center of gravity, precise footwork, and impressive wingspan create an innate defensive framework. It is precisely Duncan's dual threat capability and his advanced maturity that solidify his status as an indispensable fixture in the 1995 to 1997 draft class. Conversely, Lin Hong's defensive reach extends beyond the paint, allowing him to contest shots from beyond the three-point line, thus illustrating that he not only dominates the interior, but also effectively addresses perimeter defense. If this is indeed the case, Lin Hong's defensive coverage may well exceed that of Tim Duncan. Kyle, pause for a moment. While the footage of Lin Hong's performances offers a striking visual impact, the seasoned coach remains grounded, reminding us that these assessments are purely hypothetical. We must refrain from exaggerating our interpretations based solely on his display in the league's exhibition matches. To put it differently, the Celtics have analyzed the potential ceiling for Lin Hong's future, yet the sample size is limited, and innate talent does not always guarantee fulfillment. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Lin Hong possesses the potential to eclipse Duncan. I now understand why Jerry flew from Los Angeles to Washington. The seasoned coach took a deep puff from his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke, his murky gaze suddenly brightening. The Lakers have begun their pursuit, and their target is undoubtedly Lin. At this juncture, it may appear that Allen Iverson is the unequivocal superstar and leader of Georgetown, but the reality is far more nuanced. Lin Hong's potential far surpasses that of Allen Iverson. A crucial element in the Lakers' resurgence plan undeniably lies in this limitless giant from the East. Coach, what shall we do now? ML Kyle inquired promptly, raising his head. In terms of trade assets, the Lakers seem to hold an advantage. This season, ML Kyle has just taken on the mantle of head coach for the Celtics. While the Celtics are not devoid of talent, they face a far more daunting issue: extreme mediocrity. Though they do possess an all-star caliber player, it is but one, Dana Barros, who was awarded the most improved player last season and made the all-star team. In contrast, the Lakers boast 3 such players. If both teams were to vie for the same target, the Celtics would find themselves at a disadvantage in terms of assets. Kyle, are we left with no choice but to rely on trades? Auerbach shook his head and cast ML Kyle a meaningful glance. Kyle, think seriously. Is there truly no other way? Kyle pondered deeply until he suddenly had an epiphany. Sir, do you mean we should tank? No, we call it tactical resting. The Lakers, with their 3 quasi-all-star players, are bound to reach the playoffs this year. Given their less favorable draft position, they must resort to trades to secure this superstar rookie. However, the Celtics are in a different situation. With their team in dire need of rebuilding and virtually absent from playoff contention this season, they are guaranteed a lottery pick. To ensure success, why not embrace a strategy of tanking, allowing the team's performance to plummet to the bottom of the league and aiming directly for the top draft pick? Securing Tim Duncan with the first pick would be a delightful outcome. Even if they fail to secure the top pick, settling for Lin Hong would still be a fortunate turn of events. Shall we scout Lin in person? No, that is unnecessary, at least for now. Auerbach furrowed his brow, striking the table with his right hand, his tone serious. Listen, Kyle, from now on, we shall not engage with any rookies. And we must keep our distance from the swirling discourse surrounding them. To achieve great things, one must remain low-key. Look at Jerry West. He thought he could maneuver discreetly, but ended up doing someone else's bidding. We have discovered a true gem. Watching Kyle hastily depart, Auerbach took a deep drag from his cigar, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and wore a self-satisfied smile. Chapter 48, Slicing Through. Georgetown lifts the trophy again after 7 years. Auerbach orchestrated with strategic foresight, convinced that his skills surpassed those of his opponents, believing that the Celtics' revival plan was well ahead of the Lakers. However, was Jerry West truly unprepared? One must remember that he is a man of mystical prowess. Meanwhile, in Washington, at the Verizon Center, Georgetown decisively overcame West Virginia, delivering a 3rd consecutive defeat to their rivals. As the game concluded, despite his alma mater's loss, West's spirits remained unshaken. Compared to his earlier seriousness, a hint of an intriguing smile now graced his face, a moment deftly captured by keen-eyed media personnel. The reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly directed their cameras toward West. I regret my alma mater's defeat, yet their tenacity deeply moved me, West calmly jested, from these young players. I see a glimmer of hope for resurgence. West Virginia will surely rise again to new heights. Mr. Jerry, do you have anything to say about Georgetown's 2 future stars? Also, can you explain the meaning behind that smile? Will the Lakers attempt to acquire either Allen or Lin? Could you divulge which one you have your eye on? Despite West's repeated assurances that the Lakers' goal this season is the playoffs, with no interest in any rookie, the media, relentless in their pursuit, would not easily let him off the hook. The reporters bombarded him with questions, attempting to pry open West's tightly sealed lips. After all, he represented the storied Lakers, one of only 2 true powerhouses in NBA history. Even the Celtics, their longtime rivals, paled in comparison. With Los Angeles as their backdrop, players here never lack for exposure. High visibility boosts a player's market value, attracting numerous endorsement deals, as money remains the most alluring aspect. Here, one can not only earn wealth, but also fulfill championship dreams. Who said that honor and wealth cannot coexist? or that the dreams of basketball and stardom cannot be pursued simultaneously. In Los Angeles, one can achieve both. I can only say that both Allen and Lin have performed admirably. I encourage them to continue their efforts. West shrugged, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, donning a mask of cheerfulness. As for the smile you witnessed earlier, it bore no significance. It was merely a reaction to an exhilarating game I had just watched. Lastly, I must emphasize, today, I am merely a fan, just one of the West Virginia Mountaineers. Nothing more. West's resolute stance and logical arguments effectively dispelled any lingering fantasies among the media. It appears that he had genuinely not considered trading for either Iverson or Lin Hong. In truth, the cunning fox, Jerry West, harbored a genuine thought at this moment. Children make choices. Adults, of course, want it all. However, acquiring both Georgetown stars and bringing them to Los Angeles would indeed pose a significant challenge. Historically, there has never been a precedent in the NBA for two players from the same draft class to be acquired by a single team in their rookie season. Nevertheless, for Jerry West, the more challenging the endeavor, the more it beckons him to attempt. He surveyed his assets. 3 all-star caliber players? That is hardly sufficient. But is that all? Not at all. The Lakers possess a trump card. Next summer, they will have significant salary cap space. Ample enough to sign a superstar with a $10 million salary. West could gamble all 3 quasi-all-stars to trade for one of the Georgetown duo. He could then engage with another team housing a superstar to orchestrate a sign-and-trade deal, possibly involving a third party to acquire the remaining Georgetown prodigy. It may sound like a fanciful dream, almost unimaginable. Yet, where there's a will, there's a way. Anything is possible. The Lakers' primary objective is to ensure that their 3 all-stars enhance their value, fattening them up before placing them on the market for a handsome price. In stark contrast to the low-key approach of Coach Auerbach, West appears to be overly flamboyant. Upon returning to Los Angeles, he publicly declared that the team's goal for the year is to aim for the Western Conference Finals. Simultaneously, a statement was issued through the Los Angeles media, signaling to the entire league that the Lakers are poised to immerse themselves in the free agent market. Any prominent player testing the waters of free agency will undoubtedly become the primary target of the Lakers' pursuit. With the prestigious Lakers brand and the immense exposure that Los Angeles offers, the news immediately sparked a significant uproar. The Lakers are indeed making bold declarations, openly stating that they could sign any superstar with a $10 million salary this summer. It is evident that the Lakers are ambitious this year. The purple and gold dynasty is on the verge of resurgence. In Washington, D.C., at Georgetown University's arena, Jerome Williams marveled as he held the Los Angeles Times, exclaiming, "Who could possibly be signed in the NBA for a $10 million annual salary? Who else but the All-Stars?" Lin Hong stood at the free throw line, practicing his foul shots with a potty stance, and casually remarked, "Jerome, there are numerous stars who will secure million-dollar contracts this summer." In his recollection, the Lakers had awarded such a lucrative deal to the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, who had departed from Orlando. West had also selected the prodigious high school talent, Kobe, with the 13th pick, thereby forging the legendary duo known as the Shaq and Kobe partnership, which established the illustrious Lakers dynasty. However, it seemed that the current timeline had experienced a slight alteration. Originally, the Lakers had only pursued O'Neal after negotiations with the Magic had faltered, utilizing their $1 million cap space to secure this exceptional center. Yet now, this pursuit appeared to have occurred prematurely. Considering his own extraordinary circumstance of time travel, he mused that a mere flutter of a butterfly's wings might indeed be justified. Such a thought seemed quite reasonable. Filled with envy, he wished for a $1 million contract of his own. Williams shrugged, casting aside the newspaper with a look of melancholy, and said, "Lin, we are inching closer to the championship. Yet I increasingly feel a sense of ennui. The goal is right before us, yet the thrill is not as exhilarating as I had imagined. Perhaps it is simply because I have become too formidable." Lin Hong stroked his chin, letting out a heavy sigh as he gazed up at the sky, striking a pose of a solitary master. Alas, there is not a capable contender in sight. Gulp. Williams swallowed hard, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to silence this pretentious individual before him. "Indeed, you are impressive. Yet, when criticized for your weight, you respond with indignation." In the semifinals of the Big East Conference, Georgetown decisively triumphed over the defending champions, the Villanova Wildcats. Jay Wright's strategy was rendered futile. Tim Thomas was forced to exit after accumulating 6 fouls, consumed by impotent rage, and Keatle's attempts at scoring met with a barrage of missed shots, leaving him questioning his very existence. After a prolonged absence, Georgetown has finally returned to the Big East Championship game. In the finals, facing the explosive three-point barrage from Ray Allen, Iverson and Lin Hong unleashed their full offensive might, entering a frenzied mode of destruction. Iverson took his turn, followed by Lin Hong. After Lin Hong's turn, it was Allen Iverson's time to shine. His relentless offensive onslaught shattered Connecticut's seemingly impregnable defense, rendering it utterly defenseless. Throughout the match, Ray Allen achieved a season high of 7 three-pointers, yet lamentably found himself elevated to the position of chief scorer in a losing effort. Iverson effortlessly delivered an impeccable performance, amassing 26 points and 12 assists. Lin Hong delivered an astonishing performance, scoring 38 points, securing 23 rebounds, and achieving an impressive triple-double with 11 blocks. His terrifying prowess transcended mere statistics. Throughout the match, Lin Hong relentlessly dominated the Connecticut interior, an unstoppable force. The synergy between Iverson and Lin Hong grew ever more harmonious, as they alternately dazzled the audience with their splendid collaborations. Ultimately, Georgetown lifted the Big East Championship trophy once more after a 7-year hiatus. They would now face the madness of March as the champions of the Big East. Chapter 49. Celtics, every player a potential Oscar winner. We are the champions. Allen Iverson was almost moved to tears, turning to embrace Lin Hong. Brother, we are champions. Thank you, truly thank you. This feeling is sublime. Jerome Williams and Ethella Harrington were equally exhilarated, fervently waving their arms in celebration. The taste of victory was intoxicating, leaving them unable to contain their joy. All Georgetown players erupted in euphoric cheers, celebrating as if possessed by a frenzied spirit. Though they anticipated this moment, when it finally arrived, they found it impossible to maintain composure, their emotions spiraling out of control. Only Lin Hong remained composed, his expression one of indifference. Pondering the lackluster nature of this victory. Is this what it means to win a championship? Lin Hong shrugged and murmured softly. I thought we would engage in a fierce battle for hundreds of rounds, but it turned out to be nothing. Observing Iverson, who was desperately pounding his own chest, Lin Hong's lips twitched as he remarked, Allen, do we have any enmity? No. Any grievances? None whatsoever. So why do you keep hitting me? Huh, Lin, you pretentious fool. Your expression is simply begging for a slap. With a chuckle, head coach John Thompson shook his head in hearty laughter. Lin Hong was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. Few in Georgetown dared to accuse him of pretentiousness, and Allen Iverson was certainly one of them. Allen, do not act like a weeping child, sobbing incessantly. The term weeping child struck a chord with Iverson, who retorted vehemently, How dare you call me that? I am the leader of the team. Lin Hong disdainfully remarked. So what? Crybaby. Show off. Crybaby, 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 enough. Head coach Thompson, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, could no longer endure the banter. He interjected firmly, Allen, Lin, settle down. All right, Iverson conceded, retracting his neck in submission. Understood. The aging juvenile followed suit in acquiescence. Allen, let's get serious. We need to put in more effort. Yes, I know. Iverson replied decisively, delivering a playful punch to Lin Hong. But today, let us not overthink it. Look at Jerome and the others. It's time for us to revel. Let us just enjoy ourselves. As the music resumed, the celebration continued. During the award ceremony, Iverson proudly raised the league championship trophy before passing it to Lin Hong at his side. The cheers from the crowd reached a crescendo. Georgetown steamrolled through the competition, securing the championship with an undefeated record, dominating the Big East Conference. Iverson and Lin Hong were unanimously selected for the Big East All-Conference team. The commentator on the sidelines summarized, this season, Georgetown University may very well be the most dominant team in the history of the Big East Conference. Lin Hong upheld the legacy of Georgetown centers, while Iverson undoubtedly stood as the strongest guard in league history. After their synergy was honed through the league season, the Georgetown Twin Stars would undoubtedly reach new heights of collaboration. This year, Georgetown was robust and formidable, poised to shine brilliantly in March Madness, eclipsing all others without question. This season, Georgetown University boasts an elite combination of interior and perimeter players. Whether it is Iverson or Lin Hong, both are luminaries in their respective positions, particularly Lin Hong, who has ascended meteoric-like, unstoppable in his momentum. Should he dominate the fierce competition in March Madness, he could undoubtedly eclipse both Iverson and Duncan, becoming the flagship player of the '96 draft class. It is noteworthy that prior to the commencement of the NCAA championship, ESPN released its latest rookie rankings. Tim Duncan remained firmly in first place, Iverson followed closely in second. Marcus Camby was ranked third, followed by Stephon Marbury in fourth and Shareef Abdur-Rahim in fifth. Lin Hong's name has ascended directly to the sixth position in the first round, tantalizingly close to the top three on the predictions for the Rookie of the Year rankings. Lin Hong has undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle, surpassing the likes of Vince Carter, Antoine Jameson, and Paul Pierce, among a host of other prodigious talents. ESPN's experts have finally displayed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, as they still rank that Marcus Fellow ahead of you. Tossing the newspaper aside to Jerome Williams, the bleary-eyed Iverson stifled a yawn and remarked with a hint of jest, "However, they did exhibit one shrewd decision by placing me above you." Lin Hong rolled his eyes and playfully hooked his arm around Iverson's neck, saying, "Alan, cherish these moments with just a flick of my strength. You'll be tossed so far that the taillights will vanish from sight." The order of player selection is entirely contingent upon the teams wielding the draft rights. ESPN predicts Marcus Camby to be chosen third. In reality, during the 1996 draft, the third player selected was Shareef Abdur-Rahim. Last year, Michael announced to fans worldwide, "I'm back." And I initially thought it was mere bravado. To my astonishment, Michael has indeed fulfilled the boast he made last year. Thus far, the Bulls have lost only 6 games, which is quite formidable. Jerome Williams, perusing the newspaper in disbelief, remarked, "In the previous season, the Bulls were eliminated in the second round of the playoffs by the Magic, significantly igniting Jordan's competitive spirit. In the 1995-96 season, Jordan's second season after his return, the Bulls achieved a record-breaking regular season with 72 victories. It wasn't until the emergence of the 5-star Golden State Warriors, who broke this record with 73 wins, that this achievement was eclipsed." Lin Hong had long been aware of these events. Hearing them now, his heart remained as tranquil as still water. What has happened to the Boston Celtics? They are utterly dreadful. How did they become the bottom of the league? Jerome Williams lamented disdainfully, "They are even worse than the Grizzlies." This NBA season is indeed peculiar. In Jordan's second season back, the Bulls currently boast an impressive record of 50 wins and 6 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the league. Conversely, the Grizzlies have managed only 12 wins against 43 losses, languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference and second to last in the entire league. The Grizzlies are widely recognized as a struggling team, making them the frontrunners for this season's first overall pick. However, Williams was taken aback to discover that the Celtics, who were the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference and reached the first round of the playoffs last season, now possess a record even worse than the Grizzlies. The situation is utterly perplexing. Thus far in the season, the Celtics have secured only 10 victories, contributing to a dismal 44-game losing streak. Once a prestigious franchise and a playoff contender last season, they have now plunged into the battle for the top draft pick. The Celtics must be intentionally tanking. Their roster should not be performing this poorly. Lin Hong immediately discerned the Celtics scheme. The 1995-96 season proved to be quite dismal for the Boston Celtics. Yet they managed to achieve a record of 35 wins and 47 losses. Although their performance was indeed subpar, it was not so abysmal as to warrant such a drastic decline. However, Lin Hong found himself intrigued by the Celtics' decision to embrace a losing strategy this season. It must be said, the entire Celtics roster exhibited astonishing performances, verging on the exemplary. Many speculated that the Celtics were poised to secure the coveted first overall pick in this year's draft. It is noteworthy that throughout NBA history, even the illustrious Celtics have only ever held the first overall pick once. Should they succeed in obtaining their second in franchise history, one cannot help but wonder who would emerge as the second player to be chosen first overall in Celtics history. This prospect is indeed tantalizing, brimming with anticipation. Regrettably, Lin Hong did not believe that the Celtics' deliberate decline would yield any fruitful results. The reasoning behind this was quite straightforward. David Stern would unequivocally prevent the legendary coach Red Auerbach from acquiring the first overall pick, as he was averse to witnessing the resurgence of another Celtics dynasty. The historical timeline reveals that in 1997, the Celtics' futile efforts to secure Tim Duncan ended in disappointment, underscoring the likelihood that as long as David Stern remained commissioner, the Celtics would remain distant from the first overall pick. Lin Hong was uncertain about the Celtics' aim in their current state of disarray. If it were him, he could only silently grieve for the Red coach for a fleeting moment. The falling flower has its intentions, while the flowing water remains indifferent. Chapter 50, The Epic Battle of Ima, the Strongest Guard? No, for I was once a guard as well. The NCAA National Championship is set to commence in early March and conclude by the end of the month, hence it is aptly named March Madness. Just 4 days after clinching the Big East Conference title, the NCAA committee unveiled the matchup bracket for the 1995-96 National Championship 64 teams. This heralds the imminent onset of the NCAA's March Madness. Washington, D.C., Georgetown University, Campus Gymnasium. Following the announcement of the NCAA championship bracket, head coach John Thompson promptly convened a meeting with the entire Georgetown team. Young men, March Madness is upon us, and the matchups have been revealed. Coach Thompson affixed the bracket to the large blackboard and began his analysis. Our first-round adversary is the Georgia Institute of Technology, led by none other than Stephon Marbury. Georgia Tech. Allen, you should be quite familiar with them. Indeed, Allen replied. The opponent for Georgetown in the 64-team tournament is Georgia Tech. This season's Georgia Tech squad is arguably the strongest in their history, with their leader being none other than Stephon Marbury, who shares a reputation on par with Allen Iverson. The confrontation between Georgetown and Georgia Tech is regarded as the ultimate showdown of the finest guards of '96. A fierce battle between Stephon and Allen is destined to unfold. As Coach Thompson began to elucidate the players and tactical characteristics of Georgia Tech, Lin Hong's attention shifted to another university. Coach. Lin Hong raised his hand to interrupt John Thompson's analysis and, lost in his thoughts, approached the matchup chart, pointing at a particular team as he inquired, Coach John, if we triumph over Georgia Tech and Wake Forest also secures victory against their opponent, will our next adversary be Wake Forest? Indeed, you are correct. Our likely opponent in the second round is the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. The mention of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons brought a subtle smile to Lin Hong's lips, as they were among the few teams he yearned to face in the NCAA. The first was Allen Iverson, who, through the whims of fate, became a teammate instead. The second was Marcus Camby, whom he had overwhelmed in a warm-up match. Finally, there was the 1997 first overall pick, the legendary power forward, Tim Duncan. At this point, he was still referred to as Big Fundamental rather than the Big Fundamental. In previous games, Georgetown had not faced the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, which meant Lin Hong had yet to compete against Duncan during their college days. The prospect of facing the Demon Deacons in the next round filled Lin Hong with exhilaration. This year, he aspired to seize the top pick, naturally needing to surpass a host of formidable opponents. While he had already bested Marcus Camby in their warm-up, he had yet to encounter Tim Duncan. Only by clashing directly with Duncan and emerging victorious could Lin Hong truly relish his status as the top pick. Defeating Georgia Tech first, and then vanquishing Wake Forest. Entering the NCAA's top 8 would even afford him the chance to confront North Carolina. As Lin Hong gazed at the matchup chart, he discovered yet another delight. This schedule thrilled him immensely. In the round of 64, he would face Stephon Marbury. In the round of 32, Tim Duncan, and in the round of 16, North Carolina. Truly, it was March Madness. The excitement was simply unparalleled. Lin Hong is immensely pleased with the NCAA's scheduling arrangements. Dang die, you must strive diligently and ensure that you do not falter, allowing other universities to triumph over you. Such a scenario would leave me with a lifelong sense of regret. Lin Hong observed his opponents, including Duncan, and instantly felt invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. On March 16th, in the United States, the most significant event in collegiate basketball, the NCAA National Championship, officially commenced. As the top seed of the Big East Conference and ranked second nationally, Georgetown University faced Georgia Tech in the first round of the tournament. Two commentators from ESPN, seated at the sidelines, began their pregame analysis. The much-anticipated duel between the formidable guards Allen Iverson and Stephon Marbury had arrived sooner than expected. As I understand it, the rivalry between Allen and Stephon has persisted since their encounter at Rucker Park in 1994. One of the commentators hailed from New York, naturally well-versed in the recent fervor surrounding street basketball. At Rucker Park, New York's own Marbury faced defeat against Allen Iverson in their street showdown. Although this NCAA clash marked the first meeting of their collegiate careers, the animosity between Marbury and Iverson had long been established. Undoubtedly, Allen would lead his team further into the tournament, while Stephon would relentlessly target Georgetown in an effort to achieve perfect revenge against Allen Iverson. The focal point of this confrontation was destined to be the battle of the premier guards, Little AI versus Little Marbury. However, as the game commenced, the commentators subtly sensed that the unfolding events diverged from their expectations. During the tip-off, the referee's whistle echoed, and Lin Hong faced off against Georgia's utility center. Lin Hong expressed no pressure in the face of the challenge. With an overwhelming force, he triumphed over the center from Georgia, swiftly directing the ball into the hands of Allen Iverson. The moment Iverson seized the ball, Stephon Marbury was already pressing closely for a steal. It is evident that any team that has studied Georgetown should be well aware that their initial offensive play typically involves Lin Hong initiating a fast break and Iverson executing a quarterback-style long pass. Marbury, recognizing this immediately, applied tight pressure to prevent Iverson from delivering a precise long pass. As his intentions were unveiled, Iverson shrugged nonchalantly, remaining unperturbed. With a grand gesture, Lin Hong surged forward to set a screen. Bang! Marbury, quick as a flash, collided with Lin Hong, producing a resounding impact. An impeccable screen. Lin Hong's robust physique effectively obstructed Marbury. Iverson effortlessly advanced with the ball into the front court. His pick-and-roll collaboration with Lin Hong is one of the most frequently employed strategies by the Georgetown team. After Lin Hong executed a pick-and-roll, he surged towards the basket with great intensity. The center, a mere supporting player who had rushed out to help defend against Iverson, was unable to switch in time and could only resort to a size mismatch against Iverson. Georgia Institute of Technology was inherently a team with a weak interior presence, yet possessed a formidable backcourt, thriving on a fast-paced style of play. Once the supporting center ventured outside the key to assist against Iverson, the interior defense became utterly vulnerable. At that moment, the primary defender against Lin Hong transformed into the lone wolf, Marbury. I have heard whispers that you are being hailed as a guard comparable to Allen. I wonder if you can penetrate my defense. Lin Hong shielded the ball with his back and unexpectedly uttered a remark. Instead of retaliating verbally, Marbury maintained his unwavering focus on the opponent. Lin, do not attempt to divert my attention. Marcus Camby has mentioned to me that you possess a rather sharp tongue, incessantly babbling without cause. Ha ha ha, it seems Marcus harbors quite a grudge against me. Very well, the next time I face him, I shall endeavor to be a bit gentler. Hoping to allow him a couple more minutes on the court before being ejected, Lin Hong erupted into hearty laughter, only to retort with a hint of irritation the very next moment. Lin Hong's smile suddenly faded as he forcefully collided backwards, leaning against the unsteady Marbury. Bang! Almost immediately. Bang! Without allowing Marbury a moment to regain his balance, Lin delivered another powerful strike. Bang! With Marbury unable to maintain his footing, he fell backward, landing on the ground. Lin Hong, with the ball in hand, took a grand leap forward, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful push from both feet. He soared over the sprawled figure of Marbury on the floor. With a resounding thud, he glided through the air before executing a one-handed slam dunk. The score is now 2:00. After Lin Hong habitually yanked on the basketball hoop, he crouched slightly before Marbury. Stephen, you need not feel embarrassed by my soaring dunk, for you are neither the first nor will you be the last. Upon finishing his words, Lin Hong stood up with a grin and sprinted back to the half-court to celebrate with Iverson, leaping to bump chests. Iverson instinctively jumped, only to be propelled 3 meters away, stumbling as he landed, nearly overwhelmed by frustration. Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and broke into a broad smile, declaring, Allen, I've laid my cards on the table. I might just be the most formidable guard of the '96 class. Chapter 51. Shattering the Backboard. The proper way to embrace March Madness. The transition of offense and defense was underway. With Georgia Tech in possession, Marbury, recently knocked down by Lin Hong's powerful drive and soaring dunk, was far from pleased. What was initially a contest for the title of the strongest guard of '96 had been interrupted by a center who appeared to be seeking the limelight for no apparent reason. Such audacity was nothing short of arrogance. Upon receiving the inbounds pass, Marbury dashed forward with remarkable speed. Pege, attempting to intercept him midcourt, found himself left in the dust. In rapid succession, Marbury executed a swift crossover, effortlessly shaking off the defense of Jerome Williams. Observing this, Georgia's center quickly retreated from the paint, hoping to create space for Marbury's advance. Whoosh! Marbury's speed was indeed impressive. He bypassed Jerome Williams with ease, scarcely needing to change direction, simply gliding past in one decisive step. Undeterred by Iverson's tight defense, Marbury pressed on, using Iverson as leverage to power his way into the lane. Soaring upward for a layup, Lin Hong soared from behind Iverson, his towering arms completely enveloping all of Marbury's options for a layup. The shot was bound to be blocked. However, Marbury was no fool. He promptly twisted in midair, delivering the ball to a waiting center who was trailing on the side. Upon receiving the pass, the center took a powerful step, leveraging his momentum to launch himself in an attempt to bank the shot. But then, a gasp echoed through the arena. Upon landing, Lin Hong barely touched the ground before leaping once more into the air. With a resounding thud, his 232 centimeters long arm reached out from behind the opponent, forcefully slamming the basketball against the backboard. This explosive moment struck Marbury with a sense of déjà vu, as if he had witnessed it before on a tape. Meanwhile, the camera, swaying with excitement, instantly captured this spectacular scene. It was simply astonishing. The basketball had been deformed by the force of the block. Lin Hong executed a resounding and forceful block. The arena erupted in a chorus of applause. Following his impressive rejection, Lin Hong wasted no time. With a single hand, he secured the ball upon landing. The Georgetown players, understanding the moment, swiftly moved into action. Notably, Iverson and Peja unleashed their full speed, sprinting fervently toward the front court. However, the Georgia Tech defense demonstrated remarkable speed and awareness, with several players already retreating to contest the play. Lin Hong passed the ball to Peggy at the three-point line. He deftly evaded his lengthy opponent and surged forward with fervor. For the cumbersome Jerome Williams, this may have meant the loss of a fast break opportunity. Yet for Lin Hong, a nimble and swift center, chances are ever present. Boom, boom, boom. The floor seemed to tremble as Lin Hong stormed past midcourt. He charged straight towards the basket without veering off course. Bang! The imposing center from Georgia Tech was violently shoved aside by Lin Hong's fierce advance. What heck? This brute resembled a bulldozer, incredibly forceful. The staggering Georgia Tech center clutched his scorched chest, glancing up at Lin Hong, who continued his relentless drive to the basket. Muttering a curse under his breath. Hey, Allen, pass the darn ball. Lin Hong charged past the three-point line, turning to shout at Iverson, who had dashed to the left side beyond the arc. Got it. Iverson, noticing Lin Hong pivot and evade his defender, lofted the ball high towards the rim. Countless fans in the arena widened their eyes, poised to erupt in cheers for the spectacular alley-oop dunk. As two defenders from Georgia Tech rushed in, they beheld a towering figure of 15 meters, and instinctively stepped aside as Lin Hong barreled into the paint. They had no desire to be sent sprawling by the Chinese behemoth. With no defenders obstructing him in the key, Lin Hong took 2 swift steps, showcasing the advantage of his long legs. He launched himself off the ground with force, soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, he caught the ball mid-flight and swung his arms in a powerful arc, slamming the basketball into the hoop. Perhaps having rested for an extended period, his energy overflowed, seeking an outlet. After Lin Hong forcefully completed his slam dunk, he suddenly pulled down with all his might. However, it seemed he had miscalculated. The force he applied was significantly greater than when he previously pressed down on the deformed basketball with the backboard. In the next moment, crack! The tempered glass backboard suddenly shattered swiftly like a spider's web, radiating from the rim. Wow! Oh my goodness! Lin has shattered the backboard once again. Lin Hong's thunderous slam dunk ignited the entire Verizon Center. Fans in the stands rose in sheer astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief, their cries echoing in a chorus of shock. The cheerleaders at the sidelines trembled with excitement, their hands instinctively covering their mouths, eyes sparkling with exhilaration as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Their faces radiated with the bloom of spring, hearts fluttering, and bodies quivering with delight. Meanwhile, the photographers positioned beneath the basketball hoop scattered like startled birds, scrambling to retreat in panic. A few hefty individuals, paralyzed with fear, abandoned their headsets and disregarded their cameras, covering their heads with their hands, exclaiming fervently, "Damn it, what a spectacle!" Click. Lin Hong quickly released his grip and leapt down, shielding his head with his hands as he dashed aside. Buzzing. The hoop, deformed from Lin Hong's grasp, suddenly sprang back with a deafening clang. Such immense recoil shattered the backboard, which had only just begun to show signs of cracking. The tempered glass cascaded down like snowflakes, clattering to the ground. Witnessing the falling shards, 2 Georgia Tech players, who had just prepared to rush forward to intervene, felt a shiver run down their spines, their scalps tingling. How had they found the courage to charge in and risk an offensive foul? They could have met their demise. Other players from Georgia Tech stood frozen, their faces betraying shock and fear, likely cursing Lin Hong's mother in their minds. They were aware of Lin Hong's formidable strength, capable of toppling giants like Marcus Camby and Tim Thomas. They knew he often employed a brute force style, bulldozing through defenders before elegantly soaring for a dunk. Yet, they had never truly witnessed the extent of this celestial empire's monstrous power. Until now, observing the shattered backboard, they gained a more visceral understanding of his prowess. Was this basketball? It resembled a monster wreaking havoc in a novice village. How could one compete against such raw brutality? If he could shatter the backboard this time, what would happen next? If he charged like a freight truck, would the collision result in devastation akin to the backboard's fate? The thought sent chills down their spines. Panic engulfed them. Meanwhile, Williams, Page, and their fellow Georgetown players gazed in astonishment at the swaying hoop and the falling glass, utterly dumbfounded. How long had they been holding back, only to see one of their own backboards demolished? Yet, Williams felt a surge of relief, for this violent behemoth was his teammate. not the opponent being crushed beneath him. The crowd's enthusiasm ignited, with many clutching their heads in disbelief, transfixed by the replay of the shattered backboard on the big screen. Others raised their arms in jubilation, shouting and cheering wildly. The DJ, skilled at stirring the audience's emotions, promptly played the perfect background music, shattering the hoop. This was the quintessential way to embrace the madness of March. Chapter 52. The referee is arrogant, and Lin Hong feels uneasy. Oh no, Lin. He has shattered the backboard again. The commentator clasped his head in disbelief, captivated by the scene displayed on the arena's large screen. Not long after, he bore witness to such a brutal spectacle once more, his excitement causing him to curse as he lost control of his facial expressions. John, that little monster Lin has perfectly replicated the Shark's legendary feat. The commentator excitedly clutched his partner's neck, his face awash with incredulity. Ahem, yes. I have completely fallen for this audacious little monster from the Celestial Empire. As the echoes of history seemed to resurface, his co-commentator shouted with reddened eyes. The backboard lay in ruins. The game had to be suspended. Lin Hong shook his head and brushed the shards of glass from his hair, muttering in exasperation. What is wrong with the event organizers? Have they not learned from past mistakes? Why haven't they reinforced the backboard during upgrades? Greedy capitalists. Lin Hong silently approached the basket, picking up 2 shards of broken glass. Subsequently, he walked up to the referee, wearing an innocuous expression, and softly complained, "Referee, this is truly not my fault. It must be the poor quality of this backboard. Look at these 2 pieces of glass. Their jagged edges are utterly chaotic and devoid of any pattern. Anyone can discern that the quality is lacking. Had it been manufactured in our homeland, the quality would undoubtedly be impeccable, and I would never have shattered 3 backboards in a row." The referee, taken aback and utterly exasperated, could hardly believe his ears. Are you serious? Should I replace it with a reinforced concrete backboard for you to deem its quality acceptable? Gazing at this towering figure, who appeared to be burdened by an immense grievance, akin to a nagging wife, the referee felt his patience wane, the muscles in his forehead twitching in irritation. He had never encountered such audacity. Unable to contain himself any longer, the referee decisively issued Lin Hong a technical foul. You think you can get away with this? You shatter the backboard and still dare to complain about its quality? Are you intentionally mocking us with your strength, belittling those of us who are less powerful? This is intolerable. A technical foul is warranted. Even if the Almighty himself were to appear today, justice must prevail. With a huff, he declared, I will ensure you break the backboard. Next time you dunk, refrain from pulling on it deliberately, or else you shall face a technical foul. In response to Lin Hong's feeble justifications, the referee shot him a fierce glare and unceremoniously issued a warning. You, my young friend, have landed on my blacklist. The referee was indeed emboldened. Lin Hong expressed his profound disappointment. However, burdened with a technical foul, he could only suppress the urge to vocally reprimand the referee. Should he provoke the old man further and incur another technical foul, it would spell disaster for him. The match had only just commenced. And who could predict whether the isolated Iverson could lead the team to victory in this pivotal encounter after his ejection? In defense of the team's triumph and honor, Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and donned a strategically crafted smile. Externally cheerful, internally he was seething with frustration. Humph, let him revel in his arrogance for a moment. Once I step into the NBA and become a sensational superstar, let us see who dares to trifle with me. Everyone knows the NBA is a commercial league, where superstars are bestowed with preferential treatment. Especially for someone like him, who debuted at the pinnacle of success, such privileges are assured. Once he masters the Dream Shake and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook, scoring will be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet, what Lin Hong envied the most was the endurance and stamina of those who could endure for hours, whether grappling with formidable, muscular centers on the court or engaging in deep conversations with blonde, blue-eyed ladies. Both were of paramount importance. In light of the referee's warning, Lin Hong swiftly shifted his perspective to devise a strategy. Referee, what if someone hangs on me while I'm attempting a dunk? What then? The referee rolled his eyes, scrutinizing him with impatience before waving his hand dismissively. If such a scenario occurs, it would not be deemed intentional interference. Ha ha ha. Isn't that precisely the point? We are all civilized individuals, and each issue must be approached with specificity. Whether playing or officiating, one must possess philosophical dialectical thinking and lead by virtue. Lin Hong's smile suddenly vanished, his disdain for further banter with the referee evident. What on earth had that scoundrel just said? Why was everything so obscure and perplexing? How could a mere whistle invoke philosophical musings? As Lin Hong's figure receded into the distance, the bewildered referee remained utterly confounded, muttering a few curses in frustration. Nearby, Williams bared his teeth, ready to confront the referee with further remarks, but was abruptly intercepted by Lin Hong, who embraced him and forcibly led him away. While his willingness to stand up for his teammate is commendable, it would be wise to conserve his breath. Lin Hong smiled reassuringly at the agitated giant, who was even more distressed than the victim himself. Jerome, it's futile. Do you really believe that the blind-as-a-bat referee would easily alter the outcome? Absolutely not. That would be nothing short of a slap in the face. At most, they might issue a so-called referee's report after the match. By the time the report is released, if luck is not on our side, we might have already faced our downfall. Thus, this is merely a grandiloquent afterthought, utterly ineffectual concerning the result of the match. Lin Hong patted Williams heavily on the shoulder, speaking with an air of experienced authority. You are still too young. Me, too young? Lin, you are a year younger than I am. I'm almost 20, you pretentious fool. Williams retorted, displeased, and pursued Lin. As the game entered a timeout, the on-site staff worked diligently to clear the shattered glass. Having learned from past experiences, they swiftly maneuvered the broken basketball hoop away from the court, replacing it with a backup and installing a new timer. Meanwhile, the commentator, still reeling from Lin Hong's astonishing dunk that shattered the backboard, gradually regained composure. He reminisced about Shaquille O'Neal, who, during his rookie season, had shattered 3 backboards, one of which had even toppled the hoop itself. Witnessing such a feat firsthand, another formidable backboard destroyer had emerged, perhaps even more ferocious than the legendary Shaq. With a smile, the commentator recounted the past glories of Shaquille's rim-rattling dunks. His partner nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Hong's alley-oop dunk just obliterated the backboard, delivering a visual spectacle that left us in awe. And let us not forget, this towering giant emerged from the Celestial Empire. On the Georgia Tech bench, the entire coaching staff and players maintained a synchronized silence, their morale evidently dampened. Still shaken by Lin Hong's explosive display, the direct victim of this moment, the lone wolf Marbury, lowered his head, clearly suffering from the dual impact of visual and psychological shock. He finally lifted his head to address the silent coach, breaking the stillness. Coach Bobby, that monster from the Celestial Empire possesses an overwhelming strength. His play is both violent and ruthless. Marbury, towel draped over his head, shook it in resignation and spread his hands. How are we to defend against this inner beast? His dominance beneath the rim far exceeds my expectations. Georgia Tech's head coach, Bobby Crimmins, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied slowly, the center will continue to defend, while the others must be ready to assist and double-team. Simultaneously, we need to capitalize on our speed advantage, striving to make more open shots, preferably from the perimeter. Their towering interior player will have no choice but to step out to defend, particularly that agile giant from the Celestial Empire. Once he is drawn out, Georgia Tech's interior defense will inevitably falter, at least by 2 notches. At that point, Steph, you all must attack the rim with abandon. Chapter 53, Keep the center from playing like a guard. As the game resumed, Thompson, the head coach, playfully warned Lin, hey, Lin, take it easy this time. We truly have no spare hoops left. He was genuinely concerned that Lin might become overly exuberant and attract the referee's ire. This year, Georgia Tech's success stemmed largely from Marbury's pivotal role as a lone wolf leader. Toot, toot, toot. Georgia Tech initiated their offense. Marbury sprinted down the court, passing the ball to a teammate beyond the 3-point line. Upon receiving the pass, the teammate launched a shot. His gaze and posture exuded such confidence and determination that it sent chills through onlookers. There was no way that shot could miss. Clang. The shot was slightly too forceful. The ball ricocheted off the inner rim and soared high. Positioned perfectly, Georgia Tech center grinned and leaped to secure the rebound. Just as he believed the rebound was in the bag, he suddenly found himself overshadowed, 2 yellow arms appearing above him. Then, with a resounding smack, 2 large hands forcefully swatted the basketball away, snatching it from above his head. Was that even fair? He thought. The humiliation was profound, the impact devastating. Georgia Tech's towering center felt as though he had encountered his own Waterloo. Lin Hong initiated a swift advance from the backcourt, propelling himself toward the front court with remarkable speed. The first to respond defensively was the guard from Georgia Tech, witnessing Lin Hong barreling toward him like a bulldozer. The earlier scene of the rim-shattering dunk resurfaced in his mind, evoking a sense of panic. Internally, he seemed to lament, pleading, please, don't come any closer. This time, he dared not stand his ground to confront Lin Hong directly. Instead, he sprinted forward with great urgency, attempting to intercept the ball from Lin Hong's grasp as he dribbled forward. Swish. Lin Hong executed a graceful pivot, effortlessly distancing himself from his opponent. His movements were remarkably fluid, akin to the flowing of water, seamless and unbroken. Lin Hong continued to dribble fiercely toward the basket. The small forward from Georgia Tech spread his arms wide, reminiscent of LeBron, swiftly shifting to intercept him, attempting to snatch the basketball from Lin Hong's grasp, who was off balance due to his elevated center of gravity. With a swift motion, he extended his long arms to reach for the ball, only to grasp at thin air. In response to the outstretched arms, Lin Hong executed a smooth between-the-legs dribble, seamlessly switching hands. Following this, Lin Hong once again dazzled the court with his ball-handling skills. In the fleeting moment when his opponents were momentarily bewildered, Lin surged into the paint with the ball in his right hand. After 2 swift strides, he launched himself into the air, soaring like a flame reaching for the heavens. Gliding momentarily, he executed a powerful one-handed slam into the basket. With a smooth transition, he deftly swapped the ball behind his back, navigating past 2 defenders from Georgia Tech with remarkable fluidity, culminating in a spectacular one-handed dunk. The score stood at 4-0. Following his dunk, Lin refrained from his usual habit of pulling on the rim. Instead, he cast a playful glance at the referee, as if to convey, "Indeed, I am a skillful sinner." Could it be that this was merely a jest? Lin had accomplished an incisive breakthrough, effortlessly surpassing 2 defenders from Georgia Tech to complete a thunderous dunk. The commentators were left aghast, their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, one of his colleagues, though silently swallowing his admiration, wore a disdainful expression. "John, you truly are a man of rare astonishment. Is it not merely a tall player executing a sharp breakthrough?" Last month, during the All-Star game, the Big Shark left Jordan dazed with his dribbling. Perhaps, John, you should observe how the Big Shark plays. Then you would no longer find it astonishing that these versatile giants possess the ball-handling skills of smaller guards. The spectators in the stands were electrified by Lin's sudden brilliance, as he dazzled them with a breathtaking display of skill and power. Wow, am I dreaming? The ferocious beast, who just shattered the backboard, can also maneuver with the finesse of a guard to execute such a delicate feat? This is simply unbelievable. Lin possesses such talent? Laughter erupted among the fans, who had never anticipated that Lin Hong, the formidable dunker, could also exhibit the agility of a smaller guard. Even Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, stood on the sidelines, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had Lin truly reached such heights, executing a one-handed dunk following a breakthrough? He shook his head vigorously, feeling certain he must have misjudged the strategy. The game continued, with Georgia Tech now on the offense. Marbury advanced the ball across half-court, leveraging his speed to shake off his defender, yet refrained from attacking the basket. Observing Lin's rapid lateral movement as he provided help defense, Marbury retreated to the three-point line. Lin Hong's intimidation in the paint is truly formidable. A powerful rejection, akin to a thunderous slam, and a brutal dunk that shatters the rim and instills fear in the hearts of opponents. Marbury refuses to become a mere backdrop. Even if he were to make the highlight reel, he insists that others play the role of the supporting cast, dribbling to the right side beyond the three-point arc. He signals for the center to step out from the key and set a screen. His true intention is to lure the imposing Lin Hong away from the basket. The center shifts to a high position, setting a screen that momentarily halts the pursuing Iverson. However, Lin Hong does not immediately step out to the three-point line to switch onto the unguarded Marbury. Instead, he nudges Williams back, indicating for him to rotate for defensive coverage. Meanwhile, Lin Hong himself positions himself in front of the opposing small forward, ensuring he can swiftly return to the paint if necessary. Coach Thompson, seated before the Georgetown bench, nods approvingly at Lin Hong's astute maneuvering. "Well done, Lin." Holding the ball beyond the three-point line, Marbury, realizing Lin Hong has not fallen for his ruse, swiftly alters his approach. The basketball is eventually passed to the Georgia Tech shooting guard. Observing Lin Hong's occasional forays into the paint, he wisely maneuvers to the left and takes a mid-range shot. Swish. Mastering the essence of guerrilla tactics, he effortlessly sinks the shot. 4-2. Lin Hong set a perfect screen for Iverson, and swish. The three-pointer sailed effortlessly through the net. 7-2. As they transitioned back on defense, Iverson playfully slapped Lin Hong's well-toned backside and, with exaggerated earnestness, exclaimed, "Hey, Lin, partnering with you is simply fantastic. Alan, while your words may hold some truth, they do little to obscure the undeniable fact that you are taking advantage of me." Lin Hong rolled his eyes and rushed over to tug at the other person's crew cut. "Lin, how many times must I remind you? While one's head may be at stake, one's hairstyle must remain untarnished. Do not meddle with my coiffure." Lin Hong turned his head in silence, unable to suppress his disdainful remarks. "Is this little buzz cut? Quite unremarkable. You might as well go for a mullet." Now that would showcase some individuality. A mullet? There is some merit to that. It truly aligns with my essence. Iverson nodded thoughtfully, whether in terms of appearance or demeanor. This hairstyle seemed as if it were tailored specifically for me. Lin Hong's eyes widened as he raised a finger and exclaimed with fervor, "No way." In Chapter 54, with great strength and determination, one could indeed act with cunning intent. In the next round, Marbury, ever headstrong, showcased his lone wolf spirit. After penetrating the paint, he executed a deft aerial pass and subsequently distributed the ball to a teammate in a wide-open position on the weak side, aiming to assist in a mid-range score. To be candid, from this vantage point, it was indeed a clear shot. Even for players of CBA caliber, it would be a guaranteed basket. However, he encountered Lin Hong. Bang! Just as the opponent released the shot, Lin Hong emerged from the side, executing a volleyball-style block that sent the ball flying into the substitutes bench. Following this spectacular rejection, Lin Hong brazenly wagged his finger at the bewildered opponent, paying homage to his senior by mimicking the iconic celebratory pose of Dikembe Mutombo after a block. The two commentators exchanged glances, realizing that the true stars of today's match were not Marbury and Iverson. Lin Hong truly embodies the essence of a protagonist. With the clock ticking down and the ball at the baseline, Marbury attempts to surge towards the basket for a breakthrough layup. After circling around, he still fails to find an opportunity, ultimately resorting to a hurried three-point shot. Clang! Lin Hong leapt simultaneously with the opposing center to contest for the rebound. However, he watched in disbelief as the player effortlessly secured the basketball with one hand. In the next instant, he passed the ball to Iverson and surged forward with renewed vigor. Iverson raced down the court, dribbling swiftly before executing a bounce pass to the cutting Peja. Yet, the second-round pick from Georgetown, Peja, saw his layup roll tantalizingly around the rim before bouncing out. The Georgia Tech forward, fueled by frustration, positioned himself for the rebound, anticipating the ball to land in his grasp. Suddenly, he appeared, like a shadow descended upon him. A dark figure loomed ominously, and in a flash, two long arms reached over his head, snatching the ball with authority. With a resounding crash, a thunderous dunk ensued, as if a freight train had collided with his back, sending him sprawling out of bounds. Lin Hong initially intended to show off by grasping the rim, and then hanging from it while letting out a roar, towering above and looking down with disdain upon the masses. However, the moment he recalled the piercing gaze of that old man, sharp as a needle, Lin Hong was suddenly startled and immediately released his grip, descending to the ground. His grandiose plan to impress lasted but 2 fleeting seconds before it was abruptly thwarted. As Lin Hong retreated, he deliberately ran past the referee, flashing a grin and explaining, "Referee, I have told you before, I play with utmost civility." As a product of the 9-year compulsory education in our esteemed nation, we were taught from a young age to uphold civility, demonstrate politeness, and cherish public property. Gulp. The referee swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an unbearable thirst, struggling to suppress the fury brewing within. This little rascal, whom does he think he is fooling? Speaking such blatant nonsense. Is he not just afraid of the whistle in my hand? With this thought, the referee triumphantly brought the whistle to his lips, taking a deep breath as if he were about to call Lin Hong for a technical foul at any moment. Lin Hong was so frightened that he fled the scene. The outside shots clanged uselessly while the defense inside crumbled. Just 3 minutes into the game, Georgetown had already established an 11-2 lead over Georgia Tech. Lin Hong executed a flawless performance, sinking all 3 field goal attempts and converting 1 out of 2 free throws, amassing a total of 7 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks. He dominated the interior of Georgia Tech, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. His defensive prowess was even more ferocious. 1 emphatic rejection against a towering center and another spectacular block akin to a volleyball spike against a small forward. He effortlessly snatched rebounds from above the center's head. As simple as the act of eating or drinking. A timeout was called. Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Crimmins promptly signaled for a pause. If tactical adjustments were not made swiftly, the first quarter would surely spiral out of control. Bobby Crimmins felt the sting of defeat. The small ball lineup he deployed was completely overwhelmed by Georgetown. To be precise, it was Lin Hong, the colossal presence in the paint, who left them flabbergasted. Although Georgia Tech's center displayed agility, his offensive capabilities were alarmingly deficient, and his rim protection was merely adequate. He could only marginally disrupt Georgetown's penetrations. Yet, when confronted with Lin Hong's bulldozing offensive onslaught, his defense resembled a deserted highway at dawn, utterly ineffective. It became evident that the center could not contain Lin Hong. Offering no real deterrence, Bobby Crimmins had no choice but to send in a backup center to form a twin-tower strategy, hoping to contain Lin Hong with the combined might of 2 defensive giants. However, one must question the wisdom of this approach. Rather than leveraging his team's strengths in fast-paced play, he opted to engage Georgetown in a half-court battle, akin to a knife fight. It was unclear who had emboldened him with such misguided confidence. Observing Georgia Tech's peculiar strategy, Georgetown's head coach Thompson could not help but shake his head. He immediately issued commands to his team, preparing for what was to come. Lin Hong will fully take charge of Georgetown's offense. The timeout has ended, and the game resumes. Georgia Tech's offensive play begins. With a lineup of 2 big men and 3 smaller players, their pace has noticeably slowed. The 2 towering forwards possess only mediocre offensive capabilities, often resorting to setting screens and grabbing rebounds. Marbury races across the court with the ball. One center steps up to set a pick for him, while the other centers on the weak side to contain Lin Hong. With a dual blockade, they ensure that one big man engages Lin Hong in a physical contest while the other focuses on rebounding. Georgia Tech attempts to utilize this feeble twin tower strategy to render Lin Hong ineffective in the paint, stripping him of his intimidation factor. However, reality proves that aspirations can be grand, yet the truth is often harsh. The center successfully obstructs Iverson, allowing Marbury to charge at the rim with full force. Williams rushes in to provide support, but his steps are clearly not quick enough. Bang! With a swift turn, Lin Hong skillfully maneuvered past his defender, charging into the paint with a powerful stride. He then leaped high into the air, shaking off Marbury, who was attempting to guard him. As he soared, poised to execute a thunderous one-handed slam dunk, the specter of misfortune loomed once more. Crack! Lin Hong's colossal hand descended directly upon the basketball. With a sudden surge of strength, he executed a devastating block. Originally, Marbury intended to impress with a sharp, one-handed dunk following a dazzling breakthrough, an expression of his pent-up frustration. Little did he anticipate that he would be met with Lin Hong's overwhelming rejection. The clash of power between the two in midair was unmistakably decisive. As Marbury found himself off balance, he cursed loudly before instinctively relinquishing the ball to protect himself. With a resounding thud, he crashed heavily onto the floor, sending shivers down the spines of the spectators nearby. Lin Hong grasped the basketball as it descended from beneath his cap. In the next moment, he initiated a swift counterattack. The 2 towering centers from Georgia Tech were utterly incapable of keeping pace, lacking even the opportunity to commit a foul. Marbury lay sprawled on the ground, failing to rise. The remaining defenders from Georgia Tech were equally powerless to thwart Lin Hong. The entire court transformed into a one-man show as Lin Hong showcased his exceptional prowess. With the formidable and agile talent reminiscent of a peak Shaquille O'Neal, his speed was sufficient to outmaneuver a plethora of players, even those primarily specializing in breakthroughs as guards or forwards. Lin Hong charged towards the hoop with unrelenting fervor, his swift movements barely bothering to alter direction. Upon witnessing the formidable force of the Chinese beast barreling toward him, the small forward from Georgia Tech instinctively retreated, aiming to intercept the ball handler, Peggy. Such is the survival tactic of role players, to exploit weaknesses while evading strengths. On the sidelines, head coach Bobby Clemens watched his players' reckless maneuvers, his cheeks twitching involuntarily as he pounded his forehead in frustration, cursing, "You disgraceful fool, just wait until I deal with you." As Peggy approached, determined to thwart the defender, he promptly passed the ball to Lin Hong, who had already positioned himself at the 3-point arc. The center, stationed at the free throw line, found himself in a state of utter turmoil. The impending collision with this brute was undoubtedly violent, capable of shattering the backboard. Having previously been knocked aside once, though that was merely a glancing blow, he now faced the prospect of confronting a charging truck head-on. What if he were to be utterly incapacitated? Vivid images of shattered glass and splintered shards flashed through his mind. Just as he shifted 2 steps to the side, a violent collision jolted his right shoulder. The searing pain surged through him like a tidal wave. In the next moment, he found himself hanging from the rim, executing a thunderous dunk. 13-20. Watching Lin Hong saunter back down the court like an elder statesman, the Georgia Tech center lost all composure, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. I was nearly out of the way. How could you still collide with me?" In the next play, Marbury's trailing 3-point attempt clanged off the rim once more. Amidst the dueling giants in the Georgia Tech paint, Lin Hong secured yet another defensive rebound. Once again, the familiar fast break ensued. The center, who had barely crossed the half-court line moments ago, now approached with trepidation, resolved to assert himself. Having just been bulldozed for a dunk, his irritation simmered. If he had already conceded, what was the meaning of Lin Hong's brazen assault? Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, intent on drawing an offensive foul against Lin Hong. However, it was already too late. Lin Hong, standing just a step within the free throw line, launched himself powerfully towards the unsteady center, who had yet to establish his footing. The sheer force of his leap propelled his opponent backward beneath the basket. Crash! Lin Hong's long arm powerfully drove the ball into the hoop with a single hand. The spectacle was exceedingly dominating. The intense visual impact rivaled that of Hollywood blockbuster special effects. Beep, beep, beep. The referee called a blocking foul on Porter. Lin Hong was granted a 2-1 opportunity. After being ruthlessly shoved aside twice in succession, the center from Georgia Tech was utterly disheartened, wearing a mask of despair. This is truly an affront. Just after making a bold declaration, he was met with a harsh reality. Lin Hong demonstrated through his prowess that innate talent indeed allows one to act with impunity. This monstrous figure from the Celestial Empire is truly formidable. Observing Lin Hong as he approached the free throw line, he inwardly scoffed. Lin Hong's free throw. Taking a deep breath, he assumed the posture for the penalty shot. Reminiscent of a humble chamber pot, he received the basketball tossed over by the referee. Lin Hong clapped his hands twice on the spot, then bent his knees and with a graceful motion of his arms, propelled the basketball into the air. The ball traced a beautiful arc across the sky. Swish. It effortlessly sank into the net. 14-2. In less than 5 minutes into the game, Georgetown surged ahead by 12 points. The inner line guarded by Lin Hong has not only become a no-fly zone but has also transformed into a no-drop zone. Lin Hong exerted tremendous effort on both offensive and defensive fronts, prompting the Georgetown players to respond with fervor, fiercely contesting every possession. The suffocating defense allowed the offensively sharp Georgia Tech team to score a mere 2 points. On the sidelines, Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Crimmins shook his head with a wry smile. The once reliable strategy of attacking Lin had, with his steady free throw shooting, already declared itself a failure. He was acutely aware of the bliss that comes from possessing a dominant center when outside shooting falters. Regrettably, their two defensive-minded centers paled in comparison to Georgetown's formidable beast. These two burly shields, despite their muscular physiques, lacked any capability for autonomous offense. Their expected prowess in rebounding and shot blocking was woefully inadequate. Unfortunately, with limited resources at his disposal, he could only rely on these two centers against such a gifted interior force. The result was a resounding defeat. What could he do? Unless the outside shooting found its rhythm and the drives remained incisive, merely avoiding a blowout would be a stroke of luck. This encapsulated the true thoughts of Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Crimmins at that moment. What was happening? Bobby surprisingly abandoned the fast-paced, small ball strategy to engage in a half-court battle with Georgetown. The commentators were utterly perplexed by Georgia Tech's approach. A loud slap echoed as one commentator smacked his shiny forehead. Turning to his partner in confusion, "Hey, John, do you comprehend Georgia Tech's inscrutable tactics?" His partner shook his head, raising his hands in exasperation. Eyes filled with bewilderment. Perhaps Coach Crimmins has even studied the footage of Lin dismantling the Villanova Twin Towers? Otherwise, I cannot fathom from where he derives the confidence to pit two roughnecks against Lin. Kenny Smith, seated in the middle, also wore a puzzled expression but offered a candid analysis. Lin's intimidation in the paint is too potent. Stefan's prideful drive simply cannot penetrate. And with his teammates struggling to find their shooting touch, he cannot orchestrate the team's offense. This is undeniably lethal for a fast-paced team. As the game progressed, Georgia Tech continued to employ the previously established strategy. One center grappled with Lin Hong while the other set screens and pursued rebounds. After Iverson was delayed, facing Williams' help defense, Marbury remained composed and methodically probed. Suddenly, with a convincing fake that transitioned into a genuine drive, he effortlessly faked out Williams. In the next moment, Marbury leaped, contorting his body, desperately throwing the ball toward the basket before hitting the ground. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and fell through the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Marbury converted the free throw. 14-5. Williams, feeling disheartened, slapped his own head in frustration. "Hey, Jerome, next time, no matter what Stefan does, remember not to jump too easily." Lin Hong approached and playfully patted Williams on the backside, cheerfully reassuring him, "Besides, you have me in the paint." "Thank you, Lin. I will remember that." Williams lifted his head, smiling as he exchanged a high five with Lin Hong. Lin Hong has always been a person who seeks retribution for every slight. If Marbury scores by drawing fouls, he shall repay it double. Georgetown secures possession of the ball. Iverson advances the ball past half-court. Lin Hong demanded the ball from the low post, just inside the free throw line. "Hey, Allen, pass me the ball." Faced with a center whose weight and height were inferior to his own, Lin Hong was determined to deliver a painful lesson. This guy was not only inexperienced but also loved to show off, and his incessant banter was intolerable. Several times during their tussles for position, he foolishly spat out trash talk in a provocative manner. This was simply unacceptable. Bam! Lin Hong, with the ball in hand, executed a sudden and forceful sit-back, nearly causing his opponent to lose balance and stumble backward, retreating several steps in rapid succession. Immediately following this maneuver, the opponent closed in once again. Lin Hong leaned against his opponent, his center of gravity sinking further. With a powerful dribble, he collided and propelled his adversary into the 3-second zone beneath the basket. This clash of strength, a visceral spectacle of raw intensity, sent adrenaline surging and blood racing through the veins. In the next moment, Lin Hong turned abruptly, springing up with remarkable agility. With a formidable presence, he seized the ball, propelling himself skyward for a powerful dunk. The resounding impact echoed, 16-5. Dominant, unyielding, inexorable. His prowess was showcased in its entirety. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against the opponent for pulling him down. It was likely the result of his earlier confrontation beneath the basket, which left Lin Hong's arm muscles slightly tense, causing an imbalance in his grip. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim, soaring high. Underneath the hoop, the Georgia Tech duo sprang into action, their arms outstretched as they leapt with fervor. Suddenly, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment. Lin Hong leaped from just inside the free-throw line, soaring into the air. His powerful arms extended outward, forcefully seizing the rebound mid-flight. In the next moment, Lin Hong, with great force, slammed the ball into the basket, penetrating the formidable defense of Georgia Tech's Twin Towers. The resounding clang echoed through the arena. In the midst of this fierce collision, the two towering centers of Georgia Tech, still airborne, leaped forward in unison. Their bodies, thrown off balance, stumbled and fell to the ground in a chaotic tumble. Lin Hong scores a magnificent 2-2. Oh my goodness. Lin, you are simply brutal. The Celestial Empire's ferocious shark. His dominance is utterly terrifying. Lin, you exude such charisma. He obliterated the interior defense of Georgia Tech. Chapter 56, The Golden Generation. The most perfect arrangement for the path of the top pick. Damn it. Marbury slammed the bench with force, an unusual display of frustration. Can't you play a bit tougher? To be honest, Marbury is indeed qualified to express such discontent. He nearly played the entire first half, securing the highest score on the team with 16 points, alongside 3 steals and 2 assists. His mere 2 assists do not imply selfishness. Quite the contrary, he consistently delivered the ball to his teammates. Unfortunately, these fellows not only failed to capitalize on his efforts but also clanged shots off the rim and even faced blocks. The terrifying defensive coverage of Lin Hong instilled fear among the other players from Georgia Tech. Marbury found himself facing Allen Iverson on both ends of the court. He managed to engage in a certain level of mutual confrontation, yet his teammates failed to step up and provide him with the necessary support. This was somewhat understandable, as they were up against the formidable giant from the East, Lin Hong. They simply lacked the ability to match Lin Hong in an exchange of blows. A sense of foreboding washed over Marbury. He feared he might be on the verge of defeat today. Coach, I need to take over the offense in the second half. Having concluded that his teammates were inadequate, Marbury gritted his teeth and resolved to forge his own path, taking matters into his own hands. After all, if these teammates were unable to carry the weight, why not go solo? Perhaps he could carve out a glimmer of hope. Everyone knows that in a pack of wolves, a lone wolf that strays from the group risks becoming a rogue. Hence, during his time with the Timberwolves, Marbury's tendency to play isolation led to his eventual exclusion by the alpha, Garnett, transforming him into a lone wolf. However, a lone wolf is not necessarily a rogue. As the team teetered on the brink of elimination, Marbury activated his lone wolf mode, carrying the honor of the team on his shoulders. Steven, go all out. I grant you unlimited freedom to shoot. Bobby Cremins, the head coach of Georgia Tech, resigned himself to the chaos and nodded in agreement. With the game on the verge of collapse, it mattered little who took the shots. Besides, Marbury was the only one who still had a chance to make a significant impact, even if they ultimately lost. Marbury could leverage this classic battle to enhance his draft prospects. This was the greatest support a coach could offer him. As the second half commenced, Marbury, now in lone wolf mode, unleashed his offensive prowess, showcasing an array of offensive skills. While evading Lin Hong, he adeptly exploited rhythm changes to easily penetrate Iverson's defense, scoring 8 points in quick succession. Unfortunately, Iverson could not contain Marbury, nor could Marbury contain Iverson. The two strongest guards of the 1996 draft class each displayed their strengths, giving rise to one of the most iconic battles in NCAA history. Yet, neither could effectively defend against the other. When players of the caliber of Steven and Allen reach a critical juncture in the game, it often devolves into a mutual explosion of talent. Indeed, they were both elite scorers in the league, rendering conventional defense virtually ineffective against them. The ability to score relied entirely on their rhythm. Stephen was undeniably formidable, capable of exchanging blows with Allen offensively. However, Georgia Tech had only one Stephen, while Georgetown had more than just one Allen, including the colossal Lin Hong. After Iverson outplayed Marbury, Lin Hong, with his under-the-basket prowess, became unmatched. His terrifying physical gifts combined with extensive experience allowed him to dominate both ends of the court, relentlessly overpowering Georgia Tech's interior defense. Soon, the scales of victory tipped decisively in favor of Georgetown, with the lead widening to over 20 points. With the prospect of a comeback fading and time running out, Coach Crimmins was left with no choice but to substitute all the starters, signaling the end of the contest. On one hand, it was a recognition of the futility of victory. On the other, it was a protective measure for Marbury, to prevent any unforeseen injuries that could jeopardize his draft stock. A wise man knows when to refrain from action. Thus, Crimmins' decision was astute. Although Georgia Tech lost the game, Marbury himself did not suffer a defeat. Numerous scouts observing the matchup seriously began to place Marbury's name alongside Iverson's. This included the struggling Philadelphia 76ers, currently at the bottom of the league standings. Last year's draft saw the 76ers select Stackhouse with the third overall pick, as they envisioned assembling a dynamic backcourt duo. Initially, their primary target was Iverson, but with teams engaging in a race to the bottom, even the 76ers lacked confidence in securing a top pick. Selecting Iverson would require at least a top 3 pick, and with the Celtics outdoing them in this race, the 76ers began to see a top pick as increasingly unlikely. However, this game presented them with another opportunity. If they could not secure the top pick, then selecting Marbury with the third pick could be a shrewd alternative. Moreover, scouts from the Toronto Raptors and Vancouver Grizzlies had also taken notice of Marbury's displayed leadership qualities. These two teams, newly inducted into the league, were in dire need of cornerstone players with charismatic leadership. Marbury's performance in this game had undoubtedly captured their attention. Of course, beyond Marbury and Iverson, Lin Hong also drew significant focus. In the majority of the scouts' reports, both Iverson and Marbury were categorized as A-tier talents, if not for his height disadvantage. Iverson could easily have been considered S-tier. Above them, occupying the apex of the pyramid, was the legendary Tim Duncan from Wake Forest. Now, however, there was another name added to that elite tier, Lin Hong, with an impressive tally of 36 points, 18 rebounds, and 8 blocks. Lin Hong earned unanimous acclaim from all attending scouts. Undoubtedly, he possessed the potential and prowess to emerge as a new S-tier rookie, a monstrous force capable of challenging the reign of Tim Duncan. That night, ESPN reported the unfolding narrative. The name Lin Hong has once again taken the spotlight, frequently mentioned by several esteemed basketball experts. To speak candidly, I believe Lin possesses the potential and capability to become the first overall pick of the 1996 draft. One basketball expert even asserted that for Lin to ascend to the status of the number 1 pick, he merely needs to compete against Marcus Camby, Tim Duncan, Allen Iverson, and the remarkable Stephon Marbury, who achieved a new season high today. However, it is well known that in any given draft, exceptionally talented big men tend to be more coveted than their smaller counterparts. Take the 1984 draft, for instance, where the basketball deity himself was only selected third, while the top 2 picks were both formidable centers. Thus, it is evident that big players always have an advantage. Therefore, for Lin to secure the top pick, he simply needs to demonstrate that he outshines both Marcus Camby and Tim Duncan. Interestingly, according to this year's NCAA schedule, if Georgetown and the University of Massachusetts both advance to the Final 8, they will face each other. Who among Lin Hong and Marcus will serve as the stepping stone to each other's aspirations for the first overall pick may soon become clear. Oh, wait. The more experts delve into the matchups, the more incredulous they become. Has no one noticed? In the same division as Georgetown University, there is Wake Forest. If Georgetown manages to defeat Massachusetts and advance to the Final 4, they are likely to encounter Wake Forest. This means Lin Hong could face Tim Duncan. How thrilling it would be to triumph over opponents and ascend to the pinnacle of the draft. Observing the NCAA bracket, several experts feel that this arrangement is nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Chapter 57, The North Shore Garden, the sacred ground for Camby's ascension? Georgetown's opponent in the round of 32 is Texas A&M. Never heard of them? Well, that's understandable. This Texas team posed little resistance and was swiftly defeated by Georgetown. The Twin Stars of Georgetown easily triumphed, advancing to the Sweet 16. However, the fact that they quietly made it to the National 32 indicates that Texas A&M does possess some level of competence. At the very least, Lin Hong recalls that this team has nurtured a number of key players and rotation members, such as DeAndre Jordan, Chris Middleton, Alex Caruso, and Robert Williams of the Celtics. As for other impressions? Apologies, Texas A&M is currently rather obscure. Throughout the match, Iverson and Lin Hong only played the first half, collectively amassing 46 points, 24 rebounds, 13 assists, 6 blocks, and 3 steals. Essentially, the duo overwhelmed the entire Texas A&M team. In the Sweet 16, Georgetown faced a formidable challenge from North Carolina's two emerging stars. Nevertheless, Lin Hong's presence in the paint ensured an impenetrable defense. Iverson dazzled with his scoring, while Lin Hong dominated in the post as the two relentlessly attacked North Carolina's defense. The depth of North Carolina's roster this season is markedly inferior to that of the previous year. It is worth noting that during the 1994-95 season, North Carolina boasted the talents of Jerry Stackhouse, the heir to Michael Jordan, and the formidable Rasheed Wallace, a dynamic inside-out duo. One was the third pick in the 1995 draft, while the other was the fourth, showcasing their prowess. After losing this powerful combination, North Carolina ushered in a new inside-out duo, the semi-divine Vince Carter and the relentless Antoine Jamison. However, it was evident that the freshman Carter and Jamison could not be compared to the seasoned duo of Jordan's successor and the formidable Wallace. Although the legendary coach Dean Smith crafted a sharp strategy externally, it appeared that the inexperienced North Carolina stars stood little chance against Georgetown's dual core. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Jamison struggled offensively, while Carter, attempting to single-handedly salvage the game, scored a new NCAA season high of 26 points. Yet it was ultimately in vain, joining the ranks of those who fell short after valiant efforts. North Carolina's fledgling stars were thoroughly outmatched by Georgetown's duo, suffering a crushing defeat by 22 points. Lin Hong and Allen Iverson combined to score an impressive 62 points, alongside 20 rebounds, 12 assists, 8 blocks, and 5 steals. Their scoring alone surpassed that of the entire North Carolina team. After the game, Carter, with his head bowed and an expression of profound despondency, approached head coach Tim Smith, stating, "Coach, I still need to refine my skills." Prior to today, Carter had intended to enter the NBA draft following his freshman year. However, after this match, he recognized his shortcomings and the vast areas in need of improvement. Compared to Iverson and Lin Hong, he realized he was significantly lacking. The same sentiment echoed in Antoine Jamison, who, with a solemn demeanor, nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, imploring, "Coach, please lead us in training this summer." Jamison, who had always been unambitious and lacking in assertiveness, finally found a target to strive for, to one day face Lin Hong again, hoping to possess the strength to retaliate, rather than being overwhelmed as he had been today. Thus, Georgetown advanced to the NCAA Sweet 16 without any significant peril. Their upcoming opponent promised to be intriguing. In Washington, D.C., at Georgetown University's gym, after the team's routine training and preparations, head coach John Thompson laid out the matchup and clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Gentlemen, you should be quite familiar with them. Indeed, our Sweet 16 adversary is none other than our old acquaintance, the University of Massachusetts." He turned to Lin, emphasizing, "The next 2 rounds of elimination will pose a formidable challenge for you. Be prepared. Marcus and Tim possess exceptional defensive skills. Even Tim Duncan may struggle to perform exceptionally against Marcus." John Thompson harbored concerns. If Lin Hong were to be restricted by his opponents and falter offensively, it could adversely affect his draft prospects this year. His disciple had worked diligently to ascend from a ranking beyond 100 to the lottery picks, and there was a strong possibility he could break into the top 3 in the latest ESPN projections. Such effort could be rendered futile with a subpar performance in this crucial battle. As head coach, Thompson's worries were entirely justified. "Rest assured, Coach, it is Marcus who should be the one to worry," came the confident reply. Lin Hong smiled widely, appearing quite relaxed. In their upcoming encounter, the one truly burdened with immense pressure was undoubtedly the unfortunate soul on the opposite side, the one he had thoroughly defeated in the warm-up match. He himself was merely an obscure rookie ranked outside the top 60. Having advanced to the lottery level, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of numerous teams. Even if he were to stop at the elite quarterfinals, his remarkable emergence would suffice to secure a favorable draft position. However, the situation was markedly different for Marcus Camby. From this season onwards, he had been vying with Duncan for the title of the strongest center of the 1996 class. On multiple draft predictions, he was ranked second, trailing only Duncan, with some media outlets even placing Camby at the top. After all, centers were generally more coveted than guards. If, in the quarterfinals, Marcus Camby were to be decisively defeated by Lin Hong, exposing the hollowness behind his facade, his previously soaring draft prospects would undoubtedly take a nosedive, if not plummet entirely. In summary, Lin Hong faced no loss and defeat, while a victory would be immensely rewarding. On the other hand, Camby had a baseline to protect. But a loss would be detrimental. Thus, who bore the greater pressure? The answer was abundantly clear. Of course, Lin Hong was a force comparable to the peak of Shaquille O'Neal. How could he possibly be intimidated by Camby, the so-called silver gun? To his astonishment, this year's NCAA Elite Eight was actually being held at the North Shore Garden, located in Boston, Massachusetts. This famed venue was none other than the home court of the Boston Celtics. The commentator for the NCAA Elite Eight surveyed the arena, filled with nostalgia. This legendary venue, renowned throughout NBA history, was indeed brimming with charm. Today, the North Shore Garden was poised to witness a formidable showdown between Massachusetts and Georgetown. Given that the Celtics had intentionally underperformed this season, their dismal record meant they were highly likely to secure the first overall pick in the upcoming draft. Both Massachusetts and Georgetown boasted star prospects in Camby, Iverson, and Lin Hong. It was conceivable that the burden of reviving the Celtics might fall upon one of these teams. With both the University of Massachusetts and the Celtics situated in the same state, the NCAA organizers promptly contacted the Celtics to propose using the North Shore Garden as the venue for this pivotal match. The Cardinal was, of course, in full agreement. The Celtics had initially intended to operate discreetly, avoiding excessive interaction with Lin Hong prior to the draft. However, with the NCAA officials personally negotiating, it was precisely what the Cardinal had hoped for. They could watch Lin Hong's performance openly in their own backyard. What could be more advantageous? Auerbach even began to contemplate. Perhaps this was a divine hint. No. It should be interpreted as a clear indication that he ought to select the beast from the Far East, Lin Hong, with the team's second overall pick. Meanwhile, seated on the bench, Marcus Camby took deep breaths to calm his nerves. This was no joke. This was Massachusetts, the home ground of the Boston Celtics, the illustrious North Shore Garden. In other words, this was Marcus Camby's territory. As a top draft prospect and one of the strongest rookies of the 1996 class, if he were to be thoroughly bested by the foreign monster in his own backyard, he would have no face left to show to the people of Massachusetts. Chapter 58, Block Camby, a fortuitous start. Marcus Camby felt an immense weight of pressure today. The North Shore Garden was the home of the only NBA team in Massachusetts, the Boston Celtics. Listen, Marcus, take it easy, said John Calipari, the head coach of the University of Massachusetts, as he approached his player from behind and patted him firmly on the shoulder. This is your home court, you understand? Show the confidence and poise befitting a host. Although the North Shore Garden was not the home ground of either Georgetown or Massachusetts, it was still located in Massachusetts. Most of the fans in attendance were supporters of the University of Massachusetts, effectively making it their second home court. This season, Camby had reached a career-high average of 21 points per game, and particularly when playing at home, his average had soared to nearly 26 points. Calipari aimed to have Camby treat the North Shore Garden as his own home court, allowing him to unleash his best performance. By defeating Iverson and Lin Hong, he could advance to the semifinals and face Duncan in a battle for the title of the strongest center of 1996. Listen to me, Marcus. If you can lead the team to victory over Georgetown today, Calipari began to paint a grand picture. You will be one of the two candidates for the first overall pick in 1996. With the Celtics' dismal performance this year, they were highly likely to secure the second overall pick in their history. You could very well be the choice they need. As long as Camby could decisively end the discussion surrounding the first pick, he would be the best candidate for the 1996 draft, no contest. Given that the Celtics were expected to secure the first overall pick due to their poor record, it was indeed plausible that the North Shore Garden could become Camby's home court in the future. Coach, I understand what you mean, and I know what to do. Camby replied, feeling enlightened after Calipari's motivational speech. The weight on his shoulders felt significantly lighter, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and a smile returned to his face. Just as Calipari had suggested, the NCAA's decision to host the Elite Eight at Boston's North Shore Garden might very well be a means of generating momentum for him. Defeating the Chinese Shark, vanquishing his rival Iverson, and meeting Duncan in the semifinals to vie for the coveted title of the 1996 #1 pick. With this thought in mind, Camby's fist clenched tightly, an unprecedented fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Georgetown had not tasted defeat this season, however. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being the first to deliver them that bitter experience. Indeed, it would be the last of the season. Youth is often characterized by exuberance and bravado, especially for a prodigious talent like Camby. As warm-ups concluded swiftly, both teams' starting fives took to the court. Lin. Don't underestimate him. Don't let Marcus blow you away, Iverson teased Lin Hong as they stepped onto the North Shore Garden floor. He is touted as the second strongest center of the 1996 class. The strongest center of 96 is obviously me. At the very least, it's Tim. Doesn't he even deserve to be called second? Lin Hong smiled lightly, teasingly remarking, Allen, do not forget, even you have been brought down to the ground by me. There is no need to resort to personal attacks. Allen Iverson's smile suddenly froze. If that is the case, I shall rephrase my request. Give that pretentious fool from Massachusetts a thorough thrashing, one that is even more brutal than what I could endure. You need not tell me. I shall do so regardless. Lin Hong, wearing a smile, exchanged a high five with Allen Iverson before making his way to the center circle. On the Massachusetts side, his jump ball opponent was none other than Marcus Camby. Marcus, long time no see, Lin remarked. However, upon glancing at the grinning Lin Hong, Camby felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance and coldly replied, Lin, I hope you can still laugh after this. The same goes for you, Lin Hong retorted. Then shifted his focus to the basketball held aloft by the referee. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. With a powerful push of his foot, Lin Hong leapt into the air, effortlessly redirecting the ball back into Allen Iverson's hands. Standing at an imposing height of 2.11 meters, Marcus Camby, despite his utmost effort to jump, found himself significantly outmatched by Lin Hong in both elevation and speed. Georgetown secured the first possession of the game. With a resounding thud, Lin Hong landed and, without a moment's hesitation regarding the defender before him, sprinted forward with great strides. The classic fast break of Georgetown was underway. However, it would not be so simple. Following Lin, Camby matched his pace, pursuing relentlessly. In terms of athletic prowess, Camby was undoubtedly a standout among interior players. He had previously executed similar half-court defensive recoveries and emphatic blocks. He had even envisioned the scene of a triumphant block followed by a chest-thumping roar. Gazing down at Lin Hong with disdain, ready to humiliate him, little did he expect that it would all be in vain. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Whoosh! Iverson's quarterback-style pass soared over Camby's head, with the Massachusetts superstar only managing to reach the three-point arc. Meanwhile, Lin Hong had already stormed into the area near the free-throw line. With a resounding thud, he firmly caught Iverson's long pass, stepping forward to take off, his legs alternating in a powerful surge of energy. Crash! With an explosive single-handed dunk, he executed one of Georgetown's most polished opening plays of the season. The synergy between Allen's quarterback-like passes and Lin's fast breaks was becoming increasingly harmonious. Notably, as Lin Hong charged into the offensive zone, he completely shook off the superstar Marcus Camby from Massachusetts. The two seasoned commentators on the sidelines engaged in a flurry of analysis, observing the dynamics of this single offensive and defensive exchange. Lin Hong's prowess in both jumping and speed can only be described as utterly dominant, eclipsing Marcus Camby's capabilities by a significant margin, at least in terms of athleticism. However, one must refrain from making overly bold assertions. Camby, unable to thwart Lin Hong's advances at the onset, may very well retaliate on the offensive end, leveraging his own skills to exploit Lin Hong's defense and reclaim the advantage. As the game transitions from defense to offense, the University of Massachusetts initiates a possession. The team's point guard brings the ball across half-court, pausing at the top of the arc until Camby positions himself in the paint, at which point the ball is delivered to him. Although Camby's offensive abilities are somewhat limited, he is undeniably a formidable presence in the NCAA arena. With a resounding thud, Camby establishes his position low, backing into Lin Hong. He attempts to assert his strength through a series of shoulder dips, aiming to displace Lin Hong and execute a powerful dunk. Regrettably, Lin Hong remains steadfast, refusing to yield an inch. In addition to his speed and vertical leap, Camby finds himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Nevertheless, he possesses a secret weapon, a delicate hook shot. After several fruitless attempts to overpower Lin Hong, Camby shifts his body and raises his arm, unleashing his hook shot. In a split second, Lin Hong, who had been patiently anticipating this moment, bends his knees and leaps. With his long arms extended, he forcefully intercepts the ball midair, grasping it with one hand. The advantages of his explosive vertical leap, reach, and powerful hands are vividly illustrated in this spectacular block, all unfolding within the brief span of just 1 minute. Lin Hong's speed, vertical leap, shooting velocity, arm span, and defensive awareness were displayed to perfection. This extraordinary start left him somewhat dazed. Was it that he had truly improved, or was Marcus Camby simply so vulnerable? Meanwhile, Marcus Camby was equally bewildered. How could it be that after just 3 months apart, this rookie from the East had seemingly evolved so dramatically? Not only was his strength overwhelming, but his shooting speed was also astonishing. Had his signature move, the unstoppable little hook shot that had triumphed throughout the NCAA, truly been thwarted? Camby was at a loss. This was not the narrative he had anticipated. Where was the promised revenge? Where was the chance to rectify past humiliations? Where was the anticipated dominance? At this moment, all he experienced was relentless defeat. Chapter 59, The Lament of the North Shore Garden. After successfully blocking the shot, Lin Hong did not hesitate and promptly passed the ball to Allen Iverson on the other side. Iverson seized the opportunity and swiftly transitioned into an offensive play. Lin Hong swiftly advanced to the front court with decisive strides. The players from Massachusetts responded to the defense with remarkable promptness, as they were indeed the formidable contenders who reached the Final Four in the previous timeline. Apart from Camby, the other players exhibited slightly lesser prowess. Yet they were still commendable athletes in their own right. Alas, before the dazzling duo of Iverson and Lin Hong, they appeared somewhat inadequate. Iverson alone drew the attention of 2 defenders. Confronted with a double team, he remained unflustered, executing a cunning behind-the-back bounce pass that sent the ball into the paint. Lin Hong extended his long arm effortlessly to catch the ball. Behind him was the determined Marcus Camby, striving to defend against him. Marcus, stay focused. The game has only just begun. Coach Calipari shouted from the sidelines, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. Camby, startled by Coach Calipari's words, realized it had only been a minute since the game commenced. I am being overly sensitive, he thought, shaking his head and casting aside all unrealistic distractions. Lin Hong held the ball, backing down his opponent. With the initial collision, Camby felt as though his heart was being mercilessly struck by the hammer of Thor. Boom. The force of Lin Hong's impact enveloped him in an unusual sense of oppression. Bang. Bang. With each subsequent collision, the intensity escalated. Camby found himself retreating repeatedly. Lin Hong surged towards the basket like a formidable bulldozer. With his left hand fending off Camby, he pivoted and leaped, soaring like a dragon in the sky. And with a single arm, he swung towards the hoop. Crash. Camby was once again overwhelmed by Lin Hong. Marcus, can you withstand it any longer? After Lin Hong violently dropped the basket, he bellowed furiously at Camby. If you can't take it, just let me know. I shall be gentler in my torment, you coward. Camby, seething with rage, his eyes bloodshot, appeared to have suffered a profound humiliation. He glared back, retorting, You insolent fool, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Lin Hong disregarded the situation entirely, gesturing towards his own mind. Do you know what I am contemplating at this moment? Camby, taken aback, instinctively inquired. What? I am already pondering my next opponent. Tell me, do you think Tim can withstand my onslaught? What does that mean? Do you believe victory is assured? Who do you look down upon? You all have no next round. With a cold, cutting remark, Camby swiftly turned and dashed to the sidelines to execute the baseline throw-in. As the transition of offense and defense occurred, Massachusetts seized possession of the ball. Point guard Marcos, upon crossing half-court, utilized a teammate's screen and executed a direct drive past Page-Eye, culminating in a mid-range jump shot. Clang! The basketball struck the rim, and Camby positioned himself firmly beneath the basket, effectively sealing off Lin Hong. Lin Hong shrugged, exhibiting no sense of urgency, a mocking smile lingering on his face. Humph. It appears he was merely being boastful. Camby successfully positioned himself behind Lin Hong, feeling a sense of secret triumph within. Now, isn't it my turn to secure the offensive rebound? Camby pinned Lin Hong down, leaping and extending his arms to claim the offensive board. However, to his astonishment, Lin Hong, who had seemingly been trapped behind him, soared higher in the next moment, just as Camby was about to seize the rebound. Lin Hong swiftly tapped the basketball into the air once more. After it descended, he sprang up like lightning for a second time. Reaching out again, he effortlessly secured the rebound and passed the ball to Iverson, who advanced with it. Lin Hong swiftly positioned himself in the front court. Allen, after establishing low post position, Iverson arrived just as the ball did. Massachusetts power forward, Bohr, stands 10 centimeters shorter than Lin Hong and weighs over 30 pounds less. Bang, bang. Lin Hong lowered his center of gravity and forcefully drove towards the basket. With each powerful collision, Ayotte found himself unable to halt his momentum, being pushed back 2 steps. Meanwhile, the agile and evasive Marcos, witnessing the scene, immediately rushed over to attempt to steal. At that moment, Lin Hong executed a swift pivot to the right. forcefully maneuvering between the two individuals and advancing into the 3-second zone beneath the basket. The two immediately quickened their pace to pursue him, attempting to block his shot. Lin Hong remained undeterred, resolutely rising to his feet. With a spring-like vigor, he propelled himself upward. After a fierce collision with Lin Hong, both Marcos and Paul found themselves slightly unbalanced. In a moment of haste, Marcos seized Lin Hong's left arm, while Paul grasped his right shoulder. However, the ascending Lin Hong was not swayed by their attempts to restrain him. With a thunderous roar, he tightened his grip on the ball, his arm muscles taut, veins bulging on his forehead, defiantly holding on to both men. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. The cheerleaders at the sidelines covered their mouths in astonishment, their eyes wide and unblinking. Numerous spectators in the stands rose in unison, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle or calamity. What the hell? Lin, is he really going to execute a slam dunk while carrying two men? Good heavens! If he manages to score, it would undoubtedly be among the greatest plays in history. Thank you, my God. He has truly taken off. At this moment, the most exhilarated individuals must be Marcos and Paul, clinging to Lin Hong like ornaments, their heads spinning in disbelief. Is this man even human? Two strong men can't hold him back? He is soaring to perform an explosive dunk. Oh Lord, how has our nation produced such an extraordinary beast? It's as if the spirit of the great shark has possessed him. The defense is utterly helpless and too afraid to foul. How on earth can anyone defend against this? How can the game continue? Marcos and Paul dare not release their grip. If they let go, they would surely topple unceremoniously. Who knows if they would get injured? Clinging tightly to this monstrous figure is undoubtedly the safest course of action. The audience collectively stood, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, fist clenched, holding their breath. Even Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, was momentarily transfixed, staring at Lin Hong, who bore the weight of two men. Players from both the Georgetown and Massachusetts benches stood in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. On the court, the players from both teams seemed as if under a spell, rendered motionless like statues. The air felt suspended in time, as if it had forgotten how to advance. The entire North Shore Garden Arena was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All gazes were fixated on Lin Hong, who, while carrying two men, bore an expression of fierce determination on his face. Get off me, he bellowed. With a thunderous roar, Lin Hong resembled a fierce tiger, shaking the very core of those who witnessed it. His arms unleashed an unparalleled force, resembling the weight of Mount Tai, as he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The resounding clang echoed through the air, a powerful dunk. The referee, belatedly aware of the spectacle, blew the whistle. The sheer magnitude of the dunk was astonishing. It was a rare sight to behold someone completing such a feat while being burdened by two imposing figures. With the two companions hanging onto him, Lin Hong was reluctant to release his grip. The potential consequences of a misstep upon landing, where one might inadvertently fall and the others could crash down upon him, were simply unfathomable. Lin Hong naturally understood this principle. With both hands gripping the rim, he exerted a powerful downward pull. As the three descended to the lowest point, he noticed that the two still had no intention of letting go. Lin Hong immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and jump down." Marcos and Bor, hanging onto him, saw the distorted rim and the tilting structure, causing them to release their grip in fright. Bang! However, Bor, who was clinging to Lin Hong's left arm, stumbled forward upon landing. "Get out of the way." Lin Hong hung onto the hoop with both hands, unleashing a furious roar at Bol beneath the basket. Upon glancing up at the precariously swaying basketball hoop, Bol was instantly struck with terror, prompting him to roll forward in a frantic escape. With a resounding crack, the suspended hoop shattered. The backboard, crafted from tempered glass, quickly became a spider web of fractures radiating from the center of the hoop. Suddenly, with a cacophonous crash, the crack splintered, and shards of tempered glass cascaded downward. Witnessing this all-too-familiar scene, Lin Hong's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Goodness, this could be life-threatening. Chapter 60, a bloody dunk that shattered Camby's dreams of glory. The hoop creaked ominously after absorbing Lin Hong's ferocious slam. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, the basketball hoop swayed violently, creaking as if lamenting its fate, before it abruptly collapsed. What the heck? No way. Are you kidding me? Journalists and photographers surrounding the hoop scattered like startled birds, hastily rising to evade danger, fearful of being caught in the chaos and injured by the fallen structure. The wind howled fiercely. Lin Hong immediately discarded the steel ring in his hands, covering his head with both hands, preparing to flee. At that moment, the timer above the hoop came crashing down. Perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate Lin Hong's arrogance. As the timer fell, it struck his hands. Oh no! I've been hit. Fortunately, his arm shielded his head, or he would have been severely injured. Damn it. This world is not worth it. I was merely attempting a normal dunk. Why did those two scoundrels have to implicate me? Finally finding refuge in a safe zone, Lin Hong, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed at the chaotic scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Good grief. Truly, the destroyer of backboards. The basketball hoop has once again been toppled by him. The commentary team was nearly paralyzed with shock. Oh my gosh. Lin, indeed, this violent little monster has shattered the backboard and furiously overturned the hoop. The commentator's face flushed crimson, excitement reaching a fever pitch, his voice soaring to an unprecedented height. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of all, he began to swing his fists in wild celebration. His partner, witnessing this familiar scene, erupted in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Nice. This is the feeling." Lin once again shattered the backboard, even toppling the basketball hoop. Hilariously, this unfortunate soul was struck by the timer. I should have warned him beforehand. If the hoop is toppled, one must evacuate immediately. Otherwise, one might incur the wrath of the timer. Indeed, this little monster was hit. And I never expected to witness such a breathtaking scene in my lifetime. The commentator seated in the center was left dumbfounded, his mind in utter disarray. The notion of two players dunking simultaneously while shattering the backboard was already unfathomable. And now, the hoop itself lay on the ground. Mediocrity had limited his imagination. Ever since Shaquille O'Neal wreaked havoc on the rim, leading to game stoppages, the NBA reinforced the hoops. Since then, even O'Neal himself had not shattered a backboard again. Nor had any hoop been toppled. Yet today, a towering freshman from the heavenly kingdom unleashed such ferocious power that he shattered the backboard and even brought down the hoop. How terrifying is that? Is this not more brutal than Shaquille's rampage? The referees, forced into action, blew their whistles. The game once again paused. The fans in attendance gasped in disbelief, still in shock, so much so that they momentarily forgot to cheer and scream. The massive screen hanging above the court repeatedly replayed that astonishing moment. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Unbelievable. This must be a dream. Lin's dunk over two players was already shocking enough. I never imagined he would not only shatter the backboard again, but also topple the hoop. Gazing at the collapsed rim, Lin was left in a state of despair. He truly did not expect that the home court of the Boston Celtics would be so fragile. He hadn't even exerted himself fully, and it had collapsed. In truth, today's incident was not entirely Lin's fault. The North Shore Garden, formerly known as the Fleet Center, was the new arena where the Celtics had just relocated last summer, despite moving to a new venue. The old backboards from Boston Garden were retained to honor the Celtics' glorious tradition. According to the original plan, these two hoops were to serve until the new millennium. This was also a profound symbol for the franchise. Before entering the new century, replacing the old hoops symbolized the ushering in of a new era, signifying that the Celtics would achieve new heights and enter a fresh basketball epic. However, no one anticipated that this backboard, which had withstood the ravages of time and the assaults from the likes of Shaquille, could not endure Lin's audacious displays of skill. The unexpected event left even the seasoned officials speechless. They could hardly believe that a college player had managed to topple an NBA-grade hoop. This seemed utterly unreasonable. More importantly, Lin's weight was not the critical factor in the hoop's collapse. In the NBA, there were many players with greater mass. What truly overwhelmed the hoop was Lin's terrifying strength power that approached the very ceiling of the NBA. Marcus Camby was left dumbstruck. Lin Hong repeatedly shattered his understanding of reality. After all, breaking a basketball rim was something he had only witnessed with Shaquille O'Neal. Who is O'Neal? He is the legendary Big Shark, a monstrous force in the paint. Only a natural powerhouse with unparalleled weight could crush a rim or even collapse a basketball hoop. And Lin Hong? A freshman from the Celestial Empire, possessing such extraordinary strength? Who is he trying to fool? Even fiction would not dare to depict this. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him. Lin Hong did not merely collapse an NCAA-level basketball hoop. He dismantled the very apparatus of the NBA's hallowed court. His strength is indeed comparable to that of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Coach, we have a situation. In the office of the general manager at the North Shore Garden, the newly appointed head coach, M.L. Kale, rushed in, breathless and stammering. The game. Kale, remember what I told you. In times of crisis, one must remain composed. This is the hallmark of a true coach. Observing his flustered disciple, who was too agitated to articulate his thoughts, Auerbach shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. What has happened? Did Lin dunk on Marcus? Or was it Marcus who fell victim to Lin's block? Is it not merely a case of a top draft prospect being overwhelmed by Lin Hong? Such trivialities hardly warrant a coach's panic, let alone an urgent report. Youth. My friend still lacks sufficient experience. Auerbach had faced far more dramatic situations than this. Coach, it's not that. M.L. Cale wiped the sweat from his brow, inhaled deeply to steady his racing heart, and continued. Lin, he brought down the basketball hoop. Oh, the hoop has been brought down? What did you say? Auerbach's pupils dilated, his hand holding the cigar froze midair. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet, his gaze intense and commanding. Cale, repeat what you just said. With a gulp, M.L. Cale recounted every detail of the shocking incident that had just transpired on the court. Lin, in a counterattack, defied the grasp of two defenders, soared above them, and brought the hoop crashing down. Incredible! After a brief moment of astonishment, Auerbach regained his composure. After a few contemplative seconds, he exhaled a puff of smoke and issued his directive. Cale, I am filled with anticipation for Lin's future. Pass the word along. Our players must give their utmost in every single game. Remember, every game. Auerbach's meaning was unmistakable. The pursuit of excellence must not falter. We must not allow the Vancouver Grizzlies or the Philadelphia 76ers to surpass us in the final moments, thus losing this battle of mediocrity. Auerbach had made up his mind. This year's draft must secure Lin Hong. If we do not obtain the first overall pick, we shall trade our high-ranking first-round selection, an all-star player, and picks for the next 3 years to ensure Lin Hong becomes the cornerstone of our franchise. With Lin Hong, the Celtics could guarantee 2 decades of glory. Chapter 61, A Man Without a Template. At the North Shore Garden, Lin stood there, utterly bewildered. What? The staff member approached Lin Hong, trembling as he pointed to the hoop in Lin's hands. Oh, this? It's for you. Lin Hong smiled as he handed the basket to the staff member. The staff member cautiously received the basket from Lin Hong's hands. Beneath Lin Hong's cheerful visage, the prominent veins and muscles, forged like steel, made the staff member's heart skip a beat. Could he be a devil? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If Lin Hong were to strike me with a punch, would I make it to the hospital? Perhaps there would be no chance at all. I might just ascend to the heavens on the spot. The staff began to replace the basketball hoop. After installing a brand new hoop, they continued to inspect and reinforce it with additional care. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands remained unusually silent, seemingly savoring the explosive moment that had just transpired. Lin Hong's remarkable ability to collapse the basketball hoop while carrying 2 individuals has left an indelible impact on the fans. Lin, have you been possessed by Superman or Thanos? Iverson inquired uncertainly as he approached Lin Hong. Lin Hong shrugged nonchalantly. That had merely been a sudden surge of adrenaline. To be honest, you genuinely startled me just now. Iverson had witnessed Lin Hong shattering backboards before. He'd even seen him topple entire basketball hoops. But today, Lin Hong didn't just shatter the backboard or demolish the hoop. The astonishing part was that he did it while carrying 2 people on his back. Unthinkable. Unheard of. Utterly mind-blowing. Forget the fans, even now, Iverson's mind was still reeling. How could the basketball hoop at the North Shore Garden Arena just collapse like that? This was an NBA standard hoop. The sheer absurdity of it was staggering. Alan, why the fuss? Jerome Williams shrugged, remarkably composed. Haven't you gotten used to it by now? Lin has stunned us so many times. I'm completely desensitized, unfazed, utterly calm. Having been Lin Hong's teammate for so long, Williams had lost count of the outrageous stunts he'd pulled. Toppling a basketball hoop? Just another day at the office. You're absolutely right. Iverson conceded, realizing the truth in Williams' words. Has Lin Hong's outrageous performance become so commonplace? You should have grown accustomed to it by now. Following a brief interruption, the match resumed. However, despite the basketball hoop being replaced, the mental state of the players from both teams underwent a dramatic transformation. Aside from Marcus Camby, who remained undeterred and could still regard Lin Hong with a semblance of normalcy, the other Massachusetts players looked at Lin with the trepidation one might reserve for a formidable beast, shivering in fear. When morale dissipates, leading a team becomes an arduous task. In stark contrast, the Georgetown players were buoyed with enthusiasm, each one eager to prove themselves. Even the towering Jerome Williams found success beyond the three-point line, making 2 consecutive shots and showcasing his prowess. The shifting tide slowly began to favor Georgetown. By halftime, the Georgetown team had collectively scored 58 points at the North Shore Garden, leading Massachusetts by a significant 20 points with a score of 58-38. Gentlemen, rally your spirits. This is the Elite Eight, not a trivial affair. During the intermission, in the Massachusetts locker room, head coach John Calipari bellowed, "Everyone, lift your spirits. We are in Massachusetts, on our home ground." Little did Calipari realize that the opening dunk by the freshman across the court had dominantly shaped the course of the game. In the eyes of the Massachusetts players, Lin Hong was either a monster or a deity, certainly not an ordinary person. Yet, they were just ordinary players. How could mere mortals contend with a creature of such caliber? Coach, I have not given up. Despite the immense pressure he faced before the game, Marcus Camby remained resolute. He understood that a loss today would not only mean the team's elimination but would also extinguish his chances of competing for the title of the strongest center of '96. The prestigious #1 position for that year would be forever out of his reach. From every conceivable angle, Camby found himself with no avenue of retreat. As the second half commenced, both teams continued to field their strongest lineups. The Massachusetts players took to the court, with point guard Marcos bringing the ball across half-court, executing the play by lofting the ball to Camby in the post. Thud. Holding the ball low, Camby was acutely aware that his strength was insufficient to overpower Lin Hong. Resolutely, he opted for an unorthodox yet dazzling footwork maneuver. He spun to face the basket, feigned a shot, and after drawing Lin Hong into the air, he pivoted to the other side, executing a delicate hook shot. It must be said that Camby's modified footwork caught Lin Hong off guard. Lin had presumed Camby to be merely a defensive stalwart with limited offensive skills. Regrettably, despite being deceived by Camby's feint, Lin swiftly rebounded, propelled by his extraordinary vertical leap, and with a mighty slap, sent the basketball soaring into the bench. On the court, Camby, having been rejected by Lin's second jump, found his awareness momentarily fading. This block not only extinguished Massachusetts' hopes of a comeback but also shattered his dreams of claiming the top pick. After repeated failures and being overwhelmed on both ends of the court by Lin Hong, Camby's inner resolve disintegrated completely. The obsession with defeating Lin Hong dissipated, leaving Camby mired in a quagmire of self-doubt. Was defeating a player of Lin's caliber truly within his grasp? No. It was beyond me. Camby, akin to a lost soul, sank deeper into despair. Ultimately, he joined the ranks of those who had succumbed to Massachusetts' hopelessness. Although John Calipari continued to shout from the sidelines in a desperate attempt to awaken his players, his efforts proved futile. Alas, poor Marcus, rendered mute by Lin Hong's prowess. May he find solace in sweet dreams tonight. Subsequently, Lin Hong entered a mode of unparalleled dominance, unleashing the full extent of his inner cosmos. Time and again, he bombarded the Massachusetts basket. Just 6 minutes into the second half, Camby had already accrued 4 fouls. Yet, Massachusetts coach Calipari seemed to believe a comeback was still feasible, choosing to keep Camby on the court. At the 7:32 mark of the second half, Georgetown regained possession of the ball. Lin Hong positioned himself low, preparing to receive the ball for a back-to-basket play. However, Camby unexpectedly embraced him from behind. What does this signify? Lin Hong scratched his head, gazing in bewilderment at Camby behind him. The referee, witnessing this scene, hesitated for a brief moment. An intentional foul? Under the burden of 4 personal fouls, an intentional foul? What sort of maneuver is this? In all his officiating career, he had never encountered such a scenario. The whistle, though belated, is never absent. Camby, as anticipated, received his 5th foul and was expelled from the game. As he exited, there was no sign of discontent on his face. Instead, a fleeting smile of relief crossed his features. Seated on the bench, Camby bowed his head, concealing it beneath a towel. It seemed Marcus's composure had been severely shaken. The commentator mused with a tone of lament, "This is truly dreadful for Marcus. I believe this match could have a profound impact on his future career." The commentator's words rang true. For as Camby exited following his intentional foul, scouts in the stands hastily jotted down remarks in their reports. Lacks professional attitude. Retreats in the face of adversity? Such assessments would undoubtedly cause Camby's draft stock to plummet. The NBA draft considers not only talent but places significant emphasis on the character and mental fortitude of players. Only those endowed with talent, determination, and self-discipline have the potential to evolve into superstars. Take Lin Hong on the court, for instance. He exemplifies his talent, tenacity, and mental resilience to the fullest. This truly represents the ideal cornerstone for a team as foundation. When it comes to archetypes, scouts find themselves at a loss. Although Lin Hong ranks prominently in the predictions for the draft board, his draft template has been in a constant state of flux. Shaquille O'Neal? Hakeem Olajuwon? Wilt Chamberlain? No, none of these are suitable. The selection template for Lin Hong remains inconclusive. In other words, he is a man without a template. Chapter 62, The Flying Devil. The last hope for the Massachusetts team. After Camby left the game, Massachusetts was left without a leader, utterly powerless. Recognizing the inevitable defeat and the futility of a comeback, the head coach of Massachusetts, with a countenance filled with resignation, called a timeout with 8 minutes and 32 seconds remaining, substituting the starters for the entire bench, thereby conceding the match. This signifies that Georgetown is poised to advance to the Final Four, preparing to face the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Lin Hong and Iverson both found themselves on the bench. This so-called clash of the titans among the strongest centers of the class of '96 ended abruptly. Lacking the expected intensity and grandeur, Lin Hong delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing 36 points, 18 rebounds, and 12 blocks. Meanwhile, Iverson effortlessly contributed 18 points for rebounds and 14 assists. Georgetown triumphed over Massachusetts with a commanding score of 90-60. With this victory, Georgetown decisively advanced to the Final Four. Thus, the Final Four of this season's NCAA championship has been established. With the conclusion of the match, the formidable quartet has officially emerged: Kentucky, featuring Antoine Walker, California, led by Sharif Abdurrahim; Wake Forest, with Tim Duncan; and Georgetown, boasting the dynamic duo of Lin Hong and Iverson. The matchups for the Final Four have also been revealed: California versus Kentucky, and Wake Forest against Georgetown. At this point, it appears there are no towering players capable of matching Lin's prowess. However, there is still one contender. Although Marcus fell short, we have the Flying Devil. That individual surpasses Marcus in skill, with a refined technique and a solid foundation that is far from mere reputation. If anyone in the NCAA stands a chance against Lin, it would be Tim. Following their victory over Massachusetts, Georgetown has surged into the Final Four, fervently pursuing the championship title. This year, in the NCAA Final Four, Georgetown will face off against the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Lin Hong versus Duncan. The clash of the titans in the realm of interior dominance is imminent. I have long asserted that Marcus does not rank as the supreme big man of the class of '96. Why then, do you remain unconvinced? During the post-match interview, Iverson delivered a sharp retort. From the moment Lin trampled him during warm-ups, he ceased to be the strongest center. Iverson's candid remarks dealt a heavy blow to Camby's already fragile psyche. Yet, such is the nature of competitive sports. It is a ruthless arena where victors emerge, and the vanquished fade away, where only the formidable endure. As victors, Lin Hong and Iverson undoubtedly possess the authority to utter such bold statements. Conversely, for the defeated Camby, no matter how much he resents the outcome, it cannot alter his fate of elimination. His exit not only signifies the end of his hopes for reaching the NCAA Final Four, but also extinguishes his aspirations of being the top draft pick. In the evening's ESPN NCAA special segment, several seasoned basketball analysts commenced a discussion on the topic of whether the fierce rivalry between Marcus and Lin for the title of the strongest interior player might have reached its conclusion prematurely. Marcus Camby has long been recognized as the most formidable post player of the 1996 draft class, second only to Duncan, and was once a strong contender for the top pick. However, in today's match, Lin Hong, relying purely on his physical prowess, delivered a decisive blow to Camby on both ends of the court. It is understandable if a rookie's skills are somewhat raw, as they can certainly be refined over time. However, when one is significantly outmatched in innate talent, the possibility of improvement becomes exceedingly slim. Clearly, Camby's defeat today signifies the loss of more than just superficial accolades. It reflects a stark deficiency in talent. I believe the need for further discussion on this topic has dissipated, as both Lin and Marcus have effectively put an end to any lingering uncertainty with their performances. Another expert boldly proclaimed that if one were to select the strongest interior player at this moment, Lin would be the unequivocal choice, even surpassing Tim. Thus, Lin's ascension to the list of candidates for this year's top draft pick is wholly justified. This year, the race for the top pick will predominantly involve Allen, Lin, and Tim. Camby, originally a formidable contender for the top pick alongside Iverson, has been overshadowed by the emergence of a more formidable contender, the enhanced version of Shaquille O'Neal, effectively displacing Camby's position. It is no wonder that many assert this year's Georgetown team is the most dominant in the history of the Big East Conference. With both Allen and Lin, two frontrunners for the top pick, on the same roster, how could their competitive spirit be anything but formidable? Indeed, it is a rarity in NCAA history for a single team to feature two players vying for the top pick. I firmly believe that Georgetown is an unstoppable force this year, and securing the NCAA championship is merely a matter of time. However, it may be premature to assert this, as they are set to face the formidable Wake Forest Demon Deacons in the semifinals. Let us not forget that last season, it was Tim who eliminated Allen's Georgetown team. Thus, it is still too early to draw definitive conclusions. Perhaps the Wake Forest team, led by their soaring demon, could very well turn the tide and keep Georgetown from reaching the finals. Both Iverson and Lin Hong possess an unwavering determination to lead Georgetown to the NCAA championship. Tim Duncan shares this fervent desire for victory. His hunger for a championship is no less intense than that of his peers. Last season, Duncan led Wake Forest to a resounding victory over Georgetown, yet they ultimately fell short in the Final Four. This season, Wake Forest has made a formidable return, with Duncan once again guiding his team to the Final Four. If he can replicate last season's success by defeating Georgetown, Wake Forest will etch its name in history by reaching the NCAA Finals for the first time. As for the two teams in the lower bracket, Duncan has thoroughly analyzed their strengths and weaknesses. They pose little concern. In essence, the team that prevails in the matchup between Georgetown and Wake Forest will likely secure this year's NCAA championship. Prior to the commencement of the Final Four, ESPN has timely updated its draft predictions, with Tim Duncan still holding the top position. Lin Hong ascended directly to the second position, with his teammate Iverson closely following. In this series, Georgetown has achieved remarkable success, overcoming numerous challenges and adversaries, remaining undefeated thus far. Lin Hong's performance has become increasingly remarkable. Yet Allen Iverson consistently demonstrates steady progress, often showcasing explosive highlights. Conversely, Marcus Camby, who originally occupied the second position, faced an unexpected downfall in this forecast. In a fierce showdown against Lin Hong, Camby was overwhelmed on both offensive and defensive fronts, resulting in his plummet to 6th place. Stephen Marbury maintains his solid position, still holding the 4th spot. Meanwhile, Raheem has firmly secured 5th place. This exceptional forward from the University of California has propelled his team forward, ensuring a place in the Final Four. Thus, his 5th position is indeed well-deserved. Camby, unfortunately, finds himself in the unfortunate 6th spot. Lin Hong's tremendous destructive power on both offensive and defensive ends, along with his decisive victory over Marcus Camby, has prompted a multitude of ESPN experts to recognize that this giant from the Celestial Empire is fully capable of contending for the title of the strongest center alongside Tim Duncan in the 1996 draft class. Should he triumph over Tim Duncan, Lin Hong's draft stock could witness a significant surge. He stands a genuine chance of becoming the first player in NCAA history to not be included in the initial 60-player roster at the season's outset, yet ultimately achieving a remarkable ascent to the coveted number 1 pick. Chapter 63, that year, the CCTV tower was not yet the Big Pants. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Celestial Empire, NBA Commissioner David Stern hurriedly arrived at the CCTV building. This place was familiar to him. In 1989, he had come here with a box of videotapes, waiting for 2 hours in the lobby without an appointment for an audience with CCTV's leadership. After 2 hours, Procurement Officer Olajuwon received him, and after half an hour of negotiations, they ultimately signed a broadcasting contract for the NBA. Today, he returned. But this time it was regarding the NCAA Final Four broadcast, a matter with which he had no direct involvement. Prior to his trip to the Celestial Empire, he had already conferred with NCAA officials, entrusting the entirety of this negotiation to him. This time, Stern did not have to wait 2 hours at the CCTV building. He was promptly ushered into the conference room. "Hey, David, long time no see," greeted Olajuwon, an old acquaintance. Stern smiled and replied, "Hello, Mr. Lee. David, you must have a significant reason for visiting unexpectedly. Are you here to discuss increasing broadcast slots?" Olajuwon inquired. Stern shook his head. "Not exactly." "Then what brings you here today?" Olajuwon expressed some impatience, feeling that the foreigner was being cryptic. Stern then produced several newspapers and presented them to him. To become a procurement officer, one must possess a high level of English proficiency. After quickly scanning the newspapers, Olajuwon was rendered utterly astonished. Before him lay numerous newspapers, all sharing a common theme: reports on the Georgetown versus Massachusetts game. However, the headlines were increasingly sensational. "Superhuman Unleashed," "Rim Destroyer," "Nightmare Arrives," "Marcus Camby's lifelong rival," 36-18-12. "The Celestial Empire giant dominates the NCAA. Marcus Camby, I choose to surrender. Defying 2 opponents, shattering the basketball hoop and breaking the backboard? Is this even human?" Gasping in disbelief at the sight of the newspapers, Olajuwon inhaled sharply. Although he was aware of the NCAA's March Madness, he had not paid it much attention. "Lin Hong? Is he from our country? Why have I never heard of him? Could he be an American-born Chinese?" Stern shook his head. "According to my investigation, Lin is indeed a native of the Celestial Empire." "You mean to say that a Celestial Empire native shattered the rim on an NCAA court and could potentially become the number 1 draft pick?" Olajuwon's eyes widened in astonishment. It is virtually unheard of for someone from the Celestial Empire to achieve such feats in the NCAA. Reaching the Final Four in the NCAA tournament has already demonstrated that Lin Hong's basketball prowess has reached its pinnacle among his peers. Indeed, Lin is now quite famous across the United States, Stern remarked, savoring a sip of tea. Truly remarkable. Shattering hoops, breaking backboards, demolishing rims. As he gazed at the close-up of Lin Hong featured in the newspaper, Olajuwon wiped his glasses, confirming repeatedly, "This is real." The image captured from a low angle further emphasized the extraordinary nature of Lin's accomplishments. Lin Hong, gripping the hoop with an air of dominance. The skill of the cameraman is remarkable. One can discern from the photos the sheer ferocity displayed by Lin Hong at that moment. "So, Mr. David, what brings you here today?" Olajuwon struggled to suppress his inner excitement. Upon hearing this, Stern placed his teacup down. A glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "I hope to initiate a collaboration with CCTV Sports Channel. The NCAA Final Four is currently underway. I would like CCTV to broadcast the games of the team Lin is part of. A giant from our homeland playing in America will undoubtedly drive domestic fans into a frenzy." Stern's proposal was simply irresistible. Olajuwon immediately reported to his superiors. Subsequently, they engaged in a deep discussion. 2 hours later, both parties reached a cooperation agreement. This meant that CCTV would broadcast the Georgetown Final Four games. Consequently, Lin Hong would appear before the entire nation of basketball fans. After finalizing the NCAA broadcast, CCTV Sports Channel began preparing promotional content for the events. Stern had brought along a selection of Lin Hong's remarkable highlights. When the CCTV crew viewed Lin Hong's exhilarating clips, they were utterly astounded. The sheer dominance in both offense and defense. Domestic players could scarcely aspire to reach such heights, not to mention the rim-shattering dunks. It was simply breathtaking. It could be said that they had never witnessed such overwhelming highlights. Even the clips of Shaquille O'Neal would pale in comparison. Alas, I truly wish to witness Lin Hong's game live. Su Jiping gazed at the television highlights, somewhat tempted. Zhang Weiping sighed helplessly. Indeed, I too wish to attend. But we must go to Atlanta. When would we have the time to watch Lin Hong play? Su Jiping let out a heavy sigh. It is indeed a pity. It seems we can only wait for him to enter the NBA. Once he makes that leap, we shall have the opportunity to commentate on his games. Upon hearing the word commentate, Zhang Weiping's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Wait, old Su, what did you just say? I mentioned that if we have the chance to commentate on his games in the future. Before Su Jiping could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Weiping. Old Su, I have a plan, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Hey, old Zhang, what are you planning? I'm a bit scared. Let us speak calmly, shall we? Zhang Weiping rolled his eyes. Speak? Hurry up and follow me. I need to consult the leadership about broadcasting this year's NCAA games. What? Broadcasting NCAA games? Yes, what is wrong? We have never broadcasted NCAA games before, have we? If you insist on saying so, others haven't either. True enough. And don't underestimate the level of NCAA, remember, on the day of the NCAA finals. The NBA must step aside. Why? Because NCAA will snatch all the viewership from the NBA. After Zhang Weiping explained, he looked at Su Jiping. Moreover, if Georgetown makes it to the finals, a historic moment will grace the television screen. A Chinese basketball player, triumphing over a host of elite talents. Claiming the championship of the American Basketball League, what a feeling that would be. Su Jiping felt a surge of excitement, his blood racing, absolutely exhilarating. Immediately, he stood up and pulled Zhang Weiping along. Let us go. We need to find the leadership. Submit a report. Broadcast. Commentate. That afternoon, when CCTV aired Lin Hong's highlight reel, the basketball fans in the homeland erupted in fervor. The viewer hotline was inundated with calls. Everyone was inquiring about the identity of that tall fellow with yellow skin. Is he from our homeland? Following his explosive rise in America, Lin Hong was now a sensation back home. Chapter 64. A Convergence of Titans, Unveiling the Sword. Dikembe, is this guy your junior from your alma mater? In Colorado, Denver. Within the training facility of the Denver Nuggets, the team's star point guard, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, approached Mutombo, vigorously waving a newspaper. This junior of yours is quite remarkable. He quietly accomplished something monumental in Boston. He then placed the newspaper's front page in front of Mutombo. Look, he shattered the hoop at North Shore Garden. Shattering an NBA hoop, especially at such a renowned venue. It's no wonder Abdul-Rauf was so animated. Calm down, Mahmoud. You can't envy such talent. Mutombo shrugged. Appearing remarkably unfazed. I saw the news last night. You've been keeping an eye on Lin? Of course, he is my most valued junior. Currently leading Georgetown toward that elusive NCAA championship. Mutombo's fist cracked ominously, nearly landing a slap on Abdul Rauf's smug face. No one is more invested in Lin than I am. As a legendary center in Georgetown's history, how could Mutombo not pay attention to a prodigious talent like Lin Hong? Honestly, Dikembe, are you planning to watch Lin's game live? Certainly. The clash between Lin and Tim, the strongest interior players of the '96 class, is absolutely unmissable. Not only does Mutombo intend to witness the game in person, but he also plans to bring along Mourning to Madison Square Garden to serve as commentary guests for this match. In addition to the two former Georgetown teammates reuniting in the commentary booth, the NCAA event organizers are tirelessly promoting the epic showdown between Lin Hong and Duncan to unprecedented heights. New York is now awash with elements of the NCAA Final Four. Billboards showcasing slogans, fervent fans on the streets, and highlight reels playing on roadside screens. Passers-by often turn their heads to watch for a moment. However, to them, the highlight reels merely serve to alleviate their boredom. Yet, one individual stands apart from the rest. Whenever the big screen showcases Lin Hong's spectacular dunk that toppled the hoop, pedestrians seem entranced, unwittingly halting their steps. They widen their eyes, captivated by the explosive displays of this giant from our homeland. Once the highlights conclude, they suddenly feel an emptiness inside, reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, across the ocean in our homeland, Lin Hong's game footage, the viewership ratings soared, shattering the records for sports broadcasts. CCTV decisively announced that on April 2nd, 2023, Eastern Time, and April 3rd, 2023, in China, it would officially air the NCAA Final Four live. This announcement ignited a fervor throughout the basketball community in China. Undoubtedly, the matchup between Georgetown and Wake Forest garnered unprecedented attention. Time slips away unnoticed. On April 2nd, in New York at Madison Square Garden, a constellation of stars converges. Journalists gather in droves. This marks one of the most prestigious moments in the NCAA calendar. Lin Hong and Allen Iverson lead Georgetown into a thrilling showdown against Tim Duncan's Wake Forest Demon Deacons. The victor of this contest will advance to the NCAA championship. Which team will ultimately emerge victorious? Will it be the illustrious Georgetown University, renowned for producing legendary centers such as Ewing, Mutombo, and Mourning? Or will it be Wake Forest, making a historic first appearance in the Final Four after a formidable journey? Who will claim the title of the most formidable interior player of the class of '96? The answer is soon to be revealed. This match brings together three prominent draft prospects, capturing the attention of numerous NBA scouts, including key executives from various teams. Among them is Auerbach. Over the past season, the Celtics have been in a deliberate decline, aiming to secure Lin Hong in this year's draft. As the season nears its end, the Celtics' strategy appears to be bearing fruit, positioning them second to last in the Eastern Conference. However, such a record poses challenges in the pursuit of the coveted top draft pick. In the remaining matches, the Celtics must intensify their efforts to continue losing. Meanwhile, their archrivals, the Lakers, are silently vying for supremacy. As two of the NBA's most storied franchises, the rivalry between the Celtics and Lakers has endured through the ages. From the days of Logo Man Jerry West versus the Ring King Bill Russell, to Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird. Yet, by the 1990s, both teams fell into decline, disappearing from the championship stage. The Celtics' promising rookie, Bias, tragically succumbed to substance abuse the day after being drafted, while the Lakers' star point guard Magic Johnson was forced into retirement due to personal turmoil and health issues. The Celtics and Lakers seem to have vanished from the final stage. However, the influential figures behind the scenes, Auerbach for the Celtics and West for the Lakers, refuse to accept this fate. Both are tirelessly strategizing to restore their teams to glory, acutely aware that this draft could shape the league's landscape for the next 2 decades. This year's draft is brimming with talent, formidable big men, powerful forwards, and gifted guards. Their sole objective is to secure high draft positions and seize the opportunity to acquire players capable of revitalizing their franchises. This year, both Auerbach and West have set their sights on Lin Hong. Auerbach believes Lin has the potential to become the next Bill Russell for the Celtics, while West envisions him as the Lakers' second Wilt Chamberlain. In their pursuit of revival, the proud Celtics have embraced a strategy of deliberate decline to secure a perfect foundation for rebuilding. Hence, Auerbach is present at Madison Square Garden today. But it is curious that West is also in attendance, considering the Lakers are certain to make the playoffs this season, and their draft position is unlikely to be high. Perhaps fate has woven this intricate tapestry. Both men find themselves in the front row, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, 76ers general manager Brad Greenberg has also discreetly arrived at the game. With aspirations for both Iverson and Lin Hong, the Celtics' reckless decline contrasts with the 76ers' desperate situation. Having failed to reach the playoffs for 5 consecutive seasons prior to 1996. With no means of resistance, they have resigned themselves to this fate. In Greenberg's mind, the Celtics' decline pales in comparison to their own struggles. The competition for Lin Hong has reached a fever pitch. This game serves as a public display of intent. If previously there was a need to conceal their true draft intentions, such subtleties are no longer necessary as the regular season approaches its conclusion. Since the fervor of March Madness, Lin Hong's performance has been nothing short of sensational, winning the admiration of over 70 of fans who believe he will be this year's top draft pick. To win over the remaining 30, his path seems straightforward. Defeat Wake Forest today and conquer either Kentucky or California in the next match to lift the NCAA championship trophy. Such an achievement would undeniably solidify Lin Hong's status as the undisputed #1 pick. Chapter 65, The Flames of Battle Rekindle, Fundamental Skills versus the Chinese Shark. At Madison Square Garden in New York, the arena is already filled to capacity as the warm-up period begins. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I shall provide commentary for the Georgetown versus Wake Forest matchup at Madison Square Garden. The ESPN commentator, with fervent enthusiasm, addresses the camera, skillfully delivering the opening remarks. The crowd's excitement is palpable, requiring the commentator to raise his voice to be heard above the din. Alonzo, back in our day, we never had such treatment. I truly envy this Lin kid. The commentator's guest, Mutombo, humorously interjects with his signature raspy voice. I believe I'm not too shabby myself. Alonzo Mourning responds. Laughing, I jest, Lin certainly deserves this recognition. The ESPN commentator attempts to steer the discussion forward, but Mutombo and Mourning, in their playful banter, turn the pregame analysis into an exuberant celebration of Lin Hong and Iverson. As for Wake Forest and Tim Duncan, apologies, they seem unfamiliar with them. As the commentary unfolds, reporters approach Iverson for pregame interviews. Alan, will you attack the paint today as you usually do? Tim from Wake Forest is considered the strongest interior player of '96. Iverson raises an eyebrow, his gaze piercing. To me, all interior players are the same. I will exploit the defense using my most adept defensive strategies to finish. Georgetown will reclaim the championship under Lin and my leadership. Iverson's confidence is well-founded, for 1996 is widely recognized as a year rich in draft talent. In the current NBA draft projections, Allen Iverson consistently ranks within the top 3. For a guard standing merely 183 centimeters to break into the top 3 of the draft board amidst the towering giants of the NCAA is nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, Iverson's confidence is indeed well-founded. Over the past season, his razor-sharp drives have relentlessly pierced through the interior defenses of countless teams. Like a dagger, he strikes straight at the heart of his opponents. Most crucially, this year Georgetown boasts the presence of the interior beast Lin Hong. Shoring up their previous weaknesses, this is his greatest advantage. Meanwhile, at the Wake Forest bench, Tim, our dream is within reach. With a solemn expression, Wake Forest head coach Dave Odom approached Tim Duncan, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Tim, securing this victory would etch our names into the school's history with the best record ever. Including this season, Wake Forest has reached the Sweet 16 8 times, the Elite Six 6 times, and the Final Four 3 times. Yet, they have always fallen just short, repeatedly barred from the championship game. Even with Tim Duncan, their best achievement remains only a Final Four appearance. Now, the opportunity to make history lies directly before them. Yet, the more critical the moment, the calmer Tim Duncan's demeanor becomes. I understand, coach. With a simple nod, Duncan rose to begin his pregame warm-up. Observing his unshakable composure, his expression as serene as still water, Dave Odom felt an immediate sense of reassurance. In high-stakes games, it is precisely Duncan's unflappable temperament that dictates the flow of the contest. Such is the hallmark of a true leader. Lin, were inching closer to the championship. On the other half of the court, during Georgetown's warm-up, Allen Iverson brimmed with restless energy, his eyes blazing with determination. For Iverson, this was not merely the final battle before the championship game, it was also a chance for vengeance against the team that had eliminated them the previous season. Allen, the championship belongs to Georgetown. Lin Hong reached out and hooked his arm around Iverson's neck. While many might choose to advise Iverson to remain composed, Lin Hong understood all too well that suggesting calmness at this moment would be absurd. Hesitation and timidity were beneath him. He was not worthy of being called the answer. Listen closely, young men. Unleash your full potential and give it your all. In stark contrast to Dave Odom, Georgetown's head coach John Thompson invigorated his players with fervor after the warm-up, instilling in them a relentless, forward-driving momentum. Just go for it. As the warm-up concluded, both team starters stood at the sidelines, poised to take the court. Lin Hong instinctively cast a glance at the starting five of Wake Forest. Well, apart from Duncan, he had a faint recollection of the point guard Rusty LaRue. And why was that? Because this gentleman had managed to ride the coattails of the Bulls dynasty, effortlessly claiming a championship trophy. As for the other players from Wake Forest, apologies, but they were merely forgettable role players, leaving no impression whatsoever. As the starting lineups took to the court, Duncan and Lin Hong stood at the center line. The fundamentals of Wake Forest versus the tempestuous prowess of Georgetown Shark. The showdown between Duncan and Lin Hong is about to commence. Whoosh. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Lin Hong sprang forth with a powerful leap, soaring into the air. Yet, Duncan's response was equally swift, and the two athletes found themselves nearly side by side in midair. Although Duncan conceded a few centimeters in height and wingspan, he adeptly compensated for this slight disadvantage with his remarkable leaping ability and explosive vertical. After all, while he was not yet a master of the fundamentals, he was far from a mere pretender. Gradually, however, Lin Hong began to edge ahead, ultimately securing victory. Following his triumph in the jump ball against Duncan, Lin Hong landed and immediately charged towards the front court, executing Georgetown's classic fast break strategy. Iverson, in possession of the ball, decisively prepared for a quarterback-style long pass, only to be thwarted by Rusty LaRue's fierce, close-quarters defense. Georgetown's signature tactic failed to materialize, but it was of little concern. From the top of the arc, Iverson utilized a screen set by Lin Hong to shake off LaRue. Faced with Duncan's defensive help, Iverson was determined to take the challenge head-on. With a series of deceptive moves, he finally managed to elude Duncan. He then surged forward with sudden power, making a direct dash towards the paint. Even against the oncoming small forward's defense, Iverson remained remarkably composed. With an exquisite up-and-under move, he deftly evaded the opponent's defense. Following this, he flicked the ball with his right hand, sending it spinning towards the basket at great speed. A true work of art. The crowd erupted in applause. Rising to their feet, breath held in anticipation as they awaited the ball's swish through the net. But to everyone's astonishment, just as the basketball was about to reach its apex, a figure dashed across the court. In an instant, a large hand mercilessly swatted the ball against the backboard, altering its trajectory. It was Tim. The commentator gasped in disbelief, eyes widening as he stared at the unfolding scene. Tim had executed an unbelievable chase-down block, altering the ball's path just before it reached its zenith. This moment left him utterly astonished. In his first encounter with Iverson, Duncan had emphatically denied Iverson's up-and-under layup. The ball was swiftly seized by the quick-witted Peja, who promptly passed it to Lin Hong in the paint. With a resounding thud, Lin Hong faced Duncan's staunch defense, initially using his body to create space before pivoting sharply and soaring skyward for a powerful one-handed dunk. Duncan, initially able to withstand Lin Hong's forceful drive, found himself unable to react to the latter's explosive leap, merely raising his hands in helplessness as he was posterized. Oh! What a spectacular display of strength in the paint, as Lin Hong utilized his power and bounced to assert dominance over Tim. To be candid, it seemed as though Lin Hong was avenging Allen. Just moments after Allen had been blocked by Tim Duncan, Lin Hong responded with action. A brother had been wronged, and he took it upon himself to restore honor. In this regard, former teammates Mourning and Mutombo would have readily understood. In their eyes, this play was Lin Hong reclaiming dignity for his brother. As the transition unfolded, Wake Forest initiated their offensive play. Duncan, however, was far from a passive participant. Positioned on the wing, he executed a series of feints, poised to either drive or shoot. Lin Hong, with heightened vigilance, retreated a step, while Duncan seized the opportunity with unwavering decisiveness, executing a swift mid-range shot before Lin Hong's very eyes. The basketball skillfully kissed the backboard before finding its way through the net. With a deft touch, Duncan responded to Lin Hong's thunderous dunk with a perfectly executed bank shot. In Chapter 66, Duncan reflects, "Let them be strong. I shall rely on my fundamental skills." Lin had once dunked over Tim, but upon turning back, this towering figure from Wake Forest retaliated with his signature bank shot, showcasing his mastery of the basics. It is indeed the essence of fundamental skill, simple yet remarkably effective. Ah, how delightful it is to witness the spirited exchanges between these young talents, regardless of whether Georgetown or Wake Forest emerges victorious. This semifinal clash is destined to be etched in the annals of history. At Madison Square Garden in New York, the lively banter between Morning and Mutombo is ceaseless. As seasoned veterans, they take great pleasure in witnessing the emergence of boundless young talents in the NCAA as they challenge one another on this grand stage, shining brightly. Naturally, as alumni of Georgetown, they harbor a particular hope that Lin Hong will emerge triumphant in this epic showdown. The battle between Wake Forest and Georgetown is fiercely contested. Observing Duncan's impassive demeanor as he retreats on defense, Lin Hong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How intriguing. Truly, as an expert in psychology, Duncan's mindset and maturity are indeed a cut above his peers. Lin Hong jogged to the front court, still not in position when Duncan approached him, firmly pressing against his lower back, not allowing me to receive the ball comfortably. Sensing the robust force behind him, Lin Hong instinctively thrust his hips back. However, to his astonishment, it was genuinely formidable. Unlike previous instances where he could easily displace defenders, this time he found himself unable to push through. How intriguing. It turned out that Duncan possessed such remarkable lower body strength. Lin Hong typically applies only 70% of his strength to dominate in the NCAA. However, upon encountering Duncan, his prowess seemed to falter. No wonder he reached his zenith upon debuting, remaining at the pinnacle for a staggering 19 years. Such physical prowess is truly remarkable. Lin Hong took a deep breath, sensing the power emanating from behind him, from Duncan. With a fierce shout, Lin Hong surged forward with all his might, colliding forcefully with Tim Duncan behind him. He exerted every ounce of strength in this impactful charge. Bang! Lin Hong and Duncan collided with substantial force, the impact of their muscular bodies producing a series of astonishing sounds. In the instant they made contact, Duncan's expression shifted dramatically, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. A sudden pain pierced his chest, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, causing him to stagger uncontrollably backward. He then stumbled over his own feet and fell to the ground with a thud. What? No foul call? Lin Hong, having knocked the future greatest power forward to the ground with such force, was momentarily taken aback by the referee's silence. A glance at the referee's poker face evoked an unexpected sense of endearment. Returning to the action, seizing the opportunity while Duncan was on the floor, Lin Hong took a powerful stride forward and executed a thunderous two-handed dunk. The basketball crashed into the hoop, which seemed to groan under the violent assault, emitting a creaking sound. Oh my God! That was sheer brutality, an embodiment of violent aesthetics. Lin's fundamental skills had completely overwhelmed the situation. Mop. It was hard to fathom that such astonishing power resided within what appeared to be an ordinary physique. Could it be that Lin practiced martial arts? His strikes reminded one of Bruce Lee. Though not particularly tall or muscular, his strength was undeniably formidable. It was ruthless. Lin's might felt comparable to that of the great Shaquille O'Neal. The spectators erupted with excitement at Lin Hong's ferocious display of offense. After completing the dunk, Lin did not approach Duncan to gloat or shout in triumph. Instead, he stepped forward with a smile, extending his right hand to help Duncan up from the floor. The NCAA is regarded as the purest realm of basketball, where the game is played with integrity and malicious fouls like elbows and dirty plays are exceedingly rare. Once Lin assisted Duncan back to his feet, he playfully patted Duncan on the backside. Lin, today I will definitely stop you in the paint. Don't think you can knock me down again, Duncan declared earnestly as he returned to the baseline after the ball was inbound. Tim, the game has just begun. Soon you will witness what true strength looks like, Lin replied, grinning broadly, revealing his white teeth. Though internally he mused, this young and inexperienced Duncan clearly has not yet reached his full psychological potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to such theatrical bravado. The youth, still driven by a fierce desire to win and a sense of pride. Wake Forest initiated their offense, with Lin Hong closely guarding Duncan. However, Wake Forest had no intention of forcing Duncan into a one-on-one confrontation. After a series of movements, passes, and screens, Duncan found space on the left side at a 45-degree angle and seized the opportunity to shoot. Swish. Without hesitation, Duncan showcased his signature skill, hitting a mid-range shot off the backboard for an easy 2 points. The transition of offense and defense led to Georgetown's possession, where Lin Hong continued to be the focal point in the low post. Lin Hong advanced assertively, descending to a lower position, while Duncan quickly positioned himself to counter. Having already been toppled by Lin Hong once, Duncan believed he had gained a comprehensive understanding of Lin Hong's strength. He lowered his center of gravity, firmly establishing his stance, and exerted all his might to withstand Lin Hong's forceful approach. This time, he was thoroughly prepared, resolutely determined not to be overthrown by Lin Hong again. The basketball was loftily passed to Lin Hong by Iverson. Lin Hong leaned against Duncan and suddenly surged forward. Bang! The intense physical clash echoed throughout the court. The sound of muscle colliding reverberating in the air. Despite Duncan's thorough preparation, he could not withstand Lin Hong's ferocious impact, causing him to involuntarily step back. Lin Hong persistently employed a bulldozing strategy, leveraging his formidable strength to carve his way relentlessly towards the basket. Bang! 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 The series of collisions provoked a surge of blood to Duncan's face, rendering him visibly flushed. Meanwhile, the power forward from Wake Forest promptly abandoned his defensive assignment to assist in double-teaming Lin Hong. Two opponents? Even two shall not deter me. Lin Hong, undaunted, launched a powerful attack. With a resounding thud, he executed a formidable slam. Lin Hong suspended himself from the rim, releasing a powerful pull before letting go. Buzz! The deformed hoop rebounded, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. The basketball frame even swayed slightly, as if a mere additional dunk from Lin Hong could cause it to collapse. He executed a thunderous slam over the heads of Duncan and the Wake Forest power forward. Dominant, invincible, and formidable. The dominance of Lin Hong in the paint is unmistakably evident at this moment. Oh my goodness, Lin is exhibiting remarkable tenacity, having emphatically dunked over two opponents. Such a magnificent display, it's simply unimaginable. The emotions of the audience have been thoroughly ignited by Lin Hong's spectacular dunk. Applause, gasps, and an array of ecstatic shouts. Even fervent exclamations, intertwined to compose a rousing symphony of excitement. The beautiful cheerleaders at the sidelines rise to their feet, waving their pom-poms, further elevating the electrifying atmosphere. The Georgetown players on the bench wave their towels, some even mimicking Lin Hong's commanding dunk. Meanwhile, players like Iverson and Williams rush over to pat Lin Hong on the back or rear, offering their encouragement. "You're as formidable as the great mountains of Africa, Lin," exclaims Morning, rising to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Haha, splendid," chimes in Mutombo, beaming with delight, relishing the praise from Morning. No way to defend against that. The forward from Wake Forest gazes hopelessly at his teammate Duncan, only now realizing the extent of Lin Hong's menace when faced directly. Duncan, however, does not respond to his teammate. He is currently absorbing Lin Hong's forceful charge, feeling as though his body might disassemble under the impact. The strength of Lin Hong is truly extraordinary. Dominating the game, he single-handedly overcomes two opponents. After securing the victory, Lin Hong retreats while reveling in the cheers and admiration of the spectators. However, as he steps back to his defensive position, he unexpectedly catches a glimpse of a familiar figure. Lin Hong carefully observed his surroundings and was immediately filled with joy. It turned out that his senior, Patrick Ewing, was also present to witness his match. After casting a glance at Ewing, Lin Hong redirected his focus back to Duncan. This time, following a ball rotation from Wake Forest, the small guard, Rusty LaRue, failed to make his jump shot. Lin Hong unceremoniously elbowed past Duncan to secure the rebound. Lin Hong adeptly employed the same strategy to execute a back-to-the-basket isolation against Duncan. Both the power forward and Duncan swiftly opted to double-team him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hong did not squander his energy in a futile struggle. Instead, he deftly flicked his wrist, delivering the ball to the open Allen Iverson. Swish! The basketball effortlessly found its way through the net. As Iverson celebrated his successful shot, Lin Hong casually secured an assist. On the sidelines, the silver-haired figure of the notorious coach Arnold Auerbach, resembling a mob boss with a cigar perched at the corner of his mouth, watched intently as his eyes sparkled with fervor, fixed on Lin Hong and Duncan. Particularly, Auerbach's gaze upon Lin was imbued with an intense heat and longing. Lin possesses an impressive passing skill and playmaking ability. Auerbach's lips curled into an involuntary smile, as a glimmer of clarity flashed through his murky eyes. This young giant harbors boundless potential. Chapter 67, The Stutter Step of a Dreamy Footwork, an essential skill for a dominant center. Transitioning from defense to offense, Georgetown initiated their attack. Rusty LaRue stood no chance against Iverson. It was an impossibility. The Wake Forest small forward was dispatched to assist in guarding Iverson. Yet he could not withstand Iverson's sharp directional changes. Iverson, with remarkable agility, executed two sweeping fakes beyond the arc, effortlessly weaving past his defender and driving towards the basket. Upon encountering Duncan, Iverson exhibited patience, carefully gauging his opponent's footwork. A sudden stop, then a quick leap. Slipping past the basket, he launched into the air, floating momentarily before executing a layup with a finesse that showcased his exceptional breakthrough skills, reminiscent of the 1996 class of the NBA. Allen went for the reverse layup. Oh no. Just as Uncle Mo's words fell, Duncan's enormous hand appeared from nowhere. Iverson's dazzling series of fakes had indeed momentarily fooled Duncan, but the latter's reaction was astonishing. He swiftly adjusted his footwork. Without a hint of mercy, he delivered a quintessential American specialty, a chase-down block. Allen, consider this your second welcoming gift. Was it hubris that led to his downfall? The consecutive blocks left Iverson momentarily dazed. He had executed a layup. Confident that even the esteemed NBA All-Star Mutombo on the sidelines would make that shot with ease. Why then was he thwarted by the rookie Duncan? In the ensuing exchanges, both teams began to trade baskets, employing their signature styles to conclude their attacks. After over 7 minutes of play in the first half, Iverson found himself somewhat overwhelmed, struggling with efficiency and missing several one-on-one opportunities. Fortunately, Lin Hong was there to pick up the slack. After seizing the offensive rebound over Duncan, he quickly leaped again to score with a deft tip-in. Lin Hong has already secured 14 points, along with 6 rebounds and 3 blocks. It seems he is on the path to achieving a significant double-double by halftime. In contrast, on the Wake Forest side, Duncan is facing considerable pressure defensively against Lin Hong. Although Duncan excels in containing various athletic big men, none of them possess the same level of athleticism as Lin Hong. Lin Hong possesses a height surpassing that of Duncan, a marginally superior wingspan, and an even more explosive athleticism coupled with formidable physicality. It is only natural that Duncan would struggle defensively against him. Despite the challenges on the defensive end, Duncan showed no restraint in his offensive prowess. Lin Hong delivered an impressive performance with 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Duncan was not far behind, contributing 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. Indeed, they are the two most formidable big men from the class of '96, both aiming for substantial double-doubles. During a timeout in the first half, Georgetown led Wake Forest by 4 points with a score of 24-20. Tim, do not allow that guy to settle into the low post easily. On the sidelines of Wake Forest, head coach Dave Odom observed his prized pupil and remarked, "Today, Georgetown is allowing Lin Hong to operate from the mid-range. When he cuts down, do not grant him any shooting space." As Odom pointed out, due to Iverson's less than optimal efficiency, Lin Hong was compelled to move out of the paint to a higher position, acting as a pivotal playmaker. After distributing the ball, Lin could either descend to the low post for a finish or pursue a rebound. In Odom's perspective, Lin Hong in the paint was invincible. However, confining him to the mid-range would significantly diminish his impact. The challenge of restricting Lin Hong in that area would test Duncan's defensive acumen. "I understand, coach," Duncan replied calmly. Yet, Odom was acutely aware that his pupil was prepared to showcase his true abilities to contain Lin Hong. As the timeout concluded, Odom's confidence rekindled, and his gaze toward Lin Hong was tinged with a hint of sympathy. The gap between a rising star and a historically solid foundation may soon reveal itself in the ensuing possessions. With possession of the ball, Duncan received it at the free throw line and passed it to the perimeter guard, Rusty LaRue. LaRue made a quick move and launched a mid-range jumper, successfully scoring 2 points. The score was now 22-24, bringing Wake Forest within 2 points. Transitioning to defense, Georgetown initiated their offense as Iverson advanced past half-court, first delivering the ball to Lin Hong stationed at the right side of the free throw line. Lin Hong elevated the ball above his head, keenly observing the movements of his teammates. The defense from Wake Forest was exceedingly tight. Iverson was double-teamed and unable to find space to receive the ball. The other Wake Forest players were engaged in a pseudo-zonal defense. Undoubtedly, this was designed to create a one-on-one opportunity between Duncan and Lin Hong. Wake Forest had set a trap for Lin, enticing him to initiate his offensive play from near the free throw line against him. The towering Mutombo immediately recognized Wake Forest's defensive strategy. Coach Dave, a legendary figure in NCAA history, seized the opportunity of the official timeout to present our junior teammates with a crucial decision to make. Although Mourning and Mutombo were well aware of Lin Hong's capabilities in ball handling, it is essential to note that prior to this moment, Lin had not faced a defender with Duncan's formidable defensive prowess. The similarity in height and wingspan, combined with exceptional lateral movement and a solid base, made Duncan potentially the most formidable opponent Lin had ever encountered in a one-on-one offensive scenario. Were I in Lin's position, I might have opted to pass and cut to the basket. Uncle Mutombo was on the sidelines advising Lin to execute a handoff screen with Allen, followed by a cut. However, before Mutombo could finish his suggestion, Lin Hong, with the ball in the mid-range, provided his own response. Bang! Duncan, highly focused, lowered his center of gravity and summoned all his strength to withstand Lin's advance. Bang! Lin Hong and Duncan collided forcefully. However, this time, Duncan did not yield to Lin Hong's direct impact. "Lin, are you tired? Don't even think about knocking me aside again. It is impossible for you to displace me this time." Duncan exclaimed, unusually vociferous. Lin Hong disregarded Duncan, executing a deft back pivot, preparing to take a shot. Taste my fiery hot pot. Upon witnessing Lin Hong's maneuver, Duncan exhibited a rare excitement. He leaped high, determined to deliver a forceful block, intending to demonstrate that his defense was formidable. However, in the next moment, Duncan was taken aback. He observed Lin Hong, poised to shoot, retracting the ball instead, swiftly dancing around him for a layup. Duncan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Hong possessed such agile footwork beneath the basket. Yet, Duncan found some solace in the fact that although Lin Hong's movements were relatively fluid, they lacked speed, resembling a diminished version of the dream shake. The pace was slow enough for Duncan to leap again, attempting a second block. Lin, your trick is too sluggish. Perhaps you should practice for a few more years. Seeing Duncan fall for his feint and leap a second time, Lin Hong couldn't help but smirk. It was unexpected that even the fundamentals could falter at times. With a suave half-turn, Lin Hong repositioned himself to face the hoop. As Duncan soared past, Lin calmly banked the shot, scoring effortlessly. Oh my God. What did I just witness? A glitchy version of the dream shake? Laughter erupted as Tim observed Duncan appearing like a clumsy gorilla, toyed with by Lin. With Lin Hong's successful shot, the bench erupted in excitement. Had it not been for the ongoing game, they would have rushed to celebrate with him. The dream shake. A signature move of Hakeem Olajuwon. This was a coveted skill for all centers, and astonishingly, this Chinese sensation had managed to replicate it. Of course, while it was not flawless, that was inconsequential. Lin Hong had showcased his multifaceted potential. In the next round, Lin Hong held the ball, executing 2 swift crossovers to carve out space, then took 2 large strides, attacking the paint with ferocity. Duncan stayed close, his powerful legs not merely for show. With a sudden push, Lin Hong launched into the air, and Duncan ascended as well, arms extended, fully obstructing Lin Hong's path. Mutombo and Morning exchanged glances, speechless. With their extensive defensive experience, they knew Lin Hong would likely be blocked if he attempted to force the shot. Yet, in the next instant, Mutombo and Morning were left astounded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Hong, completely overshadowed by Duncan, extended his long arms like a taut bowstring and launched the ball into the hoop with an explosive axe dunk. After acquiring the skills of the peak shark, Lin Hong had long yearned for an opportunity to execute a leaning axe dunk. Alas, he had yet to encounter worthy opponents, possessing the prowess but lacking the chance to showcase it. Until now, facing the legendary Duncan ignited his competitive spirit. Come on, man, exclaimed Mutombo, standing in excitement. Glancing at the equally animated Morning, did Lin just dunk it while leaning back? To be precise, he swung the ball into the basket. Morning chuckled, shaking his head. Dikembe, Duncan's defense was already impeccable. He approached Lin head-on, hands nearly in his face, and his entire body pressed against Lin Hong. Was that not enough? It is often said that comparison leads to despair, and had it been the previously lauded Marcus Camby, Duncan would have undoubtedly blocked him with ease. With perfectly extended arms and airtight defense, the intensity of the confrontation was palpable. Yet, Lin Hong, amid such impenetrable defense, executed a leaning dunk. The visual impact was simply breathtaking. I believe this moment rivaled Lin Hong's prior thunderous dunk at North Shore Garden. The ESPN commentator quickly interjected, eager to maintain his relevance amidst the excitement generated by Mutombo and Morning. Lin has once again provided a highlight worthy of the Sports Illustrated cover. A true spectacle of human athleticism. What truly deserves celebration is Lin's ability to break through while holding the ball near the free throw line. Morning, with piercing insight, remarked, honestly, Dikembe, do you think I could perform a series of crossovers followed by a leaning axe dunk under such intense defense? Mutombo, cradling his forehead, appeared genuinely wounded. Don't even ask. The answer is no. Thus, Lin's ball handling skills were undoubtedly underestimated. Of course, I had already perceived the truth. Morning snapped his fingers and returned to his seat, a knowing smile gracing his face, portraying an air of profound understanding. People had clearly underestimated Lin Hong's offensive capabilities. Indeed, despite Morning's outward calm, he was internally astounded. Not only him, but Dave Odom, head coach of Wake Forest University, was equally taken aback by Lin Hong's prowess. What surprised him was not merely the final dunk, but the revelation that Lin possessed considerable one-on-one ball handling skills. Wake Forest had meticulously analyzed game footage of Iverson and Lin Hong prior to the match. Odom was aware that Lin had above-average ball handling abilities. However, in those games, Lin faced top-tier defenders, with Marcus Camby being the best he had encountered. Yet, Camby's defensive prowess paled in comparison to Duncan's. Although Camby's reputation and statistics made him appear formidable, Odom understood that Camby was merely a statistics-driven player. Had Odom known that the future NBA would feature a giant named Andre Drummond, he would have likened Camby to a high-end version of Drummond. While Camby's defensive metrics were impressive, they did not support a cohesive defensive system. Duncan, on the other hand, embodied a defensive system himself. He was a one-man army, a bulwark against adversaries. With elite defensive attributes and consistent endurance, he would undoubtedly be a second-team all-defense player even in today's NBA. Against Camby, Lin Hong could complete offensive plays. However, in the face of Duncan, it was not that Dave Odom underestimated Lin. Rather, he had never truly regarded him as a serious contender. Lin Hong, with his dazzling performance, decisively silenced Dave Odom. Wake Forest's subsequent offensive attempt faltered. As Lin Hong secured the rebound, Iverson moderated the pace of the attack, gradually advancing past the half-court line. Georgetown established their positioning for a set play, with Lin Hong once again holding the ball in a mid-range position. Confronted by Duncan's defense, Lin Hong adeptly dribbled and surged into the paint, compelling Wake Forest power forward to provide assistance on defense. Amidst the dual pressure, Lin Hong abruptly halted, executing a one-handed fake that left another defender floundering. Following this, he engaged in a fierce physical contest with Duncan, creating space before vaulting upwards in a powerful two-handed dunk. The referee on the baseline promptly sounded the whistle. Duncan's arm collided with Lin Hong's shoulder during the dunk, resulting in a free throw opportunity. Unfortunately, Lin Hong's subsequent free throw attempt was unsuccessful. The rebound was collectively secured by Wake Forest, leading to Duncan launching a long pass to LaRue. The diminutive Wake Forest guard, standing under 1.9 meters, swiftly maneuvered with the agility of a whirlwind, racing down the court at full speed. Encountering an unguarded frontcourt, LaRue slowed his pace, effortlessly preparing for a layup. Caution! Coach Dave Odom on the sidelines suddenly erupted with an anxious shout. LaRue's heart skipped a beat, instinctively sensing impending doom, yet the basketball was already in motion. Too late to retract. Just moments after missing his own free throw, Lin Hong had galloped down the court, with an impressive chase-down block. He swatted both the player and the ball out of bounds. Wow! Lin's emphatic rejection sent both Rusty and the ball flying. Lin Hong's ferocious block caused Dikembe Mutombo on the sidelines to leap from his seat once more. Not only Mutombo, but even the spectators in the stands were left in stunned silence. Duncan's timing for the pass was swift, and Lalu's counterattack was astonishingly rapid. Even Iverson abandoned his defensive duties. Lin Hong, who had just been standing at the opposite free throw line, managed to chase down and swept both the player and the ball away. Just as Mutombo remarked, Lin Hong's block is undoubtedly a pinnacle for the class of '96. Rusty LaRue, who was sent sprawling to the ground along with the ball by Lin Hong, now lies on the cold floor of Madison Square Garden, utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying on the ground? Clearly, this poor little guard has been utterly stunned by Lin Hong's block. Fortunately, Duncan stepped up, overpowering Williams with a mismatch and executing a turnaround bank shot. As the transition between offense and defense occurs, Iverson, at the top of the arc, discreetly gestures to Lin Hong. Coach John Thompson of Georgetown, observing from the sidelines, appears utterly perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. What is this gesture? A very peculiar 6+1? Why can't I recall it? Indeed, this gesture seems somewhat unfamiliar, even catching Coach John Thompson off guard. However, the all-star center duo of Mourning and Mutombo in the commentary booth possesses sharp eyes and quickly discern the play. If I am not mistaken, Allen has just executed a Stockton and Malone-style pick-and-roll signal? Dikembe, you are not mistaken. Allen is indeed calling for Lin to set a screen. Mourning and Mutombo exchange knowing glances. The formidable dual core of Georgetown is about to employ a pick-and-roll? How will Wake Forest defend against that? After all, once the pick-and-roll is executed, Duncan, who would switch onto Iverson, could not possibly disengage immediately. During that brief moment of switching, Iverson could easily penetrate the paint. Yet, if Duncan does not switch promptly, the defender standing in front of Lin Hong will be none other than the recently humbled Rusty LaRue. How will Wake Forest counter the Lin Iverson pick-and-roll? Whoosh. Iverson and Lin Hong will not afford Wake Forest any time to delay. The instant the pick is set, Iverson pulls Duncan away from the basket, while Lin Hong swiftly turns and drives straight into the paint. Iverson, in perfect sync, seizes the moment and lofts the ball high above the rim. Lin Hong positioned himself just a step inside the free throw line, summoning all his strength to leap into the air. Rusty Lalu, standing before him, impulsively decided to leap up in an audacious attempt to interfere with Lin Hong's ascent. Despite the latter's towering height of 2.15 meters, With a resounding thud, Lin Hong seized the ball midair, his gaze solely fixated on the hoop, completely disregarding the diminutive figure before him. In a display of sheer dominance, he unleashed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, reminiscent of the moment when the legendary Michael Jordan executed a ferocious dunk over Brandon Knight. The divine Lin Hong Tian descends, casting a disdainful gaze upon all beings. Oh my goodness! This time, it is Mo Ning who leaps with fervor. Dai Kimbi, just now you mentioned that Lin Hong's death sealed Rusty. Thus, this moment signifies a death-defying slam dunk, a lethal block coupled with a fatal dunk. The arrival of the Grim Reaper, Lin Hong. Dai Kimbi, how should we interpret that play? At the commentary booth, Morning momentarily struggled to find an appropriate phrase and promptly shifted the spotlight onto Mutombo. Mutombo grimaced, casting an irritated glance at Morning. How else could one describe that play? Just blow the whistle, and that would suffice. Chapter 69, The Irresistible Allen, a perfect match for the Celestial Empire's fierce shark. Across the vast ocean, in the broadcasting studio of the Central Television in the capital city of the Celestial Empire, the newly appointed commentator Zhang Weiping was earnestly sharing his insights. Previously, Lin Hong's forceful rebound from Duncan was remarkable. However, his subsequent ball handling was evidently imprudent. As a towering 7-foot center, he ought to secure the rebound and then pass it to a guard, such as Iverson or Payton, blindly dribbling and attempting to play one-on-one. Relying on his own weaknesses while challenging the strengths of his opponent makes him susceptible to turnovers or mistakes. Lin Hong still lacks maturity, and his decision-making is not sufficiently rational. After Zhang's detailed analysis, Su Jiping chuckled and remarked, but he scored that basket, and it was an exceptionally entertaining one-handed, fading dunk. Moreover, the atmosphere in the arena erupted as Lin Hong's play ignited excitement. Even the athletically gifted Duncan had no choice but to concede defeat after bravely confronting Lin Hong. Zhang Weiping chuckled and continued, of course, considering that Wake Forest simply cannot contain Lin Hong. His approach to that play was entirely justified, as long as he scores. It makes sense. Viewers stationed in front of their televisions nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Zhang's clever twist. Haha, scoring makes it sensible, while missing means your play was illogical. Zhang, the logic coach. Lin Hong, your ball handling was unreasonable, but since Wake Forest cannot guard you, whatever you do is justifiable. Lin Hong's talent is astonishingly remarkable, capable of unsettling even Duncan, solidifying his status as the pinnacle of interior players from the 1996 class. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, John Thompson found himself in awe. He was well aware of the immense power that the pick-and-roll combination of Iverson and Lin Hong could unleash. However, Coach Thompson was not particularly adept at employing pick-and-roll tactics. He preferred offensive strategies led by point guards or dominant interior finishers. After all, having coached players of the caliber of Patrick Ewing, Morning, and Mutombo, he was more comfortable utilizing the interior. The pick-and-roll strategy was seldom practiced in their daily training sessions. He was puzzled by how Iverson and Lin Hong had developed such a seamless synergy, even executing the pick-and-roll hand signals with finesse. Could there be some hidden collaboration at play? In truth, Lin Hong had long contemplated the notion of employing pick-and-roll strategies. However, Allen Iverson epitomizes the archetype of an attack-oriented guard, thriving in one-on-one situations. The pick-and-roll? It can be utilized, yet it need not be regarded as an essential tactic. Simply hand the ball to him, and he will weave through the defense effortlessly. Thus, Georgetown's typical approach involved Iverson making his moves, followed by Lin Hong taking his turn. After Lin Hong takes his turn, it's Iverson's turn to shine. Both Iverson and Lin Hong must confront mismatches. If Iverson were to face a larger opponent, which NCAA big man could possibly keep pace with his swift footwork? Lin Hong is a formidable force. One must ponder, which defender can withstand the ferocious onslaught of Lin Hong? Although Iverson still believes that his individual heroics are more exhilarating, Lin Hong's arguments hold considerable merit, leaving him momentarily speechless. Regrettably, throughout the elimination rounds, Georgetown has yet to encounter a team that forces AI Lin to engage in pick-and-roll situations. Today, facing the Wake Forest team led by Duncan, Iverson repeatedly finds himself at a disadvantage, his efficiency plummeting to an alarming degree. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly resorts to the pick-and-roll strategy he once dismissed. As it turns out, it is indeed effective. This is how we should have played all along. After tasting success, Iverson's frown transforms into a smile as he approaches Lin Hong for a high five. Lin, that dunk was simply brutal. Indeed, it was brutal. Rusty LaRue has been obliterated twice in quick succession, and Iverson's gaze towards the young man is filled with sympathy. It is indeed a pitiable situation. Duncan, embodying true leadership, proactively helps LaRue to his feet. Rusty, when they set the pick, we will trap the ball handler, Duncan instructs while patting LaRue's head. You will contain Allen's drives, while I will obstruct his passing lanes. The most effective way to counter a pick-and-roll strategy is undoubtedly through constant switching. However, after Wake Forest attempts this, their players lack the requisite skill to match up. In one-on-one situations, they either get overwhelmed or are on the brink of being overwhelmed. Hence, Duncan opts for a straightforward approach, resolving the issue at its source by double-teaming the ball handler. LaRue is tasked with ground control while Duncan secures the aerial routes. Iverson's height disadvantage will be magnified under a double team. As Georgetown advances, Allen to answer Iverson makes the classic pick-and-roll gesture reminiscent of John Stockton. Lin Hong swiftly positioned himself at the top of the arc, turning sideways to firmly block Rusty LaRue. Iverson, utilizing the screen, faced Duncan directly but resisted the urge to charge recklessly. Meanwhile, LaRue executed a series of nimble maneuvers, deftly evading Lin Hong and swiftly closing in on Iverson, joining Duncan in a double team. On the sidelines, Wake Forest head coach Dave Odom exhaled deeply in relief. He had been concerned about needing to call a timeout to counter the sudden A-Island pick-and-roll strategy. Unexpectedly, Duncan, like a tactical maestro on the court, instantly orchestrated a defensive response. With Duncan as their anchor, Odom remained composed, confident in his team's stability. Is no one guarding Lin now? Facing the double team, Iverson remained unfazed. After uttering those words, he leaped abruptly, lofting the ball high into the air. The trajectory of the pass soared well above Duncan's outstretched fingertips, still ascending at its peak. Observant spectators with a keen eye for physics could instantly calculate that even as the ball began its descent near the rim, its height still surpassed Duncan's maximum reach by a significant margin. Did Allen mispass? If even Tim couldn't touch it, Lin surely wouldn't reach it either. Allen was too hasty, he could VE reset the play. No choice, Wake Forest's double team was too swift and decisive. From the moment Allen jumped to pass, this play was destined to fail. Veteran fans on the sidelines shook their heads in dismay. They hadn't anticipated that the seemingly unstoppable A-Island pick-and-roll would be dismantled so swiftly by Duncan's defensive adjustment. Yet, it was understandable. Iverson's height inherently limited his passing vision, thereby capping the potential of the A-Island duo. In other words, Lin Hong ensured the duo's floor, while their ceiling depended entirely on Iverson's brilliance. Boom. Yet, in an instant, the collective disbelief of the crowd was shattered by Lin Hong's soaring ascent. The towering Chinese behemoth launched himself skyward, his eyes locked onto the rim. Arms fully extended as he snatched the descending ball midair and hammered it through the hoop with thunderous authority. Wham! The rim quivered violently from the force of the dunk, sending shockwaves through Madison Square Garden. A stunned silence blanketed the arena before erupting into deafening cheers. How high did Lin just jump? In the CCTV broadcast booth, Su Jiping was left speechless. Commentator Zhang, could Michael Jordan leap like Lin Hong? Michael Jordan could certainly jump, but he wasn't a center. Zhang Weiping corrected the oversight. While both possess elite hops, Lin reaches greater heights. In pure vertical reach, Jordan wouldn't stand a chance against our Lin. So, are you implying that even the basketball god, Michael Jordan, falls short compared to Lin Hong? From a certain perspective, that interpretation isn't wrong. Zhang Weiping and Su Jiping exchanged knowing grins. This synchronized hype was absolutely exhilarating. Lin, I thought for sure you wouldn't catch that. Back on the court, a relieved Iverson wiped imaginary sweat off his brow before playfully deflecting blame. Lin, I was testing your limits, almost cost us a turnover. Who do you take me for? A pass that low, and you think I wouldn't grab it? Lin Hong's expression was one of profound desolation as he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his fingers gesturing, the sky is my only limit. Let the ball soar for a moment. Chapter 70. A new king rises. Will Georgetown secure the NCAA championship? Watching Lin Hong's retreating figure, Iverson broke into a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Goodness, the height of my pass determines how high you can soar? How fascinating. Are you challenging my passing ability? Indeed. Iverson is up to something. As Georgetown prepared for their next offensive play, Iverson executed a pick-and-roll with Lin Hong, directing a pass toward the right side of the basket, lofting the ball even higher. The commentary team, Morning and Matambo, was rendered speechless in disbelief. This pass from Iverson is clearly destined for failure. Could it be that Georgetown's young talents are at odds with one another? For a moment, their minds raced with various scenarios. Perhaps Iverson's previous overthrown pass was merely the spark. Could there be a deeper rift? Was it possible that the battle for the #1 draft pick had turned them into adversaries? Even Duncan appeared bewildered, having faced Iverson numerous times. He was well acquainted with his playing style. One might argue that after a few setbacks, he could be overly stubborn and reckless, but to say he was completely off target. With his passes becoming increasingly erratic? No, that was utterly implausible. After all, he was none other than Allen Iverson, the answer. Yet, the perplexing reality was that his passes were indeed becoming increasingly outlandish, which was truly astonishing. Even more bizarre was the fact that Lin Hong managed to catch such an outrageous pass. Bang! Lin Hong leaned forward, deftly using one hand to thrust the ball into the hoop. It was utterly outrageous. His father must have opened the door to absurdity. Wait a moment. Did Lin S had not surpassed the rim? Indeed, it soared above, almost gazing down upon the basket. As expected, behind every iconic dunk lies an extraordinary passer. Each of Iverson's passes teetered on the edge of error. Had it not been for Lin Hong's formidable presence beneath the basket, Iverson could have easily recorded 2 turnovers in the span of mere possessions. The spectators were on the edge of their seats, the atmosphere electrifying. However, in a twist of fate, Iverson managed to summon the most formidable talent from the Celestial Empire, with adrenaline surging and a visual spectacle of breathtaking dunks. Who could possibly resist? Iverson, dancing on the edge of a blade, wore a carefree demeanor, playfully patting Lin Hong's shoulder. Lin, you truly live up to your word. You never cease to amaze, you sly genius. Lin Hong inwardly grumbled, curling his lip, and then swiftly countered with a playful pat on Allen's head, declaring, I have stated that the sky is my only limit. To be candid, engaging in heart-pounding antics during the semifinals is something only Iverson can pull off. After all, it is his rebellious spirit and carefree nature that embody the essence of his game. Naturally, when Iverson plays without reservations, it signifies either a secure victory or a gamble for everything. In this instance, it is evidently the former. On the side of Wake Forest, Duncan displayed unwavering resolve in exploiting mismatches on the offensive end. Like a strategic horse race, they sought to evade Lin Hong and instead target Williams, which proved to be quite effective. However, aside from Duncan, Wake Forest struggled to identify a second reliable scoring option. Rusty LaRue started off decently, but unfortunately, he succumbed to Lin Hong's pressure and faltered. From a frostbitten sharpshooter, he transformed into a camouflaged Timo lurking in the grass, rendered ineffective even in jungle engagements. As for the other 3 supporting players, they merely fulfilled their roles by ensuring the ball reached Duncan's hands. In contrast, Georgetown, Lin Hong displayed a fierce and aggressive demeanor in the paint, utilizing his strength to overpower Duncan, and even opted to take contested shots despite facing double teams. However, as the match progressed, the relentless pressure from Duncan and his teammates began to take a toll on Lin Hong's stamina. To conserve energy, he started calling for pick-and-roll plays, seamlessly alternating between finishing at the rim and driving to the basket. This strategy proved to be considerably more effortless and effective compared to battling Duncan and his teammates directly in the post. Simultaneously, Iverson began to regain his offensive rhythm. Although his shooting percentage remained mediocre, he successfully converted several challenging layups against Duncan. Williams and Harrington took advantage of the chaos, landing some unexpected strikes. Particularly, the pick-and-roll involving Eileen was virtually unanswerable. Eileen's relentless offense left no room for error. Duncan from Wake Forest continued to deliver steady output, yet he found himself overwhelmed, unable to cope with the multiple threats surrounding him. He could only watch helplessly as his team fell further behind, with the deficit widening. As the first half concluded, Georgetown led Wake Forest by 16 points, 55-39. During the brief respite when Iverson and Lin Hong rested, Wake Forest seized the opportunity to narrow the score. But such desperate measures were evidently not a sustainable solution. Upon the return of Lin Hong and Allen Iverson to the court, Lin executed a timely pick-and-roll, further extending the point differential. The disparity in hard power between the 2 teams was palpably evident. Meanwhile, as Lin Hong relentlessly scored over Duncan and his teammates, the esteemed coach Red Auerbach in the stands could not help but muse upon several thoughts: the monstrous strength of Shaquille O'Neal, the static gifts of Wilt Chamberlain, the elite footwork reminiscent of Hakeem Olajuwon, and the reliable free throw shooting above the baseline. This is a player capable of contending with Jordan. Moreover, he is a player who can dominate an entire era. Indeed, he is a player who can redefine the very rules of the NBA. Having witnessed the pinnacle of Chamberlain and coached the legendary Bill Russell, the architect of 8 consecutive championships, Coach Auerbach understood just how boundless Lin Hong's future truly is. Lin Hong is undoubtedly the quintessential choice for the resurgence of the Green Army, the perfect cornerstone for the team. Should Lin Hong be acquired, he is willing to step back into the fray and personally mentor him. As for Tim Duncan, I cannot entertain thoughts of anyone else. My focus solely lies on Lin Hong. Auerbach shook his head at Duncan. Duncan's performance today was commendable. His fundamental skills are indeed impeccable. In the absence of Lin Hong, he would undoubtedly serve as the ideal foundation for a team. However, Lin Hong's brilliance is simply overwhelming. Even the equally remarkable Duncan appears somewhat overshadowed in his radiance. As the second half commenced, Coach John Thompson swiftly substituted center Harrington into the game, collaborating with Lin Hong to contain Duncan's influence in the paint. Although Duncan could opt for a mismatch strategy, Lin Hong's timely help defense proved effective. Coupled with Williams' support in the Georgetown interior, Lin Hong could confidently engage in defensive maneuvers against Duncan from any position. This strategic defense, akin to a man is stalking its prey while the sparrow lies in wait, rendered Duncan's game exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Wake Forest's last glimmer of hope was ruthlessly extinguished by Georgetown's formidable Twin Towers. With the momentum lost, in just over 6 minutes remaining in the game, Wake Forest head coach Dave Odom, disheartened, waved his hand and withdrew all his starters, conceding defeat prematurely. Bam! On the court, Lin Hong swatted away a layup attempt from the substitute center with authority. During the dead ball, Georgetown's coach John Thompson, with a decisive gesture, replaced all his starters as well. As Lin Hong and Iverson walked off the court side by side, the entire audience rose to their feet, offering the most fervent applause and cheers for the dynamic duo. Alonzo, Dikembe, you may extend your congratulations to your younger brethren. They have secured their place as the second team this season to advance to the finals. Allen and Lin will face the formidable Kentucky on the grand stage of the championship. Will Kentucky reclaim the tournament crown? Or will Georgetown ascend to the pinnacle of NCAA glory once more, 12 years after their last title in 1984? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Amidst the cheers and applause of the fans, the ESPN commentators began to build anticipation for the impending finals. It is worth noting that in 1984, Georgetown, under the legendary center Patrick Ewing, secured its first NCAA championship. However, following Ewing's remarkable tenure, which saw 3 finals appearances in 4 years, Georgetown fell into a period of decline. Despite boasting the luxurious twin towers of Mourning and Mutombo, they could not return to the finals. Yet today, Lin Hong and Allen Iverson, the newly formed twin stars of Georgetown, have achieved what neither Alonzo Mourning nor Dikembe Mutombo could accomplish. In essence, they proved to be a more formidable duo than Mourning and Mutombo. As the final buzzer sounded, the game came to a definitive close. Georgetown has returned to the grand stage of the NCAA Championship Finals. Chapter 71, The Iron Tree Blossoms? Duncan's difficult choice. Dikembe, they truly did it. Georgetown has once again reached the finals. In the United States, at Madison Square Garden in New York, Alonzo Mourning stood up in excitement, embracing his former teammate Mutombo. Silently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he extended his hands to applaud his younger teammates. Dikembe, this is something we were unable to achieve. Let's refrain from revisiting past grievances. It only stirs unnecessary anxiety. Uncle Mutombo's brave self-deprecation alleviated the awkwardness of the topic. What matters to me is that Lin has indeed triumphed over Tim. Our Georgetown center has risen once more, defeating the most favored first-round draft candidate. A comprehensive view of the game. Lin Hong delivered a stellar performance with 36 points, 22 rebounds, and 9 blocks, narrowly missing a triple-double. Meanwhile, Duncan contributed a well-rounded stat line of 32 points, 18 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks. Their numbers were remarkably comparable. However, Lin Hong's Georgetown triumphed over Wake Forest by a commanding 18-point margin. On the court, Lin Hong clearly outshone his counterpart. Duncan struggled offensively against Lin Hong's suffocating defense, whereas Lin Hong repeatedly overpowered Duncan with his explosive leaping ability and sheer strength, punctuating the game with thunderous dunks. One particularly jaw-dropping highlight was his rim-rattling, gravity-defying slam, showcasing his freakish athleticism and leaving spectators in awe. Of course, the impact of Iverson cannot be overlooked. His relentless penetration forced Wake Forest into defensive disarray, leaving Duncan torn between containing Lin Hong and scrambling to help on Iverson. Wake Forest coach Dave Odom failed to devise a counter for the unstoppable Lin Iverson pick-and-roll throughout the entire game. Well, let Kentucky figure that out. The LL have their hands full soon enough. As the final buzzer sounded, Duncan and Iverson exchanged a brief embrace and words before Duncan sought out Lin Hong. The two young big men, having each dominated with 30-point double-doubles, shared a moment of mutual respect, a legendary embrace between the two most dominant big men of the '96 class. One thing was certain, their fated rivalry had officially begun. The confrontation between Lin Hong and Duncan is destined to become an enduring topic within the NBA for the next 2 decades. Typically reticent, Duncan unexpectedly initiated a discussion. "You are likely to participate in this year's draft, aren't you?" To be candid, after their exhilarating clash today, Duncan felt a lingering desire for further competition and urged to engage in 300 more rounds. However, he is bound by a promise made to his late mother, stipulating that he must graduate from college before entering the draft. Thus, he hopes Lin Hong will remain for another year, as they have agreed to battle once more in the NCAA championship next year, setting the stage for another monumental clash. Should he secure the championship, he intends to enter the NBA directly. Lin Hong did not hesitate and nodded directly. "Tim, what about you?" Although Lin Hong was well aware that Duncan could not bypass his senior year and directly enter the NBA, it was customary to inquire if he were to declare for the draft. Duncan began, but abruptly paused, falling into silence without providing a definitive answer. However, this moment of hesitation startled Lin Hong. What could it mean? Could it be? Could it truly be? Is Duncan considering entering the draft early? That seems improbable. Could it really be due to my earlier ill-fated words? Lin Hong's mind was flooded with countless possibilities, yet he ultimately dismissed each one. Duncan was merely experiencing a fleeting impulse. However, what if? What if Duncan truly misstepped and announced his participation in the 1996 draft? Would that not throw the world into chaos? The Celtics' unexpected descent into mediocrity has already ensured that this year's draft deviates from history. If Duncan were to surprise everyone by entering the draft early, just the thought of it made Lin Hong's blood race. It was exhilarating. Since the butterfly's wings have already begun to flutter, why shouldn't they continue to do so? Remember, Dr. Strange foresaw the future. And even after witnessing 14 million outcomes where Thanos snapped his fingers, he still identified a single chance for victory. Ahem. Shaking his head and casting aside the vivid imagery, Lin Hong patted the contemplative Duncan. "Tim, would you mind exchanging jerseys with me?" "I would be delighted. Tim, I'll be waiting for you." Eagerly anticipating our inaugural battle in the NBA. "Remember, next time, choose some reliable teammates before challenging me." Lin Hong let out a light chuckle, a subtle glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. After speaking, he patted Duncan on the back and turned to embrace Dave Odom, the head coach of Wake Forest. In greeting, perhaps even Lin Hong did not foresee the unfolding events. Beneath Duncan's seemingly tranquil exterior, a tempest brewed. To be candid, Duncan himself was a formidable player. Yet, when one compares the roster of Georgetown beside that of Wake Forest, despite the comparable strength of their core players in the paint, Wake Forest faced a dismal defeat. Lin Hong's words are not without merit. For the first time, Duncan found himself lost in thought. To enter the NBA, a team must at least possess a reasonable roster configuration to engage in a fierce battle with Lin Hong. However, the most perplexing issue for Duncan at this moment is something else entirely. After the game, he returned to the locker room with his head down, burdened by deep thoughts. He immediately sought out his mentor, Dave Odom. "Tim, are you suggesting that you wish to enter this year's draft?" Dave Odom pondered for a few moments before finally grasping the essence of Duncan's statement. "Tim, this is quite unexpected, but you must consider it carefully. No matter which year you choose to enter the draft, you will undoubtedly be the premier choice. Even this year, with Allen, Marcus, and Lin, you remain my top pick. Thus, I support your decision. Yet, you had promised your mother to complete your entire college education." Dave Odom, as Duncan's life mentor, serves as a guiding light. With just a few words, he highlighted Duncan's concerns. "If you truly wish to enter this year, your college education," Duncan remained silent. But Dave Odom swiftly redirected the conversation. "I can request that you return to campus to complete your studies after your NBA career." Dave Odom is not merely curious about who would be selected first between Duncan and Lin Hong. He genuinely wishes to fulfill the aspirations of his beloved disciple. Indeed, that is precisely it. "Tim, do not feel pressured. Follow your heart." "No, coach, I've decided to play another year to secure the NCAA championship for Wake Forest. And only then will I enter the NBA." Duncan suddenly raised his head, clenched his teeth, and declared his decision. An hour later, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the league. Tim Duncan, the power forward for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, declared his withdrawal from this year's draft, opting instead to graduate next year before re-entering the selection process. Upon hearing this news, many teams were left utterly bewildered. How could Tim Duncan, with such fundamental skills, withdraw from the draft? What was going on? Was Tim afraid of Lin? Was he attempting to avoid Lin? After all, if he entered the draft alongside Lin, the odds of being the first overall pick would be a mere 37%. It would be wiser to wait for another year, ensuring a guaranteed top pick next time. Such evasion is cowardice. I support Tim's choice. Lin is an unbeatable force. Rather than being overwhelmed this year, it is far more dignified to withdraw and secure the top pick next year. Stop spreading nonsense. Tim is not afraid of Lin. He is merely honoring the promise he made to his mother to complete his college education. Duncan's sudden withdrawal from the '96 draft ignited a fervor among fans. The majority believed Duncan had stepped back to avoid Lin Hong, compelled by circumstance. Consequently, the head coach of Wake Forest had no choice but to publicly dispel these rumors in defense of his beloved pupil. Duncan's withdrawal stemmed solely from his desire to fulfill the promise made to his mother to complete his education. Duncan's decision undoubtedly had a significant impact on numerous struggling teams, many of which had identified him as their primary target. However, the sole consolation for these teams was that, apart from Duncan, none of the other lottery prospects had any intention of withdrawing from this year's draft. Chapter 72. Is the '96 first pick settled? Although mentor Dave Odom provided a perfect solution, after much contemplation, Duncan ultimately decided to complete his senior year, honoring his commitment to his mother. After all, waiting another year would not affect his destined confrontation with Lin Hong. Dave Odom unconditionally supports all of his disciples' decisions. The most glorious chapter in the history of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons was during the years Duncan led the team. Why not stay another year and once again lead his alma mater in pursuit of the NCAA championship? What could be better? However, it is this very prospect that stirs the long-buried desires within Duncan's heart. The personal charisma of Lin Hong is evident. To speak candidly, while Tim's statistics are not markedly inferior to Lin's, I firmly believe that Lin emerges as the paramount victor of the day. Indeed, the fierce competition for the title of the strongest interior player of the '96 class appears to have reached a definitive conclusion. In the evening sports segment, several ESPN experts engaged in a spirited discussion regarding Lin Hong and Tim Duncan. Lin has decisively overpowered Marcus Camby, his statistics slightly surpassing those of Tim Duncan, all while leading his team to eliminate Wake Forest. He has avenged the formidable Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Lin has triumphed over two of the most outstanding interior players of the '96 generation, particularly Tim Duncan. Lin Hong undoubtedly stands as the uncrowned king of the '96 interior players. Without any doubt, he has consecutively vanquished Camby and Duncan in direct confrontations. Lin Hong's ascension to the pinnacle of the best interior player in 1996 is undoubtedly beyond dispute. In light of Tim's confirmed decision not to participate in the 1996 NBA draft, can we consider Lin as having preemptively secured the title of this year's #1 pick? It is well known that throughout NBA history, towering players have always been highly coveted during drafts, particularly in 1996, when the four prominent centers had yet to retire. And Shaquille O'Neal was beginning to demonstrate his dominance in an era that prioritized the interior game. Standing over 2.15 meters tall, having bested Camby from Massachusetts and Duncan from Wake Forest, how could Lin not be the #1 pick? Who else could claim that title? Allen Iverson, despite his undeniable talent, clearly cannot contend with Lin for the top position. One expert even boldly stated, "I concede that Allen is exceptional." However, in a conversation about the #1 pick without Lin, only Marcus and Allen remain, I would undoubtedly choose Allen Iverson. Yet, if both Lin and Allen are considered for the #1 pick, I must apologize to Allen and declare my choice for Lin Hong. My friend, I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Lin is unequivocally the #1 pick of the 1996 draft. Several ESPN experts ultimately nodded in agreement, endorsing this viewpoint. Lin Hong has emerged as the frontrunner for the coveted top pick in the 1996 draft. As such, the Boston Celtics